people in charge. And there are different people, but there's no indication that the ideology or the approach from Tehran to the United States will be any different under the people who are now in charge.
At a certain point, you have to consider this, okay? It doesn't really matter if we're deluding our own countrymen by saying, oh, the victory conditions have been met, we're doing great. What matters is what the truth is, right? Like, other countries are seeing the reality, right? And that's eventually, as people come to that recognition that America's capabilities are actually nowhere near what people previously calculated them to be, that's going to change the dynamic of the world, right? It doesn't matter if the stock market is doing well in the United States of America for the time being. It doesn't matter if, Trump says, oh, I won all my objectives here. I did it all. I'm so successful. Like, what matters is the truth. Because at the end of the day, these other countries that are, led by competent leaders, even if they're vassal states ultimately, they see the truth. They recognize what's going on, right? It doesn't even matter how they communicate. Doesn't even matter, because you look at 32 days ago, you look at the statements from European leaders 32 days ago, and look at how they're talking about the situation now. Okay? Match those statements up. Listen to Merz. Listen to Keir Starmer. Listen to Macron. They were salivating. They were so elated. They were like, oh, finally, we're doing this. I mean, listen, it's great. Fantastic, Mr. President. Thank you for doing this. Now listen to them 32 days after the fact. It's impossible. It's impossible to avoid the truth. When you hear the fear in their voice, their tenure has changed, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, Trump's approval amongst 18 to 34-year-olds has went down to a net 60, minus 60, 20% approval, 80% disapproval. Told you from the start that all of the low propensity voters who were too young to remember what Trump 1 looked like, who only saw COVID and its impacts as a Biden administration problem, who experienced a shitty jobs market and experienced inflation and thought it was the responsibility of the Democrats entirely, that took another shot in the dark at this figure that was quote unquote anti-establishment. He was able to present himself as anti-establishment to young people who weren't around, who weren't paying attention, too young to recognize what Trump 1 looked like. What did I tell you? I told you, as soon as that change doesn't come, because I saw this with Trump 1 in 2016, I was there when Trump 1 came with a lot of promise, shaking up the system, right? People were like, oh, I want an anti-establishment pick. I want a populist. He's going to shake up the system. He's going to defend my interests. And when that didn't happen, people quickly snapped back to reality. They developed enmity towards Donald Trump. And I said it was going to happen again, especially for young men, right? Especially for young people who do not remember what Trump 1 used to look like and decided to gamble on Trump, just like people did in 2016. They did that. And I told you that that would snap back when they realized that Trump wasn't going to yield treats at an affordable price point for these guys. Iran's president just released a letter to the Americans saying they're being fed lies about this war. And tonight, every U.S. network is clearing their schedule for Trump's 9 p.m. address. The UK Starmer just went on TV and warned of a crisis while Australia's prime minister gave a rare national address telling people to brace for economic pain. All of the Five Eyes nations addressed their countries trying to separate themselves from the war and warned that economic hardship is coming. It's almost as if they know what Trump is about to announce, and they probably do. Five Eyes is, at the end of the day, an intelligence sharing alliance. I worry that these guys are doing the same thing that General Dan Cain tried to do, trying to clear their image ahead of what comes next. If you recall, Dan Cain went to every news outlet before Donald Trump struck Iran alongside Israel to say, if we do this, it will be devastating. If we do this, we will diminish our capabilities. If we do this, we will run out of missiles. We will never be able to take on China ever again. He was right. And the reason why he did that public statement to any news outlet that would cover it was because he wanted to apply pressure to Trump to stop him from doing this thing. But Trump was obviously far too invested in death and destruction, like the moron that he is. And yes, I will be live during the speech. I will be delivering my speech at Stanford while this speech is happening, if it actually starts at 6 p.m. But I will continue my broadcast and continue my commentary after the Stanford speech that I deliver. Okay? Yes. It will be a speech off. It'll be like I'm, delivering a response to the Trump State of the Union, because I will be talking about the decline of American empire. France, Japan, and agree on Iran ceasefire need, Macron says. All of the other global partners are coming out to say, we got to put a stop to this. We got to put an end to this. This is ridiculous. For good reason, because it is ridiculous. Okay? Just remember that.
Vous avez évoqué à l'instant le contexte dans lequel intervient cette rencontre et cette visite. Elle est évidemment troublée, marquée par plusieurs guerres, mais je vais ici redire très clairement quelques éléments qui sont le socle de la relation bilatérale et de notre coopération et que vous venez de rappeler. D'abord et avant tout, nous croyons ensemble au droit international, à l'ordre international qui repose sur la Charte des Nations Unies. Nous croyons aussi aux valeurs démocratiques que nous défendons. C'est ce qui fait que vous venez de le rappeler, nous défendons l'un et l'autre le retour à la paix, au cessez-le-feu, au calme, à la libre circulation à travers le détroit d'Ormuz.
They weren't calling for a ceasefire in Gaza when their economies weren't on the line. Cynical. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. Make no mistake. Animals, all of them. Okay? Yeah, they are cynical, self-interested monsters. Of course. Where was the appetite for a ceasefire when Israel was murdering Palestinian children every single day? I mean, Israel still continues to murder Lebanese children and sometimes Palestinian children as well. There's still no demand for restraint there.
C'est le fait aussi que depuis février 2022, avec constance, le Japon se tient aux côtés des Européens pour rappeler l'importance d'une paix juste et durable et le respect du droit international.
Yeah, and then they did the Kamehame together. How cute. Whatever.
The conflict.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, not our war. Remember the text from Macron to Trump? I don't know what you're doing with Greenland. We can do amazing things with Iran. Yeah, all of them indecent, okay? Just remember that. Remember how they celebrated Venezuela. And then Donald Trump turned the crosshairs on Greenland. And they were like, whoa, you're treating us like we're brown. Hold on. Same principle holds. Remember when they were excited at the prospect of dominating Iran, right? Oh, this is going to be great. Going to be great. Not so great, is it?
In the Middle East has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation.
That's bullshit.
This is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict.
By the way, this is greatly improved Keir Starmer, Kid Starver's approvals in England, by the way, in the UK, because any sort of like any sort of like aesthetic decoupling from America yields tremendous positive approvals for any middle power, any government that's in charge of a middle power. Mark Carney already did this. It's the Mark Carney method, right? And Kid Starver, it looks like he has a spine now. Okay? Now, of course, this once again gives people on our side a unique opportunity to demand far more, because as the permission structure expands, right, there is a larger window of opportunity to make more aggressive demands. Kid Starver comes out and says, oh, this is not our war. Great. Now the Greens can turn around and say, okay, are you going to punish Israel? Are you going to demand accountability from Israel and America? We will. All of a sudden, you can actually move in a more productive manner. The same principle holds for what I was talking about with AOC saying, I make no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons any longer. No more aid to Israel. No more weapons transfers to Israel because they're violating international law and American laws. When AOC says that, that becomes the new litmus test for every single other progressive hopeful, right? And now we can demand more. Now we can demand BDS, boycotts, divestments, sanctions. Okay? Remember that. There's a new floor now. There's a new bare minimum acceptable rhetoric on Israel now.
It is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. So, in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation. Closer security cooperation.
Oh! You mean like a union? Huh. Like a union of what's the continent that the UK's on? European countries? Is that what you mean? Like I mean, I guess I could shorten it and say like a European Union. Would you say that is perhaps the direction that you're moving in? Because I can't comprehend what you're saying. It almost feels like you're saying that you want to do a union of countries in the European continent. Just how odd.
That recognises our shared values, our shared interest, and our shared future. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. I've got ITV Harry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Horton from ITV News. President Trump has said this morning that he's considering pulling the US out of NATO. You've just talked about looking at a new long-term partnership.
I kind of want to know what like the Americucks are saying. Like, do we have like what could someone like a regime fighter be saying possibly at this moment? Like someone like a Asmongold, like what could he possibly say to defend what's going on? Are they just like reiterating what Trump is saying? So like one day they're saying it's victory, the next day they're saying Europe sucks. I do wonder how like people try to propagandize at this moment. In how many hours is Trump's speech? It's at 6 p.m. It's at 6 p.m.
With the EU, including on security. Is this an acknowledgement that Britain's long-term security relationship with the United States is about to change?
Well, let me say a number of things in response to that. Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. But I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security and our economic future, we have to have closer ties with Europe. That's why we had the summit last year. This year, as I've just announced, there'll be a further summit. We will make good on the commitments that we put in place last year, but we will also go further in relation to the alignment. Thank you very much. Joe.
I understand. President Trump said yesterday that he wouldn't come to the aid of the UK anymore in his Truth Social post. How seriously do you take that threat from our main ally?
Well, it's very important that we're clear. There's been a good deal of pressure on me to change my position in relation to joining the war, and I'm not going to change my position on the war. So whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, I'm the British Prime Minister and I have to act in our national interests. I should say that on defence and security and intelligence, we're obviously working closely with the US, as we always do. And in relation to the planning on the Strait of Hormuz, of course, that involves talking to the Americans as well. So, as I say, whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, My job is, as British Prime Minister, to concentrate on what's in the British national interest. That's what's guided me through this conflict so far. It will continue to guide me as we go forward. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
My fellow Australians, by nature, we're an optimistic country, but I understand that right now it's hard to be positive. The war in the Middle East has caused the biggest spike in petrol and diesel prices in history. Australia is not an active participant in this war, but all Australians are paying higher prices because of it. I know that you're seeing this at the servo and at the supermarket, and I understand farmers and truckies, small businesses and families are doing it tough. And the reality is, the economic shocks caused by this war will be with us for months. Tonight I want to speak directly with you about what the government is doing to shield Australia in these uncertain times, and also what all of us can do to help our country and help each other in the period ahead. On Monday, National Cabinet adopted the National Fuel Security Plan. Leaders from both sides of politics, from right around the country, working together to keep Australia moving, making sure that we are prepared so that if the global situation gets worse and our fuel supplies are seriously disrupted over the long term, we can coordinate the next steps together. Today, we cut the fuel excise in half, cutting the tax on every litre of petrol by 26 cents. Those savings have started showing up at your petrol station. For our truckies, we have cut the heavy vehicle road user charge.
You can't be a serious company and fucking call a serious company, sorry. You can't be a serious country and say things like truckies for the tradies and the truckies, mate. For the truckies, yeah. Lefties losing it is elbow, mate. For the truckies out there, right? We're doing our very best, yeah. New York Times, Trump lied about serious negotiations. New York Times reports multiple U.S. intelligence agencies have assessed in recent days that the Iranian government is not currently willing to engage in serious and substantial negotiations to end the ongoing war against Israel and the United States. Assessments indicate that the Iranian government believes it is in a strong position in the war and does not have to accede to American diplomatic demands. And while Iran is willing to keep channels open, it does not trust the United States or President Trump. U.S. officials have told the New York Times, please speak like this in Stanford. Right. Or no, the dollary dues are perishing. A dingo ate my baby. I'm Albanese, and I'm here to tell you, the dollary dues are on fire. Many people for the last couple of weeks have been calling me a shit. I hear you, and I have only this to say. You, as a dingo eating your baby.
To zero. Both these measures will be in place for the next 3 months. We are working to bring the price of fuel down, to make more fuel here and to keep it on shore, and get more fuel here, using our strong trading relationships with our region to bring more petrol, diesel and fertiliser to Australia. Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business and your life as normal. Enjoy your Easter. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need. Just fill up.
That's so funny. Oh my God. That is something you never want to hear from leadership is, you know, enjoy your time, but also maybe take a shorter shower. Maybe don't fill up all the way. Like, that's a full system panic moment. That's a red alarm, dude. That is absolutely going to cause people to be like, okay, what? Oh my God, we're so cooked. We're so cooked.
You normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush, and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram,
don't use the fuel.
Work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country.
I think a lot of vassal states, if they had any responsibility to their own people, if they had any capabilities of seeing the situation honestly, if they had any decency whatsoever, would be on their hands and knees thanking China every day that they are not invested in punishing those who have been loyal servants of empire in the way that like America has punished anyone for not being a part of its security umbrella, for maintaining sovereignty while existing in the periphery. Could you imagine a world if like China behaved in the way that America did? You should thank your lucky stars that these guys on the opposing side are actively invested in maintaining stability, you know?
Working together and looking after each other, as we always have. Thank you and good evening.
You called this all, like you said, what that was needed was courage. Ro Khanna appears to have followed AOC's lead and said he will not support U.S. funding for Israel's Iron Dome. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Congressman. The Iron Dome is important to save lives. Israel should be able to buy it on their own with a 45 defense billion budget. Israel is a first world country and it can pay for the defensive systems it needs. Yeah, these guys want to like still sell Israel Iron Dome weapons. I don't want to do that at all. I don't want to give Israel any weapons at all. Like, I just want people to understand, like, where I stand on this is not like, oh, Israel gets to pay for its own weapons. It's fucking ridiculous that they weren't already. And this will be confusing for a lot of people. They'll be like, wait, what? We were giving Israel these weapons? What are you talking about? No, we should just not give them anything. Okay. Oh my God, he's like sweating from his
so
bald head.
Dude, I don't like.
Did you not see the sweat dripping? Oh my God. Oh my God, he's sweating so hard. Thank you, Trent Sweeney, for your service.
Sidney Sweeney's brother.
Yeah. He's gonna have a bad time.
He got some big old teeth.
Yeah.
I don't mean to listen. I have famously really tiny teeth. So I'm just jealous.
I've never noticed that about you.
Because you've never seen them because they're so small.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Wait, Alex Jones is turning on Donald Trump? No, say it ain't.
Oh, no. He doesn't do this every week and then go back.
Say it ain't so, guys.
When your ankles swell up 3...
What's next? You're going to tell me Nick Fuentes is voting Democrat? Wow, that's such a new phenomena. Surely he will stay consistent on this.
times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons, we primary them, and we just fight even harder because look at how we've turned the tide. Look at all the good we've done. There's a fourth turning. Yep. Populists, nationalists, conservatives are winning everywhere. There's a Christian reawakening. Mm-hmm. And Trump is just a minor figure in all of that now.
Yep. Yo, definitely. Mm-hmm. Every single thing he said is real. Everyone is going to church. Like, there's a reawakening. Yeah, church attendance is up.
Democrats losing everywhere. I mean, you can replace Trump with anyone. You can replace him with a guy like James Fishback.
Or J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Well, that would even be an improvement. It's even more like people love him.
Yeah, famously.
J.D. Vance had to stop posting on Twitter because it was crashing the servers. How many positive replies he was getting.
Yeah. Shouts out to Connor Eats Pants for that one.
Yeah. He really terrorized him, man.
He really did.
I don't know that guy, but he really respect. He really terrorized him. That's cool.
And we have to be appreciative of the old Trump that went through so much and got so much done.
The same as this guy.
And that's the Trump we remember.
Like, do you guys not remember what it was like?
Which old Trump? Because like you go back far enough and you're like, he's a liberal, right? Like, yeah. He's just like a racist liberal, which there are plenty of them.
He's Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah. No. He's going to come on the stream, so I can't criticize him.
Oh, really?
No, I mean, he said he would. He said he would. He's doing a 2028 run, and he said he'd come on the stream.
What about this? I was thinking about this for an idea. You're like, okay, I'll have you on. But then, like, right when he gets in, there's a switch out, and I sit here, and I just ask him, like, I just waste his time. I'm like, so in season 2 of Goliath, when I just ask him about like shows I'm watching, like War Thunder updates.
He would love that. His brother is technically, the head of the agency I'm rep by, so He's probably very tapped in with all the Hollywood stuff.
I don't think he likes Goliath. I think he watches Goliath and he's like, they were unfair to the defense contractor.
Would he even notice you aren't Hassan? Oh, that's true. He probably doesn't even know what
And
I
we're
look
just
like,
sad
so.
because that
Right,
happens.
I'd be
We
like,
need to be
hey, I'm
sad about
Hassan.
Trump. This is not funny,
I'm shorter and
This is not
worse
good.
looking in real life.
but he's gone. And that's it. And all the people rallied around him, you can see Hegseth's freaked out. You can see the press secretary's freaked out. They're being loyal. They think it's the lesser of two evils. And okay, but I just, Trump needs intervention. He needs to take some time off.
You can't have an
need to pray
intervention
for
for
Trump.
like dying.
Also, you can't like take some time off as a president.
Yeah, what the
Like, what are you talking? And he's like crying. And this is the maximalist position on good czar, bad boyers, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, this is like what the is happening at this point. It's like, well, you know, Trump is such a religious deity. He's a religious figure. He cannot fail. He can only be failed. And obviously, now that we've like eliminated all of the other reasons why he's operating like this, you have to come to the conclusion that his brain is actually bad.
But he just like, okay, if someone is, how old is Trump? He's like 79, right? 78, 79.
Trump?
Yeah. Well,
I think he's 80.
if someone is
80
if
plus.
someone is 80 years old, has spent half of his life being addicted to Sudafed, never moving, worst diet possible, worst habits possible,
Oh, he's 80 in June.
and you just have an intervention where you're like, you kind of like in an old movie when someone's hysterical. I'm trying not to be gendered here, but you're like, you get it together, asshole. And he would go like, you're right. I'm going to stop dying. I'm going to take a break for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It'll be like when Christopher went to rehab.
The
I
Holy
went to
Spirit
the White House one day and you were passed out on the Wailing Wall. Disgusting.
Touch his heart and loose him from whatever evil control he's under. I'm serious. And I think that's the answer. We need to pray for President Trump.
Oh, that'll fix it.
Okay.
Oh my God, he's like sweating
He
from
looks
his
so
bald
sad.
head.
Dude, I don't like
Did you
seeing
not
him this
see the
sad.
sweat dripping?
Ugh.
Oh my God.
Ugh.
Oh my God, he's sweating so hard.
What do you think
Oh.
that tastes like?
Whiskey. For sure.
If you're,
We
I
need
think
to-
I don't get people who love scotch, but
We need to pray
if
for
you
other
love
people to be
scotch, it tastes
awakened.
like that.
We need to pray for justice and peace.
It's like Donald Trump is probably one of the most prayed for guys ever.
Yeah.
And it's like clearly this is like the most it's accomplished is that God is torturing him by keeping him alive.
Yeah. Also, Candace is vindicated. Questions emerge about bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk. You see that?
Oh yeah, no.
Candace,
Yeah.
this will certainly be really good for all the normal people out there who have a lot of unanswered questions about who may or may not have killed Charlie Kirk, which I'm of course in favor of all of the theories.
Me too.
I'm agnostic about it.
It was him.
Absolute bombshell. Candace Owens reveals overwhelming evidence that the feds completely set up Tyler Robinson.
I hate to do this. I hate to be prejudiced here. What is with there are 3 Turkish accounts who keep posting. This guy loves posting just bull.
Yeah.
And he makes me so sad because he tries to get into the Axis of Resistance news cycle.
Yeah.
Do you think it's just insecurity over watermelon seller?
I don't know why he does that, but he posts videos of Me Too from time to time, and I'm like, oh God, it's just he posts. No, my favorite is when he posts Professor John clips when he's like,
oh God,
bombshell, Professor John invents Pax Islamica, says Iran is going to unite the entire Islamic world. I'm like, dude, what are you posting?
Professor Zhang is
the most misunderstood and consistently correct.
Yes,
is what you were going to say.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because that liberal Mehdi Hassan came after him the other day, and I said, "Not my Professor Zhang."
No, yeah, Professor Zhang. I would.
Did you know he does game theory?
Oh yeah, no,
yeah, that's how he's invented. He predicts history.
Well, did you know he started out as one of the imaginary people that John Nash imagined, and that's why he's so good at game theory.
Yeah, no, he's the GOAT. I mean, what kind of counter can you have for that, right? Like people will turn around and be like, "Bro, you're doing propaganda, you're doing regime propaganda." It's like, no, I'm just telling you exactly what's going on the island. And if you don't appreciate that, it's because you have some kind of ideological blind spot. As you guys know, yesterday I was endlessly slandered by Jake Tapper, my #1 op at CNN. Okay. And in the process of getting endlessly smeared and slandered by Jake Tapper, who called me an anti-Semite, I still turned around and was able to fire off a CNN segment only a couple hours later with my friend Alex Michelson, who had asked me to come on CNN a while back to talk about my Cuba trip. Okay. Now, what's really funny about that is this creates a very unique dynamic, right? Because on the one hand, Jake Tapper wants to say I'm a toxic person. He wants to get people to not platform me, not broadcast my views in particular, because like obviously his goal there is to say I shouldn't be someone people associate with because I'm a bad guy, I'm an anti-Semite, right? Now obviously that's a cynical smear and most people don't believe it, but it is also a testament to how little people believe it even internally at CNN in some ways, because I like imagine being the boomer who is watching the Jake Tapper segment in the middle of the day, only to then turn around and watch me a couple hours later to be like, wait a minute, wasn't this guy the dangerous radical anti-Semite? Now he's over here talking about how he went to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. Third way, be like, shame on CNN for allowing Hassan Piker on the broadcast. Yeah, it is pretty funny. It is a pretty funny duality here. American TV news anchors wrathful campaign of elder abuse continues. Our vulnerable seniors deserve information dignity. But yeah, it is funny because like on the one hand, yeah, Hassan the Hun is back from a humanitarian mission to Cuba amidst an oil blockade and power outages. Go show some love to Alex, by the way. He's sticking his neck out. So I noticed that CNBC, CNN, MS Now love having Greenblatt on. Will they have someone from CARE to talk about Slotkin? No, of course not. Of course not. Why is CNN in LA now? CNN has a LA station too, obviously, and they're broadcasting out of the LA office right now. Like Jake Tapper's literally in my backyard. Like he was in that building that I was in earlier in the day. Okay. Currently babysitting a 4-year-old. When do I start teaching him communism? Just say sharing is caring. That's all you need to do. Like instill that value in the baby. There was some funny thoughts on this, obviously. Adam Johnson first says, I simply cannot handle another bogus anti-Semitism scandal. All smoke and no fire, from Corbyn to campus protesters to Mamdani. They all follow the same sleazy script pushed out by Israel lobbyists, hatchet men like Greenblatt, who, it's worth noting, regularly texts with Tapper. Last July, I broke down the script with respect to Mamdani. The one targeting Piker is similar. Here's the basic playbook for anyone interested. TLDR, it's manufacturing smoke, fanning the smoke, and then hoping no one notices the total lack of actual fire. And let us not forget that the totally fake anti-Semitism scandal, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash ginned up targeting Rashida Tlaib in September 2024 that was premised on a complete lie that Bash and Tapper vaguely walked back without apology or any accountability. Note, too, that in the first 2 years of genocide from October 2023 until the October 2025 ceasefire, Tapper did not feature a single Palestinian guest on his Sunday morning show, CNN State of the Union. He also ignored Gaza entirely during the height of the famine from March to July 2025. Israel sending Gottheimer after you now? Yeah, I mean, I hate Josh Gottheimer. You guys know this. And the other one will be Moskowitz, which is great. Come on, send Moskowitz after me, too, because I'm working to unseat Moskowitz anyway. Gottheimer, I think, is in a more protected situation, of course. But where's Richie Torres? The streets are asking, where is Richie Torres? Richie Torres used to be the AIPAC attack dog that they would send after me. Yeah, the primary, using another bigot to defend a bigot does not help you move past what Piker has said. By the way, I'm bigoted towards what? It's so funny. It's so funny to just be like, oh, dude, you're a bigot. Like you said, America deserves. You're bigoted towards America, American imperialism. Like what the bigotry here? The primary person calling for Piker to be canceled went on Bill Maher literally the same day. This is the world's fakest outrage by the world's biggest hypocrites. Exactly. And yet you cannot say what Hassan said. You're using whataboutisms. Anyway, so there's that angle. We're not going to harp on it too much. I mean, it's just like I cannot stress how little motion this has. It's pretty funny. Even MAGA moms are defending you. Mary Lou's defending me? Hell yeah. We're building a coalition here. Bob, on the other hand, probably is like, we should send him to Guantanamo Bay. I heard his ass went down to Cuba. We should send his ass to Guantanamo Bay. So the Jake Tapper stuff is funny, but what's even funnier, once again, is Gremlo says, imagine being a CNN watcher and seeing Jake Tapper go on an 8-minute pearl-clutching segment with two insane Zionists crying about Hassan the Hun, and then an hour later, you see this piece on the same guy doing an aid mission. Really undercuts the whole line of argument. Exactly. Exactly. It's like so insincere. It's such an obvious lie, and like people are not willing to commit to it, right? People are not willing to commit to it, which, I'll start off with this, obviously. I'll start off with the segment here. Props to Mehdi Hassan says, props to CNN's Alex Michelson for having us on the hunt on and letting him speak in his own voice, his own words, rather than ventriloquized or quoted out of context by pro-Israel politicians and pundits. Let's take a look.
Here he is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You got the 1950s cars, and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter, as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day. And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. It's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like. So Phil, Twitter video, bro. Twitter video, absolutely cooked. Now who the chose that tie, Unc? It's a good tie, bro. Shut up. Here, we'll continue off where we left off. It was very. Piker describes feeling sad and angry during Cuba trip. Very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about Cuban organizing, the Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it.
Sure.
I knew about the island's history of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island or if you wanted to even send money. If you have relatives on the island, it's a very difficult process to directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all these struggles, were still surviving, right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high-intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical in the biomedical field.
What do you think is at this point the biggest need? Because
that might be your weakest fit in recent memory, man. Do you cover things from any angle other than how tangentially relate to coverage of about you in the media? What? Are you not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth? This has nothing to do with me appearing on CNN. It's like no different than me talking about the experiences I had on the island. This is, what the hell?
We hear the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals and babies are having to, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need?
It's oil
on the ground?
100%. It's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive, and for that to happen, they need to have oil. They need to get oil. I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana
as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number, but the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? Yeah. And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine. Wow. I'm an American citizen. Yeah. It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching this, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs itself is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially as Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all oil from going into the island. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this story is not going away anytime soon. Hassan Piker, thank you for sharing your views. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of counter can you have for that, right? Like, people will turn around and be like, bro, you're doing propaganda, you're doing regime propaganda. It's like, no, I'm just telling you exactly what's going on the island. I'm telling you who is primarily responsible for it. And if you don't appreciate that, it's because you are unwilling to recognize the damage that this government is causing to Cuba, because you have some kind of ideological blind spot. Like, are there issues with mismanagement of the economy? Absolutely. Okay. But it is not up to us to just directly cause death and destruction on this island for no reason other than the fact that we want the people to be so angry that they rise up violently against the government until we stop their starvation. Like, why do we get to decide that? Every country has issues. Okay? Every country has issues, but it's up to the people to deal with those issues in a way that does not take away their dignity, does not take away their sovereignty. It's unbelievable. Very effective job expressing your opinions. Good job indeed, sir. You're reaching the Barbers and the Debras with this one. They love soft-spoken discussions like this on TV. Anyway, it's so totally crazy that there's a propaganda opportunity for people because of like how unnecessarily cruel and how silly some of these restrictions are, that when you describe to them like who's forcing you to stay at a hotel like this, people don't believe you. They're like, nah, that's crazy. It's like, well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? It's just the truth, right? I know it sounds unbelievably stupid, right? I know it sounds unbelievably stupid, but that's just the case. Now, the real question is, now that you know what the truth is, how does that make you feel? What will you do next? Will you fight back against this? Will you try to alleviate some of the stress that the Cuban energy grid is experiencing? Will you try to save Cuban lives? Or will you just sit around and continue defending the blockade? Anyway, you can't get to control of government when you can't even vote in their elections. It's ridiculous that the U.S. thinks they rule the world. Yeah. Hi, Hassan. Asman's real viewer here. I hate those who bend the knee to evil people. I'm curious to hear your opinion. I have a question. What makes you think that the left doesn't secretly support Israel just the same? The left? I mean, do you think I secretly support Israel? I mean, if I was secretly supporting Israel, do you think they'd be coming after me this hard? I don't know if you've been paying attention, but anyway, there's also one other update on the Cuba stuff. Obviously, Ostenox cooked so freaking hard. The first round of our Cuba mini doc was not this good. And the reason why it's taken a long time for us to release the mini doc is because we patched it together, but it wasn't like good enough. And I wanted to go back and, you know, give editing notes and like, and put together something that's like very cool for you guys to appreciate, that you can share with other people, like a standalone property, a standalone mini doc. And Ostenox's editing is so spectacular. And here is the intro is so good that I was like, bro, I have to show you, like, I have to leak this, you know?
Right now, as we speak, there are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. This month, I took the opportunity to go as part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
When will this release? Hopefully this week. Like my goal was to get it released by today actually, but it's obviously not going to happen. Yeah, Tyler Hassan Vera. It's Tyler Hassan Vera time. Is Unk a YouTuber now? Yeah, Unk is a YouTuber. But it's very good. Johnny Harris pissing and shitting after this one. Yeah, I'm coming for him, dude. John Old Harrison, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, dude. Would you honestly call Cuba a socialist society with its current sanctioned state? I mean, it is. It is a country run by a communist party. There's definitely I would go so far as to say like an orthodox understanding of economic organization on the island, and then there's been some reforms. There's been some reforms in the economy. There's been some liberalization, some marketization that has taken place. However, and you'll see, I will, after this, I'll release my interview that I did with Cosio as well. After first we released a mini doc, and then, I have almost like a 2-hour interview that I did with the foreign vice minister. And like one of the things that he was explaining to me was the fact that while internally there's a lot of there's differences in opinion within the party structure. People want reform. Some people are responsive to those demands. But the blockade system makes it virtually impossible for them to adequately apply this stuff, like adequately engage in any sort of economic reform whatsoever, because the American government has tried to, at every step, rip apart Cuban sovereignty. Like even the hotel system, right? Like America currently allows oil to enter the island in 2 different places. One is Guantanamo Bay, so that they can keep operating their torture facility. There's a McDonald's on there. That's like literally a part of Cuba, right? But it's America's own torture facility on there, and they have all the energy. They have the nicest cars, the newest vehicles, everything. Life goes on as though nothing is going on at all. And that's like not that far away from Havana, right? It's unbelievable. But then also, the other place where America allows oil to enter the country is for private facilities. So hotels, like the ones that we stayed in, have sufficient gas so they can continue operating. So they're on the one hand starving the hospitals, starving the transportation, and therefore ruining the distribution of medicine to the island. But on the other hand, the hotel lights stay on. So they're tilting the scales in favor of like private businesses in an effort to in this very ham-fisted way, in an effort to elevate private businesses and keep them alive while directly causing tremendous suffering for regular Cuban society, ordinary Cubans. It's really messed up. It's just so cruel. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than there's like unbelievable cruelty. It's like maximum cruelty. Yeah. I think if you did a sit down edited structure vids like this once a month, it would do super well and allow you to expand your reach since they would be easily shareable. Sure. Yeah. I think so too. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay.
What's up with these, so many of these Republicans, man? They're all swingers like Nancy Mace. They're doing wild stuff. Have you seen this, by the way? Kirsty Noem's husband's fat.
Ooh.
Oh, you haven't seen Kirsty Noem's husband's fat?
I saw an article about it, but it was paywalled. It was paywalled on the Daily Mail. Fucked up is that?
That's crazy. Because the were rated R, I think that's why. Even Fox News apparently wrote about, it covered it. Let's take a look.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is asking for privacy and prayers tonight. She's said to be devastated by
what are prayers going to do in this situation?
Guys,
get it off your chest.
Everybody,
All right,
please,
guys, grow up.
please pray for my husband's ginormous.
It's so funny to be like. Do you remember when Jim McGreevey came out at the press conference?
No.
So Jim McGreevey, the governor of New Jersey, this is another story that got it turned out he was gay. By the way, Jim McGreevey
by Muhammad Atta.
Yeah. Well, Muhammad Atta, that's how he got on the plane. He was like, "Hi, I'm a big sexy lady. I need these box cutters to open my boxes of
Aren't I
bras."
voluptuous?
yeah. He was like Tobias on Arrested Development.
Yeah.
But Jim McGreevey, by the way, there was a lesser known scandal of an Israeli spy being in McGreevey's office, and McGreevey was allegedly having an affair with him. Anywho, it turned out he was gay, and one of my most quoted press conferences ever was when he admitted it, and he went, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a gay American," and I'm just I'm always saying that, but one of the things that always made me laugh about the McGreevey thing. Not him being gay, but like the fact that like after it happened, they did an interview on Dateline with him and his wife. And the wife was like, "Yeah, we're going into counseling." And it's like, what's there to counsel? What's that? He's gay. I just wait. Is there any prayer you can do where you're like, can you take my husband's desire to be a big swaggering 6'5" bimbo out of him?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm asking the Christians in chat.
So an undocumented immigrant may have been the one to leak the damning information about Kirsty Noem's husband. And obviously the story has a lot of legs and maybe a lot of titties as well. Yowza. Because obviously Kirsty Noem had, a taxpayer funded, relationship with Corey Lewandowski.
They were just friends.
Okay. Well, you're just jealous that he pipes. He's had sex with everyone in the administration.
Hey, dude, he smashed the most beautiful woman in the world.
Yeah, that's why Felix is saying that. Yeah,
no, that's really where all my Polish jokes come from. I'm just like kind of jealous of him. But did you know that the Chappell-Roan song "Casual" it's about Corey Lewandowski and Kristi Noem?
No.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, just ask her.
But in any case, here are some of the Daily Mail exclusive photos. He appears to have stuffed 2 balloons inside his shirt to resemble breasts, positioning the knots to mimic nipples. The photos obtained by the Daily Mail suggest Byron is so infatuated with the bimbo aesthetic, he's tried to replicate it himself. Byron got in contact with the model using the pseudonym Jason Jackson, complimenting her amazing curves and vowing to worship her like a goddess, according to messages seen by the Daily Mail. In text and audio calls, the pair shared everything. The pair shared everything from mundane daily chit chat to spicy banter about her augmented chest. "How are your boobs?" he asked her. "Would you ever go bigger?" The model sent him an array of topless selfies and lingerie shots. Jason apparently felt relaxed enough to reciprocate with photos of himself wearing skimpy outfits and lopsided DIY breasts. "You turned me into a girl," he said. "Should I put on leggings?" A PayPal account belonging to Jason Jackson sent the woman regular deposits, typically between $500 and $1,000. She says he openly admitted to having a wife and family. He'd say, "I love my wife. I want to get better." Then he'd disappear, come back, and start again, the woman added. Over time, the models began to figure out the real identity of the shadowy benefactor. A second woman told the Daily Mail she pocket dialed Jason and was astonished to hear a voicemail greeting saying, Nome Insurance, leave a message. A quick Google search pulled up photos of Kirsty and Byron Nome. I was completely shocked, I said. Why are you doing this? I didn't think hot guys did this, the woman said. Also, hot guys. I guess he looked real bodacious, real.
Well, do they have a picture of him not doing that? Like, he looks like fine. I mean,
right here.
Well, I just like, I've given up on like figuring out what women think is attractive.
Yeah. Wait, there's other pics of this? Oh my God.
Okay, well, he got the nipple placement. He's getting better at it. This is pretty cool. It's a beautiful, natural, juicy. I think this is cool. Like, I wouldn't do this, but I also think I like seeing people get better at stuff. And in the first picture, like, the nipples are like, it looks like when a Looney Tune gets hit in the head with the mallet. Like the eye, like they're,
Yeah.
And then in the next picture, they're like basically level.
Yeah. No, he figured it out.
Yeah. Good. Then you go back to the first one.
Yeah, no, he did. He did move him around quite a bit.
And I also like how he's like.
I mean, these do look like he's like.
And I think they're natural. I think Mike O'Hearn is natural, and I think this gentleman's natural.
Yeah.
I think it's cool too that, like, to help people with their self-esteem, he was like, "Hey, I don't always look like a sexy bimbo. Here's like me getting ready." I think this is like a good story. I think it's a feel-good story. It is. You know how they are like, okay, there's a split in the Republican Party between like establishment conservatives and Zoomers who are like based.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's like 62, but he's into bimbofication hypnotism, which is like a young man's thing.
Yeah.
Aren't a lot of boomers into
this
that.
man is off and doing fetish content the right way.
Well,
the way that his generation, I guess his generation used to do this. I mean, there's always been cross-dressers, right?
There's been cross-dressers, but it's like the normal Republican way of doing this is like you cross-dress in private and you like, you tell a young staffer like, hey, do you need me to drive you 45 miles and then pretend I drop something in your lap and get sued by you? These very like furtive cruising attempts that always just end in humiliation. Whereas this guy, this is like what a 23-year-old does.
Yeah.
They're on the computer and they're like, oh, hypnotize me until I'm a big, sexy lady.
Mark Caputo. Yeah, I got a weird lead. A source texted me February 13th. They said an immigrant sex worker, possibly in the country illegally, wanted to go public about Nome's husband using her services online. It was vengeance for the DHS's immigration enforcement. I couldn't land the interview. Sharing because folks sometimes wonder how reporting works. Here, I would have needed to talk to the accuser and verify the info all the way the Daily Mail did. When we use anonymous sources, they're credible. Sometimes it means someone else gets the story. For what it's worth, I understand yet another media outlet had been shown these pictures last year, but declined to run them. Why would they?
Well, maybe they didn't think it was for a story. They were like, hey, it was some pretty hot stuff.
Yeah.
And the reporter who got him was like, thanks, I'm off to this.
Yeah, they were like, I don't want to share this with the rest of the world. This is my material.
Yeah, they were like, hey, you've been working really hard on this reporting. You should take some you time.
Also, what's up with these like so many of these Republicans, man? They're all swingers like Nancy Mace.
Yeah.
They all love to do this and then they just like unnecessarily present this like rigid old school understanding of like marriage and shit. Meanwhile, they're just doing they're doing wild stuff.
Do you think that they like also kind of want to get caught?
I suspect there's probably an element of that too in there. I mean, but let's see how Fox News covered it.
I've been in like bad relationships where it's like, it's not like this. It's not like I'm the woman I'm with is in charge of DHS and I don't need to be hypnotized to be a bimbo. If I wanted to do it, I would do it. You know, I don't need tricks.
Oh my God, get it off your chest. That's the
right. That's what it's. Yeah. They're having fun with it. They're having fun. But I've been in bad relationships where when you really blow it, like you kind of up, and you're like, oh, thank God, I'm gonna be broken up with. Thank God. And multiply that by like
I feel
40.
I feel like
they already
had
40 years.
I know, but I feel like they had this is like a known situation because like
probably
it's clear that she's like Lewandowski. Sorry, I know that hurts your feelings.
Well, no, I don't care about that. I care about him with
Hope Hicks. Yeah.
But also, it's good that she's. Where is she?
I don't know. Probably like working at the UN or something now. I don't know. But anyway, so like they obviously have an arrangement, right? Like clearly, because she's poor Lewandowski. He's doing whatever the doing on the side.
He's looking great.
Let's see.
Her husband has been what is being called a cross-dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump are responding to a
Isn't it
report
so sad
regarding
that Larry
Noem's
Sinclair
husband's
isn't alive
alleged
for this? I was just thinking about
online
him.
activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they ask for privacy and prayers at the time. President Trump.
Wait, what? In August 2025, Hicks was appointed chief operating officer of Devil May Care Media, the media company founded by Megyn Kelly, where she's responsible for business development, operations, and expansion of the company's podcast and digital content network.
Okay.
Devil May Care Media? That's...
Trump tells
What a
the outlet he knew
dumbass
nothing
name.
about it, adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. The Daily Mail.
He's pretending like this isn't the funniest
Wow.
thing. He is, you know, he's laughing about this.
Yeah.
He's having himself a laugh.
Keep in mind that conservatives for decades said that no one could be gay in the government because they would be blackmailed. Now this is the husband of the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, I mean, also, there is no such thing as blackmail anymore. Like, Pete Hegseth is literally an alcoholic therapist. Like, those are the two things that you can't be. Well, there's three things, right? Gambling addict, alcoholic, and are like the three things that they're supposed to look for were security clearances because it opens up opportunities for blackmail. But Republicans figured out that if you're just shameless, then you can't be blackmailed. They're like, yeah, and we're alcoholics and we have gambling debt. Who gives a right?
Yeah. What could you blackmail one of these guys with? Like secret woke posts that they made?
No, I was thinking about this with like the whole did Donald Trump suck off Bill Clinton? I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, something like really weird like that.
Because like pedophilia is fine for a lot of these guys, especially if it's like a girl and an old man, because they're also pedophiles. Like these are the types of people who are like really creepy around their daughter's friends.
Right.
So they can see themselves in the shoes of like, the elite that they admire doing pedophilia, but they can't see themselves sucking Bill Clinton. So that was what I was thinking. Like the fact that it's a hated Democrat, and also you're the one giving the job rather than receiving it.
What if Zellmiller is and you're Trump. And you're like, this is kind of bad. Like, you're using teeth. I'm not going to... I can just finish myself off in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he's like, my family has been presidents for generations. I challenge you to a duel.
The Democrats, I mean, the Republicans have the same standards as the Turkish military. It's like, if you're bottoming... If you're topping a Democrat, it's not gay. It's powerful. If you're bottoming a Democrat, then it's unacceptable.
Well, did you know that's like the clearance test for Q-level clearance?
Yeah, that's how they figure it out. It's like top or bottom.
Well, you have to do both. And if you like being rated, they're like, all right.
And we can't.
They're like, it's like an umpire. They're like, you're out.
Yeah.
But if you're like, I don't like this, but it's for my job.
It's for the country.
Yeah, you're fine.
Alleges it obtained hundreds of messages between Brian Noem and 3 women involved in a site where men cross-dress. The Mail posted several of these photos and writes Brian Noem allegedly sent women in the community $25,000 in virtual payments. The publication says Brian Noem did not deny the explicit conversations, but says he never put national security at risk while his wife was secretary, setting up a potential blackmail situation. Quote, yeah, I made no comments like that. That would lead to that. Brian Noem operates a crop insurance agency. He and Kristi Noem married in 1992. They have 3 adult-age children. Earlier this month, President Trump ousted Secretary Noem from her role leading the Homeland Security Department after congressional hearings where she had difficulty answering whether she was having an affair with top aide Corey Lewandowski. With her husband seated behind her, she also faced questions.
I could have done such a better job with them. better job here as like a spin doctor.
Oh, I thought you were saying like with the titties.
No,
I'm still on that.
no.
In my mind, I'm still thinking like you're bimbifying.
No,
you're bimbifying Brian Nome.
No, oh no disrespect there. I think I have a really bad frame for that. I have like, even if I had like a great.
Okay, it's like you can tell this from like 2014. Okay,
this was awesome back then.
Yeah. Do you understand how sick this looked in 2014? No, you don't, because you were protein in your father's back then.
Chat, you should see all the maroon denim I was wearing back then.
Yeah.
You'd have a laugh at me, but then you'd if there was such thing as a time machine, me and you would go back. You'd be wearing your whatever crap. You'd be wearing like an Ohego hoodie, whatever that stuff is.
Ohego?
Oh yeah. You'd be like, isn't this cool? And all the girls in the spiritual gangster hoodies would go, you're disgusting. I'm going to write an article about you. And then they'd see my maroon denim and make a beeline for me.
Kirsty Noem said her family's blindsided by revelations her husband is a cross-dresser and gay. That isn't true. She knew all about her husband, which is why she lives with Corey Lewandowski in the D.C. area. That's why her husband never divorced her. It was their arrangement. Literally everyone in the admin has known this forever. I'm shocked it didn't come out earlier. They can divorce and move on and live the lives without keeping secrets. I feel bad for Corey's wife. She's the widow of a firefighter who was killed on 9/11. Okay, Laura Loomer being weirdly woke. Also, they can divorce and move on and live their free lives. Like, you're Laura Loomer. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's also
why does she have smoke for? I don't know. Why does she not like Kirsty Noem?
I don't know. Maybe she just thinks she made Trump look bad.
Or maybe she did not want another woman in Trump's orbit. She wanted to be the only free spirit, Laura.
She does seem like one of those women that just like hates women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
for sure.
That's stressful being around that.
Important context for
women,
the story.
You better like women.
Okay, dude.
Or I'm calling the principal. Laura, why don't you mind your own damn beeswax? Do you think this is like she uses the same site?
What Laura Loomer does?
Yeah, she's like, how do I look?
just as is, and everyone's like bad.
Yeah.
And everyone's like really bad. You should stop that. Okay,
what's wrong with this?
Okay, I don't know why they're posted
using
on my
a steampunk pair of binoculars. He didn't make them
on Kristi Noem's husband's big ass.
They had some kind of an agreement, or there was some kind of an understanding. It was clearly not a secret to him.
My favorite thing is Kristi Noem.
I love them so much. I love Kyle.
They make me so happy.
I see Kyle. Like, I love that he just never gave up on the blonde thing. He just one day he was like, I'm gonna go blonde, and he never stopped.
He's I love them together. Like, I'm not joking. Like,
same.
It's hard to believe in love in this world.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
I love that he also wears the dangly earring still, like the hook earring still to this day.
Dude, is this not the dream of the 90s?
Yeah,
this shit right here. I love it. When I found out they were together, I like cheered. They're just, dude, love does not last long in this world, and especially in this business.
In this industry, especially.
Dude, you got two pure spirits right there. Like, no, seriously, no joke. God bless them both.
So shocked. And then she says, everybody needs to pray for us. Pray for you? How does that prayer go? Dear Lord, please help Kristi Noem's husband to stop off to big ass.
Kyle.
I love him, dude.
Balloon fake. Oh my
Dear
God.
Lord, please,
so much fun,
Kristi Noem's family needs help. He can't stop putting in some big ass. Why would we pray for you?
She said the
Dear Lord, like what? The God's looking through the prayers he gets. Like, okay, kid with cancer, war, family got murdered, and it's like big ass
balloon titties.
Husband. He's like, all right, I'm gonna help this one.
Hot pants and balloon titties.
Oh my God, I hate him so much.
Oh my God,
They're so evil.
It's unbelievable.
Where
It
it's like
really
she
is
doesn't
unbelievable.
wanna say
So
that, but she
anyway, I'm sure they're having quite a day.
They are on the opposite ends of like the seriousness spectrum.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to get that silly, but he pushes her over.
As independent content creators, like Kyle's on the exact opposite lane.
Dude, they put me in such a good mood. I never want to go to a dinner party, but I would with them. I just like them so much, man.
Yeah, they're the best.
They make me so happy. When I saw them together, I felt like something out of Bridgerton.
Yeah.
That's how magical it was.
But no, I guess her comment to the press was like, oh, the family was blindsided, which I wonder, do you think that she really had no idea?
I mean, it's not exactly something like, if you're trying to hide something from somebody, it's not like everybody in the family knows, like the kids are like, there goes dad again. He's walking around the house with his big ass teeth. He's walking around the house with his
Dude, you know, he jumped out of bed. This was like Christmas.
Yeah.
like, Dad.
I'm glad he didn't do another one of his car videos. Like, he got so mad when they were attacking me that he was going like 75 miles on a highway.
Yeah.
75 miles on the leftmost lane, like literally swerving and passing cars, angrily yelling and looking down at his iPad and like reading the quotes. I was like, Kyle, it's fine. You can stop the car. He like had the quotes on his iPad while he was driving.
He's like your King Vaughn.
Yeah,
like
no,
you're Dirk and he's Vaughn.
No,
like,
he goes so hard.
He really
in the paint.
does, man.
He was cooking. He got so mad about the Jake Tapper video. He was like blaming Donnie too. I felt a little bad for Donnie because he posted it. Yeah, it was awesome.
No, Donnie's a straight shooter.
Yeah, Donnie's the man. He was just like, well, he also let the comments fly too. He just like didn't, shut off the replies or anything.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool when people do that.
Yeah.
Kyle,
Kirsty
Kyle,
Nome
you
tweet?
are the greatest. Crystal too.
Kirsty Nome's husband while she was out back shooting her dog. Oh my god.
You ever seen that video?
This video or the video of Kirsty
this video.
Nome? No, I've never seen this video.
Man, I think it's from like 2016 or something.
Awooga, what a woman, giving Lola Bunny.
Is that Heidi Montag?
I have no idea who this is.
I think it is, right? Dude, think about it. Look at that guy just trying to get to work. I feel so bad for him.
Dude, those are so much. Like, that's just...
Wait, do you think they're fake?
I feel like you just gave yourself a bad back for no reason.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. I mean, like, who knows? Like, there are guys who like have a fetish specifically for like ones like that, like that are. The point is they look so fake and like insane. So who knows?
They're real and they're spectacular. Okay,
yeah.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, you could literally knock someone out with that shit. You know what I mean? You can just
Yeah.
Like, that's a weapon. What does she do? Is she a star? Is she like a Real Housewife or something, or is she like a star?
A Real Housewife?
I don't know. Like one of the. Bro, they look like that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Lisa
do.
Rinna's beautiful.
I feel like Real Housewives look like
No, Lisa
that.
Rinna's beautiful. Shut up.
It's so far beyond. You're like click away from man's profile. Click kid.
No, Lisa Rinna.
It used to be Brazzers exclusive. If I were okay, this guy just laid it down. Used to be Brazzers exclusive, and then she had a contract dispute with Brazzers, so now she's a free market agent.
He's like a baseball fan. He's like he's like Shams for basketball.
Yeah.
Lisa Rinna, she's had some work done, but not like pretty tasteful. I think she's gorgeous. I would love to
Like this literally looks like drawn. Like, this is how like some horny artist would like draw a woman. Not me, of course.
I'm not lying. That video of Lisa Rinna where she's like, like she's like kind of twerking. That video's hot.
I have no idea what that is.
She's a Real Housewife.
I love that this video goes on for 2 minutes and 19 seconds, by the way. Oh my God.
Oh, well, okay. Maybe she got a little too much done there.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Was I off base when I said the Real Housewives look like that?
Man, when did she didn't look like that in that video I saw. No, she didn't. She looked good. All right. Well, maybe Dr. Christian Troy can that lip stuff up. Why did she do that? She was beautiful. What the hell, lady?
Megyn Kelly had a fetish expert on. Oh my God. Dude, did you ever see Megyn Kelly after Charlie Kirk's assassination interview a pastor about the dangers of hexes?
Megan, what are you doing, lady?
No, this is awesome. I love that.
Do you think she's just like...
She's doing journalism, Felix.
Well, no, do you think she's
you think
Do you
she's
think
doing?
she's just like, uh-oh, I'm falling off? Like, look how many likes this has.
I mean, this is probably
That's
new.
like
This is
shit.
probably new. This is probably new. This
How
is
new can it be?
yeah. It just came out. It just
Okay,
came
well,
out.
like, look at her. Oh, okay, 61K views. Yeah, I guess she's not doing
16K views. What is this?
Well, my point is she's like not. She used to be a superstar.
That's
and
true.
now she's like.
She's still a superstar in my heart.
I do want to play this soundbite. Deborah So is, I don't remember her official like degree. Yeah, it's just she's like got her PhD in, you know, sexual fetishes and sex issues, and she's brilliant. And she came on the show early on when we just had audio. We didn't have video yet. And listen to her talking about fetishes.
There are so many different paraphilias. I really found it interesting to hear what people are into, why they're into it. And I also wanted to help remove the stigma and shame.
Isn't this woke? Like, why is she talking to a woke person?
Well, maybe she's like, well, I actually want to add stigma.
Yeah.
Maybe that was they were debating.
That's my PhD. Is learning about removing stigma so I can add them again.
I think Megyn Kelly. I've seen a lot of her like a lot of those pro-Israel guys. Like Mark Levin hates her now.
Yeah, because she's like Israel skeptic, and it's like you can't even be you can't even say like Israel defenders are annoying and mean. Like,
right. All she's saying, basically all she's saying is like, hey, I don't know if it's a good idea for you guys to call everyone human furniture.
Oh, they're saying Deborah So's a huge transphobe. Oh, okay, so she like that makes sense. That's why.
Who's Deborah So?
The lady that was the fetish expert. So she probably does. She probably
so she's probably like an what is that shit?
Autogynephilia. Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm more into auto gyros, also known as helicopters. Oh man, does this frame just not make you so happy?
It does. Yeah, they're having the grandest old time.
Sometimes
because this story is so in Kyle's wheelhouse. This is such
really
a perfect Kyle Kalinske story.
This is like a story about missing nuclear material for Seymour Hersh. That's what it is for Kyle.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This is the greatest story of his career. Oh man,
I regret saying you do some such things love deserves.
You never know.
Yeah, this was Kyle's video. He should sue.
I've never seen this.
All right, y'all. The Diet MAGA Democrats are getting desperate. They're getting desperate.
He's
They're
driving
beginning to
so
crash out.
fast.
They're beginning to lash out.
Yeah, he's
so as you know, leadership of the Democratic Party has been an abysmal failure. You have Chuck Schumer, you have Hakeem Jeffries.
Let me see if I
Look
can.
how many bevs he has.
Anti-Semitic.
He's been
Oh, yeah.
crushing them.
Yeah, I want to see like. There's a point where he like looks down to read a quote while he's driving so fast.
Do you think he was just like driving in a circle, just like slamming Perrier?
Yeah, look, he's looking down.
Was he like op hunting? Do you think he was looking for Jake Tapper?
Yeah, well, this wasn't even Jake Tapper. This was like a week prior when Wall Street Journal and Diet MAGA Dems viciously smeared me. Yeah.
What a real ass lover, real ass friend.
Yeah, no, he's my goat.
Real ass dude of the century, in my opinion.
Wait, oh my God. Trump is going to address the nation about Iran at 9 p.m.? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's been, dude, okay, we have to look through together the Harvard poll. Did you see the new Harvard, I keep wanting to say Harvard Siena, Harvard Harris poll?
I drank like 78 ounces
Are
of
you
water
gonna,
before.
you gonna rip a
I'm
piss?
sorry. I thought I got it all out. But before, let me do that before. I'm sorry.
Okay. And
I went
then,
to the gym. It was a gym day. So I like.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
Super hydrated.
Guys, it's going so well. It's going unbelievably well, dude. This is W after W. Okay, when the president is crying on Truth Social like this about all of our most valuable strategic allies, that's obviously a sign that things are going so well. All right, let's get started. Breaking: Trump issues new ultimatum to Europe. He's trying a new method. Okay, it's day 31 of Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation Epic Fail, whatever you want to call it. And Donald Trump is going through the phases of tacoing and then turning around and saying, no, we're going to pummel them even harder. We're going to send troops there. We're going to, we've won the war. We haven't won yet, but we're going to win it any day now. Strait of Hormuz is open for business as long as someone is like brave enough to try it. Okay, maybe it's not open, but also you. Now, The new meta for Trump is to pout like a little baby. First, if you recall, in the beginning of the decapitation strike that they engaged in this war of choice, Donald Trump had said, I don't even want the UK to send any of their assets because the UK, they're made all this stuff, right? We don't even need them. That was his attitude, right? Well, you know, it's been 31 days. No visible accomplishments have taken place. America's not winning the war, even though Americans think that America is winning the war because we're some of the most propagandized people on the planet. So, you know, Donald Trump has decided he's going to try a new technique, which is I'm just going to withdraw. I'm going to retreat and the Strait of Hormuz will be closed and you'll see what it's like when I'm gone. Like he's doing the world is ending. Anybody want to tell me with me right before the world ends? Like he's doing that type of shit where he's like, oh, I bet you'll be sad when I'm dead. And I don't think he wants to see the actual results of that, right? Like no one want me. Who want me? Who want me? Anyway.
Trey Yinks, he is live in Israel with the very latest. Trey, good morning.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Just last hour, President Trump issuing a new ultimatum to European countries about the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump taking to Truth Social to say, quote, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. The president goes on to say Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. Now, overnight, the United States hit an Iranian ammunition depot, reportedly with 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. The president released some video on Truth Social overnight showing the massive amount of destruction outside the city of Isfahan. While the U.S. and Israel are ramping up pressure on the Islamic Republic, President Trump is still offering Iran a chance at a diplomatic solution. Iran has continued its ballistic missile attacks against Israel with 2 waves targeting central Israel last night and another 2 cluster munitions strikes this morning against Tel Aviv. With a focus on Iran, Israel has expanded ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. The military says dozens of militants were killed there in recent days. And today, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, announced that Israel is building a buffer zone in southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. The IDF announced that 4 additional Israeli soldiers were killed yesterday, bringing the total since the Lebanon operation began to 10 killed. On Monday, a funeral was held for one of those soldiers, just 19 years old. Now the region waiting to see what will be said at this briefing at the Pentagon, as once again, President Trump is offering the Iranian regime diplomacy. If they do not take his offer, officials say this war will escalate. Guys?
So, Trey, we saw the attack on the Gulf states and on Israel. But can you compare the number of attacks now as opposed to 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, the Lebanese incursion, to say the least, is not going well. There was a guy from Connecticut, as a matter of fact, who chose to fly out to Israel, the apartheid state, conducting a genocide, and do the genocide himself. He was like, I'm going to take matters in my own hands. And as a part of that, they sent his ass to Lebanon, and he died. And apparently, he was actually supposed to come back to the United States of America. And you know, it's hard. It's really hard to look at that situation and be like, well, you brought this on yourself. You know, like it's just so difficult for me to look at that situation and be like, you were living in the lap of luxury in the imperial court in the United States of America, and you chose to put on the Nazi uniform to go and like kill people in Lebanon, to kill people in Gaza. And you know, you can't do that any longer because you were invading Lebanon. It's tough. Tough, real tough. Obviously, as you guys know, I am in favor of prosecuting all war criminals that go and adorn the garb of a foreign state's militia. You know, I think like there is functionally no difference than some American or Westerner literally joining. Okay, it's just not different. Like, the only difference is we don't receive these people in the same way. We don't look at these people in the same way. We just think like, no, that's an ally, so it's totally appropriate for them to go and do genocide. I don't think so.
The U.S. and Israeli campaign against the Iranian regime has been very successful in going not just after the launching positions of these missiles and drones, as we've seen in new video from U.S. Central Command, but also, importantly, going after the production sites. What President Trump is ordering here is a decapitation not only of Iran's military leadership, but also of their production lines, so that in the future they're not able to threaten U.S. forces or allies across the region. And we have seen those videos of decimation to the Iranian regime. This is a very large country, though, and that is part of the reason that these strikes continue, often on an hourly basis. And despite the fact that the Iranians can still get off ballistic missile fire and drone attacks against Israel and Gulf countries, their ability to do so and to resupply has been destroyed.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full.
President Trump. Anyway, Trump slams U.S. allies again over their stance on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you have to understand, their stance over the Strait of Hormuz is just, can you please not around with the Strait of Hormuz so, we can get energy. We can get our oil and gas tankers out of there. Okay, that's their stance. The problem is America and Israel had very different opinions, and they followed through on their desires. And of course, now the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and it's ridiculous because they didn't have a say in this process at all, right? They had no say in this process. America and Israel decided the fate of mankind for everybody else, basically. And because they could not accomplish their military objectives, Israel's military objectives are total death and destruction regardless. America's military objectives are like regime decapitation and then like new regime implementation, right? And neither of those goals are being accomplished as it stands currently. It's now they're just like flinging wildly, or at least Trump is like yelling at people who had nothing to do with this, right? People and countries that had nothing to do with this at all and would have absolutely chosen to not have this complete collapse of the energy markets around the globe.
Trump is slamming U.S. allies for failing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. He posted this message on social media, writing, quote, "You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore. Just like you weren't there for us."
Yeah, you'll miss me when I'm gone. Like, that's what he's saying. It's like, dog, I don't think you should remind people. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think you should remind people what it would feel like or what it would look like if you were no longer here, okay? It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like that's unproductive, right? It's not dissimilar to Israel reminding people like Hamas is just like ISIS or Hamas is the real Nazis. It's like, if I were in your shoes, well, first of all, I'm not going to say what I would do if I were in your shoes, but in a hypothetical scenario, if I was trying to do propaganda for the genocidal apartheid state, I probably wouldn't remind people of another genocidal apartheid state that existed throughout history that did its own Holocaust, I just wouldn't remind people of that comparison because out of the two groups, between the Palestinian resistance and Israel, I think when you invite that comparison, people are inevitably going to go, wait a minute, but you kind of remind me of what the Nazis are doing. And it's not dissimilar to that when Trump reminds people what it would be like if he was not around. I think that's people popping champagne moment, right? Third way, left-wing anti-Semitism, often savvier than the brash neo-Nazi rhetoric on the right. Okay, man, who? There's no motion.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth doubled down on the sentiment in a press briefing this morning.
This was awesome. Israelis themselves r/ask Israel, and we'll talk about that in a second. Of course, I wouldn't be so anti-Semitic to demand that Israel also send their own ground forces into Iran. Obviously, I would never in a million years come up with an anti-Semitic opinion such as that one. That would require the Israeli occupying forces to fight against not babies, but instead against adult men. And obviously demanding that is probably the peak anti-Semitism. I mean, straight up, it's not going to happen.
There are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well.
CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang joins us now. So, Weijia, you actually spoke to the president this morning about the war in Iran. What did he have to share?
That's right, Kelly. I called him because I was looking for some clarification about that Truth Social post.
It's so funny. Like, dude, there's one country that you should be like actually getting mad at. The country that goaded you into doing this spectacular flub, this spectacular failure. That country is not like Spain or Italy. It's Israel. Like all of this stuff that he's mad about. He's like, oh, these guys aren't doing anything. These guys aren't doing anything. Okay, send the Israeli Navy. You know? Why is Israel not escorting tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz with their Navy? Why is Israel not sending their ground troops? You know? Where's this energy for the one country that goaded you into doing this? Very strange stuff. Also, ironic considering, you know, only 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump's like, we don't need anybody. United States have informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East. This, despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we are doing. Okay. Did you see Steve Bannon said Yair Netanyahu should be sent to fight in Iran? Maybe not the best look for the Dems to be outflanked by Nazis. I agree. Also, Steve Bannon is like he's not a real anti-Israel voice, right? Like saying Steve Bannon is like anti-Israel is like saying Steve Bannon is anti-Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? He's the opposite of both of those things, but he can present himself as that. And because Republicans are cattle, most of them go, oh, I agree. He's kind of going beast mode, you know? Anyway, getting back to this, he basically said, you know, we spend billions of dollars on NATO and we're doing everything. We've destroyed the Iranian Navy. They're gone. They're done. They've perished. We don't need anybody else. 2 weeks ago, he was saying, you know, it's victory time. There have been approximately 20 additional victory announcements since then, and yet no victory is in sight for some weird reason. Apparently, Israeli news said they have a red line and will not be sending ground forces. They don't have ground forces. Their ground forces can only do genocide. They only know how to kill unarmed Palestinians. I cannot explain this enough. I'm not even joking. Look at what the is going on in Lebanon. Okay? Look at what's happening in Lebanon. Hezbollah is melting their Merkava tanks. $6 million a pop, $10 million a pop with the trophy systems and everything else included. They're losing like 10 tanks a day. Hezbollah is literally whipping them. Okay? And that is not the IRGC, my friend, because Hezbollah is still a paramilitary formation inside of Lebanon, one that was born out of Israel's initial incursion, Israel's initial violence, and it's still not a standing army of a sovereign state, okay? And even then, the Israeli occupying forces are eating unlimited bags of in Lebanon. Okay, here's some updates from Hezi. Hezbollah has been attacking for over an hour straight now. Ynet, heavy barrage from Lebanon, alarms in Haifa, and reports of casualties. Israeli Occupational Forces spokesperson says there was no advance warning about Hezbollah's extensive shooting tonight. Iraq Shida Al Jazeera, we have not made any decision about the negotiations and we have reservations about them. Our conditions for ending the war are clear. We will not accept the ceasefire, but we strive for a complete end to the war, not just in Iran, but the entire region. Okay, advance warning during war is so funny. They're like, hold on, wait a minute, but this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Why are they fighting back? Why won't they let us invade? Southern Lebanon is ours. Don't you know? It was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Like, that's literally the argument. America and Israel are such spoiled children in the way that they operate, where the American government's like, why is Iran attacking our military bases in the region? Why won't they just like let us why won't they let us deploy aerial campaigns from air bases that are slammed to the ass cheeks of Iran? Don't you know that's illegal? And Israel's doing the same energy. Israel's basically behaving in the same exact way with Hezbollah in Lebanon, where they're like, I don't understand. Why are we not allowed to like blow up bridges, doctors, journalists, without any without any sort of pushback whatsoever, right? Why is that allowed? I don't understand.
That he posted about the Strait of Hormuz, in which he, just like we heard from Secretary Hegseth, was really going after allies and expressing a fresh round of frustration. But it made it sound like the U.S. could leave, because he said, you'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us.
Oh, God. Say this about Israel, bro. Say this about Israel, please. Why are you saying this about like European partners that had nothing to do with this and are smart enough to not get involved and are just trying to sit this out, hoping that America will be more reasonable? Eyvallah. Just the entitlement that we demonstrate on a daily basis is unbelievable, dude. It's so funny. It's so stupid. It's so funny. It's so ridiculous. Like, how dare they? That's the attitude. It's always like, how dare they fight back? How dare the European allies don't immediately muster up the forces to fight our war? And it's not even our war. It's Israel's war, really. It's so unbelievably entitled. It's so arrogant. And in the absence of any sort of soft power initiative, America is going to lose out on what remains of the allegiances that they have with even the vassal states. Great job.
So I asked him whether that meant that the U.S. would start pooling assets in and around the strait. And the president told me not yet. He said that the U.S. would be there, but again said that, it's not the U.S. that really needs this oil that is going through there, but allies and other countries, which, of course, for weeks now he has been calling on.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great reminder, by the way, to everyone else around the world, especially in like the Chinese area of influence, that you do not give a about them at all. Like, you will literally make decisions in other parts of the planet that will genuinely bring financial calamities upon them, right? A totally man-made energy crisis that is completely unnecessary, and you brought it about, and now you're saying, it doesn't even hurt us. Who is this for? Like, who is this for? If you are in a developing country that has an American military base, okay? If you're in a developing country that's in like the Chinese sphere of influence and you have an American military base, you have to really reconsider that, right? Like, you have to be like, okay, that's insane. You're causing tremendous suffering here because you decided to go to war with Iran, and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now I can't get energy on my energy grid, and you've also completely given up on defending the other countries that I'm looking at that have American military bases. They're basically just missile sponges. Why the should I continue with this? Like, how does this benefit me? Right? America is no longer the guarantor of stability. Okay? It's not. Matter of fact, American presidents invokes instability. And on top of that, America doesn't even do anything to save face. They don't even try to make it seem like we are trying to stabilize the world. We're coming out in this like unbelievably arrogant way and openly telling anyone who will listen, anyone who accidentally even hears what we have to say, that we don't give a about them. I think this is sheer imperial hubris, okay? Especially at a time when America is very clearly overextended, when the American empire is coming to a close, right? And American force projection capabilities have diminished in the eyes of the world, right? Everyone can see it, right? Everyone recognizes that American imperialism is a paper tiger, and yet they're still operating on, the last couple of decades propaganda, where we are saying to the rest of the world, like, we don't give about you. We don't give a fuck about you. What are you going to do about it? We have a military base on your soil, and you're going to and you're going to like it.
If these countries want the oil, they're going to have to come in and eventually do their own work. He did not give a timeline for how long the U.S. would remain in and around that strait, though. Of course, the reason why that matters is because the oil that is trying to get through there impacts the entire global supply of oil and gas prices, which includes the now $4 a gallon average here at home. And I asked the president about that as well. He says that the prices will go down when the war is over. But obviously, this is a huge concern, not only for the president, but for many Republicans as they are eyeing that critical November date for midterm elections. We'll have to see what the next move is here. But as far as the strait goes, that is what the president said about U.S. involvement.
And Weijia, we've also seen this morning the president via Truth Social directly criticize France, writing that it has been very unhelpful in relation to the war. Around this time yesterday, we spoke with a French minister and we asked her why her nation has decided not to help secure the Strait of Hormuz with the U.S. Let's just quickly play for our viewers what she said.
Our intention is that we can resume as soon as possible trade, but we need to do it once we can secure the situation and ensure that we are defensive, not offensive. We do not want to enter into a war without a framework, without a sort of certain guarantees, and this is why we might seem skeptical, but our intention is really to protect our citizens.
And she also mentioned there are some 400,000 French nationals in the region that they want to protect. So based on your conversation with the president this morning, you've covered him for many years. You can kind of read between the lines sometimes and understand his tone. What do you think about his frustration with allies like France, and why is he choosing today to lash out?
I did ask him, Errol, did something happen that triggered this post about the allies? And he didn't answer it explicitly, but he just went on to complain about how they were not there for the U.S. And he also mentioned NATO, and that NATO has also been, quote, terrible. The difference, though, Errol,
Are freedom fries back on the menu? Hell yeah, dude. The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, which, are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about Netanyahu? Or are you talking about the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's now dead, who has been successfully eliminated? The USA will remember. And Italy also had some smoke as well. Now Italy follows Spain in denying U.S. landing rights. Poland refuses to transfer Patriot missiles. Cracks appear in the U.S.-UK intelligence sharing. The transatlantic alliance is breaking down in real time. I never thought that I would see my goat J.D. Pondon do this. The Donnie Dean himself, okay, actually shake up American hegemony in such spectacular fashion in such a short period of time. Oh my Lord, dude. Yeah, also a demand from Poland to transfer their Patriot missiles to Israel is an admission that they're running out, okay? They're running out. Shouts out to the Polish, by the way. Shouts out to the Polish. My kings, defend yourselves, okay? Defend your sovereignty. My goats. Fuck you mean you're going to hurry away Patriot defenses to mother Israel? That's not the reason. What's the reason? They just want Poland to be unguarded against like Russian incursion. Is that what it is? I've been screaming about this for years. If the left in Europe refuses to capitalize on American decline by pushing for decoupling from the U.S. as a core foreign policy pitch on their agenda, then the right eventually will. It's a perfect popular argument to couple with class-conscious politics, European sovereignty, and an independent path. It ticks all the principled and practical boxes and will only grow in popularity. I've made this argument quite a bit as well. Luckily, in France, LFI is capitalizing on this, and yet none of the other quote-unquote socialist parties are doing so. I guess the only one that you can associate with like social democracy or like the left flank is the Spanish Socialist Party, which is not really, let's be real, it's not a real socialist party at all. But Pedro PSOE is doing at least like he's moving in that direction, and he's winning a lot of favor for it as well. LFI is fully occupying the anti-war space. Yeah, they have an alliance with the left party. Sorry to inform you that Die Linke is doubling down on their Israel support. Ugh. Anyway, parties left parties, true left parties must make this argument. Okay? True left parties must make this argument, or else they will lose to fascists. That's it. This is not true. From what I understand, Die Linke has quite a bit of problems internally about how to deal with the issue of Israel. Am I wrong about this assessment? From what I've seen, there is like a lot of internal back and forth about like, can we be anti-Zionist? Should we say that we're anti-Israel? Or are we allowed to even say that legally? That's what I've seen. And that creates bad messaging overall. This is not the time to have those internal conversations. This is the time to be bold. And if you don't do that, the AFD will come in and occupy that space, occupy that lane, right? It's a spectacular flub. It's a so is all the right wing, and the center just wants more money for the old rich. So yeah, all good, I guess. Yeah. Luckily, the Greens are doing a much better job, helmed by Hassan Abihed, Zach Polanski, and they're under fire, for the record. They are under attack for that reason. But you know, they are owning that space, and that's a good space to own. Anyway, I thought AFD supported Israel. AFD are a bunch of reactionary grifters. They're Nazis, so they'll say whatever they need to say to win elections. Okay, that's just the case. One unintentional byproduct of this instability in the global energy markets is also Europe very quickly realizing that energy independence comes from renewables and redoubling their efforts in purchasing as many Chinese products as they possibly can. So that's good. You know, Donald Trump and his psychotic, bloodthirsty nature has unironically caused Europe to remember, oh shit, like we do need renewable energies for energy independence, as a matter of fact, and we do have to get them from China because they basically own that space. So that's cool. Good luck to everybody. Donald Trump obviously had a response to that. He said, just buy the gas and oil from us. We have gas and oil. Buy it from us. And that's what he said.
That, and this is something that the Secretary of State has brought up as well, which is, look, we were there for the Ukraine-Russia war, and that's not our war. The difference is that the U.S. is a member of NATO. And so that is why it is involved with that war, because, you know, obviously there are interests there to ensure or try to ensure Russia does not strike a NATO ally, because that would pull the U.S. into that conflict. What we're hearing from the French here and from other allies with regard to the Iran war is that we didn't start this. We didn't have anything to do with this war. In fact, we were not even given a heads up that the U.S. was going to strike. So that's why they say now they shouldn't have to be involved with the cleanup and with getting potentially, you know, pulled in to that conflict.
I think the ones that get over here will always be the ones that don't demonstrate any sovereignty against America. And I'm, of course, referencing Japan. Takaichi is even more pro-America than previous formations in Japan, even though, like, obviously there's been practically uniparty rule since America wrote the Constitution. Japanese politics are so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get into it. The population does not give a shit about anything. I've never seen a more disillusioned country, a more disillusioned voter base that just goes, I don't know, I guess I'll just vote for this person. They're omega cucked. But Takaichi has been aggressively posturing against China and was sucking up to Donald Trump as recently as last month, even though America's initiatives in Iran have been devastating for Japan. Okay? Devastating for Japan. There are Japanese nationals that are in Iran. Japan relies on the Strait of Hormuz for all of its energy. And America did not even inform Japan that they were going to bomb Iran, which would lead to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That's an unbelievable mistake. It's not even a mistake. It's just an unbelievable way to show the Japanese people that, like, you know, we don't give a about them. And yet Takaichi is so slammed so far up the ass cheeks of Donald Trump. It's incredible.
But the president clearly views it differently because, he says this does impact those countries, and therefore they should be helping to try to secure the strait. What I got overall, Errol, was just a sense of readiness from the president to find a way out of this thing, because he understands that time is ticking. I asked him for a fresh date about when the war might end, and he said that the administration was 2 weeks ahead of schedule. But remember, he set the schedule of 4 to 6 weeks from the very beginning of how long this could go on, and we are now in week 5, Errol.
It appears the U.S. is looking for some kind of off-ramp. Weijia Zhang with the latest on her conversation with President Trump. Weijia, thank you.
Some lines from Truth Social on Donald Trump, saying that countries should buy oil from the United States, urging...
I love that. That was so... God, he is the GOAT. Things are going exceptionally well, okay? After berating and bullying every single European partner, he turns around and says, just buy the oil from us. Come on. Incredible, dude.
Countries to go to the Hormuz and take it, according to Donald Trump on Truth Social, and that countries should go and take the oil themselves and learn how to fight themselves. Let me just open up his Truth Social, because I can assure you that it will be more verbose than the few lines that we're getting from the Reuters news agency. So just bear with me whilst I open up Truth Social. It's just verifying, but let's bring you the full transcript of what he had to say. So Donald Trump in the last 2 minutes saying this: all those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US, we have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the strait and just take it. You have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The US won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. So the breaking news in the past 2 minutes, Donald Trump posting on Truth Social the following.
It's such a funny thing to demand. We f***ed it up. We couldn't fix it. And you should now do something that we are incapable of doing with the greatest military force on the planet. I can't read this as anything but a total surrender. I just don't know if this is real or not. You know what I mean? I just don't think this is real, because, like, everything that he's doing, first of all, everything he's done is up to this point is so inconsistent, right? One day he says he's doing total victory, unconditional surrender. The next day he's literally doing the unconditional surrender himself and trying to sidestep the blame over to Europe, which had nothing to do with this at all. And they're just simply suffering as vassal states. But then also he's simultaneously deploying more and more troops into the region. So I can't read this as him trying to find an off-ramp, but instead just a way to conduct his favorite activity, perfidy, right? Perfidy is done. He loves that shit. He loves doing a pump fake, right? Oh, we're going to do negotiations. Oops, we blew up your Ayatollah. So he's, who knows? Who knows which direction he's flailing in. There is still, like, SGA drawing fouls. True. Yusuf Manayar says, U.S. stock markets are in the midst of a major rally on indicators that Trump may finally stop digging and start ending this stupid war. Oil markets, however, are showing no such optimism yet. Even if we wake up to a magical peace agreement tomorrow, the economic impacts will be with us for some time. A lot of people are refusing to recognize that, by the way. I find that rather strange.
All those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. President Donald J. Trump. That is in the last few moments. So explicit criticism there of the United Kingdom. Explicit criticism for the UK not being involved in those initial strikes against Iran. Criticism for the fact that European countries have not been supportive of reopening and defending the Strait of Hormuz. It is a vital artery for supplies of oil, gas, crude products that make their way from not just Iran, but numerous Gulf states. So let's get more analysis on this with our military analyst, Sean Bell. Sean, this is quite the moment, I think it's fair to say, explicitly telling the UK either buy from us, which kind of tallies with the fairly kind of US-centric economy that the president's trying to build. And number two, if you don't want to do that, go to Hormuz and sort it out yourself.
Yeah, and it's somewhat missing the point, some of that, isn't it? Because this isn't just about availability of oil. America provides more than enough oil than it uses, but its prices have still gone up. It's about global prices for oil, and therefore, whilst there's still friction in the world, the global price will stay up. I think what's most interesting is we've seen a gradual simmering of President Trump, frustrating that he's the only country that's gone into this war, frustration that NATO allies weren't involved. It's not a NATO war. NATO is a defensive alliance. A frustration that countries like the UK haven't got directly involved.
What was the defensive posture of NATO with Libya? No, NATO is not a defensive alliance. It's never been a defensive alliance. It will engage in offensive shit. The only difference is most of the countries in Europe are led by people who at least have basic competence to recognize that this is biting off far more than America could chew. That's it. Mark Rutte has openly admitted that NATO is not a defensive alliance, by the way. He said the quiet part out loud. He also called Trump daddy, but that's besides the point. So the notion that like NATO is a defensive alliance is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with this. The reason why European partners are not leaning into this initiative is because this is not Libya, right? This is a sovereign country that has developed sovereignty over 47 years, specifically against the Western world, and have developed the tools to be able to maintain their sovereignty. And we're seeing the impact of that right now. Okay. Trump is also treating the GCC. What is this? Trump is also treating the GCC like ass. I don't know what the point is. It's because Trump doesn't give a the GCC, because Israel doesn't give a about the GCC. Remember that Israel's goals are like a weakened GCC also suits Israel's goals here, right? So for that reason, it's perfectly fine for Donald Trump to like cook the petrodollar in this spectacular display. It doesn't make any sense for longevity. It doesn't make any long-term sense at all. But at this point, it's very hard to make sense of anything that Trump does, really. I try every day, and it's a defeat after defeat. None of it makes sense, and I don't know. I mean, it's totally antagonistic to any kind of like hegemony needs that America might have. It's unbelievable.
Yet it's not been clear what the legal justification for the war is, and quite rightly, I think in most people's view, the British Prime Minister has been somewhat circumspect to getting dragged into it. But now you're seeing that despite the military dominance of America, Iran is still fighting. It's still able to launch counterattacks, and the Straits of Hormuz is now a real thorn in the side of Trump. And as we were talking about earlier, many of my military colleagues are saying that the most elegant way for America to extract itself is to celebrate that it's actually achieved its strategic objectives. It's left a few fires blazing, metaphorically. Straits of Hormuz is one of them. And actually gone, right, Europe, you're more reliant on the Straits of Hormuz than I am. Deal with it. I'll disappear. I'm the only president who could actually deal with this threat.
The president there taking real issue with the fact that there wasn't the courage, as he says, to have got involved earlier, and that the UK needs to start learning to fight for yourself. The UK won't be there to help you anymore. With the greatest respect to those involved in the British Armed Forces, would it not have been fairly tokenistic if the UK would have got involved? Because the US military is just so much bigger by magnitudes that actually whatever the UK did send wouldn't really have shifted the dial all that much, certainly not beyond what the US could have.
So this is correct. And I've repeatedly brought this point up. The real reason why America wants European partners to get involved actively is not because they are desperate for additional military presence. It's more so for the diplomatic pressure, right? Because Iran is a sovereign nation that wants to develop bilateral, unilateral, or like commitments with all these other countries. They want to be treated like a normal sovereign state, right? For many, many years, this has been denied of Iran because America is the hegemonic superpower and is in control of the ambitions of Western empire, right? So that's the major goal here, right? No, it's not ground troop fodder, dude. No. You think the American military is going to benefit tremendously from like 10,000 additional units coming from Europe? No, of course not. It's the same with Afghanistan and Iraq. It's more so to say, look, the whole world is against you. Okay? And with Afghanistan and Iraq, to a limited degree, many of these countries were dogs of empire, and they said yes, right? Because it was a very different dynamic. Iran is not like Iraq. It's not like Afghanistan. And that's precisely the reason why these guys are now saying, no, we're going to stay back on this one. You know, you got this. Okay? That's it. They can't develop a coalition of the willing here because most of these countries don't want to suffer the consequences. They don't want to suffer the domestic consequences because there is a tremendous anger against America, right? There is, they don't want to have to deal with like popular uprisings. They don't want to lose their power. And on top of that, they don't want the smoke. They would much rather deal with Iran diplomatically and cut side deals with Iran. It's not that's why I also laugh when like the GCC states will be like, we're going to join the battle. It's like, with what army? Like, you already have just more American tools, right? So if Iran is fighting against America, it's basically fighting against the entire world anyway. So what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do? You're Saudi Arabia. What are you going to do? The United Arab Emirates. What are you going to do? I mean, you have nothing. So your theory, first of all, is that Cricket walked on Byron Nome and the axe saw too much, and that's why Cricket had to meet with his unfortunate tragic ending. Dogs know all our secrets. Cricket knew. What is this conversation, man? Ugh. Marco Rubio, if Europe won't allow us to use the bases we man and fund for their defenses when we need them, when we ought to close them down and remove our troops from Europe. If they get attacked by Russia, we can discuss whether or not we have time to help. I mean, that's spectacular. I mean, just straight up. Again, I wouldn't be saying this shit, especially right now. Okay? I wouldn't be saying this. Like, this is the worst time to say this. Okay? In the entire global design, post-World War II, New World Order, this is perhaps one of the worst times to make this threat a potential promise, okay?
And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basing rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of that's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined. And I've been a big supporter of it.
Yeah, re-examine and what? You're going to pull out? No more NATO? Great. I mean, do you know how much sovereignty these countries could develop? Like, all these middle powers unironically could build a robust EU coalition without NATO. Okay? Without NATO, there isn't the constant presence of American troops on European soil. It's just America being forced to retreat, but claiming in a very funny way. They're saying, like, you can't fire me, I quit, right? You get pulled into the office and your boss is about to fire and you're like, I quit, you can't fire me. Okay, great. Fantastic. You know, at this point, Maoists should electorally support Trump. I mean, actually, yes. MAGA communists were right, just not in the way that they thought, this was going to unfold. Donald Trump has been the most successful anti-imperialist force that the Western world has ever seen. Okay, if you're a third worldist, Donald Trump is your guy.
Done and could still do by itself unilaterally.
You're absolutely right, but I think this is less about what militarily could be done and more the symbolism that rather than it being President Trump's war, it suddenly becomes an alliance war.
Give justification to it?
Yeah, and therefore also means that actually the alliance is sort of stepping in and having to deal with the fallout from this by making it purely America's war, there's long been a belief that Trump sort of went in there, a bit like he went into Venezuela, plucked out Maduro, operation over, success. And it looks likely he believed he could go in, decapitate the leadership of Tehran. There'd be an uprising. He'd be able to celebrate that I'm the only American president that had the chutzpah to do this. The harsh reality, of course, is that's not the way it's played out. He's got his hands firmly in the mangle, trying to find a way of extracting himself. And we always felt that he was going to start threatening all sorts of other people. I wouldn't be at all surprised still, though, that he will extract himself in some way. He'll celebrate success. We're the only nation that could have done this. Europe try and deal with it. I think the fallout, though, from this for NATO, the fallout for our national security in the future, is some of the damage being done by President Trump irretrievable? Is this actually him expressing his honest view that actually I'm going to look after America first? His national security strategy, China looks after the East. I don't really care what happens in Europe. You deal with it yourself, because frankly, I'm going to look after my own interests. And increasingly the language looks more and more likely that is his focus.
And that was laid very starkly bare in that national security strategy document. It'd be interesting to see how the UK government responds to this. How Sir Keir Starmer, who'd been kind of talked about as a bit of a Trump whisperer, manages to maintain that relationship or rebuild that relationship. Also,
the EU can't develop any defense system without the USA. They'll lick for the next 100 years. Yeah, American defenses have been fantastic for the European Union thus far. I don't know if you know this, because France has its own nukes, right? And France was one of the countries that actually refused to join NATO, left NATO, for this reason, because they saw early on that NATO allegiances would actually deny France its own sovereignty, and that it would basically turn France and many other European partners in NATO into missile sponges against the USSR. Okay? That was the understandable attitude at the time. That was the attitude. They were like, why would we do this? Why would we do this when we want to, develop our own relations with the USSR potentially? The GCC is currently learning that lesson in real time, okay?
There are suggestions that there's supposed to be a royal visit to the United States at some point later this spring. It'll be interesting to see what kind of developments are related to that as well. But,
it's just also funny to think that after you just watched the Gulf states get turned into hollowed out shells for the last 30 days, you think America would defend Estonia. If Russia had the capability of moving beyond Ukraine, which it doesn't, right? But imagining a world where, Russia gets to take over Ukraine militarily, it doesn't, but let's say it did, and then they move to Estonia or Lithuania, and America was like, oh, we have to defend Estonia. We have to defend Lithuania. Are you out of your mind, dude? It's just so funny. The only reason why America would ever defend a NATO nation is to defend its sovereignty. Okay? That's it. That's the only ambition there. And if that was too high a cost to bear, America would just drop it. Okay?
There's an awful lot of diplomacy interweaved amongst the military and also the economy aspects of this story. I wonder what your view is of the grasp that civilian leaders have on prosecuting acts of war and conflict and strikes such as this. How do you balance between what a president or a prime minister wants and what militarily can be achieved, and the understanding between the two sides?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question, because our politicians tend to come and go, whereas the military serve long careers. General Kane will have spent the best part of 40 years in the military. You have years where you study military history. You look at the mistakes that were made of old. You learn from other people's mistakes, and you develop strategies and plans. Ultimately, all of military action is simply a means to an end, and your political objectives are absolutely crucial. And I remember when I was serving in the military, we would hold our political leadership to account to say, you're going to send the young men and women of your country to war. There will be some of them that don't return. You've got to be able to look their parents in the eye and know that you did it for the right reasons, and also you'd plan for the day after. The military will set the conditions, but you now need to know what's the plan for the first day of the post-conflict time. And history shows that our political...
Hassan says that Russia is both advancing in Ukraine and at the same time says they can advance in the rest of Europe if they wanted, especially using tactical nukes. I said Russia cannot advance beyond the areas that they've taken over militarily in Ukraine. As in, Russia cannot occupy, as it stands currently, the entirety of Ukraine to then advance beyond Ukraine to other countries in Eastern Europe. Okay? I don't know what happens to so many people whenever I bring up whenever I say the R word, Russia, everybody just loses their mind and becomes professional misunderstanders in the chat. Okay? I'm not saying it's good that Russia invaded Ukraine. I've said it's bad that Russia militarily invaded Ukraine 1,000,000 times over. And I'm also just being honest about Russia's limitations as far as advancing a ground incursion beyond the Ukrainian soil that they currently occupy.
Masters don't always get that right. On this particular occasion, the very fact that Trump is shooting from the hip all the time, we haven't got time now, but certainly one of my military colleagues, when he started saying NATO's never been there for us and people were frivolously, a long way from the front line in Afghanistan, I served 3 tours, 2 years of my life in Afghanistan. I was backwards and forwards in airplanes, packed full of young men largely that were lost a limb or two. The huge price we paid. We had double the rate of casualties in that conflict per 1,000 folks involved. And for a president to dismiss all of that, I think it's very troubling. And going back to your first point, is what's what's Prime Minister Starmer going to do? I think he's very wisely tried to play the long game here. President Trump will come and go. It's possible the midterms will stifle President Trump's ambitions. In 3 years' time, he'll not be there. Do you completely destroy the relationship of America and Europe, America's relationship with NATO, or do you just try and keep...
Yes. President Epstein, the real president.
Keep a distance, be moderate, be diplomatic, let this flurry blow over, because it's evident that President Trump is embattled somewhat at the moment, and just try and play it long rather than reacting to every knee-jerk that we see through his Truth Social announcements.
You ready for another one?
Uh-oh.
The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, who has been...
Guys, it's going so well. It's going unbelievably well, dude. I need you guys to understand... This is W after W, okay? When the president is crying on Truth Social like this about all of our most valuable strategic allies that we have security cooperative agreements with, refusing to go along with our endless bombing campaigns in Iran and putting their foot down in spite of their vassalized status, that's obviously a sign that things are going so well. Okay, fantastic.
Successfully eliminated. The USA will remember President Donald J. Trump. And I think I'm right in saying that Spain had also denied access to American military flights through its airspace. So it's not just France. It's other European nations, the UK as well, reticent to be as involved as the president would like. And he is angry.
Yeah, but I think what we might be seeing is President Trump laying the foundations of his exit strategy. Right. That actually, there's a lovely quote from Churchill.
Are European politicos and military all that optimistic about the U.S. that things will be fine after Trump and he'll be gone soon? I think they're just going along. They're taking it step by step, day by day. I don't know if there's a tremendous amount of confidence that Donald Trump is going to go away at all. I don't know what the European calculation is, but S&P 500 surges 2.9 to its biggest gain since last spring as hopes build for an end to the Iran war. The market is reacting in the foreseeable ways that we have seen thus far, which is hanging on every word that Donald Trump says that stability will come back again, because everyone has a vested interest in a permanent bull market, right? So they're just like, oh, he said it. He said the right words. Okay, it's time. It's time. Bye, 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 bye. What is this? I'd like to remind everyone, because many European rightoids called the attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel a brilliant move when it happened, and explained that the rest of us were just pussies who didn't understand Trump's genius, that if Israel and the U.S. had not attacked Iran, absolutely nothing would have happened to us. It's almost physically painful to think about the stupidity of those people. Yeah, If there's a thing, I don't even want to call a human, that I have even less respect for than the American MAGA, it is the Euroid MAGA. Okay? You are not even cattle. American MAGA is cattle. You are not even a sentient being. Okay? Genuinely, you are the dumbest, most servile thing. You're a totally separate thing. You're not even cattle. Okay? You're not alive. It's crazy. They won't hear any of this because they're probably too busy watching Asmongold currently, but it's unbelievable the servile nature of the Euroid MAGA. Oh my God, I feel so bad for the European Hasanabe because you have to exist in the same space as some of these morons that literally have no self-respect whatsoever, where they're just at the mercy of whatever the dumbest person on the planet, Donald Trump, says and does, and they have to sit there and be like, yes, this is so based, yeah, it's so based. Oh, you don't understand, yeah. Oh, Donald Trump is so good. God, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Ugh, how do you live like that?
I'm always mindful of that. He said, history will be kind to me because I intend to write it. And it feels like President Trump is writing this chapter of history. He's writing already, he's laying the foundations of how he was the only president prepared to do this, despite a lack of help from international allies, that he was prepared to put his military in, take the risk, deal with a long-term problem that was Iran. And actually, therefore, based on that narrative, Europe, you're going to have to pick up the pieces. And by throwing spears all over the place, Europe is concerned about the Middle East. I was chatting to Tara, just offset our Iran expert, and she said one of the things that America's sort of trying to withdraw itself from this, but some of the tech dollars that actually emanate from the Middle East countries, if the Middle East now needs to rebuild some of the damage that's been.
Do you think Asman will change his tune about this war because the majority of his European audience is being affected by this war, sort of like how he changed his stance around Greenland? Probably. Not that it matters, because, again, this is the beauty of farming the lowest common denominator. Okay? If you farm an audience of morons, if you farm an audience of stupids, which, sorry, guys, right-wingers are objectively dumber on average than liberals and leftists are. It's just the case. They are much more susceptible to changes in your commentary, and they won't punish you for it. They won't think you're being indecent. They won't think you're grifting. And they'll just they'll reward you endlessly. That's it. Yeah, if you want to sell to people, if you want to sell something to people with ease, sell to stupid people. And there is no group as stupid as European MAGA. Okay? None. They are dumber than the American MAGA. When you think about the dumbest guy you know in the American MAGA movement. Now, times that by 10. Because at least the American MAGA guy thinks like, oh, American prosperity, American force projection, it makes me feel powerful. It's like when you're a European MAGoid, okay, when you are a fascist in Europe, because now the international fascist movement has basically just become MAGA, right? You unironically are just saying, like, I don't want any national sovereignty at all, right? I don't want any national sovereignty whatsoever. I just want whatever America wants me to do. I'm so servile. I'm so to America. Even if American actions that I had no control over directly ruins my life in much more meaningful ways than, in much more significant and much more meaningful ways than like the American MAGA movement has their lives ruined, and you still advocate for it. You're no longer in the seat. You're in the hotel room next door. Your wife is getting, you couldn't even get a seat. At least MAGA is sitting in the seat. Unbelievable. Breaking. Germany's Chancellor Merz says the effect of the Iran war in Germany and Europe will be as serious as the COVID-19 pandemic if it expands. Previously, he couldn't hide his glee at this war, and the 12-day war last year, he's practically rubbing his hands when he said Israel was doing our dirty work. Yep. What is this analogy, big dog? I'm just saying.
Done on friendly, then that money won't be flowing into tech industries. And Tara was very clear. The long-term implications of this could be profound for President Trump. But if he writes his own narrative, which he appears to be doing, sometimes it's difficult to put a counter to that.
People are literally clutching their pearls like you aren't, right? I mean, it's just, They can say whatever they want, but enjoy blackouts. You know what I mean? Like, do you see what I mean?
Okay.
What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Oh my God. I can't believe Jake Tapper's about to have a panel on my dude.
You know, he either couldn't.
It's weird that these people are acting as they would become staunch Politburo party loyalists on the condition that you aren't the figurehead of it. It's just nonsense, bro. I think many people don't even know why. Many people don't even know why they hate me. And not a lot of them have like sincere ideological disagreements. There are some, like on the issue of Israel is very obvious, right? But for the record, oh, here it is.
Anti-Israel, anti-Semitic. So why are so many Democrats doing campaign events with him? We're going to explore that very question next.
Jake Tapper just straight up unconditionally called me anti-Semitic. You're a piece of Jake Tapper. God damn. Just uncritically. Hosborough a final boss. Yeah. Ugh. So gross. I think that might be legit grounds for a lawsuit. It's just, I'm a public figure. I don't think you guys understand that's like virtually impossible. Like it's not. And they know it too. That's why there's a difference between Jake Tapper saying that versus like saying that I've like shocked my dog or whatever. Okay, because the other one is like far more actionable than something as up to the personal interpretation as like claiming someone is anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? This link has less of a delay. All right, well, let's see. Yeah, also you have to show actual malice. Who's going to defend you on that panel is a Jake Tapper panel. No one's going to defend me on it. It's going to be like an American Enterprise Institute person. And it's going to be like maybe someone who's like a liberal Zionist. And both of them are going to be like, we really shouldn't have people like Hassan Piker anywhere near the Democratic Party. I mean, this is so insane. I honestly think Jake's little people can't fathom that you're younger, taller. Okay, no, it's just, let's see. They're trying to keep you out of the mainstream. If you don't fold to their framing, you win and enter, in my honest opinion. Yeah. It's going to be 4 vigorously anti-Assam people and 1 more tepidly. No, Jake Tapper midday is going to be 2 panelists most likely. And it'll be like the American Enterprise Institute type of thing. It's the same with like when he did the Zoran piece. Remember when he did the Zoran piece to talk about how Zoran is?
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserves, dude. It. I'm saying it. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
You know, it's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive 3-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the 3 candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Our Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself.
Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous. And he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th.
That's
and on
true.
and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question.
He called
what it
one
says
Jew
about the
a
party.
Zionist
I think
pig dog is
Dr.
crazy.
Abdul Al-Sayed is
One
looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul Al-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for
This is
votes
one of the panelists.
in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third
I like
Way,
that
they
their
wrote,
new meta is
"We're
to
all for
say,
Big
oh,
Tent,
he's just
but the
not,
Democratic Party needs
he
to
has
draw a
no
line in the
motion
sand with Hassan
anyway.
Piker."
He has
Joni
no
O'Sullivan
motion anyway.
asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't even say that.
The Jews didn't
I don't
pull us
even
into
say
the
that.
war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these
I
subtle
love that these
ways
guys are literally
when
doing the
really
conflation, by the way.
his
He
just as
tied
harmful as any
Israel to Jews, and then
out-and-out
now it's just going off.
anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in L.A. to have you both in studio. Really amazing.
Thanks, Jay.
The U.S. Army is launching an investigation into this. Apache helicopters.
That's awesome. What a panel, dude. It's hilarious they have to use old photos to make you look like 2016 bro. I mean, I don't think it was that bad. Controversial opinion. I don't think it was that bad. Like, yeah, he farmed a lot of the, he farmed all of the talking points, right? I'll take it. Especially if they put my actual words against their claims, like their interpretation of my words, all of a sudden, that takes on a very new light. And that's the reason why the best they can do, and that point, that's the reason why the best they can do is say, oh, Hassan is actually anti-Semitic, but he's hiding it, right? Instead of being like, oh, he's a avowed anti-Semite, it's very clear. They have to go, oh, well, he's just like criticizing Israel, but actually he just means all Jews, which is an ineffective line of attack. And the other person has to basically concede on coming onto my podcast, but then say, but it's different when you have him on your campaign rally, right? They're trying to mitigate the harm there because like they've completely given up on saying this is a dangerous radical anti-Semite. They're trying to imply that, but then also simultaneously claim that they're trying to imply that while simultaneously trying to claim that it's okay if you collaborate with him. You just shouldn't have him on your rallies. Does that make sense? So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. It is funny though that the Puck guy's assessment is that I have no motion and people that do know me hate me. He was like, no. We ran a poll actually, and nobody knows him. And the people that do know him, they hate him. Okay, they hate him a lot. Okay, then why are you talking? Then why are you bringing me up on a CNN panel? You know, if this is a no motion type situation, why is it that it's being discussed on CNN on the day that Israel has signed off on a death penalty sentence for Palestinians in captivity in Israeli concentration camps, and Itamar Ben-Gvir is popping champagne, celebrating that those concentration camps are now going to turn into death camps. I just felt like you were safer before this, and we want to keep you from this. Antifa worries? No, this is totally irrelevant. This is not a bad thing. Check my last message. If you were, regarding the anti-Semitism slander, if you were actually anti-Semitic, they wouldn't have included a clip of you defending your record of combating anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites don't care about combating anti-Semitism. Go ask Nick Fuentes if he thinks he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, exactly. It's just, in this day and age especially, anti-Semites don't feel the need to hide. The people who are anti-Semitic don't need to hide their anti-Semitism, right? Candace Owens is not hiding that. I think O'Sullivan interviewed you and Tapper was pissed. It took off because of his station, so he did this table to try to take you down a peg. Yeah, a little bit. I think, like I said, I think Americans are much more aware nowadays of like exactly how people try to deploy defenses for Israel by immediately calling any of its prominent critics anti-Semitic, you know? So that's it. But see, you're hiding it by saying you're not an anti-Semite. It's a stupid gotcha either way. Yeah, it's stupid because I'm not anti-Semitic. The most anti-Semitic shit that came out of that panel was Jonah Platt literally saying all Jews have a deep embedded connection to the land of Israel. That is the unironic anti-Semitism. Okay? Jake Tapper did a full panel on your boy.
What?
Here, pull the chair. But also watch out for this thing. Which thing? That thing in the corner that like will move the desk.
So was the Jake Tapper segment like pro or against?
Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
International superstar. #1 anti-Semite in America.
I've never even been put on those. It's crazy. I don't know what I have to do.
It's actually unironically anti-Semitic not to feature you as an anti-Semite just because you're Jewish.
And there are like they do put Jews on there.
Who'd they put, like Norm Finkelstein?
Macklemore. You know, he had that song where he's like, "When I was in the 3rd grade, I thought that I was Jewish." Because I drove a Volvo and I stirred the peanut butter.
Okay, well, here.
It was called Same Love, and it was about his friend who is Jewish.
That he's gay for.
Yeah, and they were going to get married, but they couldn't.
Oh, they had to fly to Cyprus.
Yeah. And that's sort of why, you know, the reason for his activism. It's actually quite selfish.
Yeah.
So I'm you know, because of a 360 deal with my management, I do have to write articles for the forward. I know it's bad, but I really want to buy a boat.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what Jake Tapper had to say.
They are going nuts with the makeup. It's like, yeah, that's just a regular 71-year-old man.
Yeah,
with
he
no
looks
wrinkles.
hot. He looks sexy.
I mean, he is a good-looking guy, but it's like it's fine to age.
Yeah, and a fantastic writer, gang banging in the media land. You already know.
That's my favorite. That kind of got me into media.
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer.
It was a Washington, D.C. White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend. I don't know, some shit
with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hassan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted comments like this one.
America deserves 11, dude. I'm saying it.
Who's that bigoted against?
Dude, holy shit.
Buildings? Cantor Fitzgerald?
Yeah. Also, they made out like a bandit, or at least Howard Lutnick did.
Yeah.
He was the one who really benefited from that. The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's
like he's saying it's because I said Orthodox Jews are inbred. Which, you know, to be fair, out of the million times that I've said, out of the million times I've called, like, you know, every racial supremacist, ethno-supremacist group inbred, you know, this is the one time where they could be like, well, we got them.
Yeah.
You know? Jake Tapper just announced part 2 of the panel on you. Oh, we're cooked.
Who's
dude.
on your panel? Who's on the panel?
Jonah Platt and Hamby, the Puck News guy.
I was just talking about Peter Hamby.
Yeah,
I was just talking about Peter Hamby on the episode we recorded. He wrote that article about Beto where he insulted he insulted the show, and he said they look like roadies from Mumford and Sons. And it's like,
wow, what a great reference.
Yeah, like
what a timely reference.
It was
from him.
Dated in 2018, and I also thought, like, I listened to King Von, you asshole. I don't listen to. You know, my family had me listen to the old 97s. I listened to alt country, you asshole. But is Peter Hamby still the Snapchat guy?
I think so, which is strange for someone at that age, right?
Yeah. Do you think other places try to poach you? Do you think like Live Jasmine is like, we want you to head your politics department?
What was it? No. Roblox.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm Peter Hamby, and today we're going to be talking about the Roblox marketplace.
All these places are trying to post. Do you think like Kick is like, we need you?
Yeah, you're the GOAT. Yeah. You are the greatest of all time when it comes to doing these news hits. We need that shit.
My name's Peter Hamby. Today I'm going to be making out with the Island Boys and talking about the moderate lane in 2028.
All right, let's keep going.
All right.
It's Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews.
This part is really funny. Look, he flubs it. He gets so angry he can't even read it out loud.
Inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas.
As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue.
He doesn't even try to like defend the idea of like selling land on the city. It's just like, oh man.
No, I think he didn't know. He hadn't read the full tweet because it's really funny. He can't even like hit the line once.
Right. Unequivocal. That is an equivocal defense of it. Like that's the joke.
Hassan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker.
He just he got so mad he couldn't even get it out. He's like, it's the lesser of two. Why can't we?
That was his verse. Like in 8 Mile, where you're Eminem.
Yeah.
That's after you're like
gangbanging in Media Land.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought of 8 Mile. You're like, but I know something about you. You what would be the thing? You wrote an article or two. And he would be like Papa Doc. He would choke.
Yeah.
Sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American.
Yeah, all the goats are here.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. The real movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. Third Way writing a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
They had two cones write that. I always feel like very inferior when I speak to a cone because they were like the best of the 12. They were like the strongest of the 12 tribes of Israel. And you have like the losers in my family.
The Biedermans?
The Biederman isn't even like, my dad's side, they were like Russian Jews who like were like, oh, everyone thinks German Jews are like the fanciest, so we should just go there. But they will go to Germany and we'll make up a German last name, Biederman, which means petite bourgeois. we'll get that name, but we still won't learn how to read, and then we'll that up, and then we'll come to America and make no money selling heroin.
And anti-Semitic, no Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs.
Feel like these cones are like.
Hassan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive
loser I am.
Three-way Democratic.
From my ancestors playing piano in the Russian military.
I mean, that's
come from a long line of losers.
That's kind of cool. That's not. I think that
might have been cool back then. I don't know. He might have gotten.
Granddad got.
He might have gotten some whiz on his thing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Primary for governor. Dr. Abdul al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when they're...
It's like really funny that they're giving advice while they're in contest.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm going to take this sincerely, actually. Like, we're running a race against you, and I think you probably shouldn't do this thing. It's going to be really bad for you.
There's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state.
What about on the other side of that, being on the wrong side of an issue that's like 90-10 with Democratic voters?
Yeah.
Does that come up at all?
Yeah, notice how Dr. Abdul al-Sayed isn't turning around and be like, hey, guys, don't defend Israel here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to win, actually. So, he's going to be like, oh, nice. I'm glad that you said your piece on the issue of Israel.
I also don't like how in the last slide, they used a really wet photo of him.
Yeah.
I don't like wet journalism like that.
No, this is a terrible photo of me, too. It was like I look chunky as
Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
What was it?
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor.
Get it together,
primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog.
Oh yeah, he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. It's just a thing that didn't happen, by the way. That's just a thing that people claim happened, but it didn't happen, but it doesn't matter.
Partner of Puck News.
Oh my God,
and Peter,
he looks so evil.
Look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified.
Are they collaborators? No.
I can't believe he called the Palestinian resistance. I mean, that's what it is. They are that.
October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think. By the way, Peter Hamby mogs me here. He's so in tune with the Snapchat audience. Watch what he says now.
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hassan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul Al-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with America.
This is where he cooks my ass, dude. He's going to be like, he's not even relevant at all.
American Men Project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hassan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorite rating.
Wow, I can't believe only 50% of young people know who I am.
It's not like Peter Hamby.
Yeah. You better respect Peter Hamby. He's been putting he has been putting the work on Snapchat, texting every one of his 13-year-old fans to be like, hey, did you get my latest piece on Beto O'Rourke?
If you go to...
did you know Rahm Emanuel is running for president in 2028?
Peter Hamby has his finger on the pulse so much that his big article that I mentioned, where he said we were roadies from Mumford & Sons, was about how Beto is like, he has a chance to just crush everyone. Beto's a juggernaut.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, this is sour grapes. I'm sad because like he owned me so bad. He's owning you.
Yeah.
But like
Peter Hamby famously also said, Beto O'Rourke gives me ankle cramping.
Yeah. Yeah. He was the guy. He created. Steve Kornacki stole this from him. It was a state simulation heat map of Beto O'Rourke's support. That's what Beto O'Rourke is, like a pinky going up and just tickling that thing. Mm-hmm. But if you go anywhere on Earth, go to the nation of Gabon, go to North Sentinel Island. You could be like Muhammad Ali. They'll stare at you blankly. Michael Jackson. Who? Jack Harlow. What? Peter Hamby. And they're like, Snapchat.
Stop.
Snapchat politics reporter.
Like, stop.
Snapchat politics reporter Peter Hamby.
Yeah, everybody knows him.
Yeah.
But anyway, he doesn't end there. He also says, I'm very unfavorable.
He's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, we're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party
Yeah, this is the one. This is the thing he's citing. Charlie Kirk is less known, according to that one, than me. But this is before he got,
Who did this?
Oh my God, Dr. Umar.
Ooh.
Top 10 least recognized public figures. No, this is saying Sneeko is more recognized than me, right? Or no? Oh no, it's saying. Wait, no. LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, C.E. Espina. Wait,
who are those guys?
Wait, what? Dean Withers, Tony Hinchcliffe. I guess it is more popular. Like they're saying Dean Withers is more popular, and Tony Hinchcliffe is more popular, and Dr. Umar is more popular, and I am more popular than Sneeko, Charlemagne, and Charlie Kirk.
Dude, who did this? Was this Peter Hamby just like texting people?
Who are the young men paying attention to? The Young Men Research Project.
This seems super reputable.
YouGov sample was weighed to match Catalyst turnout targets, reflecting a Trump plus 5 electorate. 34% said they voted for Trump, 29% for Harris. Bro, you can't see. It's top 10 least recognized public figures.
Oh, least?
Yeah, but like, does that? So these guys are less recognizable than us? Is that what that means?
This is a really bad. Whoever took this, they were not paying attention in their econometrics class.
It was a poll he did with the Snap story. Okay, stop. That's not how it happened. Charlie is more recognizable than me, and Sneeko is more recognizable than me, and Charlemagne's more recognizable than me. But I mog Dr. Umar, Tony Hinchcliffe, Dean Withers, LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, and all the others. I mean, this is bad data visualization. Regardless,
so should Madeline McDougal, whatever, you know her, the red-haired lady in the Michigan race. She should go.
McMorrow. Mallory
McMorrow. She should go on Kill Tony. Because according to that graph, I'd like to go on there. I wouldn't do any comedy.
To draw a line in the sand, Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan responding.
Wait, didn't we just see this?
Sub the
is. I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan.
The only two Jews thinking about
what the
Palestinians in the hand.
Young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank.
Yeah, what doesn't make any sense about the whole like he's irrelevant is okay. Then why are you doing a panel?
Right.
Like that's my argument, because like the other guy who did this was obviously I don't know if you saw this or not, but one of the architects of the Iraq War, David Frum.
Oh yeah.
David Frum asked Claude and found out that Claude thinks that I am irrelevant. He like doesn't understand how anything works. So he was like, well, his live concurrent viewership is 36K on average, which is way less than the 900,000 viewership of MS Now.
What the David Frum's so dumb. It's also like
makes you really reconsider whether he truly was an architect of the Iraq War. Well, I guess it also shows how far we've fallen off the map, because like those guys are infinitely more competent in comparison to
like Hegseth, and you know one of Hegseth's like undersecretaries, he like follows me and a bunch of people, and apparently he's like notorious for having been like a Chapo listener for the first like 4 years of the show.
Who?
It's some guy. I should like actually know who this is. This is a bad habit of mine. I'll bring up something like this and I'll be like, yeah, there's some guy and his name is Chester Fix, and I'll look it up and that's not his name at all. I got several details wrong. I'm sorry. I'll figure out who this. I'll figure out who I'm talking about.
And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, we're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan, Piker, to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic, he quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that, combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out.
To what? Just being like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, you got me.
It's also really
got
funny.
me, pal.
It's also funny because it's like, in this day and age, like no one is going around. Like Nick Fuentes does not have clips being like, well, you know, I've spent a lifetime combating against anti-Semitism. I find it to be a dangerous canary in the coal mine of fascism. You know, like that's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Ah, yes, the reviewing my media mention segment. What do you want me to do, man? It's been 5 hours. Take a day off.
In places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism.
Many years. It's kind of like a feather.
He's tapped in with my shit though. Like he's like saying, I can call out right-wing anti-Semitism, but I can't call out the more dangerous anti-Semitism of the left.
These are the
I'm sorry. This is such a bad title for a podcast, Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
Yeah.
Tropes they use, and then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is
if I had a son,
the place
I would
where all Jews
punish him by
collectively
making him
have a
listen
connection
to a podcast called Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
You notice that he did the thing where he like slammed immediately, like, well, all Jews have a connection to Israel, so he's just like substituting Israel for Jews.
Okay, aren't these the same guys who are like, we should like never talk about trans stuff because it's just like not that many people and like it's tough, but just like the needs of the many versus the needs of the few.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there are more Americans who have had botched liposuction than Americans who have like a personal connection to Israel. Just like pure numbers. Like what the f are we doing here?
The homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does.
Okay. What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Benjamin Netanyahu said it. Donald Trump said it. Marco Rubio said it. Like all of the Gang of Eight that came out of that meeting looking terrified. We're all like, oh my God, we're going to war for Israel. So it's so stupid that is like his number one counter is like, well, you know.
Yeah. It's also just like, they can't defend the actual idea. Like anytime you are, you go, okay, well, like, what about the influence of like, any number of individual, like high net worth, super pro-Israel donors or lobbying groups? What about them? They'll just go, oh, are we serious here?
Yeah. Oh, this is cool. Anti-Semitism, sweetie.
And at the same time going, well, every Jew has a connection with Israel. So they don't like, there's no like way to challenge that idea. So you're just left with the idea of like, implicitly saying, okay, well, Jews did do this, but like, you shouldn't say that. Which is such the other thing. That is such a dead end.
No, or the other thing, which is quite literally people going, yeah, okay, well, I don't Jews. Like that's what's happening right now. People are just like, you've inundated people over and over and over again with the idea that like Israel is doing this for Jews, and if you criticize this, then you hate Jews. And people are like, okay, well, I've seen too many dead children, so I hate Israel. If you're telling me over and over again as a Jewish person that this is for you, is the attitude that a lot of people have. They're like in this ham-fisted manner, like force-feeding anti-Semitism to people. It's insane.
They don't understand that like this isn't like people didn't just like see a tweet and they're like, oh, it's cool to be anti-Semitic now. Millions of people saw the worst images they have ever seen in their lives. And then this guy comes out there and he's like, if you don't like this, you're anti-Semitic. how does that not result in at least like a few million people going, okay, I guess I am then?
Yeah.
If it's between liking and hating that, then what the?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like it's so ridiculous. And anyway, it's just like it's crazy because I still am uncompromising and do actually fight against anti-Semitism, and they still do this shit to me. But I guess that's the reason why they do it. I don't know.
He's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
Come on, man.
This guy also that's on the panel has done like videos reading every single statement that Miss Rachel has made about Palestine. He's read like the hundreds of different statements that Miss Rachel has made and like gotten angry at it to an audience of 11,000 people on YouTube, on his YouTube VOD.
Like if Miss Rachel is just like, that's too outrageous, like what is acceptable?
Yeah, exactly.
What is okay then?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing.
Yeah, Rahm Emanuel said he'd come on my stream.
All right, man. He's just...
It's so funny because I've asked none of these people to come on the stream.
I think you should have Josh Shapiro on. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, I'm
What's
down.
up, kinfolk? I was just getting right with my preacher man.
Yeah.
I just wanted to correct the record. I've never spun a damn dreidel. I didn't have no damn
this gets to something important with this.
Yeah, he's gonna come up and be like, two. That's what he's gonna say.
We need to tell Donald Trump, get your own damn fries.
Yeah.
This debate in Michigan, it's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate.
Look, he's totally conceding that, like, I'm not trying to cancel the guy.
Right.
But, like, don't put him on to stump for you, right? Like, what's the distinction then? Like, why do you get to make this decision?
Peter Hamby, by the way,
is smart, and they would
he
have
has one of the best. I don't know if it's still this way. One of the best self-authored Wikipedia articles I've ever read.
Oh, he wrote it himself?
It very much rivals Tyler Fisher.
Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 get the subs.
Damn. He's sort of like a successful Tyler Fisher, if you think about it. God, his eyes are so evil. It scares me.
The difference is
like, you know how in Elden Ring, how
that's my favorite Snapchat commentator, man. Put some respect on it, please.
I know. This is not a commentary on how good he is at being a Snapchat. He's better than anyone I've ever known.
Yeah.
But you know how in Elden Ring, how like every time someone talks to you, they're like, oh, you're tarnished. And it's implied that like anyone who isn't tarnished, they have the gold grace in their eyes.
Yeah.
This is like what tarnished people look like to people given grace by America and the Erd Tree. They have Peter Hamby's scary eyes.
Going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's...
Oh my God! Can you get some guidance of grace?
Also,
pal?
what's really funny about this is like, there's no moral equivalence here anyway. But it's like, dude, like Donald Trump had Little Pump and Jake Paul on stage.
Yeah,
like none of this stuff matters. Like you're trying to make it matter. It doesn't matter to you either, right? Because like, do you think these guys had any takes whatsoever to be like, why are you hanging out with Liz Cheney?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? Like, why are you campaigning with Liz Cheney? No, of course not. They didn't have any issues with that at all. It's just what I represent, they have an issue with, and they're trying to find a way to make it like politically salient, to be like, yo, don't do it. Don't link up with him.
You know who has said a crazier thing than you have ever said ever is Charlemagne.
What did he say?
He had some really segment that, just for fear of me not remembering right, I'm not going to try to totally summarize. And that's not to say him, because I don't know the entire, like, you know, I don't know if that was like him literally saying something he did. Like, probably not, considering how crazy it was. But if you're just going to do this thing of like tarnishing people by their associations, the point is you can do this with pretty much everyone in the Democratic surrogacy field already.
Yeah.
All of the guys who are already completely accepted, where no one bats an eye if a presidential candidate does it. This is just so selective, and you can no longer keep it cordoned off to one guy or another at this point. It's either no one or it's everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they think this is like... I mean, it's just not like a successful angle of attack. It's just so stupid.
It's so antiquated. It's for such an old theory and style of media. This maybe worked in the world where, like, you know, even people in the Trump administration could be fired because of articles.
Yeah,
we don't live in that world anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And also, like, we have the audience, like they don't. The reality of the matter is, like, there's no more gatekeeping of that sort where you don't have the control that you used to have as far as like who's appropriate, who's inappropriate. And that's what the Democrats are like not reckoning with at all.
Yeah.
Republicans have understood that, which is why they also like don't have an issue leaning into their base anyway.
Yeah.
But even then, they're like desperately trying to figure out exactly how they can still court the Nick Fuentes fan base and like the Candace Owens fan base. And they're arguing amongst themselves a little bit because they recognize that like there's no way to like shut off that faucet.
Right.
Whereas Democrats think like, oh, we'll get like favorable coverage from Jake Tapper and we'll attack these like independent content creators and we'll be able to like dominate the airwaves about how bad this guy is. And part of the reason why they're doing it is because I do get favorable press coverage from a lot of mainstream outlets. And they read that shit and that pisses them off.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Jewish Insider will do like 11 articles. They've done 8 articles in the last 6 days on me. 8 articles. Like, am I the number one thing that American Jews should be caring about right now? Are you out of your mind, dude? And then also,
They're coming
one
out
of the
with new
articles was I'm
Volvos.
irrelevant. The other one was I'm irrelevant and shouldn't be paid attention
Yeah,
to.
that's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like,
by the way, I'm not even thinking about you.
yeah, like it's awesome. I'm glad that they did that. Yeah, I'm glad that they tied it up. Okay, then shut up about me. Democratic majority for Israel. Yeah, I mean it's over. It's just like ridiculous. There's no majority at all. It's a 90-10 issue. You've lost.
I think
It's
candidates
also so
should be
weird.
able to
The
go
other
on
thing
to
that's strange
podcasts.
about it is like, okay, well, if we're no longer in this world where a single article can like derail every staffing decision of a campaign or like completely there was a way to sidestep this defining you for a media cycle, then that also seems like it could be advantageous for Democrats. It could be advantageous for any candidate for anything. Obviously, there are massive downsides to it too, right? But like, just if you are this party, right, where you were so stymied by the way that in the view of the Democrats, is that like the media stabbed them in the back, then you should welcome this. Of course, the opposite is true. This entire strategy of like using mainstream media as a cudgel is so weird to me also because it's like up until the Afghanistan pullout, but even after that too, a lot of mainstream media was sort of like, if not in the tank for Biden, certainly intent on protecting him. How well did that work? Yeah. How well did that work? I mean, like, I will argue that the liberal media and just the vestigial organ of the liberal administrative state used the last bits of their magic to defend Brandon for another like 2 years.
Yeah.
Which constitutes one of the greatest wastes of resources of all time. But it just like, no, you guys, you can't do this to people anyway. Like you can annoy people and make life irritating for them, but you can't like completely get them out of the paint like you used to.
Yeah. No, it's done. And unironically, we're in a media environment where like if someone doubles down on that association like Abdul's doing, they get rewarded too. Like he's now in the top 5 campaign contributions for the week on Act Blue in this last media cycle. So it, in my opinion, it totally backfired on them anyway.
Yeah.
And And like Bernie came out and was like, this is ridiculous. Like he does a great job talking about me, like saying, you know, they yelled at me when I went on Joe Rogan. We're not going to agree on everything, but it doesn't matter. You know, this kind of conversation is so stupid.
Yeah.
And because it is. Most normal people look at this stuff and they think, yeah, why are we talking about this? Donald Trump is literally like, Donald Trump has made gas $1 more expensive per gallon because he went to war with Iran, a country that wasn't doing anything, by the way, at the behest of Israel. And this is your angle of attack? Like, fuck Israel. You know what I mean?
The thing that I always go back to and the thing that I worry about a lot is that it's encouraging where the Democratic base is with Israel. But I do get worried over the propensity of the Democratic base to fall in line, because we all remember those polls about how much Democratic primary voters love Medicare for all. Yeah. I do sort of think that we are in a brave new world of just how shitty Democratic leadership is. But
I think there's an opportunity there, which is why they're so desperately attacking people like myself, because I recognize the opportunity. I want to seize on it to elect people that normally would be unthinkable to elect into positions within the party. And just like kind of, even if it's not to like change the way that the caucus is shaped within the party structure, at least like offer a lot more prominence to individuals like that, individuals with like that represent a very different ideology, to get people more on board. You know, instead of having one Zoran or one Bernie Sanders, you have 10 of them, maybe 20 of them. And all of a sudden people are like, well, why can't we have more of this guy?
If there could be something where like you accomplish what a lot of those pro-Palestine protests in 2023 and 2024 did, where it was a much broader swath of people than anyone had anticipated, where the people who listen to, you know, the I've Had It podcast and the people who are over here can understand that at least like with Israel, they can be in the same place. They're seeking to accomplish the same thing. Then I can be pretty optimistic about it. But yeah, no, we'll see. I mean, it's a new look for Democratic voters, right? It's an easy group of people to scare in line, though. Maybe that will not always be the case.
Yeah, and there's still polls that are like, "What's your number one pick?" And they're like Kamala Harris, and
right. That's what.
So blackpilling to hear, but you know, who knows?
Yeah, with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC. Right. But also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor,
that was a real successful move by him.
Yeah,
like,
is there anyone more transparent than that guy?
Dude, it's so funny because like when you do that, it's doubly worse.
Yeah,
because like now you pissed off people who are pro-Israel, and you pissed off people who are anti-Israel. And more like the number one thing that people hate about Democrats is like they're inconsistent. They're like. They're slimy. They don't have like real moral backbone. At least like Republicans are assholes, but they like stand for something.
Yeah.
Democrats are always so afraid of like coming across as believing in things that it's just, you end up looking like a flip-flop, just as Kamala Harris did when she turned back and was like, actually, we're going to fund the wall. Trump is not serious about funding his own border wall. Like, you're an idiot when you say stuff like that, because the average voter goes, oh, what the you said? You said Republicans were racist for years for wanting to build this border wall that's unnecessary. Now you want to build it, so you're conceding on that? Who am I supposed to believe, you know?
The worst thing you can be, the worst thing that someone can realize about you as a politician is that if someone yells at you loud enough, not even like a specific amount of people, not even a critical mass, just if they yell at you at the right volume, you will completely about face. That is the thing that makes me horrified for any further prospects for the AOC project. But it's also possibly like triply true for Grissom Gavin. He is the worst at that. Like, he is the most transparent person ever in all that shit. I am really interested to see what happens with him, because I get a very liberal DeSantis type vibe from him. DeSantis stood by the repugnant things that he says he believes.
Yeah.
But I mean, a liberal DeSantis in the sense that like that shit is not going to play outside of his home state. People think he just looks the part, and they don't realize that there's more than that.
Yeah.
Here.
And
the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it.
Yeah, on Israel. No, come on my stream and defend Israel for Jonah Platt, dude. Anyone that wants to like become the president on the Democratic side or even on the Republican side in 2028, because I mean, as I say all the time, this is going forward going to be the most popular Israel will ever be. Tomorrow, Israel is going to be less popular than today, and yesterday, Israel was more popular than today. So what do you think is 2028 going to look like? Like, what do you think? You think people are just Israel's going to be able to like flip this all around? You know, all magically, and then everyone's gonna be like, you know what, we were wrong. We love
Well,
now.
wait till gas gets even more expensive.
Yeah,
that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it, man.
Yeah, no, everyone's gonna be like, actually, we love Israel now. Please tell me more about how much, how awesome it is that that you know my brother came back in a flag draped casket. Because he went out there after saying, I'm not dying for Israel and voting for Donald Trump. He actually did literally die for Israel.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, you know, it's a real, you'll have something to cry about type thing.
Chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being.
Yeah, you better call him out on his anti-Israel statements. By the way, Jonah Platt, like the guy that Jake Tapper had on to discuss this.
He's a lunatic.
Like, normal guy, dude. Who amongst us hasn't done a children's platform, 12+ billion views, 19.2 million subscribers, more than the entire Jewish population on earth? This isn't fringe. This is how narratives get mainstream.
And her narrative is it's sad and bad when children are killed by bombs and bullets, and that shouldn't happen. That's her extreme narrative. It's not like, look, God bless her, right? Bless her. But she is not out there like, let's go IRGC. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like she's not teaching them quotes.
If that's not okay, just wait, man. Just wait.
Yeah, they just they do not understand what's going on. This person says the overwhelming majority of American public does not know who Hassan Piker is. The people who do are largely young, left-leaning, and disaffected, also known as voters. The Democrats desperately need to turn out for them in the midterms. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of this is the impact of like 8 years of steadily developing like a Hassan clip complex. There are legitimately people, if they were to like sincerely watch for a little bit, they'd be like, oh, I was just like, I misunderstood. Anyway,
Piker's situation's gotten crazy as Democrats are divided and don't know what to do about him, and so we asked him. 8 million people marched against him as Trump didn't show up to CPAC, and his approval just hit 36%. In every Trump-Iran debate, he belongs in the party. Where you're seeing a divide. There's a big debate happening in the party.
Yeah, I did an 18-minute interview with Philip DeFranco on the Democrats divided
right now, with some candidates trying to embrace him and his platform to reach younger voters, and others thinking that he's just too toxic to touch. And that debate, it's getting pretty heated as we're in the primary season and with the midterms just around the corner. So one of the things that we've seen is that over in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary race, one candidate, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, announced a college campus tour next week that would include an appearance with Hassan. But then he was quickly condemned by the Michigan ADL, who accused Hassan of amplifying violently anti-Semitic rhetoric. Right now, Sayed's two Democratic opponents, they also slammed him, with Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow saying Hassan says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes. And then you had Representative Haley Stevens also calling him the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Right? And if you're new to this space and if you're wondering why Hassan's so controversial to these politicians, there have been a number of controversies, but in general, a lot of it appears to have to do with his very vocal opposition to Israel and comments that he's made about what's been happening with Gaza. Because many of his critics have accused his criticisms of Israel of turning into anti-Semitism. And there you have people pointing to Hassan previously referring to some Orthodox Jewish people in Israel as inbred, many also feeling that he downplayed sexual violence that happened on October 7th.
They serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Hassan also faced heat for saying that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, which he described as a fascist, settler, colonial apartheid state. And one of the things you see continuously pop up is that he previously said that Americans deserve 11.
America deserved, dude.
But with that, he since said that the comment was inappropriate and that he never meant that the victims deserve to die. But these comments, they still come up anytime a prominent Democrat appears alongside Hassan. And so in the last week or so, we've seen Politico running headlines claiming that some Democrats want to shut off Hassan Piker's megaphone. The Wall Street Journal also ran an op-ed claiming that some left-leaning politicians are getting too cozy with Hassan. But then also with this, you had Hassan speaking to a CNN correspondent over the weekend, and he defended himself, saying,
It's a heinous smear, first of all. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. That I think a lot of people cynically will say prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Are there critics of Israel that are anti-Semitic? Absolutely. I'm not one of them. I oppose and abhor racism, ethno-supremacy, racial supremacy of every sort. I'm against it. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm unapologetic about it. And I'm not going to compromise on that.
But also with this, the Michigan race isn't the only one where Hassan has caused tensions. Right, he just interviewed Effie Phillips Staley, who's running for a congressional seat in New York, and she then faced a ton of backlash from Democratic groups in New York for appearing alongside him again, arguing that he promotes anti-Semitism and bigotry. But there you had Effie defending her choice to sit down with Hassan, saying, by narrowing our tent and refusing to engage with platforms that reach young people, we are effectively surrendering a generation of voters to apathy.
Also, if you guys notice something here, all of the candidates that people are yelling at, and myself included, are anti-Zionists. And all of the people that are yelling at us are, at most, lightly defending Israel or directly defending Israel. How interesting.
Or the far right. And adding, while I don't align with every word Hassan Piker has ever said, we must recognize the massive value of a platform that engages millions of young people in the democratic process. And saying, as Democrats, our job is to build bridges, not burn them. And on display, you've had other Democrats seeing the issue similarly. Just over the weekend, you had Bernie Sanders being asked about Democrats swearing Hassan off, to which he said,
well, I've talked to Hassan, and I think he's, doing in many respects a very good job. The bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood. People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
Also, representatives like Ro Khanna, who's been on the show before, he's previously embraced Hassan's platform, with Khanna recently telling Politico that Democrats, they need to build a wider coalition, and quote, that must include engaging with Israel critics like Hassan Piker, as Pod Save hosts have done, and many progressive candidates have done. And adding, of course, I disagree strongly with some of his statements and point that out, but canceling people or shaming people like Hassan Piker, Sean Ryan, or Theo Vaughn is not the answer. Also, with all of this, you have some noting that when it comes to Israel, polling last year found that 77% of Democrats and 51% of independents think that Israel's committing a genocide. And so that's a big chunk of people who see eye to eye with Hassan on certain points. But still, you have many thinking that Democrats should run away. And so with this whole situation and debate just growing by the day, we actually reached out to Hassan Piker himself and some of the politicians who have been speaking out against it. Well, we're still waiting to see if, we can get one of those politicians on the books. And hey, there's nothing shady here. It was short notice. It was this morning. But we did hear back from Hassan Piker today. And we try to do on the PDS, especially with the time crunch we have. We put
PBS. He has PDS. We got PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Piker Broadcasting is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. That's right, Piker Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, real PBS, at a time when the public needs you the most. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today.
Out questions for him to answer, so they're on the record, and then you can decide how you feel. And we'll get right to that interview after the sponsor. It's deeply offensive. Fresh. I love Dan. To follow, which because as on stage, Debbie Berries by Pulitzer are publicly split. Into the news as promised. Here's our interview with Hassan. Hassan, Democrats.
G in solidarity. Thank you for the 50 bones. Russell Butt. Thank you for the 5. Rezonosity. Rezonosity. Thank you for the 5. Gifted. Holy moly.
Are publicly split on whether you should be involved in campaigns, right? El Sayed wants you on stage. Stevens said you're the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Slotkin said you sound deeply anti-Semitic. What is your response to elected Democrats calling you a liability?
I have the same attitude that Bernie Sanders demonstrated after his rally yesterday. It's I think there's a major split within the corporatist side, the corporatist flank in the Democratic Party. The the people that are constantly trying to appeal to this like mythical moderate centrist voter, and that's been a demonstrable failure. And I think that the party's base actually understands that it's a demonstrable failure, so they're demanding more. And these guys they're losing their relevance, their institutional relevance, like a lot of these think tanks like Third Way and certainly advocacy groups like AIPAC, ADL. So they're just kind of trying to create pressure wherever they can. And I think they're very boomer minded because they think like when I go, every single comment mentioning your name on the videos, calling you a grifter, tanky, imperialism variation of that, definitely organic. No, normies are not going to be swayed by that shit and stand next to a politician that actually benefits me. They don't realize that like politicians are coming to me because I can fundraise for them in a way that you really can't do unless in a way that you really can't do because it's like all individual donors from all around the country, right? This is not like a closed door private dinner, $50,000 a pop. Like this is like real people that appreciate what the candidate has to say and want to give $5 to $100. And then also on top of that, I have a fairly active audience that makes up the door knocker base, as I like to call it, like a lot of activists, advocates, labor union leaders, and lower level local politicians and the like, who when they get excited about a candidate, they want to do phone banking. Like there is the real grassroots momentum when candidates associate with someone like myself, and that's the reason why they do it, because it doesn't give me any like significant legitimacy when I appear next to a candidate. At least it doesn't work that way on the internet. No one really cares, right? And in the same way that like when I get favorable coverage from a legacy publisher, it's good for the managerial class. They read those papers, but it doesn't actually yield a real massive amount of eyeballs and attention that translates to like viewership and an increase in like people tuning in to my broadcast, as opposed to going on like Theo Vaughn. So they're both the old guard and desperately trying to maintain that old guard mentality by like trying to apply pressure to politicians that very clearly are more malleable, more persuadable. You get a couple lobbyist phone calls or big donors that give a phone call, and then you release a statement like the one that Slotkin did, which was so crazy. Like she openly admitted that she doesn't know who I am, and then very clearly was like reading a talking point that was given to her, but maybe she didn't even like fully understand the talking point, because she was saying the conflation between Jews and Israel is anti-Semitism, is like very anti-Semitic. And it kind of seems like Hassan does that quite a bit. And it's like, no, actually I do the exact opposite of that. So that was like a funny angle. It wasn't even like quote mining to be like, well, this quote seems crazy or whatever. Cause like they all do that. Usually there's like a couple of them flying around that the ADL disseminates. But she didn't even do that, where she just like went off on a tangent on something totally irrelevant and unironically antagonistic to my worldview, something that I have for years and years pushed back against.
Well, especially as we get closer to the primaries, though, I mean, we are going to see these things coming out of like just people, you endorsing people or you being with people trying to use things that you've said and done. So we do have to talk about that while I have you on, right? Because you've been accused of calling Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing Zionists to neo-Nazis, dismissing reports of sexual violence on October 7th, saying, I believe the quote, and once again, it could be a clip, so we'll get to that. It doesn't matter if it happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of me, and posting that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Which of those things would you say you stand by? Which of those things would you say you regret? And which of those things do you think are being misrepresented?
I think the ones that are being misrepresented pretty egregiously are like it doesn't matter if happened on October 7 or not, because that was actually an argument that I was having fairly early on with a chatter who was denying sexual violence or the likelihood of sexual violence happening. I was telling him that this actually doesn't change the dynamic of genocide. Like this doesn't justify genocide at all. But that one has been misrepresented pretty egregiously. As far as the inbred comments goes, there's like a massive compilation of this out there of me like calling any kind of like ethno-religious, racial supremacist an inbred, because a lot of these ideologies do revolve around genetic purity, but the idea that it's like directed at Orthodox Jews is ridiculous. It was specifically talking about like settlers and settlers destroying aid and things of that nature. But I do understand that it can come across as insensitive. But so I will, as I told Politico, I believe, or the New York Times. I'll try to be a little bit more careful with my language there. As far as the differences between Hamas and Israel, I mean, that I do stand by. I don't have an issue when people point to that to say, how could you say such a thing? Because my counter always is, okay, well, then argue against it. Explain to me why Hamas is a larger danger to the world, or a larger danger to the Palestinians, or a larger danger to Israelis than Israel is. Because Israel has committed a genocide. I think that it comes across as like a statement that is out there, because it's not one that you hear from any American commentator at all. But it's still a reflection of reality. It's not even a defense of Hamas at that point. It's just it's a way to try to get people to understand like the severity of what Israel has done, and to also try to like make people understand that these are groups. Like, Palestinian resistance is not operating out of a place of like anti-Semitism in the way that it's been presented. It's operating out of a place of having an emancipatory need, right? This is 75 years of apartheid. It's a pretty brutal and pretty ruthless occupation that these people have been subjected to. This is not an alien force that's like outside of the Palestinians. I mean, they do have internal dynamics. They have Palestinians certainly are, not all of them are fond of Hamas or anything, but it doesn't matter, right? Because like the much larger problem here right now is the genocide that Israel's conducted and the apartheid that it continues to maintain.
And the last thing I'll get to regarding anything in the past, because there's a lot of stuff happening now I want to touch on, and I know that you're kind of limited on time. It popped up during everything with Mamdani, right? You said in 2019, America deserved.
This is the largest circle jerk I've ever seen. Oh no, dude. You're mad that Philip DeFranco didn't like consistently go, well, should you have not said that? Should you have not said that instead? Do you think that would have been a more productive conversation?
Then you later called it inappropriate. Do you still think that the underlying argument was right and that just the phrasing was off? And if so, what is that? Or have you moved off that position entirely?
No, that was me talking about blowback, which is a concept that has academic consensus, right? And even in 2019, it had academic consensus. It's just that the way the language that I use was certainly not the best, especially because it can be misinterpreted and still is being cynically misinterpreted to this day. But I think at the end of the day, it's people leaning into quote mining and to be like, oh, this. I feel like it's just something I say about everyone regarding inbred comment is weak. Just say that it was wrong. Why? It's not. There's a 10-minute compilation of me calling like every white nationalist and white supremacist inbred. If someone is demonstrating ethno-supremacist, religious supremacist values, then calling them inbred is perfectly appropriate, because it's like a genetic purity test that they apply to themselves. Like, why do you want me to concede on a position that I don't believe? You just want me to lie at that point, right? You want me to eat the L, lie for the optics argument. You want me to do what Zoran did. Initially, he pushed back against the globalized the Intifada statement with the truth. And then he basically caved and said, you know what? I don't say it, and I don't think other people should say it, or whatever. The person is not arguing in good faith. This is like an insincere person. It's a radical person. You said you'd be more careful with your language, but the risk of sounding like my guy. I'll always like how you say it, how it is. Yeah, I mean, it's the shortest possible explanation is that saying inbred had nothing to do with their Judaism in that situation, because you use the term against all manner of people who have nothing to do with Judaism. So Jews self-centering and getting offended is entirely baseless. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's much faster. One thing I have noticed is that, as you probably also know, I collaborate with politicians quite frequently. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. I have had Tom Steyer on the stream. Like, I collaborate with politicians, especially in the primary season, but also in the off season as well. Greg Kazar, someone who I was a big advocate to win the Congressional Progressive Caucus leadership role, right? Like, I understand the internal dynamics of the party. I talk to politicians all the time. I talk to analysts all the time. And yet, this issue only gets brought up when I'm campaigning or when I'm working alongside Muslim candidates. Like, the major blow-ups have only happened twice. First with Zoran Mamdani, where Andrew Cuomo was trying to associate me with like Islamic radical terrorism and then tie him back to that as well. And now they're doing the exact same thing to Abdullah al-Sayed. So I think it's in some ways a not so subtle, but certainly more subtle than like Randy Fine way of terror jacketing a candidate. Like, to say like this candidate is platforming a person who Black YouTuber is calling you out. What? Let me guess. Reheating my old nachos. Hassan Piker doesn't like black people. Thank you, chatter. Here, take a week off. And also, we will not be watching this video. I love that anytime I'm in the news, every single YouTuber, TikToker goes back into this like long-standing drama-focused manufactured outrage lines. Everyone has their own lane, you know? Everyone has their own lane, but they all collectively press the Hassan button, okay? Go ahead, you know? I'm still here. Keep chirping. Keep yelling, okay? Keep yelling about how I'm engaging in... I've demonstrated anti-blackness, okay? Keep chirping about how I'm a dangerous misogynist, anti-black, all this. The latest one that I think is really funny is they're saying that I'm like anti-Asian, you know? It's always the same nonsense. It's things that I've addressed a million times over, things that I've even apologized for in some instances. What do you bring that over here? Seriously. He's just setting you up for a W. We watched it earlier on Sean's stream. The same woman then turned around and scolded a chatter for asking her to talk about Uganda. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. I don't think there's any reason to give it any attention whatsoever. These people do not care. They're not being sincere. Okay. How do you handle the pressure? I should put my head down and keep pumping. Okay. Who might be a dangerous radical, right? But it's ridiculous, especially because the issue that they're doing it on is Israel. And this ties back to the boomer mentality that I was mentioning earlier, because Israel's a 90-10 issue, especially in the Democratic Party's voter base, right? So they are weirdly aligning themselves on the opposite side of an issue that's a 90-10 issue. They're siding with the 10%. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, no matter how much quote mining they can engage in, or no matter how much they try to say like, oh, I'm a radical person, I think most people, especially after the last 2.5 years, kind of understand that this happens to anyone who puts themselves out there and says, you know, free Palestine, says they're on board with Palestinian emancipation, that Palestinians deserve statehood, dignity, sovereignty. There's always a barrage of hatred, down to the likes of Miss Rachel, who is an immensely kind person, like an impossibly kind person, who just simply says things like, I don't think children deserve to die, right? So it's ironically another thing that I talk about quite a bit as far as like the dilution of the term anti-Semitism, which is a severe crisis regardless. But this kind of dangerous conflation, this false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, paired up with like these barrage of attacks against people who are advocating for Palestinian emancipation and consistently calling them anti-Semites, pairing people like myself up with morally repugnant worldviews like Nick Fuentes. I think that is a spectacular failure in terms of combating anti-Semitism. I think it actually leans into anti-Semitism. It makes people no longer take anti-Semitism allegations seriously. And it also legitimizes the likes of Nick Fuentes rather than delegitimizes someone like myself.
So I was going to ask you, right? Because
embarrassing to say, but for years I heard vague stuff about you being a misogynist, so I kind of avoided, eventually pulled up to the stream because I was bored and curious, and now I watch you relatively frequently. If anything, I think this panic stuff backfires overall. The panic stuff wouldn't actually backfire if there was truth to it. The only reason why it backfires is because for every 10 people that say, ooh, I'm going to avoid this guy, I'm not actually going to listen to him, there's at least like 2 to 3 people that are new that go, you know what, I'm going to check this out for myself. And when they come in here, they realize that that was a lie, right? That's it. You can either try to find the quote that people are presenting and go 10 seconds 10 seconds after the quote or 10 seconds before the quote to figure out what the context actually is. Or if you don't want to do that, you can just like tune into the broadcast. And you very quickly realize that I stand for certain values unconditionally in an uncompromising manner. Am I vulgar? Absolutely. Is this not the best presentation that you might be used to? Certainly, right? I do have a bro-y style, and I do engage in vulgarities with regular frequency, right? That's true. I do that. That's me. I'm not going to change that. I can't change that. I think that would be insincere. I don't even know if I have the capacity to change that because I'm live for 8 hours a day. Okay. In my opinion, when you take the this is bullshit angle, is much stronger than the apologetic explanation angle. Anyway, let's continue.
Larry McMorrow, she compared you to Nick Fuentes in that you are someone who says offensive things to generate clicks and attention. That's a paraphrase of what she said. What's your reaction to being compared to a white nationalist by a Democrat? And do you think that comparison?
I saw someone share a clip on that bullshit anti-black smear that Chatter tried linking earlier, but they did that thing where they accidentally included too much context and it made your point cogent. Yeah.
Is being made in good faith, or what do you make of it?
No, I don't think that comparison is being made in good faith. I will, to be as charitable as possible, I don't think Mallory McMurrow knows who I am. I think she just got talking points and thinks that this is like a viable way to draw a line in the sand between herself and Abdul El-Sayed, because they're both in like the anti-Zionist lane. They're competing for votes in the anti-Zionist lane where the votes are, but then all the donations are on the pro-Israel lane, right? And Stevens is actually the pro-Israel candidate. She's the AIPAC candidate in this race. So it's very clear, you know, her position is already established, right? Everybody understands it. But I think this was McMorrow looking at the three-way race that's taking place. That's within a margin of error, and deciding maybe I can be the viable, Israel curious candidate here and try to moderate and maybe get AIPAC off my back. Which, we'll see if it even happens, because these are the types of things we have to pay attention to now. It's really strange. It's not even about policies necessarily. It's more so about like what kind of subsidiary corporations is AIPAC going to set up that will not have the word Israel in it at all, and how they're going to launch unlimited amounts of money. Because sometimes they are going to boost McMorrow, and sometimes they might even boost Abdul El-Sayed. I was in the Tulsi Jimmy Dore Nico House crowd, and the argument was, if you were a true leftist, you wouldn't have algorithm traction. The gaslighting worked on me until I started seeing anti-vax stuff and felt off. Years later, Twitch recommended Denims, and she undid their propaganda about true progressivism for me and gave me a positive view of you. Then October 7 happened, and I gave you a shot. That's so funny. I love how, because I have haters in every part of the political spectrum, even those who consider themselves to be the true leftists, even though they keep leaning into MAGA over and over again, like the Jimmy Dore crowd. Okay. There is some lane for everyone. If you're looking for outside of the box thinkers or whatever, and you fall down the Jimmy Dore Nico House pipeline and you don't realize that they're just like straight up serving you MAGA propaganda over and over again, you're like, oh yeah, that does make sense. He must be too palatable. Meanwhile, if you look at the real world, if you look at like the actual, politicians and mainstream news, and even on the internet, everyone's calling me over and over again. It's so ridiculous. I first heard of you on a gaming website where the author referred to you as her daddy, so I didn't bother watching you. Then through the Palestine conflict, I started seeing clips, and now I tune in regular. I found your takes well thought out. Much respect. Hell yeah. A little bit. If they feel like there's a battle between McMorrow and Abdul El-Sayed where like Stevens can win out at the end. So it's this complex machinery that I think undermines the principle of democracy. But we'll be paying close attention to it.
Do you think that might be connected? I mean, you have AOC, Ro Khanna, other prominent progressives, right, appearing on your show, people like Bernie Sanders, backing candidates on the campaign alongside you. But when many of them are pressed on specific comments, whether it be about Jews and Israel, most of them won't address those comments directly. Like, do you think that the elected officials who associate with you publicly but won't defend specific things you've said, like, does that stand out to you? Do you think that's just playing the game? What's your take there?
I think I should never be the conversation. So I think it's totally appropriate for these politicians to be like, guys, there's going to be things that we disagree with. And there are things that we disagree with, not on the issue of quote unquote Jews, obviously, but like there are going to be differences in opinions. It's healthy, it's normal, it's understandable, right? So I think they're just covering their bases by being like, it doesn't matter if we have disagreements, I'm gonna talk to this person. I think they're just trying to signal it in a way that is like the most appealing to the broadest base. I don't expect politicians to just like run around and defend every clip out of context. They're not my fans, right? These are people that I work with. These are people that I want to fight for an agenda, and they are fighting for an agenda, so I support them. And if they stop fighting for an agenda, I will stop supporting them. But at the end of the day, this is an insincere conversation. So I do appreciate any kind of defense, because I understand, or at least they understand, that this battle is for who gets to retain control over the party, right? And I think they are just using me as an entry point. So when they're yelling at me and they're saying I'm radical, they're actually yelling at the base, because I do have a lot of fans, but I also am a megaphone for a lot of people who don't even know who I am, right? Like, these are people that I meet on the streets when I go to these protests. These are people that are totally outside of my demographics that are also expressing the same anger and discontent towards the Democratic Party's ineptitude, its feckless nature against the growth of fascism in this country. So they've arrived at my position without hearing my commentary at all. So I'm not this like singular being that is. People have no basic reasoning skills. It's annoying. I knew Hassan was cool before I started listening to him recently because I already listened to podcasts hated by the same people who hate Hassan, like Chapo. I'd heard, wait, Chapo doesn't hate me? What are you talking about? Are you saying that me and Chapo share haters? I'd heard him guest on other podcasts, but I only started regularly listening to Hassan Abashim at the beginning of the Epstein Fury. Glad to be here. Hypnotizing the base of support into demanding more radical things. I'm just a megaphone. I'm just one person, right? So for them to highlight me like this, I think boost my profile. It's rather flattering. It's definitely annoying that I have to like deal with all these, clips out of context, or just, I hate being misunderstood. I don't think anybody likes being misunderstood professionally. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of politicians also recognize that this is more so an ideological battle that's taking place in the Democratic Party. Are we going to have a left flank Democratic Party that represents the interests of the working class, or are we going to have a Democratic Party that continues along with this aesthetic posture against Trump, if at that places the interests of corporations over the interests of the people? And I think that's the real battle here. It's not me.
Well, on the note of your fans, and this will be the last question for you, there are millions of young people who watch you. They align with your politics. They feel deep, like completely locked out of the Democratic Party. If Democrats decide that you're radioactive, they cut ties, they keep pushing you, what do you think happens to those voters? Where do they go? What do they do?
I think we just go back to square one, right? I mean, that was like how it was in 2016. I don't care if politicians in general are just like, oh, I don't want to be along. I don't want to appear alongside this person. My commentary is not going to change, right? Like, this is not about my own personal feelings. Will it signal to me in some ways that like they are running scared, which I do think is a big problem with even some of our best candidates so far. Sometimes I think they are too conciliatory, too conceding to these groups that apply a tremendous amount of pressure by way of both the media and through direct phone conversations that they have with candidates. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, beyond that, it says nothing to me. I always repeat to my audience as well. I will have disagreements with even someone like Zoran, who I admire, who I love, who I talk to with regular frequency. But there's going to be disagreements there, right? But at the end of the day, it's just all about putting the policy in the bag, little bro. Just put the policy in the bag. I don't care. We don't have to be friends. It's great. He's a wonderful guy. But we don't have to be friends. As long as you are fighting for the working class, I'll be there. I'll defend you when you are doing defensible things. And if you're doing indefensible things, I'll criticize you.
Hassan, thank you for the time, man.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
And so with all that, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, reactions. What did you agree with? What did you disagree with? Why? And of course, looking forward, if we get a response from any of the politicians that have said things on the record, would love to get their comments and reactions as well. Right, and then from that,
what do we think? Did you guys get filled in? Why are there no comments about it? I wanted to see if there were comments. Having interviews on the PDS is one thing to include clips of people, but giving space to answer questions like this feels the highest form of journalism. Hassan Piker refused to endorse Kamala Harris, saying she would be just as bad for policies as Trump, and told his audience not to vote for her. He's literally toxic to Democrats, and his entire ideology hinges on the downfall of our current electoral system. Sort by controversial? This ain't Reddit, little bro. You can just do newest or top. Hassan has issued his commentary, but ultimately is incredibly self-serving in everything he does. He definitely has a worthwhile platform that could be helpful to Democrats, but he has many other questionable comments and glazing to answer or at least acknowledge. Try questioning him on a stream and you are met with his baby rage and ultimately banned as he refused to answer for his mistakes and terrible takes. It's so funny that these guys literally are still, it's 2026 and they're still doing this shit. Glazing. Yeah, you got banned. I'm not the one baby raging. You're still baby raging in the comments of a Philip DeFranco video. ban chatters, butthurt chatters in the comments. The Hassan derangement syndrome is going to be absurd in the comment section. If you don't like or disagree with him, it's fine, but you can't say his haters don't act like lunatics. I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic. I just think he's deeply unserious. Pretends to want change, but can't compromise on anything at all. And just about purity testing. Like when Moist Critical started speaking up about Israel, instead of being happy, he was just mad. That's not true. Literally, I gave him praise. Yeah, there was one person that I said, it was published 56 minutes ago, and isn't it like 45 minutes long? The comments aren't going to be people who watch for a bit. It's true. Hassan Bud, that comparison is closer than you think. That's why people don't want to associate with you. Maybe not as bad as a neo-Nazi, but for sure far, far left. I'm glad you were around, though. People that are so far one-sided or the other may actually make independent Canada possible one day. Who am I kidding? It won't. I'm so tired of Hassan writing. I agree the left needs a major unifying figure. It is not Hassan by a massive shot. To simply paint Hassan's controversy as being largely because he's anti-Israel just shows you haven't done your homework. Hassan has done multiple controversy. Dude, this is, I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of this is the impact of like 8 years of steadily developing like Hassan clip context complex. There are genuinely people who would just like, if they were to watch, there are legitimately people, if they were to like sincerely watch for a little bit, they'd be like, oh, I was just like, I misunderstood. But they have a barrage of like, AstroTurf talking points that they could just like slam into everything. Yeah, these guys all love Zoran now, by the way. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, it's only a crazy position because you accept the maliciously false idea that Piker is a genocidal anti-Semite. Anyone who's actually listened to the show knows that that is not true. And it's a particularly absurd accusation coming from supporters of Israel's mass slaughter in Gaza. Yeah. No, that's what it is. It's like people that have like deluded themselves into believing this nonsense, right? And they just continue along with this nonsense.
The government failed.
Dude, come on, George, the fuck is wrong with you, man? George, there's one party that is not invested in diplomacy. It's the American government. What the wrong with you? Why are you letting him get away with this lie?
All right, so this.
Oh, yeah. The stripper has single-handedly caused an offset crisis and panic amongst ex-military careerists. Ocean strippers, hold the line. Double your army brass seduction efforts. America decides, who do you trust more when it comes to whether the troops are getting deployed? Ocean strippers or Manifesto Publishing Access journos? Strippers are basically like the Pentagon Pizza Indicator, the Pentagon Pizza Index for troop deployment. Another index that you can pay attention to is Facebook Marketplace. If you see a bunch of troops all of a sudden on Facebook Marketplace selling all of their materials, okay, doing a full house sale, just know that they're being deployed, okay? And both of these things are happening. Yeah, they're already getting combat patches. They're selling their trucks. They're selling their tools. They're selling their TVs and shit all over Facebook Marketplace.
So I work at a strip club next to like several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just like, it's sad. Like they're like kind of depressed, and they're like just coming in like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun. Like we're getting, what is it called? Deployed? Like we're getting deployed next week, or like this is happening. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just like they're.
By the way, strippers are better than the entirety of the OSINT community. I'm sorry. I mean, look, even the fact that she's like worried about spreading misinformation, I ain't never seen an OSINT account demonstrate that level of restraint ever in my entire damn life.
A lot of them are really kind, and to see these like young guys that look like my pinky toe, like they're like fetuses coming in and then dancing with them and then being like bye, and then it's actually like making me emotional. Like
turns out the stripper does care about you. That's funny. Yeah, true. Anyway, here you have an OSINT account. One of the OSINT guys, I forget his name, but he's like a big Ukraine guy. Also complaining about military ruining OPSEC. Let's take a look.
So this is going to be more of a public service announcement video than anything else. I want you to take a look at this picture right here above me. So it says, get ready with me as a stripper in Central City, Colorado. So this video was posted on the 12th of October of 2025, which means about 5 months ago. So it's safe to assume she probably still lives in the same location in that city. She posted another video very recently that's been going viral all over the internet. I want you to listen to it.
Okay, so I work at a strip club next to like several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just like, it's sad. Like they're like kind of depressed, and they're like just coming in like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun. Like we're getting, what is it called? Deployed? like we're getting deployed next week, or like this is happening. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just like a lot of them are really kind, and to see these like young guys that look like my pinky toe, like they're like fetuses coming in and then dancing with them and then being like bye, and then it's actually like making me emotional.
Troops are going to go out to adult entertainment clubs. That's just the facts. You're not going to change that. Pretend like that's not going to happen, but it's going to happen. An adult entertainer is not going to get the same training that you get. She doesn't get operational security briefings. She doesn't do operational security annual training every year. She doesn't know that like she shouldn't post videos about her location, troop movements, and things like that on the internet. She doesn't know that stuff. She's not trained in that, and she shouldn't be expected to know not to do that. You got to remind your folks, like, hey, don't talk to your barber about when you're deploying. Don't talk to your adult entertainer, about deploying or when you're leaving or what you're doing or like dates and times and locations and stuff like that, because a lot of the time they don't know any better, and they're going to post a TikTok video about it. And it took me all of 5 seconds to look up where she was from, and then it's easy for me to infer what bases she's talking about. And then if you're a foreign actor and you're interested in finding out troop movements from the United States, you can just dig a little deeper and like use some open source intelligence to find out where these people are coming from, where they're leaving to, and when they're leaving, and all that stuff. And that's a problem. Right? At the individual level, you can stop this from happening by not communicating to your adult entertainer, very nice, very kind adult entertainer lady, or your barber or your server at a restaurant. Obviously, you can tell your parents and your family. Don't tell anybody about this stuff, because you can talk to them, and I would expect people are going to talk to their family. Just kind of a public service announcement. Thought it was important to mention, because people are going to do what they're going to do. You just have to. You got to be a realist.
In France, we just use Strava to follow our troops. Yeah. Well, Strava has been has outed like secret American military installations in the past. So like they added that in the OPSEC, because you would have like troops with their Strava armbands like running around secret bases, like secret military installations, and it actually exposed a bunch of locations. So the American military stopped it. Apparently, the French military, on the other hand, did not get that memo, because we found out that there was a French aircraft carrier, Charles de Gaulle, making its way towards the Iranian coastline, because there's this one French soldier in the middle of the sea just looping around. Like moving and looping around on the Strava armband, tracking their workouts is pretty hilarious. The news figured out where my unit deployed to because a guy used his credit card at the Jamba Juice on base, and his wife told the news. Yeah. French sailor reveals position of aircraft carrier with his fitness app. Run track app Strava shows Charles de Gaulle as he steams across the Mediterranean. It's hilarious, dude. Bro's getting his steps in. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was that Bellingcat article where U.S. soldiers leaked nuclear site duress words using a note cards app too. That was another famous case. This one I just find very funny, because you can see like the little loops. God forbid a guy go for a swim. Yeah, exactly. Someone needs to create a People's Bureau of OSINT analysts who track the pizza meter, stripper index, and the gay bar gauge to tabulate the data in real time. Yeah. Why doesn't the Army just directly hire strippers to work on base? Wouldn't be more safe for OPSEC? Are you kidding me? In this country, it's just not open source. Isn't War Thunder part of OSINT because military keeps leaking military capabilities on Discord arguments? Yes. War Thunder is like something that the American military and security clearances has to pay attention to, because so many War Thunder enjoyers have unironically leaked classified information about military capabilities in order to win arguments on like Discord servers, War Thunder Discord servers, or War Thunder forums in general. Yeah, War Thunder and World of Tanks are the two most fandoms. People who literally, it's like the truck driver who is a commercial truck driver who then does the truck driving simulator at night. These guys can't get enough of like playing with these tools, even if they literally work on them in real time, in real life. They basically are like, that's what happens when you have like people who are genuine fans and are genuine real life autists who make it their whole lives and will get into arguments on the internet and will own people by leaking classified information. Yeah, you say one wrong thing about some vehicle and other people reply with classified schematics. Also, last night, Financial Times had an interview with everyone's favorite president, President Donald Trump, where he told the Financial Times a couple incredible quotes. One, he wants to seize Iran's oil. To be honest with you, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran. Specifically considering taking Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. Compares it to Venezuela, saying the U.S. could control oil there indefinitely. Trump claims Iran has no real defense there. I don't think they have any defense. We could take it very easily. Acknowledges it would require occupation. It would also mean we had to be there for a while. Trump claims scale of bombing. We've bombed 13,000 targets. We've got about 3,000 targets left. Claims regime change has effectively already happened. Describes a new leadership as a totally different group of people, very professional. I genuinely think we're not taking Karg Island, by the way. The more he says Karg Island by name, the more I believe that we're not taking Karg Island. Rubio's announcement today was insane. On Good Morning America, Secretary Rubio says, here are the clear objectives of the operation. You should write them down. Let's take a look.
Okay, and that's what this is. It's about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile launching capability. And number four, the destruction of their factories so they can't make more missiles and more drones to threaten us in the future. All of this so that they can never hide behind it to acquire a nuclear weapon. That was our objective from the beginning. That remains our objective now. We are on pace and, in fact, ahead of schedule on some of those things, and we are going to achieve those things in a number of weeks, not in a number of months.
Great. What happened? I thought we were liberating the Iranian people. Oh, well, I guess we totally dropped that one. Okay. Wait, I thought it was about nuclear capability, the Iranian people rising up and opening the Strait of Hormuz. The more this admin clarifies objectives, the less clear this insane war becomes. It turns out, you know what the real secret is? It's none of those things. Okay? It's none of those things at all. It's just we leaned into Israeli intelligence, Israeli assessments, and they played Donald Trump like a fiddle, where they just straight up were like, you'll go in, we'll do regime change. It'll be just like Venezuela, in and out, 4 days max. 4 days of bombing max. Okay? And that's obviously not what's happened because we're 30 days in, right? We're 30 days in with no end in sight and things are getting worse and worse. They've been able to at least manipulate the markets a little bit, right? To not show exactly how devastating this has been for the energy markets. Israel's goals were always entirely different than the administration's goals. Israel's goals were always about complete destabilization, okay? Complete destabilization, complete destruction of Iran and Iranian existence in its entirety. They don't give a about regime change, obviously. And here we are. And meanwhile, this has been such a devastating sequence of defeats for America and Israel that Iran has a stronger grip over the Strait of Hormuz now than ever before. They not only effectively shut down the Strait of Hormuz, but they also control all the oil tankers that go through, and they're actually forcing the non-hostile countries to pay a toll in Chinese yuan. Right? Iran going in for the long haul and imposing sovereignty in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, they are also passing a bill now. If this becomes law inside of Iran, they will impose a toll system in rials, ban passage of U.S. and Israeli vessels through the strait, assert Iran's sovereignty over the strategic waterway, ban any country that imposes unilateral sanctions against Iran. Oman is slated to help shape the legal framework, Faris said. Okay? And you need to understand something. This is de-dollarization. And it's already happened. It accelerated after Russia invaded Ukraine because America's reaction to Russia invading Ukraine was to basically weaponize the SWIFT system, forcing Russia, a major oil provider, to move away from the petrodollar. Because Russia was like, okay, well, if you're going to sanction every dollar that we make off of our petroleum sales, our oil and gas sales, then we're not going to use that anymore. And ever since then, if you look at the actual data, the trade in general, like global trade, since then has actually fallen off of a cliff. We did that, okay? We did that. We forced the hand of all of our foreign adversaries by, one, sanctioning every country that is in the periphery, and on top of that, offering tight controls over whatever they can trade and can't trade. And the U.S. dollar share of global foreign currency reserves have fallen to its lowest level in this century. In 2000, at its highest peak, was at like around 65%, 60% or so. Now it's at 40%. Saturday afternoon, Trump urged everyone to watch Mark Levin, okay, who has demanded that I get kicked out of the country, actually, deported. That's what he said. Let's take a look.
Two important questions as we enter another week of this war. One, where is the president getting his information? What are his sources? A recent NBC report indicated that he watches a highlight reel of strikes inside Iran, showcasing U.S. military successes. That raises concerns about whether he's being told the full story about the war day by day. So where is he getting his information, and who is he talking to in the press or in the media to get his message out? For example, earlier today, Trump had a phone interview with a reporter from an Israeli TV network who relayed his messaging about the Iranians begging to negotiate. But check this out from yesterday. I thought this was a really interesting, revealing True Social post. Trump saying, hey, everybody tune in to Mark Levin's show on Fox. He's going to have an interview of the, quote, brilliant Mark Thiessen tonight at 8 p.m. So here you have Trump yesterday acting like a Fox News programmer, urging everybody to tune into Fox, specifically because they'll discuss the importance of hitting Iran hard. Now, that strongly suggests to me that the president had talked to Levin or the guest ahead of time and knew what was coming up. So
Yeah. And what did Mark Levin say, by the way?
Take a look. Here was Mark Levin, who is an Iran war hawk, urging the president to send in some forces.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons. And we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium.
Yeah. Let's listen to the whole thing. There's a minute. It's a minute and 19 seconds long. After Donald Trump promoted this Fox News special, if you want to understand like where he's going from here on out, Mark Levin is making the case for him.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons. And we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium. If it cannot be destroyed, if it cannot be altered, we got to get it. For the reason I just said. You can make dirty bombs, and over time, you can still make sophisticated missiles. So you need to get to the uranium. That's why I'm reading in the paper, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne, we're talking about these various special forces and the various military services and so forth. He's not talking about sending regular army and infantry in by the hundreds of thousands. The men he's talking about, the units he's talking about, they are specialized. And you know what else? I remember from my days in the Reagan administration. Many of them are trained for a moment like this to try and secure enriched uranium.
Yeah, they're not. Okay, this is an unbelievably complex, if not outright impossible mission to conduct. Okay, troops flying over contested Iranian airspace to get to Isfahan is already impossible to begin with. But then also on top of that, you're talking about transporting a ton of enriched uranium. Okay? How are you going to do that? How are you going to take packaged 1,000 pounds of uranium, even if it's like not even a certainty that the enriched uranium is in the Isfahan facility? Because you don't even have the intelligence. Bomb it? So bomb it? 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium? This is talking about dirty bombs. So you're saying you're just gonna explode underground 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium and basically deploy multiple nukes worth of radiation. 19 nukes worth of enriched uranium exploding on Iranian soil. That is a very sophisticated operation that is virtually impossible to conduct, even if America had a runway, established bases that were free of Iranian rocket fire, okay? Like a launching pad. To do that with no air superiority whatsoever, as you are signaling that you're going to do that a week ahead of time, it's unbelievably stupid. It's not going to happen. I just don't even think it's going to happen. I don't even think they can find the uranium. I know. How are they going to find the tunnel systems? Like, let's say, what are they going to do? Dig it out from the rubble? Like, there's no guarantee that this facility already still contains the enriched uranium. This is from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. Analysis: Iran likely transferred highly enriched uranium to Isfahan before the June strikes. Satellite imagery shows that Iran could have transferred to Isfahan up to 540 kilograms, possibly all of its highly enriched uranium inventory before the June strikes last year. 10 days of enriched uranium enrichment to weapons grade, long enough. There's no guarantee that it's there. And on top of that, it's virtually an impossible mission. And on top of that, once again, highly, highly difficult to, like, you need to, it's not just like Navy SEALs that you can send on this operation. It's a trap. They're going to die there. But also, you have to have like specialists along for the journey, because a bunch of Navy SEALs have no idea how to handle enriched uranium. A former CENTCOM commander talks about this. What boots on the ground in Iran could entail, according to a former CENTCOM commander. None of this makes sense. Yeah, once you're dropped there, you're on a timeline. You're setting yourself up for an ambush. He later brought on Thiessen to paint Iran with the same brush as Al-Qaeda. Oh, Mark Thiessen, in the Mark Levin interview, Trump urged all his followers to watch, makes the case for troops on the ground in Iran. We have to get what Donald Trump correctly calls the nuclear dust.
Of the leadership, including bin Laden's son, escaped from Afghanistan to Iran, were given sanctuary by the Iranian regime, and they've been using it as a hub for terror around the world. And Al-Qaeda and Iran have teamed up for a series of terrorist attacks against us. People don't realize this, but we remember the bombings of the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, which should have been our warning that 9/11 was coming. That was planned, and the terrorists were trained by Iran for doing that, because Al-Qaeda didn't know how to bring down buildings, so they turned to Iran in order to get the training to do that. So the idea that Iran, which is Shia, and Al-Qaeda, which is Sunni, would cooperate is not beyond measure. In fact, I mean, the Hamas is Sunni also. Iran.
Bro, comparing Al-Qaeda to Hamas is so funny. I'm sorry. All these other Salafist or Wahhabist groups are antagonistic to Iran. They have, in some ways, been created to fight back against Iranian influence in the region, and they are much more aligned with Western goals by way of Saudi Arabia than with Iranian goals in the region, okay? And no, it's not in Iran, it's Pakistan. That's where they came from. What the is this guy talking about?
Works with Sunni terrorists around the world. And if we don't get that enriched uranium, and they want to get back at us for what we've done, the easiest way to do it would be to give it to Al-Qaeda and let them use it for a dirty bomb. So we have got to get what Donald Trump correctly calls the nuclear dust before this operation is done.
Abbottabad, right next to the military academy. Yeah. I mean, this is like not even a good argument, I'll be honest. It's just not a very good or a very convincing argument. Like, they're not even doing the don't let the smoking gun turn into a mushroom cloud. Clearly, prior admins that were also major war criminals, like specifically I'm thinking of the George W. Bush neocons, were at least more competent than this administration. So this actually does present a unique opportunity for anti-war people like ourselves to make a much more convincing argument that these guys don't know what's going on, okay? I think it was a lot more difficult back in the day with the competent neocons in charge that were doing full spectrum coverage on why we have to, invade Iraq, why we have to invade Afghanistan. They did a much better job of convincing the population. The competent neocons, no, I mean, they were. What's really funny about this kind of stuff, I'm seeing this, like, where they go, oh, dude, let's not do nation building. Let's not do regime change. The idea that the neocons had any sort of real investment in, like, liberalizing Iraq is idiotic. That was marketing, you idiot. That was marketing. They didn't actually care about bringing democracy to Iraq. That's why it's so funny when they're like, no, we should just do not woke stuff because, like, nation building is woke. Yeah, really. Donald Rumsfeld, Mr. Woke. They're so stupid that they, I guess, genuinely believe that the neocons had any investment whatsoever in nation building and democratizing Iraq. No, they didn't, you idiot. That was just marketing. It turns out the reason for that marketing and why that marketing existed was so that they could sell this idea to dumb liberal Americans who ate that bait completely. Now that Trump is not even doing that, where he's doing away with all that because they consider it to be woke, and this is the anti-woke warrior ethos, many Americans are not even being convinced on why this is appropriate and why we should do it. It's fantastic.
And by the day, the Israelis are about to go even further. The country's prime minister says there's more to do by expanding their occupation of southern Lebanon. It's a message of strength that concedes a major weakness. Hezbollah has increased its attacks on the Israeli military.
In Lebanon, I have now instructed to further expand the existing security strip in order to finally thwart the threat of invasion.
But this is not the only place where Benjamin Netanyahu is waging war. Israeli and American planes have subjected the capital of Iran to waves of bombing. 701 strikes were recorded over 24 hours, according to one
Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Human rights group. The majority concentrated in and around Tehran. The Red Crescent Society says residential areas were hit overnight, and we see their personnel and search dogs moving through the rubble, searching for survivors and counting the dead. The Iranian Health Ministry says more than 1,900 people have died. On the target list, a well-known public university in Tehran. These images have been verified by Sky, with pictures of the damage posted by an academic the following day. Only last month, this campus was alive with students, she wrote. In response, Iran has threatened to hit US universities located in the Middle East. And Iran has been firing missiles into Israel at a steady pace. The majority intercepted by Israeli defenses, but not all. This impact in southern Israel, filmed from neighboring Jordan. And residents in this community near Jerusalem were fortunate when a long-range missile narrowly missed their homes. 7 suffered light injuries. In Pakistan, talks about peace have begun with representatives of Egypt, Turkey and Saudi Arabia in attendance. But there's little sign that American and Iranian officials are planning to attend. Instead, the US is bringing in more troops with the arrival of 2,500 Marines and ships equipped for amphibious assault.
Remember what I told you after day one, where they blew up a school, blew up a facility where people were children were playing volleyball, which I said was most likely a quote unquote accident that they didn't give a shit enough about. But clearly their targets were primarily Basij and IRGC. When they realized that the Iranian people would not actually rise up, that they would start hitting civilian targets even more aggressively. At this point, they are doing that, right? I mean, Israel very quickly started doing that. They hit the oil refineries near Tehran and engaged in chemical warfare. But when they recognized that the Iranian people were not actually going to fight back against their government in the way that the Israeli government claimed it would happen, even though the American intelligence said that most likely wasn't going to happen if you bombed Iran. Okay. They were going to start punishing every single person that they could, every single member of Iranian civil society, and they're precisely doing that. Yeah. This trajectory is now unmistakable. As Iran maintains its ability to fire back, the U.S.-Israeli target set is widening from military sites to universities, factories, and residential areas. This shift is arguably driven by difficulty of decisively degrading Iran's military capabilities. What prevents Iran from doing the same? Iran will do the same. Iran is doing the same right now. If they have a facility that's hit, they hit back in the same way to Israel as well. And ironically enough, for those of us who have been paying close attention, monitoring the situation, you have noticed probably Israeli reports coming out about how effective Iran is at now consistently penetrating the Israeli security, the Israeli anti-defense systems. They now have a 54% strike rate. It's unbelievable. Yesterday, Iran lobbed 14 missiles at Israel. 7 of them, or I think, more than 7 of them went through, okay? They hit targets. Danny Citrinowicz, the Atlanticist, who has to eat his words as he, this is like one of those things that guys like Danny were agitating for their entire careers. And now that it's unfolding in spectacular fashion and blowing up in their faces, he has to offer sober analysis and make it seem like he's not on board with this. Says the escalation is already here. Strikes on steel plants and universities on one side, and Iran's response, including damage to desalination facilities in Kuwait on the other, make clear that the current trajectory is unsustainable. Absent an end to the war, and given Israel's apparent intent to deepen its campaign against Iran, further escalation is only a matter of time. Maintaining the current status quo will be increasingly difficult, especially as the Houthis signaled their willingness to expand the conflict in response to intensified activity against Iran. And this is all before even considering the possibility of U.S. ground involvement. Surely Israel can't tank 50+% hit rates for long? Yeah, of course not. No one can. No country can tank it. No country can tank it, let alone Israel, who has famously been preserved as a consequence of unlimited American support. Israel has been preserved from receiving backlash. Israel has been spared due to billions of dollars of defenses that they get from the United States of America. Now that Israel is no longer spared and civilians are experiencing the tolls, guess what? When Israelis want to wrap up a military campaign, it's almost always theoretical only at a bit like so-called non-Zionist Jews who continue to enable. No. This is unironically a major difference. It shifted away from, this is a major pole shift. I don't think we should be undermining this major pole shift. It's huge. It went from 85% who thought we can just bunker up and withstand these strikes with minor casualties to now 29% to 60%. They are now seeing the consequences for the first time ever. I promise you, they went from 85%, 90% on some polls of Jewish Israelis specifically, to now 60% of Jewish Israelis wanting to continue this war. That's a huge, huge, huge difference. And I say Jewish Israelis because it's a demographic designation, a demographic distinction that the fascist Israeli state applies. In Israel, it's Jewish and Arab, right? Even though there are Arab Jews, they are bracketed as Jewish. Arab just means non-Jews, including like Armenians are considered in the Arab category in their demographic polls, even though Armenians are not Arab. This is unique. This is why we have always said that not only is the Iron Dome support fungible, right? But on top of that, Iron Dome affords regular Israelis unlimited protection from the consequences of their violent militarism in the region, and therefore allows the Israeli government to continue agitating, continue destabilizing the entire neighborhood, continue blowing up places, because they know full and well that there is no enemy, up until now, that can seriously punish and seriously penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome, the Arrow systems, significantly deteriorate their defense capabilities, and actually make the regular Israeli society suffer and experience retaliation. That's changing, okay? That's changing. This is a huge change. This is part of the reason why I make no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Now, of course, we didn't stop, offering Israel defense. We greatly increased our defense, but Iran has destroyed their defenses. And here we are.
Join some 50,000 American personnel already in the region. The Pentagon reportedly planning for ground operations, although the decision to use them rests with President Trump. In a fiery verbal barrage, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf, said they are awaiting the arrival of the Americans in order to set them on fire. The message later restated on national television. President Trump is unbalanced and deceitful. One moment he speaks of negotiations. Shortly afterwards, he's managing the war. It's clear that Iran retains the capability to retaliate, despite claims made both by the Israelis and the Americans that they've degraded and largely destroyed the regime's ability to fight.
Yep. What happened?
A large fire is now burning in an industrial zone in central Israel from another missile that has avoided this country's defensive shield. It's a reminder that a peaceful settlement, or even talks about peace, look decidedly elusive. John Sparks, Sky News in Jerusalem.
Now to the war in Iran, as President Trump considers sending ground troops into the country. More than 2,000 U.S. Marines have now arrived in the region. You can see some of them in these images released by the Pentagon. And over the weekend, President Trump told the Financial Times his preference would be to, quote, take the oil from Iran. Weijia Jiang is at the White House to break it down for us. Hey, Weijia.
Matt, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Clearly, President Trump is not ruling this out, even though from the very first strike on Iran, the White House has always said he wants to keep his options open. It was just 2 weeks ago that he said he was not putting troops anywhere. This morning, that's clearly not the case.
With Marines in the Army's 82nd Airborne Division amassing in the Middle East, President Trump on Air Force One wouldn't say if troops will head into Iran.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. Earlier, the president said to the Financial Times he may send troops to seize Iran's oil export hub, Karg Island, to take the oil. But he acknowledged that would also mean we had to be there for a while. And the White House did not deny a Washington Post report that the Department of Defense is preparing for weeks of ground operations, saying it's the job of the Pentagon to make preparations. It does not mean the president has made a decision. Democrats and a growing number of Republicans in Congress are voicing concerns.
We cannot have American troops on the ground in Iran. This is going to be such a risky operation.
We don't want troops on the ground. And I think that's a line for a lot of people.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise wouldn't say whether the president should consult Congress before making a decision.
There are no boots on the ground today, but we're having a lot of conversations about what could happen next.
Trump's top negotiator, Steve Witkoff, says a show of force is necessary to achieve peace.
Without pressure, you never get anybody to the table. And in this case, we're employing a lot of strength. We have a big fleet there, and yet we're prepared to solve it with a diplomatic solution.
Last night, President Trump said the U.S. is doing extremely well with negotiations, but added you never know with Iran because even when making a deal, quote, we always have to blow them up. Meanwhile, the war continues to take a toll on the U.S. economy. Gas prices remain high, about $1 more than just a month ago. Matt.
Thanks, Weijia. We appreciate it.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's talk about the president's comments overnight, talking about taking the oil on Karg Island. How would he do this? Why would he do this? Won't it take ground troops?
Well, first of all, it's important to remember the objectives of this operation from the very beginning. We are destroying Iran's Navy. We are destroying their ability, their missile launchers by a significant percentage. We're going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning their ability to make new missiles and new drones in the future, because it poses a great threat to the region. This Iran that you're seeing now, this is Iran at its weakest point. Imagine them 2 years from now if they had thousands of more missiles, thousands of more missile launchers and factories to make even more. That was an unacceptable risk. It needed to be addressed, and President Trump is addressing it. Now, they are making threats about controlling the Hormuz Straits in perpetuity, creating a tolling system and the like. That's not going to be allowed to happen. And the president has a number of options available to him if he so chooses to prevent that from happening. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss what those options are, and we're not going to discuss military tactics. The Department of War would be in charge of those things. I'd refer you to them, but obviously they're not going to discuss it with you either. But there is a way forward here to achieve our objectives. We are going to achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks, not months.
Well, but let's talk about taking taking the oil? Because the president laid out that objective last night. And taking the oil will take ground troops, won't it?
Well, again, the Iranians are threatening that they're going to set up some permanent system in the Straits of Hormuz where they get to decide who goes through international waterways. That will never be allowed to happen. By the way, the rest of the world should take note of that. They have more at stake there than we do. We get very little of our energy in this country coming through the Straits of Hormuz. The rest of the world gets a lot more. That said, the president has several options at his disposal, and the Department of War is preparing optionality.
I think it's really funny that they keep repeatedly saying over and over again, yeah, I know we up the Strait of Hormuz, but like it doesn't even impact us. It's like, yeah, dumbass, everybody else understands that. First of all, it doesn't impact, it still does have an impact because it has an impact on the global oil prices. So it does impact people at the pump, as it has been. But even outside of that, you're basically telling the rest of the world, yeah, we up the Strait of Hormuz and we're not even suffering the consequences. How do you think that's going to read for a global hegemon? It's pure cope to think that like other countries are not aware that, American supply is not being disrupted in the same way that like, Thailand is, in the same way that the Philippines are. But what you're failing to consider when you say shit like this is that you're telling all your vassals around China that you have developed through soft power initiatives, a long-standing security cooperation, that you don't give a f about them. And sure, most likely the leadership that were in line with these American security cooperative agreements were aware that you don't give a fuck about them. But now you're making it undeniable to the populations. What kind of resentment do you think that will create? This is why I kept repeatedly saying, in the absence of soft power, 800 military bases turn into 800 different military invasions. And no country has the capacity to fight 800 different wars all around the world at the same time. It turns out America doesn't even have the capacity to fight against Iran and protect its regional partners. We've found out the hard way. We're learning that lesson. Well, I guess these guys are just denying that lesson even exists, but at least like sober analysis requires you to come to terms with that lesson. Iran carried out a deception in the skies over Dubai, costing the United Arab Emirates around $100 million. Iran allegedly launched missiles equipped with flare decoys, prompting air defenses in Dubai to fire hundreds of interceptor missiles unnecessarily. I don't know if this is like Chinese or whatever. I don't know if this is more evidence of Chinese technology at work. I don't know why Ryan is saying that, but again, let's keep monitoring the situation.
For the president, for this and various other contingencies that might arise. That's what always needs to happen in situations like this. But what I want the American people and the people watching this broadcast to know is that fundamentally what this is about is the destruction of their Air Force, which has been largely achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has been largely achieved, the destruction of their factories that they make all these weapons with, which is we're well on our way to achieving, and a substantial reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have so that they cannot continue to threaten their neighbors in the future. All of those objectives are being met on or ahead of schedule, and should be able to achieve in a matter of weeks.
As you're speaking, though, the president is expanding the objectives. Just a couple minutes ago, he put out a post on Truth Social saying that we're in discussions now with a new and more reasonable regime in Iran, but he also added that if those discussions don't yield fruit, the United States will blow up and completely obliterate all of their electric generating plants, all their oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposely not yet touched, is what he said. That's a great expansion of the objectives.
Well, I think the first point the president makes is he prefers diplomacy. As I said, those efforts are nascent. There is messages being relayed back and forth, some conversations going on, including through intermediaries, and he always prefers that. Look, if the Iranian regime had come forward at any point in the past and said, we're going to walk away from our nuclear ambitions, we're going to do nuclear energy the way every other country in the world, primarily, almost every other country in the world does it, and that is through a peaceful means. And
they did! Okay, George. Come on. Please, bare minimum, basic journalistic function here. Please, please. You will be a legend. I don't know. I'm not assuming he's not going to do that. But goddamn, if he doesn't do that, he is literally the worst. Oh my God.
Bring in the fuel and it's supervised and so forth. We're going to stop supporting terrorist groups across the region. Look at this region. Every single terrorist group in this region.
No, you have to stop him. You have to stop him. No, you have to go. They did do that twice. And we engaged in perfidy twice. Okay? Please. Actually, as a matter of fact, not only did they do that twice, technically, you could say that there was success. It was called the JCPOA. Barack Obama advanced it. Iran followed through on it. It was a multilateral commitment, including China and Russia. And Trump ruined it the first time around.
Region has a link to the Iranian regime. Every single one. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias that are attacking everyone out of Iraq. Every single one of these groups and all the destabilization in this region tracks directly back to the Iranian regime. Those things have to be addressed. And if Iran had been willing to address those in the past, we wouldn't be having this interview on this topic right now. Their refusal to do so and their continuing move towards one day acquiring a nuclear capability, these people are lunatics. They are insane. They are religious zealots who can
nothing? We're just going to let him chirp?
Never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon because they have an apocalyptic vision.
Bro, this is not journalism. You're no longer even a stenographer at that point. You're just an organ of propaganda. You're literally just like allowing him with zero pushback whatsoever. You're not even editorializing it in your own way.
The future, and all of their neighbors know that, by the way, which is why all of their neighbors have been supportive of the efforts we're conducting.
You call them lunatics, but the president just had this post where he says we're in discussions with a new and more reasonable regime. Let me try to pin you down on that. Who is this new and more reasonable regime? Is the United States
That's your takeaway? You're not even going to address what he said. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, this is the type of, first of all, this is Good Morning America. It's ABC. It's not even CBS. But like, dude, this is, you're doing a disservice to your audience. Like, you are straight up doing a disservice to your audience. You're doing a disservice to the profession in general. You can't let him sling all that. You're not gonna actually hold him to account. That would look really good for George, by the way. That's what's so crazy about it, because like, this is beneficial for George. George cutting Marco Rubio in that moment and saying, hey, I have to stop you there. You said these guys didn't want to deal with the United States of America and denuclearization. This is actually contradicted by the information presented by numerous mediators that were involved in the denuclearization talks last time around, including a British official, including the foreign minister of Oman, who wrote a piece and actually went on NBC's Sunday shows to basically say that Iran was abiding by maximalist denuclearization arguments that America was presenting. Rubio would say they're lying because terrorists lie. Hey, notice how I didn't bring up Iran here? I said British envoys, British mediators, Omani mediators. The reason why I brought that up is because there is a way to counter this narrative. This is another one of the things that's like been endlessly frustrating for me, is like the crowning accomplishment. Obama loves his legacy. Right? He loves defending his legacy. That's why he brings up the ACA all the time. Obama's signature accomplishment in terms of foreign policy was both the Cuba deal and Iran, the JCPOA. He accomplished that, and that was actually a spectacular move in the right direction. And if I was in his shoes, I'd be nonstop defending that shit. I'd be like, look how much Donald Trump things up. It doesn't make any sense.
Direct contact with them.
Well, I'm not going to disclose to you who those people are because it probably would get them in trouble with some other groups of people inside of Iran. Look, there's some fractures going on there internally. And at the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that that would exist over there. It's unfortunate. The people of Iran are incredible people. The people who lead them, this clerical regime, that is the problem. And if there are new people now in charge who have a more reasonable vision of the future, that would be good news for us, for them, for the entire world. But we also have to be prepared for the possibility, maybe even the probability, that that is not the case.
Well, but the president said they are. Is that the case or is it not? I'm just trying to get some clarity on that.
Well, what I mean is, yeah, so you have people over there that are saying some of the right things privately. Obviously, they're not going to put it out in press releases, and what they say to you or put out there for the world doesn't necessarily reflect what they're saying in our conversations. But at the end of the day, we have to see if these people end up being the ones.
Oh, you got secrets. You see, it kind of seems like we're destroying the entire globe's energy production and its entire agricultural output. But a lot of people are secretly super on board. The f do you think someone in Thailand has to do with Iran? Why the f would anybody in Thailand or anybody in the Philippines be like, oh, thank God, dude. Thank God you literally destroyed our entire energy exports, our entire energy imports by blowing up Iran alongside Israel. We love that. Thank you, sir. Like, American exceptionalism has obviously served the American population for a long time because it was uncontested. Like, American military might was uncontested. Now that it's being contested in spectacular display, these guys still keep running around with the same ass attitude, like the f gonna do about it attitude. They designed a new world order. They said its might is right. And now, thinking that, you know, no one else was going to come in and say, all right, bet. If might is right, if might makes right, we got might too. Right? You were just on CNN. Wait, really? If anything, Jake Tapper, you're going to have a segment on Jake Tapper this hour? Yeah, he's probably going to cook me. He's probably going to yell at me, which I think is going to backfire on him.
In charge, seeing if they're the ones that have the power to deliver. We're going to test it. We are hopeful that that's the case. There are clearly people there talking to us in ways that previous people in charge in Iran have not spoken to us in the past. Some of the things they're willing to do, some of the things they're saying they're willing to do. Obviously, they have to go do it. We're going to test that proposition very strongly because we always prefer to settle things through negotiation and diplomacy. But we also have to be prepared for the fact that that effort might fail, that we are dealing with a 47-year-old regime that still has a lot of people involved in it who aren't necessarily big fans of diplomacy or peace.
And if it fails, the war expands?
Dude, come on, George, you're literally directly related to a Palestinian. George, the f is wrong with you, man? George, there's one party that is not invested in diplomacy. It's the American government. What wrong with you? Why are you letting him get away with this lie? Up until this moment, okay, up until these last 30 days, Iran kept leaning into diplomacy over and over and over again. And what did it get in return for that? Bombs. It got bombed. What are we talking about? The idea that that Iran was not invested in diplomacy, but America is so stupid. Who's he related to? George Stephanopoulos has like what is her name? It's like Sister something. I forget. She's like a very famous Palestinian woman. Tucker Carlson has interviewed her before. Sister Agapia. Yeah. Agapia Stephanopoulos. Doesn't she live in Palestine or something? Or I think it's not even his sister. I think it's his relative by marriage or something. I don't know the full details, but like, she lives in the West Bank. She's like a religious figure that lives in the West Bank, and Tucker Carlson has actually interviewed her quite a bit. Mother Agapia Stephanopoulos. Oh no, she's Greek by blood. She lives in the West Bank, or used to live in the West Bank, and now she lives in New York.
What's that? I'm sorry?
If it fails, the war expands?
Well, the war is about this operation, okay, and that's what this is. It's about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile.
Yeah, we watched this part where he just like starts flubbing. I've been eating the from both liberals and right-wing reactionary heads since October 8th, 2023. That environment has shifted now. So I don't feel lonely at all. These guys can keep chirping and calling the manager over and over again. At the end of the day, the base of support is with us. Funniest part of this entire attack on Sound Parkers is cost him zero losses, no subscriber declines on his two main platforms at all. These centers have absolutely zero motion with regular people or voters. Yeah. Oh, Bernard, America's most famous and beloved Jewish politician in many respects. Hassan Piker is doing a very good job. This comment on TikTok you showed earlier is why I think the recent press blitz by third way types fail. What is this? This is the first time I'm hearing of him and I like him already. Yeah, exactly. No, for most people, they just hate. Most people don't like Israel. And so when they see a lot of these like, pro-Israel outlets and pro-Israel politicians come after me super hard, it doesn't do what they think it should do, right? Instead of having a negative pressure on me, it has a positive pressure on me. It literally backfires spectacularly. And I don't think they recognize it, right? But it's over. The conversation is done. Like, it's just so silly. I saw a Facebook post by Israel Times saying you were bad. The comments were 90% supportive on Facebook. Yeah, Israel has lost the public completely. So I welcome the hatred. I welcome the hatred because it's showing where people stand on this issue, right? It's showing to everyone where most people stand. Basically, yeah, they forced Effie Phillips to release a statement immediately after. I tweeted about this as well. Effie Phillips, Effie for Congress, New York 17. After my interview with her, immediately, like the Westchester Democrats wrote this statement on Facebook, which was really funny. It was just like straight up, piece by piece, like bullet points from Fox News Digital. Like they took Fox News article headlines and like slammed it into this thing. And they try to like create pressure, which I don't think is going to work, right? Like, it's just so stupid. Anyway, and Effie responded with this. Response to the Democratic Party chair attacks. The Democratic establishment has long operated with an outdated mentality that alienates the very voters we need to win. The young, the politically disengaged, and those who prioritize human rights. By narrowing our tent and refusing to engage with platforms that reach young people, we are effectively surrendering our generation of voters to apathy or the far right. While I don't align with every word Hassan Piker has ever said, we must recognize the massive value of a platform that engages millions of young people in the democratic process. Unlike my opponents, Hassan Piker is not running for Congress. He's mobilizing a movement that demands our politics center human rights and favor diplomacy over the reflexive use of military force. As Democrats, our job is to build bridges, not burn them. We should be inviting young people into the process by building a coalition rooted in collective humanity. My mission is clear. I will always fight for universal human rights and Palestinian self-determination and stand firmly against anti-Semitism. We win when we grow the movement, not when we cut people out of it. And that's a great statement overall, right? Because like this was a question that Philip DeFranco asked me as well, right? Where they were like, he was basically like, well, what do you think about like politicians not like, defending your individual statements? And I'm like, I don't expect them to do that, right? Because like I shouldn't be a story at all. Like the argument should be, why is this a story? Like you're being ridiculous because it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What do you mean? I'm like a guy who has spent most of his career like advocating for workers' rights, advocating for labor, advocating for the humanity of people that oftentimes are forgotten, that we destroy, is somehow a bad person. Okay, what are we supposed to do? Call the cops? Alert the presses? Wee woo. Stop that. Why are you doing that? It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Fao Moi posted the Zeteo article. The campaign against Hassan Piker is about crushing the left. Donald Trump is leading a horrifying ethnic cleansing campaign, gutting the Constitution and trying to give himself king-like powers. He's leading an illegal and reckless war against Iran in partnership with Israel that is immiserating so many people here and abroad. Meanwhile, prominent Democrats ranging from elected members of Congress to 2026 Senate candidates to likely 2028 presidential hopefuls are spending their time condemning Hassan Piker, the left-wing streamer and influencer, as a part of a cancellation campaign spearheaded by Third Way, a centrist think tank. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires and corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left. Even the Hasbras hypothetically cancel you / make you quit. The support for Israel isn't going to magically return. Yeah, that's my argument. That's what I keep repeating. Like, I am not. The reason why I have popularity is because I have a moral compass that I abide by, and my worldview, my advocacy has not changed, but at least people have arrived at my position. That's the reason why I'm popular. That's it. I have, I have not changed my value system. I've been advocating for the same exact things for a decade plus. Trying to marginalize me is not going to win the conversation at all, right? It's not going to help you is not going to convince people that like, oh, Israel is good, actually. You know, I'm not this singular hypnotizer of the masses that cause people to hate Israel. Just as it wasn't like TikTok algorithms, you know what I mean? Why is Hassan Piker the center of American left discourse? Centrists think Hassan Piker is an easy scapegoat to tie their entire left to try to destroy any power gains by the left politically. They want to prevent more Zohar Mamdanis, and they think this is their path to do that. My God, you guys are so conspiracy brain. People don't the guy for good reason. It's not some coordinated attack. Every time there's a guy that says stuff like this, I click on their account. One, they've always blocked me ahead of time. And two, it's always a pro-Israel guy. Like always. Every single time. I have yet to see someone who is like pro-Palestine. At most, like I'll see people with like the Ukrainian flag and the Palestinian flag in their bio, right? Who say stuff like Hamas Hamas needs to be destroyed, like giving total defense to like Israel's genocide, while simultaneously saying like Palestinians have to be perfect victims, right? Like it's always, at most it'll be like that. At most it'll be people like that. But outside of that, most of the time it's just like people who are pro-Israel, like Israel first, like they just will not give up on their advocacy for Israel. It's so strange. I think the Democrats should embrace him and the likes of him and run Mamdani for president. I'll chip in. It's a great winning strategy. It's so funny the pro-Israel sites and organizations are warning anti-Zionist politicians about Piker. They think he's bad for the Dems. Wouldn't they want him to associate with their ideological enemies? It's almost like they know his influence can win elections. They're afraid. How much should Bibi given to Hamas over the years? Is the anti-Semitic look at the decades-long conflict in its totality to understand how it's evolved? So apparently anti-Semite now means any critics of Israel. So we'll have to come up with a new word to describe bigots who don't like Jewish people. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Like anyone who opposes Israel is a hero. Piker is absolutely not anti-Semitic, and it's one hell of a show of weakness to try to spin it as he is. McDonald's has existed longer than Israel. He's hot and opposes Israel. Hey, thanks. I've never heard of this guy before, but thanks to the article, I'm going to go check him out. Sounds like he's a good guy. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand? Because for a lot of people, they totally get where this is coming from, right? They've seen it. They've seen it a million times over in the last like 3 years, where they know that anyone who is a critic of Israel instantly gets yelled at and instantly gets smeared as a dangerous anti-Semite, a radical, and like they try to do it with like a multiple front. They try to do this from a perspective where they'll be like, he's a bad guy, just stay away from him. But like everybody understands where it's coming from, right? Corporate and lobby-owned Democrats. This is on r/politics, by the way, which is crazy. Corporate and lobby-owned Democrats are going to have to wake up someday and have a brain. Also, tremendous downvotes from r/politics. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because this thread didn't go in the direction that they thought it would on Reddit. I came to those conclusions on my own, watching the party flounder and fail. Their base, your kids grew up. Wake up, get with the times. We are not sheep. No, but wait. Don't you know you're getting fed these takes by Fuentes Light? If you think that's the case, you've got your own Fuentes, maybe not like calling the shots for you. I was being sarcastic. Sorry, hard to tell on the internet, I know. Piker is close to, but not over the Nick Fuentes line, where going on his show itself is indefensible. These people must live in an alternative reality if they genuinely believe the nonsense they peddle. He talks about things and policies that pull Democrats away from corporate donors or interests. That's the only reason they want to. It's like shocking. It's shocking to see, like, dude, this article being written on October 10th, 2023 would have been inundated. This would have been on r/all. Every single person would be like, Hassan is a terrorist. We have to him. Like, times have changed dramatically. And this is kind of a broader reflection of like the attitude in America. Right? That's what it is. Hassan is what the Democrats said they wanted after the 2024 election defeat. Albeit, which Democrats said they wanted this? Let's see the quotations of which mainstream Democrats said they wanted a hot topic communist who extols China and Cuba but lives in a mansion, dog to be surrogate, blah, 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 is like downvoted. Democrats wanted a Joe Rogan of their own after the election defeat. Hassan has been proclaimed as that several times in the search that followed. He himself doesn't think it fits him, but that's another matter. For the rest of your posts, I will just say, chill out. Now they're saying who said that? Which Democrats were seeking out a Joe Rogan of the left? I mean, it feels as though these guys will just like deny reality. They're just denying reality at this point, right? Like it comes with a healthy reality denial to be able to defend Israel at this point, right? When Israel is doing so much indefensible shit. So it does make sense that you would also carry on that delusional attitude into other aspects of your life as well. They're doing Twitter comment section strays, which does not fly on Reddit. Yeah. What's funny about all this is Hassan's politics are the same as they were back in 2019, 2020. All that changed is he got hotter. A Dem strategist text. Hell yeah. So yeah, this barrage of hatred, this barrage of hatred in my direction has actually backfired, in my opinion. It has backfired spectacularly. Oh, Bernard, and what he had to say. Unc weighed in on the discourse. He was asked by Keith Edwards at the rally about Democrats' attempts, like centrist Democrats and corporate Democrats, and their attempts to separate from someone like myself in the movement that or a piece of the movement that I represent.
Senator Sanders, thank you so much for meeting with me. I think the lesson from 2024 was we're supposed to send Democrats anywhere and everywhere where they'll listen to us, and you will go to Joe Rogan. You'll talk to most people. I'm wondering what you think about this whole narrative around Hassan Piker and some Democrats just saying they're never going to go on his show.
Well, I've talked to Hassan, and I think he's doing in many respects a very good job. And the bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood. People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
I
It's
hope
what
so.
America is supposed to be about.
Yeah.
Put the mic closer to him. He literally has a chest lapel. Chatter. Calm down.
But if you give me a civil discourse, we have an intelligent discussion, fine. Disagree with me on an issue or not. Period.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
It's that simple. We're not always going to agree on everything, but it's like ridiculous to engage in this kind of like quote mining and try to create like unnecessary tension when we all know what the real reason for that unnecessary tension actually is. And it's because I'm not a controllable entity. I don't care about the interests of the donors. And I'm reflective of the attitudes that a lot of people have in the base of the Democratic Party. And Democrats would rather kill themselves than and kill their careers and kill their movement, kill their party, than allow for a crumb of that demand to flow through into the communications of the party. They just don't. They hate their base. We're trying to change that. And it's so funny because like these guys for years and years would say Hassan doesn't care about elections. He doesn't care about the Democratic Party at all. And it's like, okay, now we have candidates, right? And we have had candidates for like the last decade that we're trying to prop up that are more reflective and more responsive to the needs of the base. And all of a sudden, they're freaking out. Why are they freaking out? I thought you didn't want me to. I thought you were saying, I thought that you were saying that we don't care about the elections. We don't care about the Democratic Party. Clearly, we do. We want something to change. It's so strange. I mean, it's expected, but it's just like so self-defeating, and they're not stopping. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't recognize that this is like not going to work out, right? It's just not going to work out. And it's not working out for them because even their maximalist goals here, their maximalist goals here are what? Their maximalist goals here are to disparage me to such a degree that, Democrats don't associate with me. Okay, who gives a shit? That's not going to stop my commentary. I'm still going to support candidates that I like, that are more responsive to the needs of the base. I'm still going to support candidates that are putting the working class first, candidates that are anti-Zionist, right? That's not going to change my advocacy at all. So who gives a shit? Okay. I don't appear alongside candidates because it boosts my profile. These guys don't understand that. Okay. I don't appear alongside candidates that to boost my profile. I appear alongside candidates to boost their profile. And I think some of them maybe recognize this, but I think many of them don't. Many of them legitimately think, oh, you're getting like, you're getting positive coverage from the New York Times, and that's like legitimizing you and your worldview. That's unacceptable. It's like, I already have my own outlet. I already have my own, unlimited tool to communicate with people uninterrupted for 8 hours a day. It just doesn't. It doesn't help. It doesn't work that way.
Jake Tapper is quadrupling down on his racist Zionism. I saw he was retweeting anti-Hassan stuff this morning. Yeah, and it appears like, maybe Tapper wants to move out of the late afternoon and move into a late night anchorship. There's a lot of things that people are doing right now to audition for the new owners of the
whole
network.
podcast set that they've set up is completely to appeal to Barry Weiss.
Yes,
it's completely to appeal to her. It's so
she's doing such a great job.
All of this is so embarrassing. All the stuff too around Hassan is so embarrassing because here's the thing. The idea that they can sort of drive a wedge between Hassan and Democratic lawmakers, no one cares. Yeah. No one cares. It is such a Pyrrhic victory. No one cares because the politicians that are interested in Hassan, they're going to continue to watch Hassan. They're going to continue to talk to Hassan. They also
can't decide if Hassan is not impactful enough, which we're seeing some articles about how MSNBC really dwarfs his ratings, or if he's so terrifying that there needs to be this smear campaign against him. Pick which one. Is it a problem that the politicians go on his stream, or if your theory is right, it will discredit them. But the problem is that they know that that's not the case. So what McMorrow is doing by throwing Hassan under the bus is she doesn't want to go after her opponent directly because, and maybe accuse him of anti-Semitism because that's just a dog whistle for Islamophobia in some of these contexts. And two, she's auditioning for the Zionist donors that are growing tired of the losing campaign of Haley Stevens. So she's like, I'm open for business if you want to support me with some independent expenditures. And now she's calling for McMorrow 5 different debates. What do the internals say right now about Abdul al-Sayed? I hope that Stevens and McMorrow are cannibalizing one another. But I also saw that after this Hassan thing, Abdul al-Sayed's fundraising went up. So is Hassan a liability?
Well,
or
we know what it is.
Are you guys worried that it's the opposite?
Hassan is massively popular, and especially with people that the Democrats want to get to vote for them. And
also, I'm not massively popular because I'm some kind of special talent, right? I'm not a kingmaker, and I'm not massively popular because I offer something unique. The reason why I'm popular is because I have convictions, and for years and years, I have defended these convictions. And it turns out a lot of people, after a string of defeats, have started to recognize the same exact things that I've been talking about for a decade and a decade plus. That's it. So taking me out of the equation wouldn't even help change that resentment, right? That's it. That's why I say I am simply just a megaphone. I offer a voice to the voiceless. I offer a voice to people that are often unheard. That's my job.
I can't admit that's true because then what are they for? Money.
In Michigan, where we literally, it was so central to 2024, how that election was lost and it wasn't just Muslim and Arab people that were just.
See, that's the reason that Democrats think they could do this, because traditionally they relied on mainstream media gatekeeping and access trading to keep the left marginalized from the base. Unfortunately for them, everyone under the age of 50 is now on alternative media. You represent their loss of control. Chorus creators are the people that are trying to offer access and money in order to control social media. They hate that you are offering a real left alternative directly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. They set up, I don't even think the chorus creators necessarily are anti-Abdul either. But I think at the end of the day, they are a little bit more controllable as a group, because no chorus creator is going to come out and be like, yeah, I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom. You know what I mean? They're just not going to do that, right? There's certain lines that they won't cross, and therefore they can still, they can still be considered a controllable entity. I'm not agnostic to every Democratic candidate. There are Democrats that I am opposing. I will say it openly, right? If you're a pro-Israel Democrat, I oppose you. I will work to try to unseat you. I don't think chorus creators are going to do that aggressively or even openly. They'll offer a platform to people that are doing that, but they're not going to actively put their weight behind Oliver Larkin, for example. Right? That's the type of shit that's not going to happen. And they're agnostic to, I guess, in the McMorrow Abdul al-Sayed race, they'll talk to both of these candidates. They from their perspective, it just doesn't mean too much of a difference. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to us. But from the perspective of like Media Matters, for example, like it's just not that significant of a difference as long as it's a Democrat. You feel me?
Disgusted by the genocide in Gaza, but it is a very acute example with a large Arab and Muslim population in Michigan as to where this could actually be a direct liability as well.
It is. I don't know. I guess just from my own perspective, just watching the same moves, it's like watching, like if you were to take a basketball, if you take Bob Cousy and put him on the court now, all of a sudden it's like, wait a second, no, the game is completely different now. Like
Y.A. Tittle should not be out there with Lamar Jackson.
It's just so. For me, from my perspective, it is so encouraging to just see like how off-footed they are.
Yes,
like they have.
But we're
no
not the audience, and voters, I don't think, are the audience. I think it's donors.
Well, that's right. But the point is, it used to be the audience. Like this used to resonate with voters, and now what you're watching is like this is the bare knuckle, hopefully last grasp of these people, where like they can no longer use popular opinion to influence the donors and keep that money coming. They're actually just having to sort of like bypass, and their sales pitch is getting to a narrower and narrower audience. One that at the end,
bro, you lost literally no one on any of your platforms. It's just elite signaling to other elites. They have no motion. I would go so far as say it's a backfire, right? Abdul Al-Sayed has been able to reach the top 5 in fundraisers past week as this like media cycle started kicking into high gear. And not only that, but a lot of people who don't know who the I am, probably for the first time ever, heard my name and were like, let me look into this guy, right? Let me look into this guy. And there's a version of that, obviously. Where is it? That I was going to show you. Here's the one thing that I was going to show you. I mean, it's so totally ridiculous. Like, look at this. Hassan Piker Mirage, when social media extremism meets political reality. Out of bounds. Ted Deutsch compares Hassan Piker to Nick Fuentes, says Dem should shun him. McMurrow slams Al-Sayed for campaigning with Hassan Piker, compares Piker to Nick Fuentes. Hassan Piker becomes flashpoint in Democratic infighting. Elisa Slotkin and Haley Stevens criticize Al-Sayed over rallies with Hassan Piker. Representative Brad Schneider, new Dems chair, urges Democrats to disavow Hassan Piker. Dem divide on Hassan Piker ties. Third Way calls out Abdul Al-Sayed's embrace of Hassan Piker. And it's like, this is just since March 24th, man. In the last 6 days. Like, you're out of your dang mind for writing this. You come across like you're hysterical. You come across like you're defending the indefensible. Okay? People don't look at this and go, wow, this Hassan Piker guy sure sucks ass. They go, wait a minute, why are all these pro-Israel institutions actively coming after this person? And that doesn't end up causing people to think, oh, I hate this guy, I'm going to shy away from this guy. That ends up causing people to go, wait, I don't like this guy. This guy rocks. I didn't know about this guy at all.
Everybody watch what's going to start happening. It's already happening. If you don't know who he is, and some of you don't, this is Hassan Piker. And he is unabashedly anti-corruption. And he's on the left, except the left hates him. The Democratic establishment, the centrists, absolutely hate him because he calls out the corruption from the Democratic Party as much as he calls out the corruption from the Republican Party. And he's gaining and he's so popular with young men. He's the blue pill pipeline that the Democrats need to pull in young, vulnerable men so they don't get caught up and swallowed up by the red pill content. I mean, it's already bad enough that you had Charlie Kirk and then you got Ben Shapiro and you've got Nick Fuentes, and the list goes on. And we don't have hardly anybody on the left, but we do have him, and he's killing it. He's killing it. And a lot of people on the left don't like him because he speaks to his base, which are primarily young men. So whatever. If you listen to what he has to say, point by point by point, what is wrong with this country, why both parties are corrupt, how they're corrupt, and what kind of economic and social programs and platforms we need to fix this country, If you're a Democrat, you're going to agree with him on every single point, unless you are a Zist. Then you're going to hate him.
Zist.
Okay? But I'm giving you this warning.
She's nailed it. She's nailing it.
Warning right now, because he is being viciously attacked. Why? He's getting plugged in electorally. He's endorsing progressives who are running. He is doing travel circuits with people like Bernie Sanders, energizing people to get out and vote for progressives and to vote for candidates who are going to give you affordable health care and not send our tax dollars to other countries that start with an I. And you know who's attacking him? The Democratic establishment. That multi-million-dollar pool of privileged millionaires who consult with all the centrist Democratic candidates and politicians, to telling them to feed us, whisper sweet nothings to us, so that once we elect them, we get nothing from them. They are out and they are attacking him. So I'm just giving you the heads up. This is Hassan Piker. You're going to be seeing a lot more of him, and you might be confused because of what you're hearing. But question the source, do your own research, listen to him before you fall for the propaganda designed to destroy progressives.
God damn. Let's go. I like anyone who calls out both sides. Democratic Party isn't the left. I actually like the idea of calling out both parties. No one is above criticism. If Bernie likes them, I like them. Dems after the election, we need a left-wing Joe Rogan, Hassan Piker exists. Dems, fuck that guy in particular. Yeah, there's also the obvious inconsistencies that we've seen. There's also the Islamophobia that we've seen. But there's the clear-cut inconsistency, which is, of course, even the very same people. Look, this person said, if there's one thing Democratic women love, it's being referred to as a lot of Barbs and Deborahs. Yeah, I'm saying that, like, Barbaras and Deborahs that have no idea who I am have the same exact resentment. Okay, that's it. It's so crazy. Always have to go back to this. You were the only one competing versus the right. Yeah, like there's a reason. There's a reason why I was the only person on this list, and these guys are botted anyway. But I was the only person on this list who's not a right-wing shithead, dude. Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, totally fake. It's Rumble, but it doesn't matter, right? Regardless, I'm at third slot by myself. And what were the centrist pro-Israel Democrats doing leading up to the election night? This is when I got blacklisted too. And in spite of getting blacklisted by Twitch because of all that pressure on election night, I still had 314,000 live concurrent viewers. Okay? Patrick Bet David, Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, Asmongold, Charlie Kirk again. I don't know why he's Charlie Kirk twice. Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool. Do you understand? These guys should be thanking their lucky stars that I'm an endlessly stubborn motherfucker who's just not gonna, who's just gonna keep fighting for the things that I believe in an uncompromising manner, right? Like I eat it from all of these other on this lineup, right? All of these other reactionary right-wing dickheads on this lineup on a daily basis. And then I just have to sit there and eat it from the Democrats too. I just have to sit there and get a barrage of hate from centrist right-wing Democrats. Yeah, I mean, who wants an end to the foreign wars at Universal Hooker? Nobody. If there's anybody that deserves to be crushed, it's the Hassan Piker left, Kathy Young says. American flag, Ukraine flag, Israel flag in the bio. These guys don't have a real constituency, okay? But yeah, a lot of people have reached out. A lot of people have reached out to be like, dude, do you feel all right? Like, people are really on your ass. Do you feel okay? Do you feel okay? I'm like, yeah, of course I feel okay. You want to know why? Because I've been eating this from both liberals and right-wing reactionary since October 8th, 2023. But back then, the overwhelming majority of Americans were either completely oblivious to the conditions on the ground for Palestinians, or they were super pro-Israel. And that environment has shifted now. So I don't feel lonely at all. These guys can keep chirping and calling the manager over and over again. But at the end of the day, the majority, the base of support is with us. We represent the moral center. So it doesn't matter.
It is truly mind-boggling how dumb these people are. Like, they're in the wealthiest country on the planet. They got internet everywhere. They have access to so much information. but they have a medieval peasant-style understanding of the world. How does that happen? How do you behave like this?
This is not a war. This is not an award. Oh my God, I absolutely support the President of the United States of America.
I'm at CPAC in Dallas. It's the biggest conservative conference in...
Finally, dude. Some real goddamn American patriots, bro. Hell yeah. I saw Harry Sasson over there. I almost lost my mind, you know? How dare you show me Harry Sasson? I need to see 10 patriots. We haven't even done enough CPAC because, like, bro, CPAC this year has been less motion than even the years prior. Trump didn't even attend it. No Tucker Carlson. None of the major MAGA heads. Just pure freak show. Like, it's literally the Michael Pillow Coalition.
The country, and lots of people here are talking about the war in Iran. Trump is not speaking at this event this year, but in the past when he has spoken here, he's talked a lot about not starting new wars.
When it comes to Iran, how do you feel about that?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. I mean, President Trump ran on no new wars. I feel like we've been opted into a war that shouldn't be ours. It should be Israel's.
We want to say, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for helping Iranian people.
What do you think of the war with Iran at the moment?
Unfortunately, I think it's necessary.
You do?
Yes, and he's the only president that had the backbone to take it on.
Do you believe that Israel forced the U.S. into this war?
Absolutely not.
Bro, Brace was saying that every corner there is a Persian yelling about Mr. President Trump. Thank you. Literally in every corner of CPAC, it was just like occupied. It was POG, Persian occupied government.
Donald Trump does what Donald Trump wants to do.
I don't think Trump is really controlled by anybody, as much as everyone would like to control him. But I do question some of the things when it comes to, are we just going to bend over everything for Israel, you know?
What do you say to some Republican people who say, well, this is Israel's war, it shouldn't be America's war?
Dude, by the way, I low-key get why Israel doesn't give a about anti-Semites. And not even on some like, oh, it scares Jewish people into like moving to Israel. Like, they are like right-wing anti-Semites who claim to be anti-Israel are such that like you hear the guy like in his voice, he wants to say like, control this country. Why would you do this to me, Mr. President? That's his mentality, but he can't even identify it and like communicate it, right? Because he's a victim. So yeah, when you look at that dynamic and you're like, well, we shouldn't really focus too much on like right-wing anti-Semitism because at the end of the day, they're still going to vote for Trump. Whereas on the left, if your primary focus is Israel, there's a real anger there.
That's not so. Israel is God's people. Those that bless Israel will be blessed. Those that curse Israel, they better watch out.
Do you feel disappointed in the president?
Sure.
Do you still support him?
I want him to succeed. I certainly do. I think it's to be determined on, you know, if I can remain to support him. We'll see how the next 6 months go, and we'll see what happens.
Are you concerned?
The answer is yes, bro. What are you going to do? There is nothing more fake than a Trump hog being like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, shut up, bitch. You're going to vote for him. You're going to write his name in on elections in the future where his name is not even on the ballot. Shut up. Bro's acting like we don't know what his behavior is. Nothing funnier to me than a coping hog who's just like, well, I don't know. Okay, buddy. Sure. Trump could literally on your chest and you still love his ass. Don't know if I can vote for him again. What? Am I crazy for saying that? Everyone's like, huh? That's the level of worship that these people have.
And that this war drags on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We hear the phrase America first. Let's put America first. And I'm concerned that this isn't putting America first.
Is the United States waging a holy war in Iran?
This is a battle of good versus evil.
God is just exposing everything. I believe we are living in the end times.
Those are the views of some conservative Christians here in Oklahoma, one of America's reddest states. That message is being amplified at the highest level by Donald Trump's defense secretary.
God bless our troops and this mission.
It's causing alarm among those who worry about the growing influence of Christian nationalism on US policy.
I don't think the lines have been blurred. I think they've been stomped on.
People are being told that they need to go risk their lives in order to accelerate Armageddon.
Conservative Christians have access to this White House like never before. A president who regularly hosts evangelical leaders and a defence secretary who embraces a combative brand of Christianity.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pete Hegseth is now invoking divine purpose to justify American military might in Iran.
Dear gracious God, I need you.
A conflict which some view as a holy war. Is it spotlighting increasingly blurred lines between church and state?
Give me wisdom, I pray.
Pastor Jackson Lawmeyer!
In Tulsa, Oklahoma, the man who founded the organisation Pastors for Trump is announcing his run for public office from the pulpit where he preaches.
That Sharia law never takes root in this nation ever.
Jackson Lawmeyer supports the war and has spoken about his hope that the gospel will penetrate a free Iran. It's a message which resonates with his congregation.
I do believe it is almost an Armageddon, and that the fact that we do have to stand up for what's right and what we believe in, and they are some awful people over there.
How do you square off the loss of innocent lives?
You're a much better person, surely. You know what's really funny? These people unironically were like, well, they're a religious theocracy. Like, they're so backwards. Buddy, look around, you know? Like, these people, without even a moment of irony, will turn around and be like, well, they're a backwards country. They're like, they run Islamic style. You know what I mean? We can't have that. We can't have that Islamic style government. They must learn the gospel.
It's perfectly fine. As someone whose dad serves in the military, I can tell you that it's just a cost. And unfortunately, it's the sad reality, but they did the right thing. They stood up and they fought for their country, and we can honor that. And I know that they're sitting with the good Lord right now. And in his...
Wait, is he talking about the Iranians? Because no American soldier that has died in the last month has died serving, like, they haven't died defending their country. They died defending Israel. Hate to do this to you, buddy, but you're wrong.
Great graces.
You should support Israel because God loves Israel. Israel is the apple of his eye, and that is in the Bible.
Is it a religious war?
Most definitely. Most definitely. Yes. God is just like exposing everything, using Trump, using other people in this time to expose the evil.
You believe Donald Trump is a conduit for God?
100% we do.
First times that Eric was here at the church. This is me and the president years ago.
In his office, Pastor Lawmeyer displays pictures with various members of the Trump family who have appeared at the church.
Bro, they're so stupid. It is truly mind-boggling how dumb these people are. Like, they're in the wealthiest country on the planet. They got internet everywhere. They have access to so much information, but they have a medieval peasant-style understanding of the world. How does that happen? Like, we are in a post-monarchy world, right? How do you behave like this? And for who? The Trump children? Like, it is remarkable that there is this much of a cult, like, understanding for anything. Like, I mean it. Like, in this day and age, in the information age, it is quite remarkable that people can be this delusional and people can be this much in a cult. Fascinating.
Do you see this war in religious terms?
Well, obviously, to the Ayatollah, it was definitely religious terms. It's jihad. It is to bring about the apocalypse to usher in their Messiah.
You've spoken about the gospel penetrating a free Iran.
What
does that mean?
Well, that's not the job of the United States government. That's the job of pastors and preachers and evangelists when that door opens. And so a free Iran would open the door for ministries and preachers to go in and share the gospel.
At a different church on the other side of Tulsa, an opposing viewpoint.
Come on in.
Reverend Andy Campbell believes the Trump administration is weaponizing Christianity to sell this war to the public.
If I go to war and I claim that God is on my side, if you oppose me, then evidently I must be godless.
Gay. Sorry. How many photos with Eric Trump do you have, buddy? Yeah, I said it. I need to see the photo wall, man.
And I think that's the point of it.
So do you think Pete Hegseth is playing on that then?
Oh, absolutely. He wants to take people that he perceives as enemies and make them less than human.
They smoked me all the way.
Defence Secretary Hegseth is provoking controversy with his rhetoric and his tattoos. He has a large Jerusalem cross which dates back to the Christian Crusades and a Deus Vult tattoo, Latin for God wills it, often used by far-right groups.
One of God's mightiest men, our Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Hegseth has pushed policy changes that reflect his personal views. This is a new Christian worship service for employees at the Pentagon.
You are here, working in.
He's literally a alcoholic. There's always these like super pro God guys. Like, just cut it. Just cut it out. Just cut it out. Let's just not do this. You know what I mean? I think it's better for everybody involved if like the alcoholic guys don't just like pivot to God mode this way. Because they're so annoying every time, dude. There is that very obvious recognition, underlying recognition, by the way, that like, sorry, if you're one of those guys, you're kind of the dumbest guy around. That even someone like Pete Hegseth could just like manipulate you, or someone like what's his face, the British one, the British freak that looked like Russell Brand, the one that looked like a before we found out he actually was one. You know, don't worry, Christians, Muslims got this version too. Andrew Tate, like literally. And I'll be honest, he didn't even try that hard, and the Ummah was on fire. They could not believe it. Muslims love a white boy that that reversed to Islam. It don't take much. Just say the Shahada and they will lose their minds. Every WhatsApp group is going to be on fire. Sorry, I shouldn't have said white. Western. He's 0% white. Okay. First of all, that's not true. He's half white. And secondly, I mean, I don't know why you got so aggressive about it. Like, you're almost like, okay, defender of the white race. I'm like, chill. Okay, you didn't, what? Us whites don't take ownership over Andrew, is that what you're saying? Like, there aren't enough other like criminals that are white?
And some are alleging an increase in Christian extremism in the armed forces. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's received more than 200 complaints from members of the military about commanders invoking biblical rhetoric to justify involvement in the war in Iran. Some of the more egregious examples here, this one from an active duty military member who alleges that their commander urged them to tell our troops that the war, is all part of God's divine plan. Apparently they referenced citations out of the book of Revelation and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. Awesome. Another military member says this poster of Jesus...
What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ with the artillery launcher? Respect. That's real, man. I see that and I think tough. That's my Jesus. Nah, that's my Jesus, bro. Chill. Jesus, famously known for deploying mortars.
Firing a mortar round was displayed in their battalion headquarters. This congressman is calling for the allegations to be investigated by the Department of Defense.
These biblical prophecies are being offered up to justify the war. People are being told that they need to go risk their lives in order to accelerate Armageddon and live out these extreme interpretations of Scripture. The Secretary of Defense is making a concerted effort to God wash this terrible war.
Glad you guys were here tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Y'all be blessed.
As this pastor begins his campaign for Congress, he insists there is a place for Christianity in politics. But some believe the war in Iran is exposing an erosion of the separation between church and state. Martha Kellner, Sky News, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
If you lose what's important...
Yeah, only recently. We are such a freak-ass country. Yeah, Jesus demands we bomb 10-year-olds with stabilized oil. I mean, we so hard that we can't even stabilize oil. Like, and now our goal is to just go back to day one. You know, before we killed the Ayatollah, before all those little schoolgirls. I have a good idea. It's called Don't around. Why did you do that to begin with? And now we did it because we're like, we have to do it. Israel demands it. Now we did it. Now we're trying to this situation.
Then we're going to lose the country. Fight on.
Former Trump strategist Steve Bannon addressed CPAC on Friday. It's the annual gathering of conservatives. And we wanted to know, do conservatives who had so many concerns about the Epstein file have any reservations about Bannon, whose close personal friendship with Epstein was revealed by DOJ documents? Turns out many of them didn't.
A lot of people had friendships with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think
no one's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein comes close to Steve Bannon. Like, well, there's some, like Donald Trump, ironically enough. But I guess, like, from their perspective, they already love Donald Trump and don't give a shit that Donald Trump was all up Jeffrey Epstein's asshole. So why should they care? You know, they're like, okay, go ahead. Tell me another guy that I like that was having with Jeffrey Epstein. I like it.
a lot of people are a little crazy about it all. I mean, I think nobody really knows what the extent of those relationships were. I mean, he was wheeling and dealing with lots of people all over the world, and I think
a lot of people had close relationships with Jeffrey Epstein, brother, in 2019.
Unless you know, you don't know. So I'm not one to jump to conclusions on anybody.
What do you make of him?
Yeah, they're throwing their hands up and like, well, I guess people aren't just allowed to have friends anymore. Wow. I guess people are not allowed to go to a tropical island and hang out with their buddies. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't have shared interests with friends. And then it's like, okay, what's the shared interest? Oh, children and them internationally. That's not, yeah, you can't do that, actually. It turns out that's super illegal. And as a matter of fact, that guy went to jail for it. Yeah, you can't, God forbid, a man have hobbies your way out of this one. Well, I guess they are. Doesn't matter. It's illegal to be friends with Jews now, is it? Yeah. I mean, that's like low-key. The ADL was like, hey, guys, stop calling it the Epstein Fury War because that's actually very anti-Semitic. Insane. Never seen anything like it. Unbelievable. What's next, bro? You going to do a Harvey Weinstein bit too? Much like Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, also Jewish. Please do not forget this. It's like, okay, what are you, Nick Fuentes? The ADL is literally doing Nick Fuentes. That is unironically what Nick Fuentes does.
Being here and invited to speak at CPAC, given how prominently his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was unearthed by the Epstein files.
I did not know that. You're telling me the first time. I've done my fair share of research, but I do.
He did the Trump. I did not know that. You're telling me for the first time. Ruth Bader Ginsburg has died.
I find that a little interesting and weird that he's able to speak there being in the Epstein files.
I think he added a lot to the Republican and conservative.
Let's listen to this.
Been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because their internet is shut down. And I think there is some general worry about them. Obviously, their government treats them terribly and killed tens of thousands of them in January. Do you, again, like Kayleigh, I would never ask you to tell us something that is classified, but do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
It was a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago, and you haven't changed.
Oh.
You have not changed. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but you may be even better looking, okay? So I don't know what you're doing.
Been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because...
Incredible work, man. Thank you, Mr. President.
You haven't changed.
Oh.
You haven't.
He's horny this morning. Disturbing how horny he's been lately.
Thank everybody very much. And I'm asked to take a few questions. And unlike other politicians, they would like the questions screened. I don't ask for screening of the questions. You can ask me anything you want. You can talk sex. You can... Whatever the hell you want. I'm here for you.
Someone clapped. People clapped for that. I would never want to hear Donald Trump talk about sex. That's the last thing I want to hear him talk about. Yo, what is going on with my boy, dude? Donnie, is everything good, King? It's gross to see the president to begin with, including Bill Clinton. But it's also very strange to see this president be horny. What's happening? Laura Loomer, she's been in India. So I've been so pent up, you won't believe it. Hard as a diamond all the time. Laura Loomer, my free spirit, come back to me. Come back to me, Laura.
Thank everybody very much.
Party for the last 6 years or whatever. But I also believe that Bill Clinton was probably as close as Steve Bannon was to Epstein.
Clinton has denied any wrongdoing and mentioned the Epstein files is not indicative of wrongdoing. CNN reached out to Bannon but has not heard back, though he told the New York Times his relationship to Epstein was, quote, strictly professional.
As opposed to what? Having sex with him? It's strictly professional. It's just like, I didn't even enjoy it.
2028. Who do you prefer in the Republican primary? J.D. Vance at 53%, Marco Rubio at 35%. By the way, the interesting part about that is everybody else is about 2% or less.
Yep. And look, I think that CPAC has a strong tradition of letting these folks come here, make their pitch. That'll happen at all the events we have around America over the coming year.
Mashlab's a rapist, by the way.
Here, it's going to be a great conversation about how do we keep all of this rolling.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm super excited to be here and to be able to speak to you guys today. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of Republicans nor Democrats. I'm here to speak on behalf of we the people.
Hell yeah. They got Nick Lee. Oh my God. First time the crowd is actually listening to someone that they can fully grasp, like fully understand. No more adult words. Just stick to basics, you know? Oh, dude. He went for 10 minutes. A real... Into the House members are dropping off the highest rate since the 30s. So far, 61 House members have decided not to run again, including 39 Republicans and 22 Democrats. The GOP exodus is the largest since the 1930s. Other than in Trump's first midterm of the year 2018, the GOP lost 40 seats that year. But this is ableist making him speak like this? Yeah.
I think nowadays we can all agree that we all just want to live the American dream and have the best life possible. However, it feels that sometimes, actually a lot of times, non-controversial issues are becoming controversial inside of America. For instance, if you take a look at the idea of deporting illegal migrants, that word is illegal. That should not be controversial. Or the idea that showing your ID to vote has become controversial.
What? That doesn't become controversial. That was a very contentious debate for years. And it's also not like, it's not a thing that exists everywhere. Only because Americans don't have like a unifying identity card or something like that. Like they don't have, like in other countries, everybody gets an ID, okay? Everybody gets an ID at birth. You get a driver's license on top of that if you get a driver's license to drive a car. But in most countries, you get a piece of paper that's your identity, okay? Like a federal ID. We don't have that. And that's why you can't have voter ID laws. In the absence of everybody having an ID for free, you can't really do voter ID laws.
That's not controversial either. The idea that fraud is bad has become controversial. How is that controversial? I know a little bit about fraud. I know a little bit about Minnesota daycares as well. And it's crazy to think that we live in...
I think it's really funny to like have to sit there. You're like a big booster of the Republican Party. You went to like Yale Law School, right? And you have to like just like sit there and have to listen to this idiot. And he's the closing speaker on the first day of CPAC. Like this is the mega celebrity that they brought in. And you're just like, how do you not realize your movement is so dead? Like this country is dead. You look around that room to your left and your right, and you see all these mouth-breathing hogs go, yeah, that's my Nick Shirley. I'll watch this video. Like we're done, dude. We're done. We are done. Every other country is going to lap us on education. They already have. They're lapping us on quality of life in general. Everything sucks. At least you made your money, but this is an outright hostile country, an uninhabitable country to live in. It's not a good country to live in at all anymore. You ruined it.
A world where somebody who exposes fraud can then be painted as the bad man from the politicians where he exposed the fraud. Shouldn't they be excited to know that the fraud is being exposed, because that's not a Republican dollar or a Democrat dollar, it's actually our dollars. I've never gotten a dollar bill that says right or red or blue or right or left. We all
You don't. I mean, what can I say? What can I say to this? Like, you don't feel embarrassed? You don't feel bad about it at all? You don't think to yourself, like, this is my movement? What have I done to this country? This isn't a moment of recognition for you when you hear this shit? When you hear this absolute baboon, Babylon, and you don't realize that there's something so horrifying about the future of this country and your movement?
live inside of the same country, and we should all want the best for our country. And when
There's so many rungs down on the ladder of advanced political discourse that we cannot even compare how to engage with it. I mean, he's like a child. He has the brain of a slow child, like not even like a particularly intelligent child, a very stupid child.
you see it, fraud inside of our country taking place at literally rampant levels. For instance, in Minnesota, there are programs like autism where you have 10,000% increases in the budget for autism. And this money then goes into the hands of fraudsters. How does somebody not look at that and say, there's a 10,000% increase in the budget for autism? Is there a 10,000% increase in autistic children inside of our neighborhoods? And if the answer is no, how are they justifying a 10,000%
I thought it was the Tylenol
increase in the budget? And in other instances like California, where you have 1,000% increase in hospices. Is everyone going to die in LA? I don't think so. So the idea that here inside the United States, when we have these non-controversial issues that have become controversial, it puts us into a weird culture war where it puts people into a position to think, okay, well, wait, how are you supporting this when you're actually not benefiting we the people? We all live inside of the United States. We're not supposed to be, when elected officials elected, they're not supposed to represent 50% of the population. They're supposed to represent 100% of the population. In an instance where fraud is taking place inside our country, each and every single person should want to crack down on that fraud. Because if we don't...
Oh my God, it's so weird. Wild moment, CPAC audience member falls asleep as hundreds of seats left empty. The conference had hundreds of empty seats as the audience seemed in a sleepy mood. As the crowd cheered for impeachment hearings, an awkward moment. What the f***? Hassan, are we cooked? Yeah, I don't want to watch the rest of this. Let's get it. Thank you for the 50 bones, brother. That's really bad, man. That's unbelievable. I can't watch that.
For you guys to think about is, who are the critics? Who are those people that are saying that you're the bad person or that what you're doing is not right? Well, a lot of times it's the media. A lot of the times it's that person who listens to the media where they've lost that idea of common sense thinking. And so nowadays, the most important thing I feel like for any of us to do is to think, okay, is the cause I'm fighting for, is it a controversial issue? Or is it actually non-controversial, but it's an issue that has become controversial from the critics? And we cannot ever pander to the critics, and we have to keep pursuing a worthy cause. Because what we're fighting for is worthy. America is the greatest country in the world.
Conservatives all get all on Pasevi. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What the hell is going on, man? What the heliante is late in the night? Is 9 p.m. here? Is 6 p.m. in Los Angeles. And we got people, we got big Oilers in the building, busting down the doors. New Oilers, new names no one's ever heard before. Why are we watching Ma Pack? I don't even know what that means. Conservatives get all bent, out of shape about an illegal alien drywaller landscaper freeloading off Americans. Meanwhile, a Nepo baby and his expat entourage can show up at CPAC and demand American kids go die halfway around the world to put him in power. Oh, Reza Pahlavi. Wow, that was I guess the entirety of CPAC was geared towards the sexual dynamo, Reza Pahlavi. Indiana Spud, thank you for 10 gifted.
This wide range of very, very eclectic interests. Music, Broadway shows, pro wrestling, football, every sport, golf, and business and Wall Street. He knows how everybody made their money and what deals they made. And he tells stories all the time about it. It's just one after the other. And one time during the campaign, I was on the airplane with him, and we were sitting across the table from each other eating McDonald's, drinking Diet Coke. And we started talking about Syria, and he got a placemat, and he turned it on its back, and then he took a Sharpie, and he drew a perfect map of the Mideast. And then he put the troop strength of every country on every border on that map, and it just it challenged a lot of the assumptions that I had been told about him. He has, he has this extraordinary depth of knowledge about what's happening in each one of the agencies, my agency and the others, and and then he has an instinct for making good choices.
Well, I have to say that,
and I would say this. I think my uncle, John Kennedy, understood the uses of power.
What the hell? Another 50 gifted subs by Emma Ann. Hassan, come to Hawaii, please. Gifted 20 gifted subs.
Better than any president who's preceded them. I think Donald Trump understands the use of power better than probably any president that we've had.
How does one get built in auto-tune? I think he got like Hep C in the throat or something. I don't know exactly how he got that throat, but he is a throat goat. A moral direction like Euro, kind of embracing someone who says America's first Zionists and neo-Nazis. A new moral direction is opposing the fuel embargo that's causing blackouts and hunger in Cuba. Saying the truth about the genocide in Gaza. Not sending military weapons to kill civilians to Israel. Opposing Iran war. Americans are deeply good and want us to be for human rights. All these capitalists gifting us socialists millions of subs. What the hell? Mao Zedong grandma.
Experience. And the thing is that they called that Hillary's war. She was the Secretary of State at the time under Barack Obama, but she's really the one who championed that. And I believe Obama wrote in his book that he was 50-50 and that Hillary really pushed him to that. And he said his big regret was that he didn't think about what came next after Gaddafi, because somehow we haven't learned that lesson yet. Like after Iraq, you never thought of that.
But thank God Trump's figured it out.
Oh yeah, Trump's figured it out. We'll go in this drastic new direction of getting the 7th war that they wanted.
Dave. Jesus Christ. Did you see that one, I don't know what military expert was on television, who said something about I'm a fan of boots on the ground, like Rome. Like, hey, Rome didn't have nuclear weapons and drones. Mm-hmm. Rome didn't have drones that hunt you. Yeah. Like, we talking about boots on the ground. Should we fight with swords? Should we get everybody to fight with swords? Is that what you're saying? What are you saying?
Well, also, like, what even is the plan with boots on the ground? Like, what are you talking about here? You're going to take an island? It goes, okay, well, then you're going to be a target. You're going to be target practice as long as the Iranian regime is still standing. And if you're talking about militarily occupying the country, like we did with Iraq or Afghanistan or something like that, this is a huge country with 92 million people. How many soldiers do you think you need to occupy that country?
Yeah.
At least 500,000, and probably you can't do it with that. So what are you talking about here? And so you're saying, what are we going to start a draft for the least popular war going in American history?
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, this is maybe slightly more popular than Vietnam.
Going in, it's less. I'm sure Vietnam by the end was very, very unpopular.
Well, Vietnam going in didn't make any sense, did it? There was, I guess, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Most people in America were like, why are we doing this? What's going on? You're drafting people to go to Vietnam? We're fighting communism in Vietnam?
Yeah.
What?
Well, they called it Vietnam syndrome that the American people had, which is that we didn't want to fight a war again after that. That's from their perspective, that's a syndrome. It's really something. They think. By the way, Ben Shapiro used this same line. He said Trump finally broke Iraq War syndrome because they think.
Oh my God.
See, from Ben Shapiro's perspective, the illness is after you lie the American people into a war and slaughter 1 million people. The illness isn't that. That you might look at that as the bad part, but the bad part is that these annoying Americans have this tendency to not want to do that again after that. But he claims Trump has broken Iraq War syndrome. Of course, there's really no evidence with support of the American people that has changed at all. And, the George H.W. Bush was said to have defeated Vietnam War syndrome in Panama and in Iraq because they were relatively easy, right? Bloodless on the American side, or very, very limited, injuries and deaths, and they they weren't like quagmires that went on forever or whatever. But of course, after the Persian Gulf War in 92, we went on to be bombing Iraq for ever since, essentially, for 30 straight years after that.
This guy's sucker now. I'm getting mixed vibes. I mean, he's a libertarian, but he's like anti-war. So this is an unbelievably racist thing to say. I'm sorry. There is no other way to read this. What an unbelievably racist thing to do. It's insane. I mean, I guess we'll start there. There's a Politico article that turned into an article that was just Adam Wren. Adam Wren wrote the initial article about me stumping with Abdul El-Sayed. Adam Wren then basically took my super long response to him and turned it into an article in and of itself. The article is titled, Why Some Democrats Want to Shut Off Hassan Piker's Megaphone. The popular streamer's rise as Democratic influencer coincides with the party's long search for a path out of the wilderness. Hassan Piker speaks to the media at election night watch party for Zohran Mamdani's campaign in Brooklyn, New York. Hassan Piker's new role as a midterm surrogate and potential influence on the 2028 presidential race is driving a wedge in the Democratic Party. After Politico reported that Piker, the far-left political streamer with millions of followers, will stump in Michigan with Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed next month, his history of divisive comments have launched an avalanche of criticisms from Republicans and Democrats. Two of El-Sayed's opponents, State Senator Mallory McMorrow and Representative Haley Stevens, lambasted El-Sayed with Stevens telling Jewish Insider, someone who's campaigning with someone like that is not going to win in Michigan, and McMorrow saying Piker says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes, comparing him to the anti-Semite nationalist influencer. Piker's rise as Democratic influencer and surrogate coincides with the party's long search for a path out of the wilderness, particularly in recapturing young men. Piker is scheduled to appear alongside a live stream Choose Your Fighter rally organized by Progressive Victory at 6:30 p.m. Saturday by Representative Ro Khanna is among the list of attendees. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner was originally billed as a participant, but he pulled out of the event. A person familiar told Plattner's planned appearance was a miscommunication. And on Sunday, Piker will rally with Senator Bernie Sanders at a tax-the-rich rally. The question over Piker's prominence also comes as both the Republican and Democratic parties ask fundamental questions about how big their tents should be. But it's out-of-power Democrats who face the higher short-term stakes. In an interview with Politico, Piker downplayed accusations that have been leveled against him, like the center-left think tank Third Way, whose leaders wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed that Piker had a history of anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, anti-Semitic comments. Piker said Third Way was losing their institutional relevance. He also said he's merely channeling, not changing, the attitudes of the Democratic base. I'm a megaphone, right? Piker told Politico. There are lots of Barbs and Debras out there in Minneapolis, for example. I said Barbaras, but they wrote Barbs. I don't know why. For example, that have never encountered me, and yet they share that frustration with the failures of establishment liberalism all the same. Piker said those type of voters view the Democrats as ineffective, inept. It's not because they tune into the Hassan broadcast every day, he said, referencing his Twitch channel. They arrive at that conclusion because the Democrats lost to Trump twice, with the same principle that you got to pivot to the mythical moderate center. This isn't Piker's first rodeo. He live-streamed an interview last year with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Sanders before the duos fighting oligarchy rallies. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani also sat for an interview with Piker last year. But Piker's increasing coziness with prominent Democrats also comes as some in the party argue he poses a problem for them. Piker is close to, but not over the Nick Fuentes line, where going on his show itself is indefensible, Third Way co-founder Matt Bennett, who's been sounding the alarm about the Democrats' affiliation with Piker, told Politico. Bennett added that Democrats take on all his baggage if they don't overtly reject him, which he said is dangerous because it empowers the right and gives them an incredibly powerful tool to hit Democrats with. That's very bad. But some Democrats, I mean, this is literally I didn't think I'd be at the epicenter of this conversation, but this conversation is not about me at all. You know what I mean? Like, it might come across as a conversation that's about me, but it's not about me. This conversation is about where the Democratic Party should be heading. Will they be responsive to the needs of the base? Will they be responsive to the overwhelming demands, totally just demands, totally moral demands coming from, large majorities of the base of the party? Or will they continue with establishment neoliberalism, right? Because there is no Jeremy Corbyn style figure as it stands currently in the American left flank of the Democratic Party, they have positioned me as the fixture point, right? They have decided that I am the placeholder for a Jeremy Corbyn style figure that they can just like actively undermine with the same exact style of smears. But the difference now is when the anti-Semitism smears against Jeremy Corbyn were very effective in purging the left flank of the Labor and turning it into the Keir Starmer, very right-wing Labor Party that it currently is, that's collapsing the party in and of itself, right? When they did that, it was a very different media environment, okay? When they did that, it was an entirely different media environment. It was an entirely different political environment. The issue of Israel was nowhere near as salient as it is now. And also the issue of Israel was nowhere near as favorable to our side as it is now, right? So what they are trying to do is basically cut away at me being the vessel, the vehicle for left flank politics in the Democratic Party. I have made it I've made it known. It's not like I hide my perspective. I'm like, I want the leftmost persons to be elected in every single seat, right? I'm very open about it. I'm very honest about it. And I think that's what is so terrifying for a lot of these guys, right? I want socialists. I want a million Zorons all around the country, okay? I want to elect 1,000 Zorons. Let 1,000 Zorons bloom, okay? And that is terrifying for a lot of these people. And it's not terrifying because these people will lose. It's terrifying because they'll win. Do you understand? That's the problem. They don't want the Democratic Party to have a large share of the power sharing agreement coming from people like Zoran Mamdani, who will be objectively more popular. And then the rest of the Democrats will have to caucus alongside people like that. And then the rest of the Democrats that want to maintain their positions of power will have to reconsider their stances. They will have to lean into the left flank attitudes, the left flank push. And they will have to genuinely fight for those sorts of things. That's my goal. I've never hidden that. And I think we have an opportunity for it because this is the time, right? This is an opportunity unlike ever. An opportunity that we have that we've never had before. My take on the Hun stuff, Dem politicians have long been happy to tout themselves. Dem politicians have long been happy to tout themselves, talking to controversial far-right fascists to flaunt their left-punching credentials, and they've concurrently tried to starve all left-leaning media of attention, so the whole fake controversy here just spotlights the deeper asymmetry. And to be clear, I'm not equating Hassan with the far right, nor am I weighing in on all of his views, statements, declarations. I'm making a larger, indisputable point. As the country is crushed by very real problems here in the real world, there's a never forget we're the real story, not them vibe and media folk trying to make politicians' views about other media folk the main focus of attention. Watch the old film Broadcast News. It's all about this annoying dynamic. That's precisely what it is. It's like this is a larger conversation about where the party's future should be going, but it's being had over someone like myself. I'm at the center of it, but I'm just a placeholder, right? I'm simply a placeholder here. I'm not the actual story. The actual story here is where the Democrats go, where the Democrats go from now, where the Democrats grow from here. Should the Democratic Party be a centrist party, a center-right party? Should the Democrat actually be a leftist party, an actual, truly leftist party?
an actual progressive party. But some Democrats like Khanna argue that the party needs to assemble a broad coalition that must include engaging with Israel critics like Hassan Piker, as PodSafe hosts have done and many progressive candidates here have done. Khanna told Politico, of course, I disagree strongly with some of his statements and point that out, but canceling people or shaming people like Hassan Piker, Sean Ryan, or Theo Vaughn is not the answer. The debate over Piker's place within the party is set to play out across the 2028 field, too. Now they're saying you can't drive a wedge because 55% of self-identifying Democrats don't even know he exists. It's almost like you agree with us that it's bizarre and pointless for politicians to waste time smearing and denouncing him. Yes, exactly. Thank you. And that's precisely the reason why they're doing it, because 55% of self-identifying Democrats don't know who I am. The ones that do love me, right? And the ones that do that don't like me, they're incredibly marginal, right? They're not like self-identifying Democrats who know who I am as like a progressive guy at the Young Turks, or you know, a guy who is like an anti-Zionist, all the, like those, you know, not just you guys, but just like the broader Democrats, the people that come up to me when I go out to these rallies and stuff, like those people are far, far larger in numbers than the people who are like, I'm a self-identifying Democrat and I am. It's like, you know, those are like Elizabeth Warren staffers, you know what I mean? There's a handful of them. There's a handful of them. They're not very significant. They don't represent a significant, forceful part of the base. They do have institutional relevance because they think I'm like up their jobs, right? Because their job is to just like hold on to power, right, to the best of their ability. And the most effective machine thus far has been to glaze billionaires and their interests and place profits over the interests of the people and be feckless and ineffective at fighting back against the Republican Party, fighting back against fascism, right? But they don't have the numbers. If they did, they would be honest when they run for office, right? They would say, hey, what's up? I'm Mallory McMorrow, and I am basically just an empty vessel for whatever corporate interests that I can massage into my focus-tested messaging, and that's what I'm here to do, right? I don't have any real values. Maybe I have some values here and there that I will represent, but overall, like my positions are very changeable. I'm very malleable, and I'm very susceptible to corporate influence. That's what they would do. Do you think that's a solid way to campaign? Do you think you would win any votes doing that? Of course not. That's my point, right? These guys can't be honest about it. That's part of the reason why a lot of people, understandably, are frustrated with the way politics operates, and even the most normie. Even the biggest normies will always say the classic thing, oh, I can't trust any politicians. It's like, yeah, you can't, because we haven't really had a great string of earnest politicians that communicate their worldview openly, without fear. Politico surveyed 14 potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidates asking whether they would appear on a live stream with Piker if invited. Only 3 definitively said they would. Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Elisa Slotkin all said they wouldn't go on Piker's stream through spokespeople. Mr. Piker's terrible comments about Jewish people, 9/11, and other areas aren't the kinds of conversation Cory participates in, and he will not be joining him on a stream, an aide to Booker told Politico. I think we all know the real reason why Cory Booker wouldn't do that. But it doesn't really matter because he's not winning anything anyway. Cory Booker, a person, like think about this. Cory Booker has literally been photographed next to Benjamin Netanyahu last year, okay? Like, we're talking about a guy who has no problem hanging out with straight up war criminals, right? But I'm a bridge too far. Like, get out of here. It's very obvious, okay? It's very obvious. You know where your bread is buttered, but they can't say that. Again, it goes back to politicians can't be honest, right? Politicians can't be honest. Yeah, I don't think he's like still homies with Rabbi Shmuley, but he used to be. But that's what I mean. If you want to this is like, you read this statement, right? And then you put your honesty glasses on. If you read the statement at face value, Mr. Piker's terrible comments about Jewish people and 9/11 other areas aren't the kinds of conversation Cory participates in. You put the glasses on and it's like, I don't want to talk to someone who's going to question me from my left flank and expose my immorality, because I, first and foremost, will always defend the state of Israel rather than my own constituents. That's what it is. You put the glasses on and you see the truth behind the statement. This is the fake conversation that are set on the boundaries that they can have this conversation on. The real conversation is, yeah, I don't want to do that because it's going to make me look incredibly immoral and make me look really bad. I obviously don't have an issue aligning with, horrible monsters like Yoav Gallant. Like, this is the guy who's like, I don't want to talk to Hassan. Like, okay, well, I don't want to talk to you either. That's not true. I'll talk to anyone. I don't really care. But it's pretty funny to me that, like, these are the guys who are like, remember when libs demanded you applaud Booker for his 25-hour speech that accomplished nothing? I do remember that. The other person was Gallego, which, again, in my opinion, is another one of those guys that's like, that famously was podcaster presses Booker on Netanyahu. What the actual? Yeah, Jennifer Welsh did cook him. This is insane. Yeah, I know. It's pretty funny. Piker isn't inviting these people onto his stream. They're coming to him for his audience. It's true. Exactly. It's exactly what it is. But it's ironic that they're having these conversations so far out from 2028 that they literally are positioning me as like a kingmaker for no reason. But I guess it's healthy to have these sorts of conversations because, like, inevitably we're going to land somewhere, right? Either the Democrats are going to be like, if you go on Hassan's stream, we will shut off, even in the general, we will not fund your race against a Republican, even if you would be a reliable vote against Republicans, right? If you're a left flank candidate, we're just not funding you. It's over. You're done. You're not a part of the coalition. You're not a part of the caucus. You're out on your own. Like, they might do that. They might just like destroy the party in its entirety, specifically because they want to control the flows of information within the party, right? Control like the power that they have over the party, right? You'll never guess who's back. Oh my God, my goat. I mean, this is the moment. When the world needed him the most, he vanished, and I'm glad that didn't you openly say you don't want to be the Joe Rogan to the left? I did, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, they never really listened to me. Not only did I say I don't want to be the Joe Rogan to the left, I also said you can't actually podcast your way out of the problems of the party, ironically enough, right? So who would appear on Piker's stream? Let's look at who would. Ro Khanna, California Governor Newsom, and Rahm Emanuel. That's really funny. I love that. Rahm Emanuel said he would come on the broadcast. That's hilarious to me. I don't know where that came from. He has never reached out to come on the broadcast, but I guess he's doing the rounds. Big Rahm. Big Rami Rahm. Yeah. It's not on the agenda right now, but the governor has never shied away from debating anyone anywhere, Newsom spokesperson Izzy Garden told Politico. Said an Emanuel spokesperson, Rahm is always willing to have difficult conversations with anyone about the future of the country and to tell people he disagrees with why they are wrong. Aides to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Kentucky Governor Andy Bashar declined to comment. I've literally talked to Andy Bashar personally, by the way, when I was at the Pod Johns conference in Washington, D.C. I mean, he did not know who I was back then, but I suspect that given what he has said so far about Israel, when someone was asking him, when CNN was asking him about Israel being a litmus test, I don't know if he'd come on or not. It doesn't really matter. Aides to former president, former VP Kamala Harris, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Mark Kelly, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, J.B. Pritzker, Illinois Governor, did not respond. Asked about some of his controversial past comments, Piker didn't retract any of them. Asked if he had ever misspoken. Misspoken? No. Taken out of context? Absolutely. He did point to one particular quote about his October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which he noted often comes up when he's criticized. One of the quotes that they love floating around is the October 7th quote where I said, like, it's happening, like, conversation around sexual violence taking place on October 7th doesn't change the dynamic for me. And I was talking about genocide. I was like, this doesn't justify genocide at all, Piker said. As for the quotes he catches heat for, no, I stand by them, Piker said. So who does Piker like 2028? For 2028, he's got a short list. I said, Georgia Senator John Ossoff will be a dark horse pick depending on how he presents himself, if he has ambitions for higher office. I do love UAW President Sean Fain personally. I like an outsider pick. I like Ro Khanna. I like AOC. I actually like Chris Van Hollen quite a bit as well, even. In the New Yorker article, you said Buttigieg's people reached out to you and you said no. Yeah, that was supposed to be a private conversation that I was having in front of a New Yorker reporter, which is precisely the reason why it was reported in the New Yorker. Sometimes I like to keep things private, okay? And the criticism cuts both ways. At the end of the day, of course, I have disagreements with every single one of these candidates, Piker said. No candidate is perfect. An advisor to one potential 2028 candidate granted anonymity to appraise Piker's influence told Politico they expect Piker to be a gatekeeper in the primary. But Piker isn't sure how much sway he'll hold. Who knows how things change, he said. I mean, this is a very dynamic environment. So yeah, that's the article from Politico. it has reached, because it's like so perfectly nuclear. It's basically like an atom bomb for Twitter discourse. And that's precisely the reason why there is a lot of discourse on the Twitter discourse machine. Threading some thoughtful reaction to my Hassan Piker item here, Adam Wren reports, Matt Duss, Hassan isn't driving a wedge into the party. The failed, repeatedly discredited, yet unfortunately still entrenched corporate wing of the party is. They fear the left's growing power and see Hassan as a way to make us argue amongst ourselves. We shouldn't fall for it. Crystal Ball says, correct. And the current AstroTurf Hassan freakout is precisely because them elites know they can no longer control the base. Leaving your bullshit attempt to weaponize an out-of-context quote aside, what progressives fear is the Democrats will be connected to pro-corporate, anti-worker, neoliberal idiocy that has already helped the MAGA right win repeatedly. Matt Bennett, oh, what was the context? Like, he's just like, this kind of politics doesn't work anymore. This kind of like hysterical. They did this to Bernie in 2016 and it failed, right? Or rather, it succeeded in 2016, but it led to the failure of the party. You know what I mean? So it's very stupid that these guys try to do it over and over again. This like silly, hysterical, like, oh, but what about this? It's like, dog, do you see the current media landscape that we're existing under? Okay. Donald Trump can go on Theo Vaughn's show where Theo Vaughn talks about doing cocaine, and Donald Trump is sincerely asking Theo Vaughn how cocaine makes Theo Vaughn feel. And like, that's a real humanizing moment for Donald Trump. You guys are literally operating on la la land. And the real reasons why you want to do this, the real reasons aren't because you're, whoa, what the hell? A little baby F there. That was weird. The real reasons why you're saying all this stuff is not because, you know, you're genuinely worried that this is going to actually hurt the viability, the electoral viability of a candidate. Because if you actually saw me as an ally, right, as someone who's ideologically aligned with you, you would just turn around and say the appropriate thing, which is, what the f- are you talking about? The goddamn president is Donald Trump. He is a psychopath and lies all the time and actually says infinitely more unhinged things that you're claiming Hassan Piker is saying. Live in the real world, please. Like, this is a person that's being disparaged because you just don't agree with him, but you don't actually want to have the conversation on those boundaries, because if you were to have the conversation on those boundaries, most people would be like, well, I agree with the guy that you're calling controversial, as a matter of fact. That's it. That's it. That's the reality. That's the reality of the matter. That's actually what's going on currently. And they can't say that. They can't do that because this is an ideological battle. Okay. Yeah. Will Staken had a good take on this. He's the senior Washington reporter for ABC. He said, getting flashbacks from 2019 when Bernie Sanders went on Joe Rogan, faced similar intense backlash, and basically Dems lost an entire podcast/comedy audience to Trump and MAGA. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. I mean, just through the nose, Booker Slotkin and Gallego accepted a collective 10 million plus from AIPAC and other Israeli lobby groups. So is it a Hassan problem, or a Hassan might ask me questions that I am donor bound to answer a certain way problem? But there's more. Rotimi Adeoye, who's a New York Times contributor, says, honestly, I hate talking about influencer palace intrigue, but I think the Dems who would not go on Hassan but would go on Rogan are making a weird argument because both have said things that any id-pol progressive would consider bad, and yet Rogan is good and Hassan is bad. I guess the argument that Hassan is worse is that he's further left and more confrontational, but that's a strategic choice, not a moral one. It's better just to be honest about that than doing the whole, this is a moral stand I must take. Also, if the goal is reaching audiences that don't already agree with you, both Rogan and Hassan have massive platforms of young men who aren't watching cable news. You either want those voters or you don't. You can create someone, but yeah, everyone will see that it's fake. To be honest, ideally, I'd rather everyone just stop treating these online celebrities as deciding factors in a campaign when things like candidate quality, electoral fundamentals, and actually meeting voters where they are, determine election results. This influencer shit is Bush League. I totally agree with Rotimi on this. I said, I think it's insane to place my values and consistent left advocacy anywhere near Rogan's libertarian adjacent MAGA politics. It's clear that they don't want to be challenged by their left flank, especially on Israel or Medicare for all, two issues I'd absolutely raise. To be clear, I'm not comparing your politics to Rogan's. They're obviously different. The comparison is about the audience. Both your platforms reach young men who aren't watching cable news, and the Democrats need a consistent standard for showing up where those voters are. And the reason why I said that to him was because he replied to someone where he was like, well, you know, Rogan and Hassan have said like equally crazy things that could be perceived as anti-Semitic or whatever. And it's like, I don't think that's the same. Like one, you could actually absolutely point to the anti-Semitism of, the other, you can't, right? Has the stream started yet? Yes, the stream is live. Can you not see it? What's going on? Is your platform mostly young men though? Yes. It's so funny that a lot of people don't realize that, yes, my audience is still very much primarily under 35 white guys. We do the demographics year over year. I'm a lady. Yeah, I mean, it's a very large platform, and only a small chunk of people that are in the broader platform that watch me will, write in the chat, obviously. Yeah. The big tent, Dem should go on Rogan crowd, is a surprisingly cramped tent when it's a couple brown guys outside. Yeah. I think a lot of people are saying, I don't personally like his politics, partially because I refuse to understand what he's talking about, or partially because they're saying, like, I do understand what he's talking about, and I don't want to have that conversation at all because it's not one that favors me. So I want to nip this in the bud, right? That's what a lot of people are saying. They're like, I don't like him. I don't like his politics. I don't want to have a national conversation about like what the Democratic Party would look like if they were to lean into his politics. What else people said? Hassan responds, I think it's insane to place my values because of advocacy. Democrats who declared 18 months ago that we need our own Joe Rogan are now realizing that the Joe Rogan equivalent will say a lot of stupid stuff, says Frank Luntz. Of course, Frank Luntz is the right wing. Frank Luntz is a right-wing focus tester, like pollster. I'm all over the place. They can't fit you in the tent. Sorry, they're saving space for Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, they would never have Marjorie Taylor Greene on as well. Another component of this is that Dems don't get to the media figures that broke through on the right, Rogan, Vaughn, etc. Were not GOP apparatchiks. They were independent figures who, over time, were aligned more or less with the right of center politics and promote Republicans. But Dem operatives seem to see Rogan and Vaughn and Shapiro Kirk as the same type of figure and only want the latter, party men. They want control and just don't get it. Exactly. You do get the same insults as women law, low-key funny, but also I'm sorry. Yes, I'm the only male victim of objectification. Like it's a kind of a joke. It's kind of a meme, but it's also kind of not a meme. It's also always the same sweaty incels that hate like female content creators that also hate me as well. This is the last thing I was going to show. Worth noting, as third-way campaigns against Hassan Piker and moderate Dems join in, that they especially want to reduce far-left influencers in infrastructure, which of course barely exists. This is from their stated purpose. Reduce far-left influence and infrastructure. Build a moderate democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communication networks. Push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests. Okay? Here are some of their thoughts on podcasts. Integrate and engage with the business community. Democrats need to stop demonizing wealth and corporations broadly. Engage with businesses, business podcasts like Earn Your Leisure that reach the aspiring class and entrepreneurs to discuss economic policies. Be pro-aspiration and pro-capitalism in a smart way. Recognize that working class voters value upward mobility and economic success. Have a prosperity gospel aimed at the working class. Call out corporate abuses individually instead of attacking corporations as a whole. Like, this is what the third way method is. The third way method was demonstrated in the last election cycle, right? It was what Kamala Harris's campaign turned into. And it is precisely why they lost. So just like AIPAC can't run candidates on the issue of Israel directly and put Israel as like a salient point in the campaign, and they have to do this like weird engineering around it, third way has to do a similar thing. They want that. They want to change the communications, but most people are too smart to lean into that because they know they'll never win another election again. So they'll restructure, they'll attack people that are calling them out. They're calling out their influence in the party. They'll attack people that they've identified as like real threats to their, institutional power that's going away. And that's it. And it's ironic because so many people do this for free. Like, these guys at least get paid handsomely, right? These guys get paid handsomely. They get rewarded to do this. And yet there are people who are doing it for free in my chat right now. There'll be people that come in here and be like, nah, dude, you're a cancer to the Dems. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Do you want to defeat Republicans or not? You and I, if you say yes to that, you and I have the same attitude on this. You just have a different opinion as far as how to do it. Make an argument on why your methods are more successful. You might not be that big, but you are significant here as a litmus test for leftist politics, so you should recognize your newfound influence through that. I mean, I recognize it. I do. I think they're glazing me too much, though. Also, speaking of which, this was pretty crazy. And once again, donate to Abdul for Senate. Okay. Mallory McMorrow going on Jewish Insider and starting this next barrage of attacks has led to the right-wing fascist administration's chair of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism to come out and demand, and mods have my donation link somewhere. Here it is. But yeah, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens coming out and like doing this attack against Abdul El-Sayed has led to the right-wing fascist administration's chair of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism to come out and demand that University of Michigan and Michigan State University shut down these two campaign rallies. Okay? Individuals should not score political brownie points by platforming anti-Semites. Jewish students should not be subject to the constant hate and intimidation on their own campuses. Where is the leadership at UMich and Michigan State University? Silence is unacceptable. Federal funding should go to institutions that prioritize education, not ideological agendas or tolerated hate. Okay? Unbelievable. Like, this guy at the Department of Justice is getting his notes from Stop Anti-Semitism, which is like one lady from Long Island. Okay? This is not a real serious institution. There's also the other side of this that I wanted to address one more time, because there is, like, we talked about, you know, the right-wingers and their attitudes and things like that. But Adam Carlson wrote this effort post that I think he thought was very thoughtful. And I'm going to describe to you why it's actually not. Okay. So he had previously talked about how this is most likely not to win voters, but instead is to eat away at Stevens's donor base and present herself to AIPAC and AIPAC adjacent donors as like the reliable person to go to for the pro-Israel or at least Israel adjacent candidate against Abdul El-Sayed's anti-Israel approach, which was true. But then I guess he talked to some people from Michigan, and they told him that no, that's not the case, which is really dumb. And I'm going to explain to you why in a second. Okay, after some reflection and talking to people, including locals that are smarter than me, points 3 and 4 seem way too cynical and galaxy-brained. It's not. It's the truth, right? And it's probably not some strategic 4D chess to triangulate a middle path of denomination between El-Sayed and Stevens. I had completely forgotten that the West Bloomfield Temple Israel attack, where 140 preschoolers could have been blown up, was 2 weeks ago. This is unbelievably racist, okay? This is unbelievably racist. But because it's Islamophobic, even people who fancy themselves to be like progressive white guys don't see it, okay? Like tying me and Abdul El-Sayed to a thwarted synagogue attack is insane, dude. That is 2003 era Rush Limbaugh racism. Just because you're saying that and then positioning that as like Jewish fears around this sort of incident happening, if people like myself and Abdul are able to speak to college students, doesn't make it a reality. It's so, and I know for a fact Adam Carlson doesn't even realize what he's doing. Okay. And that for many for whom that is still raw, even in the most very progressive Jewish community like that, Piker's presence nearly both are within about an hour drive would be raising the temperature, not lowering it. That is disgusting. Like the shit that you can say about Muslim candidates and Muslim commentators is so unbelievably up. And the reason why it's extra unbelievable that Adam Carlson is saying this is because he was so pro Zoran. And Zoran ate these attacks over and over and over and over again. Okay? So he should have realized that this stuff is very cynical. And Zoran is out there every day trying to do his very best to just be like, here, I'm obviously not an anti-Semite, which should be clear to everyone, but I will go above and beyond to try to make people feel comfortable about my Muslimness, my brownness, sorry. Like he does that every day to a degree that I think unironically is counterproductive because it gives legitimacy to the hysterical fears, right? At a certain point, you have to say, look, man, I'm not an anti-Semite. I've spent, this entire campaign cycle advocating for Palestinians because of their humanity and never leaning into anti-Semitism. And you guys have been trying to whip up an anti-Semitic panic. But we have to realize at a certain point that it's because I'm brown, I'm Muslim, and I'm an anti-Zionist that, there is a lot of hysteria, a lot of racist hysteria. So masquerading that as like legitimate Jewish fears is a very sinister way to do this. It's very racist. Okay? That's precisely what was happening with Zoran, and that's what Adam Carlson is doing to me right here, where he thinks like, well, you know, these are really valid fears. Like, what are you talking about? Are they valid fears? Are they valid fears? They can be real fears, right? That can be a real fear. I'm sure there were plenty of people who legitimately thought Zoran is going to set up concentration camps or something. Does that mean it's valid? Okay? There's a difference between someone like a Fishback, for example, right? Or someone like Nick Fuentes, for example, who are actually trafficking in anti-Semitic conspiracies, and someone like myself. Okay? So it was very frustrating to read this from someone who thinks like they're, you know, a progressive pollster that is still trafficking in the same biases that they do not even think about. You know? It's unbelievable. I think the difference in encouraging people to go on a guest who has said controversial things in the past and actively campaigning with them is an important distinction. It's not. Some may infer the latter as an endorsement of their views, which no matter what you think of Hassan, you have to admit that some of what he has said could be hurtful to some Jews at a time when many are deeply concerned for the safety of them and their children. Ridiculous. Okay? I will stand on that one more time. Ridiculous. Yeah, if you only read Jewish Insider articles and you place a lot of emphasis in the big 2026 on what the ADL is saying about me, sure, you can whip yourself up in a panic, but it's not true. So why should I do that? Why should you do that? Why should you lean into it? Especially when it has been shown time and time again that institutions that masquerade as Jewish advocacy institutions, when in fact all they do is defend Israel and at times actually harm American Jews, will cynically weaponize false smears of anti-Semitism against anti-Zionists. The Jewish kids are probably fans of yours, by the way. Yeah, of course, of course. For those who think McMorrow is bought and paid for by AIPAC, I would like to remind them that they're expressly backing Stevens in this race and that McMorrow has stressed that she has not and will not take money from AIPAC. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. She gave privately policy papers to AIPAC, and then also on top of that is very clearly positioning herself to at least get some of the AIPAC heat off of herself right now. Anyway, I'm willing to bet it's not a strategic move. It's a line in the sand for her. Yeah, it's a dumb line in the sand. If you disagree with what she said, that's fine. Your voice will be louder than those that appreciate what she's doing because that's what algorithms do, promote conflict. Important to remember that Twitter's not real life. I like Abdul and I totally get why people are voting for him, but let's not jump to the worst conclusions about other candidates just because tensions are high. This is an unbelievably racist thing to say. The only reason why I'm bringing this up, because you guys know I hate bringing up Islamophobia because everybody goes, here we go again, shut the right? It's really a horrible way to campaign in general, right? But I'm sorry, there is no other way to read this. Like you're tying me to a synagogue? What an unbelievably racist thing to do. It's insane. And no one, like everyone reads that and goes, well, this is good analysis. No, it's not. We have to be a little bit more thoughtful with the way that we talk about these sorts of things because I do genuinely think that if we don't push back on this stuff at all, people just get more comfortable thinking that they're actually, you know, what? Donnie wrote a piece about you in the New York Times? No, this is not. This is written by Tim Balk, man. We read this article already. Having this endless, I'm sorry that you've also had so much Islamophobic comments thrown at, especially in the past 2 to 3 years, has grown exponentially? Yes. As someone who absolutely fears the left's growing power, I think the smart play is for moderate Dems to go on Piker's show and agree with them that Israel is bad and then stick to their guns on other moderate stuff. Ha! See, even Matt Iglesias is literally waving the white flag on Israel. Okay? That's it. He's not wrong, right? He's waving the white flag on that. So he's like, dude, just go on and like gain the legitimacy on the Israel issue. Please, you guys are going to this up. That's what he's saying. Yeah, see? Look. And anti-Israel is one of the only non-toxic progressive views. If you're going to give the left something, that's what it should be. Then be pro-growth, tough on crime, etc. And yes, he's right. It's so unbelievably bad for Democrats to consistently posture against someone like myself because of very clearly the values that I represent on this issue that is a 90-10 issue on our side. It's the Democrats not exactly really taking a consistent moral stance against problematic podcasters or whatever, because they've all said they would go on Joe Rogan. He said, you know, he's clearly right-wing, MAGA booster. It's ridiculous. It actually has everything to do with them not wanting to give ground on the Israel issue and not wanting to even appear anywhere near this issue. I don't know how Adam doesn't see it here when he saw it with Zoran. The Jewish fear smear was used endlessly with Zoran. It was stupid and racist then. It's stupid and racist now. Yeah, the only difference is he likes Zoran. He's probably met Zoran. He doesn't know me, and he doesn't like me. That's it. This is my first time watching one of your streams before. I would consider myself a democratic socialist from all I've seen and read about. Not much right now as a 19-year-old university student, full-time worker. That label and associated policy sits best with me. Can you recommend any theory I should learn more? All I've seen is entry-level commentary, some debates, interviews. Thanks. Thanks if you see this. What's a good starting point to read for this chatter? For the Zoloft addict 19-year-old chatters? What do we think? Okay, everyone is saying Marx and Lenin. I mean, I agree, but there's probably a better entry point than Lenin. Lenin can be a little dense. Michael Parenti, even then, that's like black shirts and reds. Mark Graeber, he's easy to get into. That's true. Lenin is not dense. Marx is. I mean, even Lenin is dense. But Marx is even denser. Is David Graeber? Mark Fisher. Oh, I think that chatter mixed up. Is it Mark Graeber? It's David Graeber and Mark Fisher. All right. It's crazy because, like, we have no plan. Our plans are just a hope and a dream. You can apply for conscientious objector status, okay? You can do that, even if you're being deployed.
So the Pentagon reportedly weighing in, sending more than 10,000 additional troops to the Middle East as President Trump extends his pause on striking Iranian energy plants by 10 days. Retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of the Study of War, General Jack Keane, joins us now. General, we're 28 days in. How many more weeks do you think we need to finish the job, and what does finishing the job look like?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we got a little less than 3 more weeks in the minds of our commanders to complete this operation. Given it's taken a little over 3 weeks to get where we are, you can ascertain then that we have a lot of work still in front of us. And what does that really mean? Well, for a fact, we're going to accomplish all of the assigned objectives that President Trump has given the CENTCOM commander. And in talking to the IDF, they fully intend to accomplish all the objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu has given to them. And the general time frame is as described, around 3 weeks. If it happens sooner, fine. If they have to take a little longer, we've said from the beginning that this is conditions-based. The enemy has a vote. And what is the enemy trying to do right now? Number one, they're trying to personally survive and keep the regime somewhat intact. And believe me, that is an enormous problem that they have. And you can see that you're reporting on it every single day here in what is happening to the leadership. And the paranoia that exists inside of that leadership is real. And the chaotic decision-making process in there is real. So we're fragmenting that leadership for sure, and we have weeks to go to do more of that. The second thing they're doing, in addition to trying to survive individually and as a regime, is they're trying to protect their assets.
I love this guy. Mark is becoming more bullish. Markets are finally starting to price out chaotic White House statements. It took far too long, in my opinion, but now that it's happened, people will increasingly drown out the president. Credibility matters. If you keep making statements that fall apart in days, it disappears. Yeah, I still don't believe that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe that at all. And the reason for why I don't believe that, I mean, it'll still swing. It'll still swing. It's nowhere near close to what it would be if it actually cared about the solid fundamentals and like ready availability of barrel of oil, right? The reason why I say it's also cope is because Elon Musk exists, right? Like the non-fundamental, inconsistent markets that simply rely on confidence, a dream, and the collective understanding that like things have to be good all the time has existed for long before Donald Trump came out and started doing this crazy, long before then. So I just don't believe it. I think like it might soften Trump's impact a little bit, but that impact will still remain. Especially because the market is so consolidated in the hands of a tiny sliver of the population. The top 10% of wealth own 90% of the stonks, all the wealth in general. That I think that they can move in whichever direction they see fit. And they're moving in that direction. They let Trump molest the money, and then they let Trump unmolest the money, even though the money molestation continues. And they're incentivized to believe Donald Trump when he says, oh, things are going to go good. It don't really matter is what I mean.
President Trump is weighing several options that could result in heavy U.S. casualties. It's a heavy sentence to say, but that's the reality. And according to Axios, on top of invading Kharg Island, a move that Trump, of course, we've pointed out, has talked about since 1988, the Pentagon is also drawing up scenarios that involve military action on several other Iranian islands. Those islands key to Iran's oil production, as well as control over the Strait of Hormuz itself. Axios is now reporting specifically on some other possible invasions, and I know Seth had spent time talking about 2 other islands closer to the Strait of Hormuz, and also seizing the Iranian ships that are carrying Iranian oil.
But yeah, we've gone from destroying 90% of Iran's missiles to 75% to 70%, now 30%. Do I hear 20%? You back? You in the back, 15%? Yeah, this is the scoop from Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter for Reuters. The United States can only determine with certainty that it has destroyed about a third of Iran's vast missile arsenal. The status of around another third is less clear, but bombings likely damaged, destroyed, or buried those missiles in underground tunnels and bunkers, according to U.S. intelligence, our sources say.
Iran to sell that oil, but being contradictory doesn't stop them. Does it sound to you that we're on the verge of a potentially dramatic escalation?
It does, Aaron. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but the likelihood has increased that it will happen. And what we're looking at is the increase in the force posture by the U.S. forces. The fact that not only do we have about 50,000 troops in the region right now, but we are also getting more. We're getting more airplanes, more Air Force squadrons are coming in, fighter squadrons are coming in. We have, of course, the 2 MEUs that are, one is basically there already and the other one is approaching. And then you also have, of course, the 82nd Airborne. So all of those elements are critical elements for America's firepower in general, and they don't make deployments like this just to have an exercise. This is a demonstration of force that could easily be used for actual combat operations.
And every time so far that Trump has done that in this.
So weird the dog isn't on cam anymore. Brother, I'm in New York City.
In this situation, frankly, even with Venezuela, he's used it. I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's the trend. Seth, when we talk about Abu Musa and 2 other smaller islands, you had talked about those. Axios is now reporting that he is indeed looking at those, and you had already said that was possibly a very likely option because they're in the strait as opposed to hundreds of miles north of the strait, which is where Kharg Island lies. So if Abu Musa is the target, then what does that look like?
Well, I think, Aaron, we've already seen partially what it looks like because what we've seen is U.S. aircraft striking a range of different targets on Abu Musa and several of those islands there. What that means is they're trying to target any air defense systems on there, stockpiles of weapons, any bunkers, communications centers, where if they do end up landing forces there, they're trying to limit the resistance that is faced. One thing that we have not seen a lot of is the bombing of those of airstrips in case they wanted to land aircraft,
like those runways,
C-130 or C-17. So that all suggests the possibility of amphibious landings to seize those islands, which could be used both for defensive purposes, if there were incoming strikes to target the any transits of the Strait of Hormuz, and offensive operations.
It's crazy because, like, we have no plan. Our plans are just a hope and a dream, right? Our plans all sound like don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. Like, that's what it sounds like. Every time I hear, like, which island we are going to take militarily, I am reminded of that famous tweet from that one famous Nazi being like, don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. It's like, how? How do you hold it? How do you take it? How do you hold it? Like, notoriously, amphibious landings are some of the most notoriously deadly battles that America and every other country has ever had in their history. I mean, I'm Turkish. I'm reminded of Gallipoli, okay? Gallipoli was a spectacular failure for the invading forces, okay? I mean, think about D-Day. It is an unbelievably difficult thing to do. And you're basically throwing piles of bodies into the grinder. And especially in this circumstance, there's not even, you do realize there are 1,000 people doing plans. It's just a question if the leadership's going to use them. Yeah, I know. I just don't think that I don't. First of all, we don't have months of preparation. This is like kind of escalating beyond our control, and we just keep taking the most unhinged route over and over again. One of the craziest aspects of this, of course, is that Yoav Gallant wrote about how this is a good plan. An indicted war criminal wrote this article. TLDR is what? Former Israeli Defense Minister, war criminal Yoav Gallant, in an article for Barry Weiss's Free Press, says the U.S. should seize Karg Island. Yes, there are risks, Gallant acknowledges. Any operation to seize Karg would require thousands of troops, sustained air and naval support, and detailed intelligence, and it would carry a real and expected cost in human life. Nonetheless, it's a risk he's willing to take with American soldiers' lives. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, Yoav Gallant hit the "some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take" about American soldiers, by the way.
Into Iran itself for strikes.
And I know that, Colonel Layton, you said that the amount of warning time that troops on those islands would have from a missile from Iran could be as little as 10 seconds.
That's right,
So,
depending on where the missile is and what type of missile.
which fits with what we're hearing the Pentagon is saying, that the scenarios they're looking at involve a very high level of potential casualties. A sobering moment, especially given some of the childish rhetoric that gets thrown around, right? We're talking about human lives. Trump reportedly considering an invasion of Larak Island, which lies in the narrowest part of the Strait of Hormuz and is key to Iran's control of the strait, part of the area that's now called Tehran's toll booth. The island is 49 square miles, very small, but it does host bunkers, attack craft that can blow up cargo ships, and radar technology that tracks activity in the strait. All of this Iranian military. Colonel Cedric Layton is back with us at the Magic Wall. So, Colonel Layton, we've talked a lot about Karg. I know Seth's talked about Abu Musa, but Larak is also important. We've got it highlighted here. What would an invasion of Larak look like, especially in the context of what is already in the region and what Trump has coming in?
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. So just to orient people right here, this is where Larak is, right here at the mouth, basically, of the Strait of Hormuz if you're coming out this way. Abu Musa is here, and Karg Island is right up here in the northern part of the Gulf. So when you look at Larak specifically, it is right in this area right here where
Larak Hussein Obama.
The area right here where you could really cut off anything that's going through the strait. So this is a critical military target, or at least potentially a critical military target.
Where my sub at? Listen, first of all, you're already subscribed. And secondly, if you haven't been able to catch a gifted when they're peppering the chat, rabbit fingers, thank you for the 10, then you got to do it on your own, big dog. Every suggestion of how they might invade is dumber than the last. I know. And none of them factor in how they would be able to hold it. Let's say you actually invade, okay? You defeat the conventional forces on the ground. How the do you hold it? Kawoki, thank you for the 25. How do you hold it? And then there's also reports, John Brown, there's also reports about, America depleting its offensive Tomahawk missiles. Like, they're just burning through the stockpile here. They're burning through the midnight oil like there's no tomorrow. They're behaving like there's not ever going to be, there's never going to, like, new events are not going to unfold. They're behaving like they won't need any missiles and that they'll be able to, adequately rebuild their stockpiles.
And one of the key things is, how would you actually go about doing this? Well, you would bring in the Marine Expeditionary Units. This is the kind of thing that they do. They can invade using their Marine infantry to go across the beach. They have armor that they probably wouldn't use, but they might use helicopters to fast rope into an area. And they would also be able to use some of their other things, such as the...
No one understands what you stand for. I don't know what that's about.
Ospreys, for example, that it can be both helicopter-like, as in this phase, or airplane-like. So it's a very versatile platform. And then, of course, you have combat vehicles that they can actually send in. These are amphibious vehicles that can actually hit the beaches and disgorge Marines. So that becomes a critical thing, because when you look at Larak...
Here we go, back to QVC. Back to QVC. This is our favorite. American news broadcast is doing QVC for all the coolest gear. The coolest gear that will be exploded by like $10,000 lawnmowers, dude. They have like tens of thousands of things, dude. It's crazy. You could talk about your amphibious all day, every day. But once you establish a fixed position, a forward operating base, it's over.
It is a basic rock in the middle of the desert, and it does the kinds of things that you would be able to see in these areas. This area here would be the defended area that you spoke about.
Yeah.
That has all the radar installations. It's also very mountainous. This might be an area that they could consider for invasion, but there are roads and other things here. So there are several different targets that could potentially.
Oh shit, Mike Prisoner. Breaking, U.S. Marines and sailors are actively revolting. Troops in the 31st MEU and on warships headed to the Middle East are filing emergency conscientious objector claims to stop their deployment. The Pentagon is terrified as the ranks refuse to fight Trump's war. Yeah. You can too, by the way. I'm going to keep posting the phone number and keep showing it to you. You can apply for conscientious objector status, okay? You can do that, even if you're being deployed.
Oh, absolutely. We have more than one client in the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, others who are out of Pendleton, that other Marine force that's being sent over. We have a client who's on a ship headed to the Middle East right now to be presumably part of an invasion force. So yes, I mean, just this weekend, I mean, we were dealing with at least 4 kind of rapid turnaround, like people who contacted us saying, I got 1 day, I just found out I'm deploying in a day or 2 days, and working with those people to file expedited claims so we can demand that their command do what's right and keep them home. And so absolutely, and I think the important thing is some people would think that, oh, you can't just at the last minute say you're a CO and not be deployed. You absolutely can. You are.
No way. Is there a second source on this? He is the source, bro. This Mike Prisoner. He runs a he runs like a philanthropic organization that offers legal counsel to troops that want to apply for conscientious objector status. Yes, he's an Iraq War veteran. He's a PSL guy, Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Entitled, service members have the right to submit a CO application.
Yeah, CCW4COs.
At any time, right before a deployment, while they're on a deployment, people can file CO applications and have. This happened during the Iraq War. Infantry soldiers filing a CO when they are frontline combatants. And so, again, it's a right that people have that they don't know they have. And our job is to make sure people know that they have those rights and provide them the support.
Yeah.
Be beachheads, but it is a difficult place to invade at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously that is where some of those casualties come in.
Yes.
I mean, the potential casualties, the risk here when you talk about.
My 78-year-old mother just bought my 42-year-old ass some new merch as a gift. She sometimes finds her words a bit harsh, but still supports you. Thank you from both of us. Hell yeah.
The mountainous area and
Ideology.shop. American made, union made.
Small, but there's a lot there.
Absolutely, there's a lot there, and of course, if they hold the high ground until it's bombed, that could give them a field of fire that could control approaches like at this beach right here, or even in the southern areas. So it's a very critical element here that has to be decided, and there has to be a lot of fusion of different forces, air power along with infantry, along with other elements of power.
So Iran has been threatening now new threats against U.S. troops who are not staying on U.S. bases, okay? And that might seem a bit confusing, but there's a reason for that. Some of it is, as CNN's reported, some of those troops were moved off the bases before the war even began. But the New York Times is reporting that even more troops were moved off the bases because the bases have been hit. Yeah. And there has been meaningful damage. How much damage is Iran causing to the U.S. bases in the region?
So this is pretty significant. These are the bases as we know them right now, and these are the bases that were actually struck by the Iranians. So that includes everything from Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, Al Udeid in Qatar, Prince Sultan Air Base, where we did have a casualty, a death near Riyadh, and I've been stationed there. And then, of course, at Port Shuaiba, where we had the mass casualty event with the Army National Guard soldiers. So this is a critical element right here. And of course, they also ended up attacking the area in Bahrain. So this is the Port Shuaiba strike. And what that really shows is that when you look at this area, this shows the vulnerability of each one of these. This is the Bahrain strike, where they knocked out a communications element here. And so these bases are particularly vulnerable because each of them have a unique mission set. And what they ended up doing was move a lot of personnel into office buildings, into other areas, even into hotels. And now what they're doing is they're actually telling people in Iran and in this region right here, they're actually telling them to target Americans in those hotels, in those office spaces. So it's become dangerous in that way as well.
Right. I now give the floor to His Excellency,
Mr. Sayed Abbas Arakchi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. Iran stands today amid the throes of an illegal war imposed by two bullying nuclear-armed regimes, the United States and Israel. This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program. They betrayed diplomacy for a second time in the course of 9 months by torpedoing the negotiating table.
Iran agrees to facilitate passage of humanitarian shipments through Hormuz Strait at UN's request 5 minutes ago. See, look, this is what I mean. They are still playing by the old rules, no matter how much America and Israel does not. And I don't know. I don't think it's a weakness necessarily, but I think it's just like what the Chinese were doing initially, which is, look, in spite of all of the things that are happening to us, like, we are still willing to show stability. We're still willing to, play by the old rules. I find that a strange choice, but who knows? The United Nations has no capabilities, right? Not sure if you mentioned it, but for military members to successfully granted CO status, they must state their outlook changed after joining the military. Well, the fucking legal counsel probably will tell you exactly what you can and can't say. Don't try to apply for conscientious objector on your own. That's why there are, there's legal aid that you can get. Galabaf is looking at the markets. They've spammed so much fake news by trying to push energy prices down that the market's just numb now. Keep going. Nobody's buying it anymore. The real prices will show up anyway. Powerful, maybe, but smart, not even close. Burned that fake news card way too early. They're just shit posting. It's incompetent appeasement at this point. No, the thing that led this war to them in the first place. Yeah. Global opinion matters. The rest of the world sympathizes with Iran. It makes it very hard for EU to just justly join the fight. I don't think you understand how depraved the European counterparts are here, okay? They do not operate like that. I don't think they operate like that, but we'll see.
The most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajara Tayyeba Elementary School in the city of Minab, south of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers.
You guys want to know why I think it's a foolhardy endeavor? Because Israel did a genocide for the past 2.5 years, and they received such little state pushback. They received basically no state pushback. Yes, broad awareness initiatives and steady protests were launched, and the consciousness, the collective consciousness shifted in the direction of truth and justice. Overwhelming majorities in the Western world now are they've arrived at the same conclusion that developing nations already knew a very long time ago. Having said that, liberal capitalist nations do not have real democracy, especially when it comes to foreign policy. European nations are vassal states, and therefore they cannot betray American interests. Okay? The most successful decoupling initiative that Iran can engage in is actually forcing European capital owners to realize that they must tell their elected representatives to decouple from the United States of America. Because if you understand that European representatives don't abide by the wishes of the majority in the same way that American representatives don't abide by the wishes of the majorities, and simply respond to economic pressures when the real bosses, capital owners, make those phone calls, okay? Only then will Europe move in a different direction than the United States of America. So far, they have abided by, they haven't abided by the wishes of Iran or anything, but so far they've demonstrated restraint when Donald Trump is clearly demanding that they join, okay? Donald Trump wants NATO to come in, all the NATO countries to come in, all the European countries to come in, not necessarily for additional military additional units and additional assets and firepower, but more so for the diplomatic pressure that it will create for Iran, because Iran is responsive to that sort of thing. They have not done so thus far, but I don't think it's because there is this mutual agreement on maintaining stability or abiding by international rules, international standards. I think it's more so because they're worried about the impact. They're worried about the damage that this may cause to their assets.
Were slaughtered in cold blood. This barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg, one that conceals beneath its surface far graver catastrophes, namely the normalization of the most abhorrent violations of human rights and humanitarian law, and the audacity to commit atrocity crimes with impunity. Mr. President, at a time when the American-Israeli aggressors, in their own assertions, possess the most advanced technologies and the highest precision military and data systems, no one can believe that the attack on the school was anything other than deliberate and intentional. Targeting Shajarat Tayyib School was a war crime and a crime against humanity, one that demands unequivocal condemnation by all. And unambiguous.
The actions of the European states should not be assumed to be popular or even substantially unpopular. No, the European populations, just like the United States of America, don't want this. Okay? But Europe has two different pressure points. One, European leadership, European countries have to abide by, one, their own capital masters, their own capital owners, and two, they have to abide by whatever America's interests are. So far, they haven't fully committed to whatever America's trying to do. Because even for them, it's a bridge too far. It kind of reminds me of like Donald Trump saying, we're just going to forcibly take over Greenland, right? That's what it reminds me of when they were like, okay, that's too much. Like, you're embarrassing us. This goes far beyond, previous incursions. Like, you're violating the principle in NATO. Right? The populace has way more power to actually protest because they aren't nearly as car-centric.
Accountability for the culprits. This atrocity cannot be justified, cannot be concealed, and must not be met with silence and indifference. The attack on Shajarat Tayyib School in Minab was not a mere incident nor a miscalculation. The United States' contradictory remarks aimed at justifying their crime could not, in any manner, elude their responsibility. To denounce such a merciless assault on a place inherently civilian, a place where the most innocents reside and pursue knowledge, is not merely a legal obligation under human rights frameworks. It is a moral and human imperative. Our conscience will judge us more profoundly than any tribunal ever could. Distinguished delegates, Shajarat Tayyib Elementary School has not been the only casualty of American-Israeli atrocity crimes during the past 27 days of their illegal war. Human rights and international humanitarian law have been massively and systematically violated by the invaders in an unprecedentedly brutal manner. They are targeting civilians and civilian infrastructures with no regard for laws of war and basic principles of humanity and civility. More than 600 schools have been demolished or damaged across Iran, and more than 1,000 students and teachers martyred or wounded as the result. The aggressors, who are arrogantly shouting, "No mercy, no quarters," and threatening to strike Iran's vital infrastructure, have been attacking hospitals, ambulances, health workers, Red Crescent rescuers, refineries, water sources, and residential areas. War crime and crime against humanity are not sufficiently describing the gravity of the atrocities they are committing. The aggressors' targeting pattern, accompanied by their rhetoric, leave little doubt as to their clear intent to commit genocide. Distinguished colleagues,
the Houthi
this
statement
unjust
was
war
fake.
of wings by the United States and Israel against the noble nation of Iran is the direct result of silence in the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere. Indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake. You all need to call out the aggressors and let them know that the community of states, the human collective conscience, hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes, a defense that shall persist as long as needed.
Protesters taken to the streets in the Philippines over Iran war emergency. And then we'll talk about the RGC revelations in a second. I gotta pee.
Are angry. They're angry about the soaring cost of fuel, the fact they can't afford it. They're angry that they feel their government isn't doing enough. And it says something so stark about the impacts of Donald Trump's war in Iran and how it's spreading all the way here to this continent, some 4,000 or 5,000 miles away. Now, the people here are marching towards the presidential palace. There's a good couple of hundred of them. I just want to show you around. There are students, there are people who drive taxis, there are agricultural workers, there are fishermen, and they are really, really angry. The cost of fuel in the Philippines has more than doubled since the start of the war in Iran back in the end of February. And the Philippines is the first country in the world to have declared a state of energy emergency, essentially, according to the government, that they are at imminent risk of running out of fuel. And the government has said just this week that they only have about 45 days of fuel left. Think of that, 45 days. And there has been real demonstrations here of who they direct that anger at. A lot of anti-American statements, a lot of anti-war statements. Let's take a step back and just remind ourselves why this is such a problem for the Philippines. The Philippines buys 98% of its fuel from the Middle East and from the Gulf states, places like the UAE, Saudi Arabia and others. And the vast majority of that has to travel through that crucial Strait of Hormuz. But the Strait of Hormuz, of course, controlled by Iran and has been largely closed for these past weeks. And that means places like the Philippines are in real crisis. I mean, speaking to people here, fishermen and farmers and taxi drivers saying they are currently running on losses if they even go to work because the cost of fuel is so high and that they are just not able to afford those sort of prices. Remember, of course, the Philippines is far from alone in this region. Asia is by far the most exposed continent to the Strait of Hormuz. 84% of all the oil and liquefied natural gas that goes through that strait is bound for Asia. And so there are many economies in this region who are suffering terribly. Places like Vietnam has ordered people to work from home. Schools in Pakistan have been closed. Schools in Laos have reduced the number of days the students can go to school. It is having a sustained and deep impact across economies that frankly are developing, that do not have the stockpiles, do not have the reserves, and have a lot of people either living in poverty or closer to the poverty line who are less able to absorb.
Good job, America. Good job, Israel. Fantastic stuff. You did it. Protesters also blamed
Strangers
U.S.
to pressure. Students, no strangers to protest.
Yeah, they're also straight up blaming. They just released an updated version of this. Protesters blame U.S. imperialism for the crisis.
98% of this country's oil comes from Middle Eastern routes that are blocked. A dependency now the cause of genuine crisis. Supplies could be all but gone in just over 40 days' time. The president here is a man under pressure.
Straight up a cancer on the entire world, dude. We are
continuing to look for additional supply. We will also continue supporting our commuters so the impact of the conflict in the Middle East can be lessened.
But there is a real tension here too, and a sense that things could well boil over. Government subsidies and scrambling may not be enough.
The problem here, and the reason these people are so worried, is that there doesn't seem to be an end in sight to all this. And energy shocks, by their very nature, take a while to bite and longer to work their way through. And it's hitting a region where the economies just don't have the broad shoulders or the reserves to handle it.
Indeed, across Asia, there is barely a country untouched. Vietnam has ruled working from home. Bangladesh has rationed fuel and closed universities. Back in Manila, they're not shy with their sense of what or who is responsible.
Who do you blame for the fact that the fuel prices are so high? Whose fault is it?
Number one, the U.S. imperialists.
The U.S. imperialists? I mean, because the Philippines is a long-standing ally of the U.S. Is that something that you would like to see change?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. It's because all this ally thing, them helping us, it's just a front of their bigger agenda to exploit not only the Philippines, but the so-called third world countries.
Expensive fuel will mean expensive food. The price of rice here has doubled already. And in a region where millions already live in or close to poverty, we may yet only have a glimpse.
Will the United States of America admit defeat and concede and meet the demands of Iran, or will they only escalate and completely destroy the world? This is the reason why Iran has tremendous leverage. Examples of the cult? Oh, I love this. Iran is begging for a deal. You know why? Because they got the beat out of them. Trump, we don't deserve him. They hate anything to do with Trump, and instead see the people of Iran begging for us to bomb the regime. They just see their hate in Trump derangement syndrome and couldn't care less about Iranians. Do you care about Iranians? I mean, you're talking about, you know, continuously bombing them and killing them. Doesn't seem to be you care about them at all. New angle for why Israel and America aren't winning this war. The Iranians simply don't understand just how severe the damage to them is, and that's why they keep going. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brigadier General Oren Solomon, the Iranians are taking very hard blows from Israel and the US on the military front, and in my estimation, they don't understand how severe the damage to them is, and that's why they keep going. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, one could say this is projection. You might think it's hubris. I say projection. I say Israel, as a matter of fact, doesn't understand what is unfolding. And that's precisely the reason why they're continuously sending armored vehicles without infantry cover into mountainous territory in Lebanon and getting their $6 million tanks turned into, you know, tin cans where people catch on fire inside of them when they incur ambushes. So, yeah, and that's all while, you know, the Israeli defenses have been depleted and Iranian missiles keep striking targets. Because what's going to end up happening is, right now, the cluster munitions open up at higher altitude, which is imprecise, right? It's just to take pot shots and, like, frustrate the civilians, right? Because, like, those sub-munitions can't actually penetrate shelters or anything like that, right? But eventually, even if they're lobbing those cluster munitions, they're going to start opening the sub-munitions up in lower altitude. And when that happens, they can be significantly more precise with their targeting. When that happens, you're busted. You're cooked. That's when you'll know the Israeli defenses have been spectacularly diminished, okay? And it's already happening. It's already happening right now, where Israel is making hard choices, hard calculations as to which areas that they can defend with their diminishing capabilities. And that's precisely the reason why you're seeing more and more Iranian ballistic munitions penetrate the aero systems and actually strike targets inside of Israel. Amit Segal agrees with you. Of course he agrees with me, because he's reporting on the reality on the ground. Israel has become convinced that Trump may try to end the war soon, and therefore shifted most of its airstrikes from targeting the destabilization of the Iranian regime to inflicting severe damage on its military. The shift indicates that Israel has given up. This is Cope, by the way. The shift indicates that Israel has given up on the dream of toppling the regime through air power. This is Cope. This is face saving. Why wouldn't you have destroyed their military capabilities ahead of time if you had the capacity to do so? It's so stupid. It's a lie. They've literally flexed and said they've bombed Iran 5,000 times. Okay. Oh, really? You were just bombing the same, regime targets 5,000 times? No, you were bombing their military targets as well. How much success you have had in terms of deteriorating their strike capabilities, well, that remains to be seen. As a matter of fact, pretty obvious that it hasn't been that successful, considering that Iran has received more success. Iran has actually experienced more success in striking Israeli soil. Wait, whoa, this is good. Breaking: Trump officially tacos out again. Trump has extended the deadline for the second time. Oh my God. As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I'm pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. April 6th, Invasion Day? Maybe it's because they haven't been able to amass enough troop presence in the region. I mean, I still think I think tomorrow is the day after market close, but who knows? I still think this is a fake. This is a fake out, but who knows? He said this because of today's market close. Yeah, what is it, like 12 points? A tornado is hitting the Gulf tomorrow. They can't do it. Let's see what Chuck Schumer has to say about that. Let's take a look.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And
Barrow, thank you for the 5
now,
gifted.
all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress
Decoy,
and most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. I mean, that's an old one, by the way. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, that's like a old but gold from Chucky. Okay? If you want to know where his opinion is, yes, it's an old video. I'm using it as a meme. I'm using it as a placeholder to show you what his actual perspective is on this stuff. But, you know, knowing the religious freaks in our military, they're probably going to do it close to Easter Sunday. No, that kind of stuff doesn't matter when it's tactics. Can of Salamanders, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, Trump said this prior to extending the deadline. The Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there's no turning back and it won't be pretty. Every time he says stuff like this, the market suffers. And then he has to go back and be like, no, just kidding. We're actually doing great. We're doing great. Here's how it works and how it's worked so far. Donald Trump comes out, does something spectacularly stupid. Iran retaliates. Market responds a deep red. Okay. Then Donald Trump tries to correct it by turning around and saying, oh, they're begging for a deal with us. They really want a deal to happen. And we're very favorable. We're looking at this deal very favorably. Then the market corrects itself because they're just like leaning into any positive message they can. Okay. Then the Iranian government comes out and says, that's not true. We're not dealing with you guys at all. Q, here's a couple missiles in the direction of Israel and in the direction of your military bases in the region. Okay. Then the market plummets again. And then when Donald Trump sees that market plummeting again, even after the tough talk and the niceties, he turns around and does more tough talk, only to then pace it with positive messages once again. And it's just so unbelievably stupid. NASDAQ in correction, down 10%. Tech Bros made a call. NASDAQ closed in correction. Gold and bond slump as Iran war jolts markets. What are the markets even for if it's not based on anything happening in reality? Just for like the wealthiest Americans to keep making money and also to do insider trading, I think, at that point. White House envoy Steve Witkoff, this according to Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. Once again, wee woo. Barack Unit 8200 Ravid says White House envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. has strong signs that Iran can be convinced that it has no better alternative but to accept the U.S. terms for ending the war. They're looking for an off-ramp, Witkoff said. We told Iran they should not miscalculate again. This is going to be increasingly more difficult to sell to Americans. That's the other side of the story. I know that Israeli media is
Monday, April
excited at the possibility of extending the war. Or extending the pause.
6th, in the middle of the night, or it's early actually Tuesday morning in the Middle East, but in terms of America,
Monday night. It comes right after the Easter holiday. It comes in the middle of the Passover holiday.
Emily Giselle, thank you for the
Extends
5
by 10
gifted.
days. It's only tolling the period for
57
energy
Cal,
plant
thank you for the
construction,
10.
as Donald Trump taught.
Ken of Salamanders, thank you for the 5
Going
gifted.
back to his initial threat to hit Iranian energy installations, Nicole, if Iran didn't abide by the deadline. The upshot is that it looks as if the war, again, with all of the usual caveats with Donald Trump, the war will continue until then. And that we in Israel will be fighting in Iran as we sit down to our Passover Seders next week. And that this gives potentially more breathing room in a kind of opposite way for the Israeli military, again, with all of the usual caveats. And also just a comment about the tweet. Trump seemed to be saying in the tweet or in the post that the media had been talking about how the talks had been going poorly. His complaint earlier today was talking about how the media had been talking about how the talks were going well. So again, Trump attacking the media from different directions here. It's a part of his messaging that hasn't been too consistent as he tries to decide.
Yeah, go ahead. Sell that. Sell that as a positive. Come on. Do it. I told you these religious psychos care about doing war on their holidays. Nah, Israel probably a little bit more than America. The American religion is capitalism, okay? It's not Christian nationalism. That's not real. Yeah, some of the generals might be true believers. They think that they're bringing about the rapture, but like the reality is when it comes to American military strategy, this is not something that they give a shit about. Israel might, but
where to put the pendulum and how to telegraph, on the one hand, talking to Americans and reassuring them that this is an excursion and this is going to end and gas prices will go down. And on the other hand, trying to show determination at reaching an objective and getting a good result.
Yeah, a lot of mixed messaging that has been coming out. It seems every hour from the White House.
Yeah, this was crazy.
If there is now at least 10 more days, of course, once again, this could change from another tweet in the next coming hours. But let's say 10 more days for Israel to continue its strikes inside Iran. What does this mean for the course of the war? Because there had been reports that strike hard for the next 48 hours in case the White House pulls the plug. Is that not the case anymore?
No, I think if there are 10 days, there would be 10 days of this. The Israeli Air Force and the U.S. would continue to try to diminish capacities and capabilities of the Iranian regime, industry complexes, of course, to try to handle missile launchers and so on. So this would continue, and for the Israelis, it would mean that also those missiles through the holidays from Iran would continue.
That's also true.
And also it's true about the Lebanon, the Hezbollah front. So it means that there's a prolonging of the war for 10 days, not to stopping for the war and waiting to see what's happened. Maybe those 10 days would enable to, to destroy some key pillars in the Iranian system. I'm not sure.
So are they actually negotiating or is he straight up lying? I mean, a negotiations process could be conducted through direct diplomacy, through shuttle diplomacy by way of mediators. And as it stands currently, it's more so closed presence. Never mind, I spoke too soon. He's back. Open presence is the one that left. Closed presence with 100 gifted. God damn. As it stands, we have invented, instead of shuttle diplomacy by way of mediators or direct diplomacy in a bilateral, sit-down meeting where our envoys are talking to their envoys, right? Instead of those two normal ways of conducting a negotiations process, we have developed a secret third thing where Donald Trump just lies about the negotiations taking place. And then the Iranian side says, no, they're not taking place. And then Donald Trump says, okay, well, here are our demands and here are our concessions. And then Iran says, they didn't even send these demands or concessions to us directly. So that's also made up. But now that you've actually put it out there, here's what I think we would be willing to take on. Right? Hold on. So this is a secret third thing where we're like doing negotiations in broad daylight, which is a very strange way to do it. But it's, the diplomatic process has now been relegated to tweets. There's also the other. Do you really think Iran doesn't lie? You did a few weeks ago. Now you seem to believe everything they say about the negotiations. No, there's a difference. I said that every government is going to greatly embellish certain facts about like how many casualties they've been able to deliver to the other side, right? But there's a difference in this circumstance. You have to look at like what's actually happening on the ground. You have to look at who actually has the leverage. Right now, Iran has the leverage. Also, Iran has never lied about the diplomatic process at all. I look to the country's past performance to see to assess the veracity of their current statements, right? For example, Israel lies about pretty much everything. except for when they have successfully conducted a high-profile assassination. That's why in the early stages of the revelation that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had been assassinated, Israel said that that had happened. Iran said that that had not happened. And I leaned on the side of Israel on this because of their past performance, right? And the same thing goes for the Iranian side's past performance, like Hezbollah, Iran, for a multitude of different reasons, or whether because they're like weighing their options, will oftentimes not reveal if a high-profile figure has been assassinated. Okay? I'll give you another example. When that school, Minab, the school in Minab was bombed, and Iran very quickly came out and said this was an American missile strike or an Israeli missile strike. And Israel said, this is not us. And America said, this is not us. It must have been an Iranian missile that exploded. Judging by past performance, that was impossible to believe. Literally impossible to believe. Because Israel has lied over and over again about bombing schools and bombing mosques. Acknowledge the argument the chatter made challenge impossible. Okay, what is the difference? Wait, I have acknowledged the argument that the chatter has made. It's not even an argument. He's just asking a sincere question. Not everything is supposed to be contentious. And I'm giving you my thought process on trying to figure out who is the more honest actor here. I'm giving you context to how I interpret certain statements coming from the Iranian side and certain statements coming from the American side. I mean, why am I even spending any time talking about how Donald Trump contradicts himself with regular frequency, sometimes in the same sentence, if your takeaway from that isn't, yeah, Donald Trump actually is not a reliable narrator of events.
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. Yeah. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, you know, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia, too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. You know, we spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us. For small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. You know, I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, only.
I mean, they're losing The Economist, right? The Economist is not the Financial Times, right? The Financial Times is probably the highest, it has like the highest degree of accuracy in their commentary, in their reporting. There has to be at least one paper that does this, right? Out of the major mainstream outlets. The Economist is not one of those outlets. The Economist is in line with the interests of Western capitalists. The Economist is reflective of its output is going to reflect a Western chauvinist output, right? So when you lose The Economist, I mean, the next step in that equation is like losing the Wall Street Journal, right? A month of bombing Iran has achieved nothing. Will Donald Trump escalate or talk? For now, at least, the advantage lies with the Islamic Republic. This is not leftist media, right? We're not talking. This is not Novara. This is not the Hasanabi broadcast. This is Economist. It's not the Financial Times either. So that doesn't spell a clear success for the American and the Israeli side. U.S. President Donald J. Trump from OSINT Defender, Israel's favorite OSINT account. Well, not maybe it's one of Israel's favorite OSINT accounts. U.S. President Donald J. Trump appears to be leaning towards ordering a major ground operation in Iran involving the seizure of Iran's Karg Island and northern Persian Gulf, with Washington convinced Tehran will buckle under such military pressure. An official from one of the countries mediating between the U.S. and Iran tells the Times of Israel. This is being reported on in the Times of Israel, so I don't know how real it is, but,
Trump could do it, but the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran and...
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
what kind of a question? Am I going to go in for the... Oh, yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person, too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President, yesterday I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stock turned positive after you mentioned it.
By the way, they deserve it.
Yeah,
it's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think the problem with that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is on it. We can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you thinking of taking control, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want to show.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor, actually. Happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. Yes. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right, I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern,
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour. You can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the 3 of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Iran still has that enriched
Tell us where it is. Tell us the coordinates.
Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see.
I feel like this is low key something that you could get him to reveal, like totally classified information in a moment where he's trying to flex. You'd be like, yeah, the coordinates are clear. It's in Kuwait. We got a super secret weapon there. They've been trying to blow it up, but they can't get it. Here are the weapon systems that we have that are taking those, that are putting up a strong defense.
But, I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I mean, I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter.
Well, I mean, he did reveal some specifics earlier. So if he's not revealing any specifics, that means that there is nothing good there. Sorry.
Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But you know, I can't say what we're gonna do.
It's always good when the president, the commander in chief, is saying, "I'm not desperate. Please write in the newspaper. Please put it in the newspaper that I'm not desperate."
Because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden.
Another thing that I probably would shy away from mentioning openly, especially at a moment like this, you know?
Which is shocking.
Is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
God, he's so cozy with this stuff because he just knows that as long as he maintains the cult, he's all right because there is no real opposition, you know?
Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament leave the region because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about the UK terror attack that took place and the suspicious details that have been revealed or perhaps not revealed by the British government, which I think is very interesting.
You're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good.
Pretty
you know
good.
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Anything else you want to say?
Well, it's same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we were the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production is ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection.
Who cares that we're producing more because oil prices fixed worldwide, morons? Yeah, it doesn't matter because like even though the oil prices fixed, they're still engaging in some financial engineering, right? They're still engaging in some financial engineering in an effort to keep the prices almost completely decoupled from like the hard barrels of oil that are being shipped or currently not being shipped. So I don't know where this goes. I don't know how you make up for just like this hard commodity not existing, right? Obviously, all these other countries have already tapped into their strategic reserves and they're burning through them. But eventually, there's going to come a point where the fake futures reality that they are constantly dealing with and the reality on the ground is going to meet. I don't think you can pretend that the problem doesn't exist for the short term. You can pretend that the problem doesn't exist in the short term, right? You can just like engage in some kind of manipulation and people will lean into whatever you're saying, any hope that you offer them. But there's going to come a point where people just don't have oil. What are you going to do then? Right? Like what happens then? Do we just like try to engineer an alternative reality where we like shut off information sharing so that people don't see that there is just no more oil? Because like people are talking about Thailand. I believe Thailand has 100 days of strategic reserves at the current rate of consumption, right? What happens when we reach 50 days? What happens when we reach 10 days remaining? And there are other countries that have a shorter lifespan. Countries like the Philippines have already reduced and offered travel restrictions, from what I understand, because they know that they have less breathing room. What do we do then? Like, what happens to the no longer, what happens to the markets when people start recognizing that the market fundamentals are non-existent and that the futures are not dependent on, the futures prices are not actually dependent on how many future barrels of oil are being distributed around the world? What is this gas expensive fuck from 120 to 170 is a hell of a jump for me? No. Those jumps that you are currently experiencing are not telling the reality, okay? 20% restrictions, like 20% of all energy stopping almost entirely is not going to lead to the gas prices going up 50 cents, okay? And I don't even know where in the United States of America or where in the world is 120 to 170. I don't know. Or maybe you're talking per liter. But do you see what I mean? Countries that are exporters will have more breathing room to change their prices if they can get their oil and gas industry to shut off exports. But that only accelerates the problem elsewhere. Right? That only accelerates the problem elsewhere. And we're already seeing the beginnings of that. Countries are already tapping into their strategic reserves, for example, to make up for the diminishing supply. But that only works if you take an off-ramp. If this continues for months, right? If this continues for another month, there's going to come a point where people are like, okay, the markets seem to be doing all right, but the reality on the ground is totally removed from the way that people have deluded themselves into thinking that things are doing all right in comparison to how not all right things are. So what do we do? What do we do then? Yeah, in Southeast Asia, Thailand are switching back to coal due to gas shortages. In the United States, gasoline prices have risen more than 30% in some states, while Europe faces additional pressure on top of the energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Governments are trying to contain the crisis. The U.S., Japan, South Korea, and others launched the largest ever coordinated release of strategic oil reserves. But these reserves can only cover part of the supply loss if the disruption continues. You can't, we know what it looks like when there's energy shortages. I just saw it with my own two eyes in Cuba. That's a man-made disaster, a man-made crisis. Well, I guess this is as well. But it's not something you can hide, okay? Because at a certain point, people are going to see it. When there's simply no oil at the gas pump and the grid is starting to suffer. Now, Thailand going back to the Thailand switching back to coal-powered power plants is a way to try and avoid that, right? But that's on the LNG side. There's also additional problems. Fertilizer. Without fertilizer, there's no agricultural output. Without no agricultural output, there's not enough food. There's no crops and therefore no food. Certain types of crops, and there's no plastic either, certain types of food get significantly more expensive when you stop seeing certain vegetables at the market. All of a sudden, not a reality you can hide anymore. We have designed this incredibly complex international system. And for years and years, America has gotten to bully everyone else. And no one has ever actually retaliated. No one had the capabilities of retaliating. But now that there is a country that has the capability of retaliating, we must recognize how this complex system of international trade, where every country is linked together in very meaningful ways, is actually a very fragile system. People might have recognized that it was a fragile system in the past, but now we're seeing it. We saw it with the Suez Canal. We saw a brief moment of that. We saw it with COVID, right? And there were efforts made to stabilize. In this circumstance, the effort that you need to put in to stabilize requires America to do something that it's never done before. stand down against a regional sovereign actor that it has tried to destroy for 47 years. Will the United States of America admit defeat and concede and meet the demands of Iran, or will they only escalate and completely destroy the world? This is the reason why Iran has tremendous leverage, okay? Because if America keeps going up the escalation ladder and decides to engage in boots on the ground military incursion, a military invasion of Iran, not only will this be unimaginably devastating for the American forces that will die on the mountainside, considering the Iranian defenses and how they have, designed their defenses against such realities, but it will also further this collapse that's already beginning, one that they are trying to hide to the best of their ability, at least in the markets, because that's the only thing Donald Trump seemingly gives about. So we're about to see how insane Trump actually is. More insane than anything he's ever done before, and perhaps his last moment of insanity.
Mr. President, Kayleigh McEnany here. I do want to ask you about the breaking news. You just put out on Truth Social that you will be pausing energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern time because the negotiations are going very well. I would never ask you to reveal to the public specifics, but could you broadly characterize where we are at?
Well, the Iranians asked me to do that, and I was not happy with them because I made a statement that we're having productive negotiations. I don't know that they get there. Maybe they do, maybe they won't. I mean, look, in a certain sense, we've already won because we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, completely knocked out their Air Force, just about completely knocked out. We knocked out 154 ships, and pretty good ships. In fact, I said...
It's so funny that the numbers keep changing, too. Sometimes it's 84, sometimes 154. It's awesome.
Why didn't we just take them instead of sinking them? We could have used them ourselves, right? But they like showing how tough they are. They like them at the bottom of the sea probably a little bit better. But think of it. We knocked out their Navy. We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. They're down to about 9%. We knocked out their missile launchers, which is a big deal because without the missile launchers, the missiles don't do very well.
Again, this only works if you don't pay attention to what's going on in the real world. This only works if you have no idea what's happening in Israel. This only works if you have no idea what's going on in the Gulf bases, right? It just doesn't make any sense. They're like, oh, we've destroyed their capabilities of striking, and yet we're seeing more and more successful strikes in Israel. We're seeing, the impact sites on the American bases. We're seeing American troops. We're seeing news coverage in the Western world of American troops retreating from those bases and a recognition that those bases are no longer habitable, okay? It's the same principle in oil futures. You can yap and try to instill confidence, and maybe people will react to it positively. The markets certainly seem to react to it in the way that Trump wants the markets to react. But eventually it's going to get to a point where people are going to notice. You can say we have destroyed Iran's strike capabilities, but Iran keeps striking. You can say we're winning, but the strait is still closed. Or at least the only boats that are passing through the strait are ones that are paying a toll to the Iranian Navy. This undermines the major point that Trump is making about destroying the Iranian Navy. Iranian boats within the IRGC's Navy are actually towing oil tankers to an Iranian island. So after intermediaries communicate with the Iranian government to offer safe passage, to get safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is currently controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If Donald Trump's only reaction to that is to just basically take ownership over this thing and to falsely claim that that the Iranian government gave this as a gift because they're so scared. Well, yeah, that might work for your base, but it's not going to work for other normal individuals with a working brain cell. And I suspect that no matter how vassalized the European leadership actually is, they're still semi-competent. They know what's going on.
Do you have anything to say?
But back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be
Mr.
there.
President, please just tell us what to expect. We want some clarity here. How much oil will we be losing?
None. Everything is fine.
Isn't Iran blocking passage through the Strait of Hormuz?
We just kind of stopped using it, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. It's a much more scenic detour to go all the way around Africa. Also, aren't you woke Wall Street types?
Woke Wall Street
Don't you all
types?
hate the Straits anyways? We're looking for a non-heteronormative straight, a bisexual, if you will.
How long is this war lasting?
We're basically done.
Really? That's great news.
Yes. Okay, that's market close. Shit's fucked, man.
Why did you? What was the point of that?
Everything is fine.
War's done?
Iran is toast, but we keep letting them shoot our stuff and allies because we think it's funny.
People are dying.
Mission accomplished. Times 10, times infinity.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like we're going to be done. So this is good. This is great.
Market's closed?
Yeah. Why?
I'm so fucking scared.
Okay.
So I was talking to AI Bibi. He says he'll let us retreat, win any day now.
You keep saying
War is done. War never started. Nothing is happening. And if it did, I wouldn't tell you.
Good enough for us.
At this point, you just have to blame yourselves, right? Market closed?
Yeah.
Oil fields are being hit. Oil's going to be $2.50 a barrel.
Come on. Why do you? Even during a war?
What?
Even during a war, you're manipulating the markets. I mean,
well, I am a piece of shit.
And we respect that.
Check the quotes. It's all him. You're going to meet the woke chud on Saturday. Oh, Graham Plattner. Galabaf's response to Trump's cabinet meeting. Hexeth on Iran. For years, they told the world their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise, yet again, Iran lied.
1,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from.
This is incredible stuff happening. Is Hexa give every soldier a sniper rifle guy, or is he a give everyone a machine gun guy? Give everyone a machine gun guy for sure. Pete Hegseth is such an idiot, dude. 2 kilometers. What the hell are you talking about? 2 kilometers. I don't think there's any missile that you can consider a ballistic missile that can only go the range of 2 kilometers. Like Iran told the world that their missiles can't even escape the Iranian airspace. I assume he meant to say 2,000 kilometers because 2 kilometers would be ridiculous. Markets are finally catching up. This little drop bounced right back. Warships will escort. Boom. Warships will escort. Boom. Up, down. Remove Russian sanctions. Boom. Remove Iranian sanctions. Burp. We are in talks. No attack on infrastructure for 5 days. DOD, war is won. Everything else fake news. 1 month ceasefire 15-point plan. Delay until April 6th. Trump calling into the 5, rambling like a drunk unk on Iran delay. Oh, that's awesome. For the longest time, we just thought Iran had trebuchets.
Asked me if they would, Kaylee, importantly, they said to me, very nicely, through my people, could we have more time? Because we're talking about tomorrow night, which is pretty quick. And if they don't do what they have to do, I will knock out their power plants. So he said, does that include nuclear? Because they have nuclear, plenty of money. They have a lot of money, and they built nuclear and they built regular power plants, but they're massive and very expensive, billions of dollars. And so I gave them a 10-day period. They asked for 7. You're going to say, oh, Trump's a terrible negotiator. They asked for 7, and I said, I'm going to give you 10 because they gave me ships. We talked about the 8 ships, the president that I talked about the other day. But they asked for 7, and I gave them 10. You got 10 days, and they were very thankful about that. Now, they may say, oh, we're not speaking. I don't like that because that wasn't true the last time, as you found out. But we are speaking, and it's going fairly well, and so I gave them 10 days.
Well, that was nice of you. Very generous. Mr. President, it's
See,
Kennedy.
I am.
Yeah.
Watch him on television. Total loser. And they use this. I watch poor Chuck. Chuck Schumer is a great Palestinian, represents the Palestinian nation right now. He's no longer Jewish, I guess.
What do you say to that, dude? That's so crazy. He just treats Palestinian as a slur.
What he's done to the Jewish people is incredible. They hate him. But remember this. Watch him on television. Total loser.
Chuck Schumer, he's a great Palestinian, I guess. He's no longer Jewish. Isn't that incredibly anti-Semitic as well? He's denying his Jewishness. I think we've moved past that point, don't you think? I personally have given up on the idea that you can convince anyone who sees themselves as a gatekeeper of what is and isn't anti-Semitism that Donald Trump is ever capable of saying or doing anti-Semitic things or saying anti-Semitic things. It's just not going to happen. Donald Trump could literally say the K slur against Jewish people, and all of these institutions that are supposed to represent the safety and security of Jewish people would be like, yeah, he gets to say it. You know what I mean? Straight up. All right, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about my girl, Jessica Tarkov.
Mr. President, the next time you do this on the 5, can we have you on set? Because we really want you to sit next to Jessica. I think you'd be a good influence on her. Can you do that?
Well, I think I watch Jessica, and I'm not a fan. And she uses fake numbers. She'll give, well, he's only polling 42%. That's not right. Polling very high, actually. Polls are just like, I hate people that use fake polls because polls are just like bad journalists. Bad journalists, they write fake stories. Well, fake polls do damage also. But that's the thing. I'm sure I'd like her. I'm sure she's a lovely person.
Yeah, she's a lovely person. She really misses the fact that she's not here. I get it.
Yeah.
We're working on her. Don't worry.
Now tell me, did she not want to do it, or did you kick her off the show?
No, we didn't kick her off. She had a previous schedule that she couldn't change. But let me ask you about Iran. You kind of suggested that we'd knocked out Ayatollah Jr. Have we? And did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr. is gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people.
Oh, he's still on the phone.
That, which puts him off to a bad start in that particular country. I sort of tell you, he's a very handsome guy. He was a handsome guy. You don't get
the Ayatollah Jr.
He was
no,
going
he's not.
To run
this
for
is a
politics.
different.
He was
This is a
going to
different
run for the
combo.
Senate. He told me, and nobody would have beaten him, and he probably would have ended up being president because he had a lot of good things. He was sort of a great guy. I knew them both pretty well. I knew him much better. They would go down to Mar-a-Lago together, and they had a very interesting relationship. They would bicker. I want to be nice. They would bicker together. They would, in other words, have little fights, and then they'd make up and start kissing wildly. So it was one of those relationships, and you never know how those relationships are going to turn out. Frankly, I've seen them go on for years, and I've seen them go on for about 2 days before they broke up. But they would bicker like few people I've ever seen. But the bottom line is, and every woman loved him. He was a truly good-looking guy that was a nice guy, and I think he would have been the senator easily. I mean, easily. And he's going to run for the Senate in New York. And I think he would have gone on perhaps to be the president.
Well, someone who's a little less charming than JFK Jr., God rest his soul, Jimmy Kimmel, one of those lackluster late-night hosts, took aim at your new DHS chief. Let's hear what he had to say last night about Mark Wayne Mullen.
Trump's got a whole new generation of thinkers lined up, including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne, Chuck Mike, Bruce Dave Mullen. Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator of Oklahoma. Before he was elected to the Senate, Mark Wayne Mullen was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right. We have a plumber protecting us from terrorism now.
What do you think about those comments?
God, liberals.
Well, I've watched this guy.
If he's a business owner, first of all, he's a small business tyrant. There's no problem with like a regular ass plumber getting to sitting in a position of power after becoming a politician. Mark Wayne Mullen presents himself as a plumber. He's not. I just, God, this stuff is, just don't like it. Classic liberals. Anyway, a source with knowledge of the not only is the plumber thing silly, but then also on top of that, what's up? Sources with knowledge on the mediation effort said, despite public statement rejecting the U.S. proposal, Iranian officials have made it clear they are interested in negotiations. At the same time, the Iranian officials still haven't given a final response to the proposal to hold a high-level meeting with the U.S. in the coming days. The source said the mediators are pressing Tehran to agree to a meeting, but the Iranian officials claim in talks with the mediators that the country's top leadership, Mojtaba, has yet to make a decision. The key issue for the mediators is to make the meeting happen. But the main problem has been mistrust and the Iranian suspicion that the U.S. is tricking them again, the source said. Yeah, no shit. No shit. What is this? How can you read this as anything but an act of desperation from a country that previously was thought to be the most competent superpower on the planet. We are trying to take the L's that Iran is delivering to us as W's. Is unbelievable. So Iran is laying traps at Karg Island. This is new reports from CNN. I will say, I still don't think it's going to be Karg Island because they've been signaling that it's going to be Karg Island, and I feel like Trump loves doing like a pump fake. Okay, Iran has been laying traps and moving additional military personnel and air defense to Karg Island in recent weeks in preparation for a possible U.S. operation to take control over the island, according to multiple people familiar with U.S. intelligence reporting on the issue. Gulf allies are warning of significant U.S. casualties if U.S. moves forward with an operation there and advising against it. I am not committed to the Karg Island thing. I don't think that they would be. I think they love saying like that. It might be a different island. I just don't know if they can. I don't know the islands on the coastline of Iran that well, obviously. Karg Island already has an air base, like an airfield, on it, which would be really important to hold for the American troops if they tried to establish a forward operating base there. Not certain as to how they would do that, especially because they'll get tremendous fire on any troop that lands on the island, especially if they try to hold Karg Island. They would also need to take over the coastline as well. They would also need to dismantle the weapons on the mountainside. Very, very difficult task ahead. Not going to happen. Karg Island also has nothing to do with the strait. It's very far away from the strait, but it does have an airfield on it. So if they were to establish a forward operating base, if they were to control that area, they could technically use it as a launching pad for other additional operations. I just don't think that they have this capability. And it's of course north of the Hormuz Strait, so getting in there is already very difficult. So Sinatusi says, I suspect this is happening across all potential U.S. invasion zones: Karg, Keshem, the 3 Persian Gulf islands, Abu Musa, Greater and Lesser Tums, as well as coastal regions inside the Persian Gulf and beyond the strait, especially Chabahar, but along the Indian Ocean coast. So the Iranians are hardening their positions surrounding the coastline, I suspect, and we have mounted enough troops by Friday to potentially try this. As you know, Donald Trump loves doing this after market close on Friday, right? But at the end of the day, the arguments for why they would take Karg Island, regardless of the limitations, regardless of how difficult it will be and how deadly it will be for the American troops, the arguments is always, we'll apply pressure, we'll have leverage, we'll have strategic leverage over the Iranian government, and we'll force the Iranians to open up the Strait of Hormuz. The irony, of course, is that for the Iranian government, in the buildup to this potential escalation, and I think this is the reason why they have said the Hormuz is open for business as long as you come and communicate with the IRGC naval forces and pay in Chinese yuan a $2 million toll. You can pass through, and some tankers have started passing through. I suspect that the reason why they want to, say that they're controlling the Strait of Hormuz, but they want commerce to continue flowing, is because of what might happen if America invades. I believe that they will probably they will mine it. Sorry, not dam. Mine the Strait of Hormuz if America tries to do boots on the ground. That way, they show that they're willing to be the stable partner, and they show to all of the other regional actors, once again, that America and Israel are the ones who are unstable and willing to throw bodies on the pile, willing to continue collapsing the global energy markets. I find it very interesting. I find it very strange, very interesting.
My friends,
that I don't even know anymore. I don't know what we're doing, but it's probably going to happen on Friday, so we'll see. We'll obviously keep an eye out for events that will hold the events that will take place after market close on Friday. Do you think the troop movements are a bluff? Kind of my hope. No, troop positioning is not a bluff. It's a tremendous logistical hurdle. It's expensive. It's costly. You don't bring your naval assets around Iran if you're not going to use them, as we saw in the beginning of the now 26 days of the 26th day of Operation Epic Fortnite Fail. They are not just going to move troops and not use them. I would go so far as to say that the pump fake here is the mediation from the American side. Like, Americans are saying, oh, we're going to negotiate, but Iran doesn't feel as though they've punished America enough, because their goal here is to maximize the military deterrence, to show that they have the capabilities of making not only America, but global capital scream because of their control over this choke point. For that reason, I think the conversations around, the back and forth, the conversations around like wanting to deal with Iran as even partners, as equal partners, and leaving Iran alone is totally bullshit. It's still important to analyze the assurances that America is willing to commit to. That's huge, because it shows that they also recognize like what the starting position looks like. Okay, the very fact that they're calling for negotiations on the American side, as the Iranian side keeps saying, no, we're not going to do it, this is bullshit, shows vulnerability. That shows a recognition, at least on the American side, that they are not winning this, right? Because no one who's winning ever comes to the bargaining table, unless you're Ukraine, at which point, Boris Johnson will come in, claim that the war efforts will continue, and you end up saying, you know what, yeah, maybe the war efforts will continue, and you lose the maximum leverage that you had. And then when an American political commentator brings up that reality, everyone calls him a Vladimir Putin apologist and a defender of Russian imperialism. It's just a random story there. It has nothing to do with me, obviously. I'm just bringing that up totally randomly. My brother-in-law is in the 82nd unit that is deploying right now. They're definitely sending troops, not just specialist forces, actual ground troops. I'm pretty worried for him, but he isn't able to tell anybody when they're deploying or where they're deploying, though they just know they're for sure going. I told you, you can tell your brother-in-law to apply for conscientious objector status. Okay? You can do that when you still have the opportunity to do so. Don't let him eat that steak and lobster dinner. This admin doesn't give. Yeah, we know they don't care. I mean, this is something that I say all the time. America has no issue sending its sons and daughters that die. Okay? No issue at all. Sydney Sweeney just shared that her brother is deployed. She had a message for all the service members overseas. Receiving calls from my bro always makes me happy when he's deployed. Thinking of all of our boys and girls overseas, sending my love. Thank you for your service. Oh, brother. I mean, you're about to... This is what I mean, though. Because, like, when it's all of a sudden one minus Sweeney out there, I don't think Sydney's going to be happy about that, right? If that happens, that is that is going to be yet another instance of, like, a high-profile American citizen freaking out, understandably. Why did this happen? Should this have happened? Like, right now, you might be shutted out and assuming that, things are going to go well, but all signs point to things not going well, okay? It's unbelievable, these people, the hubris, the imperial hubris that the average American hog has is unbelievable. They're like, oh, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's just like Afghanistan, right? Yeah, you don't want to see your brother in an FPV drone compilation, okay? You don't want to see his last moments like that, posterized. And let me tell you, I've seen photos of the Iranian forces already setting up FPVs on Karg Island, okay? These guys learned no lessons from the Ukraine-Russian conflict. They just have not at all. Partially because it happened over there. No American troops were killed in the process, so they don't give a shit. That'll do a lot to the war effort, okay? The propaganda apparatus. You'll see the American government stamping out Reddit accounts that are posting these FPV compilations. They'll be like, this is terrorism. You're aiding and abetting the Iranian government. No more free speech for you, sir. Wrong. Yanks died in Ukraine. Yes, Yanks died in Ukraine, but no active duty service member has died in Ukraine. FPV is a first person view. Senior Iranian official Mohsen Rezai, when they haven't gotten any results from their Air Force, which is their strong point, what do they expect from ground action? Do American soldiers want to die for Israel? We are waiting. Yeah, I mean, they keep saying it over and over again. They're like, yep, pull up, talk your king pull up. Who knows? Who knows how that might go? But like land invasions are so difficult. Amphibious invasions are damn near impossible. Okay. And on top of that, you're landing in a kill zone against a heavily armed country that is designed its defenses specifically against this exact thing happening and has effectively destroyed whatever supply chain you could have created. A lot of people don't understand. They think it's like a video game maybe, and they don't get it. Like they don't understand that this is not a video game. You don't just like click on troops and then they just like teleport into existence. Okay? You have to establish logistical supply chains. As a matter of fact, even the aerial bombardment campaign, which is America's strong suit, has been severely diminished as a consequence of all of the regional bases being blown to bits, or at least being within striking distance. That's the reason why they have to utilize a chain of strato tankers where flight missions are taking place far away from Iranian missile strike territory. Do you understand? You don't get to respawn. You die. That's it. And you don't get to do an amphibious invasion without having a logistical supply chain that is constantly feeding the forward operating base and the front of the line for the troops up there. How are they going to get food? They need food. They need bullets. They need ammunition. They need resupplies. And the guys that they're fighting against are very experienced. These are not random like goat herders that picked up arms to fight back against the American invaders. These are who have been doing this, who've been training for this moment, who have a much better understanding of the lay of the land. They live there. And on top of that, they've already engaged in combat. They've done counterinsurgency in the region for years. Okay. There's already an automatic advantage for the population that is being invaded because they have no other option but to fight. Okay. They want it much more than the Americans do. The Americans are thousands of miles away from home, barely have a moment off, constantly thinking about their wives getting back home by Jody, eating dog MREs, thinking, why the f am I going to die for Israel? Dog sucks. Low morale already. And then they're going up against dudes who are experienced in combat and understand that there's no other option but to fight out of this. 200 gifted subs. Anilla O2, thank you for the 200 big bones. Are you worried that a lot of soldiers getting killed could fuel support for a wider war? No, that's not how that works. It's the exact opposite. Casualty numbers increasing have a negative impact on the war propaganda. It's literally the exact opposite. Once troops come back home in flag draped coffins, Americans are like, I don't want this. The hell is this? That's precisely the reason why in Afghanistan they stopped showing it. They already stopped showing it in Iran, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or not. When Donald Trump goes to honor like the slain troops, the fallen troops, they showed it the first day. They stopped showing it after the first day. I don't think Iranians are bluffing when they say we are begging for you to invade. Okay, because from their perspective, they've been punishing their neighbors and trying to punish global capital, but now they can punish America directly. Okay? It's much more difficult to try to hit American airplanes than it is to literally blow up American troop positions as they make the foolish decision to go and try and invade Iranian soil. You're just flat out wrong. You're wrong, Hasanabi. Things are fine. I made it up in my head. True. What can I say? What can I say to the greatest counter argument of all time, which is nuh-uh. Also, Iran is a country with 6 or 7 different biomes and all kinds of different landscapes. Lamau, the incompetency is actually insane. I mean, ultimately, there's no way to reasonably design. Like, look, you can have the best plans, okay? You can have the best plans. You can have the best idea of how you can accomplish this goal, okay? Your military goals. That's not how war works, okay? Things are dynamic. Things are going to change in real time, okay? There are always going to be externalities that you did not factor and you know, environmental concerns, things like that, that like change the dynamic dramatically. It happens. But in this circumstance, there is no best laid plan opportunity anyway. Yeah, no plan survives contact with the enemy, right? That's why there's like a million different plans that are established. And you know, they try to pick the most likely outcome. It's been proven over and over again. It's been proven in Korea. It's been proven in Vietnam. It's been proven in Iraq. It's been proven in Afghanistan. And in those circumstances, at least there was like a established supply chain. They went in ahead of time, you know, bribed generals to stand down in Iraq, especially. They did shock and awe from all the bases in the region where they could like fly into Iraq. There was very little resistance overall. This is not the same dynamic at all. You're no longer having a Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington, what is it? The Washington Generals? What is it? Harlem Globetrotters versus Washington, whatever. Why is everybody jiggling? Is it Washington Generals? Yeah. You're no longer fighting a Harlem Globetrotters versus Washington Generals battle. You're fighting against like an actual enemy, an actual country that has designed its entire defenses against this exact thing happening for the past 50 years. Okay. And even with Iraq, after shock and awe, after the power vacuum, Americans still took like what, 12 years to finalize its dominance over the land. It's unbelievable. You still got dudes coming back home because IEDs were exploding under their Humvees. And we're out here talking about how this is going to be all right. It's a profound indictment of American society that there is no anti-war movements in this moment. If not now, when? I think the anti-war movements of the past, Vietnam, Iraq, were robust because they were minority movements at first. People wanted to demonstrate they weren't alone and they weren't crazy as society mobilized for an unjust war. That's not necessary right now. No one supports this war. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I mean, with Vietnam, it was the draft. It universalized the experience. So there were a lot of people who actually had something to lose, their lives, right? With Iraq, however, there were anti-war protests. There are still currently anti-war protests. They're just so marginal that they're not getting a lot of coverage right now. But it is different than Iraq, which would be a perfect analog in this circumstance, right? So I think Americans are just on autopilot. They have given up. I think it's not a damning indictment of the American population necessarily, but I think it's because Americans are just like, all of our protests amount to nothing. Like the American government has successfully eroded the confidence that people have in themselves. Right? They have protest fatigue. They have outrage fatigue. They've already done this in Minneapolis, which actually led to tremendous success. Let's be real. Right? But that's on the domestic agenda. For them, it's like, ugh, what else is new? I just got to go to work. Because every day, Donald Trump does something even more insane than the last. How do you pay attention to it? Payments as much as $2 million per voyage are being sought on an ad hoc basis. By the way, this is what they're doing with the Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, effectively creating an informal toll on the waterway, according to people familiar with the matter who requested anonymity to discuss sensitive dealings. I know exactly how this works, by the way. Through intermediaries, tankers that are flagged tankers with a destination that's like a nation that is better relations with Iran, or tankers that are flagged as like non-hostile nations, can communicate with the IRGC Navy through intermediaries. The IRGC Navy will then tow them to a port in one of the nearby islands, and they get paid in Chinese currency to the tune of $2 million. It's $1 per barrel, or 1% of the cargo value in general, and then they're allowed safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so this is the process that they have. And I think the reason why they're doing this is obviously to create an additional source of revenue, but to also show the rest of the world that if you play ball with us, if you treat us with dignity, if you treat us with honesty, we'll allow you to pass through. We'll allow you safe passage. And it's a way to also undermine. It's also a way to undermine the petrodollar. It's a way to undermine American military dominance, American force projection capabilities, right? So, like, this is a multifaceted approach. Let's take a look at what the Foreign Minister Abbas Sayed Araghchi has said so far. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says there are no negotiations taking place directly contradicting what the American information is that's being disseminated in mainstream news here in the Western world. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, in an interview with the state TV, said the following: there are no negotiations. The fact that they are now talking about negotiations is an admission of defeat. Didn't they say unconditional surrender? So why are they now mobilizing their highest officials to negotiate? Can't argue with that. For countries we have identified as friends, we have allowed them to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. These include China, Russia, India, Iraq, and Pakistan. There is no reason to allow our enemy to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The enemy must learn a lesson, never to dare attack again. And the damages of the Iranian people must be compensated. They've been very steadfast on this point from the beginning, that they demand reparations. International guarantees are not 100% guarantees. The intrinsic guarantee we have created ourselves means no one dares to go to war with the Iranian people anymore. So far, no negotiations have taken place, and a ceasefire without guarantees is a vicious cycle that repeats the war. Many foreign ministers in the region have contacted Tehran, and Iran's stance has been principled and firm. This war clarified many facts. One is that U.S. bases not only failed to ensure the security of the host countries, but themselves became a source of insecurity for those countries. If these countries suffer blows, it is because of the presence of these bases. Currently, our policy is continuation of resistance. This is, once again, an incredible blow to American force projection capabilities. The very fact that they are directly countering America's information war here is pretty significant. They are, in Zoomer speak, dabbing on us, okay? They're dabbing on us. Well, I don't even want to say us. I want to say they're dabbing on the American government for making a spectacular mistake, one that many Americans are not in favor of, as a matter of fact. This was the gift to Trump. Trump's gift from Iran was limited tanker passage of non-U.S. Oh my God, I called this. Oh my God. Remember I said this? I said yesterday, if you go back to the footage from yesterday, I literally said, I'm willing to bet that they are looking at what Iran did as far as safe passage to non-hostile nations, and they're treating it as though this was an assurance that they secured from Iran. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're so stupid. This is why you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Quite literally, yesterday's news today. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to hear the voice of the unheard and also to hear the latest and greatest analysis. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. We have the dumbest government ever. Iran did something yesterday that was amazing. They gave us a present worth a tremendous amount of money. It arrived today, President Trump said at the Oval Office on Tuesday. According to a U.S. official and a senior Arab diplomat cited by the Times of Israel, he was referring to Tehran allowing a limited number of non-U.S., non-Israeli fuel tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. What is this? How can you read this as anything but an act of desperation from a country that previously was thought to be the most competent superpower on the planet that can dominate any country as long as they choose to dominate them, a country that is refusing to recognize the realities on the ground, a country that is actually coping. That's what is going on right now. We're not only failing to dominate Iran militarily, we are trying to take the L's that Iran is delivering to us, to the American government, as W's. This was not a gift that was given to the United States of America. Okay? If anything, this actually further exposes that America is a paper tiger. This means Iran is setting the terms. And the very fact that Donald Trump would try to stupidly, in the dumbest ways possible, claim this is a massive victory for himself is unbelievable. Yesterday, when I said this, I was like, that would be the stupidest version of events. And it turns out with Donald Trump, the stupidest version of events is oftentimes the real version of events. It's unbelievable. The move came after Washington, via intermediary countries, reportedly asked Iran for a goodwill gesture to test it was speaking to actors in a position of power as it claims it seeks a diplomatic off-ramp to the unprovoked war it launched in late February. Analysts cited by TOI said the gift had only a modest impact on global oil markets, if that, and does not amount to a major concession. Yeah, my wife's not cheating on me with a tennis instructor. I let her bang him, the Sneeko technique. reeks of desperation, folks. Very, very difficult to see this as anything but desperation. Incredible. Haven't they allowed friendly ships for weeks now? Yes. And they also signaled that they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz to non-hostile entities as long as they pay for safe passage, pay a toll for safe passage weeks prior to the revelation. So it's this is not, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with Donald Trump securing any sort of like concessions from the Iranian side at all. This is so stupid. They let through, what, 5 or 6 tankers and made them pay to do it in an agreement that had nothing to do with the U.S. It sounds like Trump's people told him an unrelated Iranian act was a gesture of goodwill. Iranian action was a gesture of goodwill to manipulate him into taking an off-ramp. And if that's the case, they should do it, for the record. But the problem in that situation is that Iran still holds all the cards. And therefore, if Donald Trump thinks that there's de-escalation that could take place when Iran, doesn't back away from the fight, what is he supposed to do? The U.S. official tells Times of Israel that when Washington began passing along messages to Iran over mediators over the weekend in order to test whether a diplomatic off-ramp to the war was possible, it asked Tehran to make a gesture of goodwill. In response, Iran agreed to allow a number of fuel tankers that weren't tied to the U.S. or Israel through the Strait of Hormuz in order to help calm global markets, the Arab official says. The Arab official acknowledged that the safe passage of a small number of tankers is not likely to have a significant or long-term impact on global oil prices, a concession that Iran is not yet prepared to offer while U.S. and Israeli strikes continue. The limited impact of the present allows why Trump avoided specifying exactly what it was, an Arab official says. The White House does not immediately respond to a request for comment. Do you get all your news from Twitter? Do you do actual research? This is a Times of Israel journalist breaking a story. Do you understand that there's a difference between like looking at random accounts on Twitter talking and imagining realities that did not happen and AI videos and Nazi-ass statements versus like a guy who is breaking his own story from Times of Israel reporting? Can you comprehend that there's a difference between these two things? Or do you personally just look at, or do you want to just like make a more favorable argument to your position that I'm a deeply unserious person? What kind of research could I do? Would it be better if I just went directly to the Times of Israel website, tried to bypass the paywall, which I do with regular frequency as well? But like, do you feel like that would be better? I sure can. That's why it's so funny. Haha, 80 tabs on Twitter. Okay. This is the Supreme Leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council's Twitter account. This is a direct official communique coming from the Iranian government. This is irrelevant, but it's Jason Palladino, who's another reporter who I work with from time to time, quote retweeting some new reporting coming from my friend, former colleague Ken Klippenstein, investigative reporter, identifying or breaking a story. Once again, U.S. military document leaked to me shows how Pentagon is working with private companies to manipulate the information you see about the Iran war. Okay. This is Clash Report breaking a story on Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, which we already saw. This is an Al Jazeera link. Again, breaking story from CNN's Natasha Bertrand about the Iranians hardening their defenses, getting ready for an American invasion on one of their islands or the entire coastal territory. This is Barak Ravid's reporting, being highlighted by Faituk News. Barak Ravid is, a Unit 8200 Israeli agent who oftentimes gives us better insight into what the Israeli government and the American government are thinking and doing, because they're not necessarily, he's not necessarily like reliable as far as the veracity of it all, but he is reliable as far as like understanding what the American government is trying to say, or what the American government wants out there. You're arguing with a guy who left already? I don't know. Did he? Maybe he actually developed a totally separate opinion now. Maybe he realized that this line of this response in and of itself was kind of idiotic. Plus, he's not the only one, right? I mean, this is a very common thing that people say. My haters say it all the time, and it's important to address it, because even if that person doesn't understand that, maybe there are some people who tuned in and were like, you know what? Actually, I kind of understand what he's doing here. Mahdi Mohammed, an Iranian national security analyst, says, "We are counting the minutes until we meet the Americans of the Persian Gulf for the sake of our master's fallen body, for the mutilated bodies of the dear girls and boys of Minop School, and for the revenge that since that cursed night of the 13th day, 1398, we have awakened every morning. Our thoughts come sooner, you bastards." I mean, The attitude from the Iranian side has been pretty close to that. Someone else in the class had the same question. Yeah, that's why I do it. Saeed Jalili, the Supreme Leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council Secretariat, says the people of Iran know full well that one cannot trust an enemy. The experiences of recent years are clear testimony to this reality. For America, negotiations has been, above all else, a tool for deception. And this is something that is also highlighted by Arakshi as well, this attitude that Iran is not going to stop until they have established complete military deterrence, until they have found the damage that they've done to be sufficient enough for America to concede to their very understandable demands, the demands that they have identified, the demands that they've communicated over and over again. And every, let's just say every plane that gets shot down, like every time there's more damage incurred by the American force or the Israeli forces is an instance where they're moving towards that military deterrence. Iran threatens to attack on regional country if Iranian island is occupied. Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf said on Wednesday that intelligence suggests enemies are planning to occupy an Iranian island with support from regional country, which he did not name. Iranian forces are monitoring enemy movements, and if they take any step, we will attack vital infrastructure in the regional country in continuous and relentless attacks. This, once again, shows, at least it gives a little bit of insight into what kind of initiatives they might take in response. And I think from the American side, we're not really seeing anything good, right? We're not seeing a sign of progress. If progress in this circumstance means de-escalation from the American side, we're not seeing that at all. Representative Nancy Mace says, just walked out of a House Armed Services briefing on Iran. Let me repeat, I will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more so after this briefing. This is dangerous. Prem Tucker says, we may be on the brink of severe escalation in Iran. If you work in any level of government or the military and have any info to share or are simply exposed to anything relevant at all, please text on Signal at Prem Tucker .35. Your anonymity will be protected. Take care. Just so you know. You got some info. He's trustworthy. He's a great journalist.
This morning, the Pentagon is preparing to deploy up to 1,500 paratroopers to the Middle East as the president weighs diplomacy. Sources tell ABC News the Trump administration sent a 15-point plan to Iran to end the war. And this morning, Pakistan says they have delivered the proposal. President Trump alluding to the plan just days ago, claiming Iran had already signed on.
Can you give us a
Many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
They said yes to that?
They've agreed to that.
Iran still insists negotiations are not taking place and claims Trump's statements saying otherwise are parts of efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time for the implementation of his military plans. Still, the president is...
Yeah, no, that's great. It's great that the leader of the most powerful nation on the planet is out here saying, we gave options for de-escalation to Iran, and we're having talks, and Iran is like, no, we're not having talks. Fuck you. That's awesome.
Adamant negotiations are underway, though he won't say who the U.S. is speaking to. He cryptically told reporters he knows Iran is going to make a deal because they gave the U.S. what he called a very big present, without saying what it is.
I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize, and they gave it to us.
We're also learning more this morning about the toll that this war has taken. Already 13 U.S. service members have been killed during this conflict, and a U.S. official tells us more than 290 have been wounded, Robin.
And we think of all of those families that are impacted by that. And Rachel,
Breaking U.S. housing market, home sellers now outnumber buyers by 630,000, the largest gap ever recorded. Holy, oh my God.
Holy Toledo. Economic fallout of the war has Washington on edge as well.
Yes, Robin, we know that oil prices have skyrocketed during this conflict. And this morning, the CEO of United Airlines tells us they will now be forced to raise airfare by 20% to cover the rising cost of jet fuel. Jet fuel has gone up about 70% during this conflict. So we know so many Americans already seeing those long lines at airports due to the partial government shutdown. Well, now they may be paying more for airfare too, Robin, due to this war in Iran.
There. Yeah, thank you, Rachel.
Media has now posted an interview with an Iranian official detailing 5 conditions under which the regime there says it would agree to end the war. I want to walk through the 5 conditions here and then discuss why this is probably a non-starter here.
I mean, a little bit of a housing market bubble pop isn't necessarily, I mean, it'll have a ginormous impact on the American economy, considering that many American homeowners see their houses as their nest egg. So it's going to hurt a lot. But I think sometimes things need to get worse until they get better, if you know what I mean. I just don't have any faith that this will be a necessary market correction at all. And I think the American government will do whatever the can to ensure that, renters eat dirt. I don't have any faith in this goddamn government. I'm sorry, guys. It's just...
for the U.S. side, but the Iranian official telling Iranian state media that they would agree to end the war if there is a complete halt to aggression and assassinations by the enemy, the establishment of concrete mechanisms to ensure that war is not reimposed on the Islamic Republic, guaranteed and clearly defined payment of war damages and reparations, the conclusion of the war across all fronts and for all resistance groups involved throughout the region, and then finally, Iran's exercise of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz is and will remain Iran's natural and legal right and constitutes a guarantee for the implementation of the other party's commitments and must be recognized. So Iran here, at least according to this official speaking to Iranian state TV, is saying 2 conditions here that I think are, will be obviously non-starters for the Trump administration. The first is...
I know you aren't in it for the value, but in your market, wouldn't your house value plummet in value too? Or does Cali real estate stay strong? Yeah, I don't give a yeah, it would. But I'm not the average person, am I? Right? I have a stance that homes are to live in, not for accumulation of capital, right? Yeah, houses are to live in, not to be traded as a speculative asset. So I don't give a shit. For a lot of people, they do actually treat it as their nest egg, as their overall wealth, right? For many people, they have mortgages. They sometimes take out secondary mortgages. They use their homes as leverage. The price of your house only really matters if you're planning to sell or using it as financial leverage. If you're just living in it, who cares? Exactly. Bandar Abbas coast at midnight, March 26th. The lights visible offshore are reportedly not from the city, but from ships waiting near the Strait of Hormuz after being unable to obtain clearance to transit the waterway. Jesus Christ.
Payment of war damages and reparations. I mean, just can't see a world in which the Trump administration would agree to that. And then also sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz indefinitely, right? They want to control that strait and then presumably be able to charge for safe passage through that strait. Those things seem like they would be very difficult for the Trump administration to agree to, but we'll ask the White House and see what their response is. If nothing else, this at least indicates that some terms are being exchanged between the two sides. We know that the U.S. side has sent over some terms of its own, and then we'll wait and see whether these negotiations take shape and actually happen in a physical way, or if this all kind of exists through media posts and through intermediaries and the like.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده.
The strategic power, this guy is so funny. The Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zolfagari. The strategic power you used to talk about has turned into a strategic failure. The one claiming to be a global superpower would have already gotten out of this mess if it could. Don't dress up your defeat as an agreement. Your era of empty promises has come to an end. Your internal conflicts reach the point where you are negotiating with yourselves. We state this clearly. Until it is our will, nothing will go back to the way it was. That will only come about when the very thought of acting against the Iranian nation is completely wiped from your corrupt minds. Our first and last word has been the same from day one. Iran, and it will stay that way. Someone like us will never come to terms with someone like you. Not now, not ever.
Well, for more, we can cross now to our correspondent in Tehran, Reza Sayeh. Reza, tell us more about Iran.
What? Why does this guy mog so hard? He looks maxing on us. Dude, have you never met an Iranian from Iran? This is literally, I mean, maybe the reason why I'm not surprised by this is because like of my fascination for many, many years alongside all the Chapo boys as well, of like Iranian bodybuilders and the, and their saga and their day-to-day existence. But like Iranians from Iran, yes, as opposed to Iranians that live in the Western world, diaspora Iranians. Have you guys never seen the Iranian bodybuilders? Huge bodybuilding culture in Iran. They're calling him the Tehran Tom, the new Baghdad Bob, for your information. Yeah, that doesn't actually work though, because here's why it doesn't actually work. You can't call someone the Baghdad Bob equivalent if Baghdad is actually winning current iteration of the conflict. You can only do that if you're dominating. If anything, we are currently the Baghdad Bob. Donald Trump is the Tehran Tom in this equation, constantly saying, oh, we're winning, it's going to be so good. We're winning so well. Okay, maybe we're not winning, but we have it.
Response to the US's 15-point ceasefire proposal.
Yeah, they've rejected it, for now. But these are remarkable developments here in Tehran on this 26th day of this war. Developments that on the surface suggest that Iran views itself as being in the driver's seat in this conflict and views the United States, Washington, as being on its back foot. We report these with caution, and we say seemingly because this has been a war that has been accompanied with a lot of deception, psychological warfare, and what has been an information war that has happened in parallel with a military war. But consider what happened a few hours ago here in Tehran. Iranian state media confirming that the United States, the country that Tehran views that has used deception for the second time in 9 months, to attack Iran in the middle of negotiations, has reached out with a 15-point proposal to Iran to end this conflict. And Tehran's response, no thank you. We're going to end this war on our terms. Again, this is a development that seems to suggest that Iran is emboldened, that it believes that it has leverage and it can dictate the terms moving forward. What are Iran's terms? What are Iran's 5 points for ending this war? Among them, a guarantee for all aggressions and assassinations by the enemy to end, the establishment of a mechanism to make sure that another war doesn't happen, a guarantee and clearly defined payment for the damages of this war, reparations, the conclusion of wars across all fronts against resistance groups, a reference to groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis in Yemen. And finally, international recognition and guarantees regarding Iran's sovereign rights to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. So what's clear is that there's been indirect talks between Washington and Tehran. And again, it's Tehran's position that we're going to dictate the terms, and the terms set over by Washington are unreasonable. Now, happening concurrently with these confirmed indirect talks are developments that suggest this conflict could be escalating. Reports out of Washington that the U.S. is deploying 2 Marine expeditionary units and 2,000 soldiers. Is there a possibility for a negotiated end to this conflict, or is there going to be escalation? We're going to have to wait to see what develops in the coming days.
And Reza, I'd like to just go a little bit deeper into those 5 points of the Iranian proposal. Is this a plan offered up in good faith, or should we see this counter-proposal as something more like a provocation?
It's hard to say. I think when you look at one of the terms, for example, complete authority over the Strait of Hormuz, this this is a wish, a desire, a demand that I think many Gulf states and, of course, Washington is going to be hard pressed to accept. But what this proposal, what this counter proposal by Iran does indicate is that Iran believes that it has taken, withstood, and survived the biggest hits from Washington and Israel. This is day 26 of this war, a war that started by the United States.
The American proposal sucks. There's no incentive for Iran to take it all. No. I think the American proposal, ironically, is literally pre-12-day war. Actually, the American proposal is like quite similar to JCPOA, and it even goes beyond the JCPOA standards. But what's interesting about it is that it's a far better proposal for Iran than the one that they were floating around in the 12-day war, perfidy, and the one they were floating around 26 days ago, okay? Which, again, was perfidy number 2. But while that is, I think, an accurate reflection of how the conditions have changed and who holds the leverage, it should not be trusted, especially given that troops are moving into the region. That's number 1. So they're very clearly, I think, bluffing to hope that they can like strike Iran by surprise again, do perfidy number 3 to lower the Iranian guards. And I think the other reason why the other takeaway here is that even though there is a recognition that Iran is doing far better than they expected Iran to, it's not up to the United States of America to define the conditions. It's up to Iran. And that's something that's going to be a very hard pill to swallow for many American writers, many American chauvinists. In the American mind, we have dominated any country that we wanted to for as long as people can remember. We're not very good at taking the L. Actually, Trump is halfway decent at taking L's. I mean, he did it with the Ansar Allah, right? That was a different story. That was like a side mission, right? Operation Prosperity Siege Guardian or whatever it's called. Operation Protect Amazon Deliveries. The scale was far smaller. This is a totally different set of circumstances where the entire world is drawn into this. Like, they are all experiencing negative consequences from this. So they have to pay attention to what's going on. So the Iranian conditions that the American government is considered to be maximalist, by the way, which I do not consider to be maximalist at all, were as such. I'm going to show you right now. Hold on. This is from OSINT Defender, but it's from Wall Street Journal. Per a report from Wall Street Journal, Iran has responded to the Trump administration's proposal for a ceasefire with demands that far surpass the characterization of maximalist. Now, obviously, I don't think these are characterizations that far surpass maximalist, right? I think it's ridiculous, especially because that's what's going on right now. They've been able to achieve some of these goals militarily. So who the cares that Americans think it's maximalist? Iran has demanded the closure of all U.S. bases in the Gulf region, something that they've demanded since day one, something that you might even assume has been achieved militarily because they've been bombing them into dust. A new Strait of Hormuz framework that would allow Iran to charge fees for vessels that transit. Again, not maximalist. It's what's currently happening. Okay? The end of all sanctions on Iran, the end to Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah, and no discussions on Iranian ballistic missile programs. Again, not maximalist. These were the base demands that they made. The only one that's like new, I would say, is the end of Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah. Such demands have been called ridiculous and unrealistic by U.S. officials. I added a couple onto the pile, knowing that the Iranians are paying attention to Twitter. Maybe they'll see it. They should demand Israel denuclearize, withdraw to the Green Line borders, and pay reparations to the Lebanese and Palestinians. Also, they should make Israel agents register under FARA. Just as a contingency, long-term contingency plan. Since they have the leverage, might as well use it, These would be just demands. Now, that's a maximalist demand, by the way. They should demand Israel denuclearize. Now, that right there, that's a maximalist demand. I'll show you what a maximalist demand is. That right there is it. Okay? Don't know if your comments are sarcastic or not, but no way Israel would agree to that amount. I know, I'm joking. Okay? It's a joke. Yes, this comes from the desk of Dr. Jihad. Let Iran lead investigations at nuclear capabilities so they know where they are for reasons. Yeah. Demand Israel's full dissolution. The full dissolution of the Zionist entity. That would be maximalist. Reuters, one of the regional sources told Reuters that Hezbollah had received Iranian guarantees on its inclusion in any wider deal. Iran is prioritizing Lebanon. It will not accept Israeli violations in Lebanon like what happened after the 2024 ceasefire, the source said, referring to Israel's continued strikes on Lebanon despite a 2024 truce that ended the last Hezbollah-Israel war. What's interesting about this is that there's not really any mention for the Palestinians, which I think is kind of lame from the Iranian side, but it also shows that they are obviously in it for selfish reasons. Because, like, even if they wanted to win favor with the rest of the world, they would bring up the Palestinian plight here. Like, their actions, although self-interested, are still going to end up most likely benefiting the Palestinians regardless, but let's be real, there's still time. Mohsen Rezai, senior military advisor to the new supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei. If their air power, which is their main force, has not yielded results, what are they expecting from a ground operation? Are American soldiers really ready to die for Israel? I guess we'll see.
Hacking Iran in the middle of negotiations, taking out the supreme leader.
Do I think I can get Morandi on stream? I think so.
Got a number of senior political and
he goes on everybody's stream
leaders. Washington confidently saying that this war is going to be over soon. 26 days into the war, it is not over. And as the days turn into weeks and the weeks are about to turn into a month, you clearly get the sense here in Tehran that the leadership, the political leadership, the military leadership is being emboldened. They're gaining confidence that they have the upper hand, that they are exacting a cost against Israel and the United States, and they believe that they can dictate the terms. Is that the case? Can they dictate the terms? Are they overplaying their hands? What's Washington's response going to be to Iran's counteroffer? We'll wait and see.
Reza Sayed reporting live there from Tehran. Thank you.
Once again, U.S. media is casually reporting the Pentagon's use of human shields. Here, the New York Times details how U.S. troops are hiding in civilian office spaces, hotels, because they don't want to be vulnerable or too close to the current front lines. Yeah, remember the first day I told you that an enemy state, a foreign adversary that is that doesn't have the same like awesome offensive capabilities that the United States has, is going to make every target worthwhile. Right? Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region, according to military personnel and American officials. Look at that. Told you. General Kane said that layered defense throughout the region were allowing the United States to protect troops and interests, but that the Pentagon was trying to bolster defenses in the region. Part of the problem for the Pentagon is that 2 decades of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, war zones where the United States quickly established air superiority, left the military with facilities and headquarters close to the current front lines. Oh, no. While Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan and the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, for example, were often targeted in suicide bombings and other attacks, neither the Taliban nor Iraqi militias possess the kind of ballistic missile capability that Iran has. Every single story that features sober analysis on how the war efforts are going basically is an admission that, oh shit, Iran has hands. That's all they keep writing over and over again. They keep putting it in the newspaper that, oh shit, Iran's got hands. Bruh. If I were to say something as vile, I would be on national news. I would be on every single news station in this country. It's insane to me how much breathing room we give to the right. It's crazy. What is this?
Bro, I don't know how this keeps happening.
Asmongold somehow keeps getting worse. Oh my God, Kyle's cooking Asmongold. Okay, please watch this video.
And I don't know why I'm still talking about him, but here we are. Maybe this is what he wants. Maybe he wants me to do stuff like this. Who knows? But like a bug to a light, I can't help myself, and here I am. So Asmongold, also known as Asmeinkampf, he somehow is getting worse. He is getting worse on a daily basis, and it is genuinely and sincerely hard to watch. So here, he does a little goose stepping, does a little zig heilen when it comes to dealing with immigrant families. Listen to this. Here we go.
All of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants. And
who's they? What are you talking about? Who's they? What does they mean? And who's funding immigrant communities? They take the least amount from the government. They end up net taxpayers. Immigrants to this country end up paying in a lot and getting almost nothing back. That's just a fact. That's not even like just an opinion.
And that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem.
Listen to the language. Parasites, infection. This is why I say Goose Steppen and Zig Heiland, because this is exactly what the Nazis did. That's the way they talked about Jews. Rodents, parasites. It's an infection. Poisoning the blood of our country, as Trump said, which he took. That was a Nazi thing from back in the day. You care to, like, I don't know, make it any more, can you make it a little more subtle? Give yourself a little bit of plausible deniability? So when I come out here and say you sound like a Nazi and you go, no, I don't, like, at least there's a chance some people might believe you? No? You don't want to do that? You just want to let it all hang out? Okay.
There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream.
It is just incredible to me that the immigrants that he's going after almost certainly are a much bigger benefit to society than his sloppy ass. And he's just totally unaware of that. You sit in an air-conditioned room and for a living, son. That's what you do. You ramble into a microphone, incoherent, contradictory, dumbass thoughts on a daily basis. With you out of the scene, nothing would change. Nothing. And by the way, it's not just you. Me too. I'm just a guy who talks into a microphone in an air-conditioned studio, okay? I'm very lucky to be here. You're very lucky to be there. Let's not pretend like what we do is somehow better for society than some immigrant who busts his ass in the scorching heat doing construction and building houses, some immigrant who's a plumber, some immigrant who lays carpet, some immigrant who's an electrician. Like, these are real jobs that actually tangibly add something to society. I babble, you babble. And here he is acting like, they're evil, they're terrible, they're wrong. Motherfuckers, they shower. At least they don't use dead rats as alarm clocks like some people. At least there's not a cockroach crawling across their shirt as they're doing their job, unlike some people.
I'll be packing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit.
What is with the fake laugh? Like, why are you forcing a laugh about this? It's so embarrassing.
Up like Ash Ketchum. I say, guess what? Guess what?
Look at that fake laugh. This is so hard.
Yeah, this part is also very cringy. I hate that, like, the fake like I'm having a great time with this bullshit that he does. It's so nasty.
So put on. By the way, the most ironic thing of all this is Asmongold has always looked like the traditional depiction of Jesus Christ. Right? Like the way white people think Jesus looks with, you know, he's very white, but he got like the hippie hair, the hippie beard. He looks like Jesus, but he literally sounds like Adolf Hitler. like it's so bizarre.
Get your Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on. Get in the van.
You ain't doing. He said he talks a big game. If he was in front of immigrants, he wouldn't say anything. He would just keep it moving.
Get in the red and blue van. Gotta catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about them. Like other, you know, like, and I'm gonna be real. Like, I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put like Pokemon themed music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them.
Hate all these people you don't know. Who's this for? Just out of curiosity, like, who the f watching this going, love this, bro. This is right on, bro. Like, I genuinely don't understand who would watch this and get enjoyment out of it. But honestly, I'd like to thank Asmongold because at the very least, he did rip the mask off of the veneer of fake intellectualism that the likes of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro gave to the right. Like, the whole project of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro is to put this highfalutin veneer over what their actual worldview is and make it seem like, oh, it's actually intellectual and high IQ to be on the right. And let me talk really fast to try.
It's pretty crazy that Twitch, like, if I were to say anything like half as violent, it's ironic that, I mean, Twitch would cook my ass, right? And in spite of the fact that I don't say shit like that, Asmongold and all these other like drama lovers consistently make it seem like I'm saying it's like as violent or as vile as Asmongold. As a matter of fact, if I were to say something as vile about like even Israel, right? I would be on national news. I would be on every single news station in this country. It's insane to me how much breathing room we give to the right. It's crazy. Every institution is constantly babying these animals, dude. Nasty.
To make you think I'm saying something intelligent. Whereas Asmongold, who now, by the way, has all of like the former Ben Shapiro viewers, nobody's watching Ben Shapiro anymore. At least he's just like letting it all hang out. Just like, hey, no, this is actually what our worldview is. We are hateful little devils. That's what we are. We are spiteful, hateful, greedy, sadistic assholes. That's what we are. So I at least want to give him points for the honesty, because I genuinely, like, thank you for leaving no plausible deniability anymore. Like, I was naive when I was younger, and I thought, like, there's no Nazis anymore. Like, of course there's none anymore. And it turns out that there's a lot of Nazis, and they're just Republicans. Like, they're just a lot of MAGA. They just are Nazis. And he's a great example of this. We're not done yet, though. Now we got some stuff on Iran, I guess.
And you've got to keep in mind, too, that they're bombing these people in their houses, too. So it's probably killing their family as well. So that means that it's not only are they killing the guy, but they're also killing the whole family of the guy, too. And
he directly broke TOS here. Same who said, you talked about a protect status veteran. We're silent about this. Asmongold singles out Somali Americans and calls them all burdens, society, and criminals. When you look at the way people from Somalia have integrated, you will see one common variable. These people are total drains on society. They steal things. They do not integrate. They are negative for the societies that they come to. Over 83% of Somali Americans are citizens, and in Minnesota alone, they contribute over $8 billion to the economy. Again, Twitch doesn't apply the same standards. Of course it's bannable.
If you look at the way that people from Somalia have integrated into British culture, how they've integrated into American culture, how they've come from, let's say, Japan, you will see one common variable every single time. It's that these people are total drains on the society. They are massively problematic. They're scamming. They steal things. They do not integrate. And at the end of the day, they are a negative for the societies that they come to. So why would you bring in all of these people that have such a high rate of there being a negative outcome? Why would you ever do that? It's stupid.
Any other content creator, a content creator smaller than Asmongold that doesn't have a direct through line, a direct line of communication with like JD Vance or whatever, would get ethered off this platform. Okay? Absolutely. By the way, this is not even the worst thing he said about Somalis in general. It just doesn't matter, right? Bringing awareness to this or exposing the hypocrisies don't matter, because the reality is a lot of what Twitch responds to is public pressure. And unfortunately, Twitter as an ecosystem is very far right, okay? It's an unbelievably far right ecosystem. And things that I say or do in the process of like delivering humanitarian aid to a country that's like suffering under an unjustifiable blockade, for example, will run and dominate the website for days on end. But shit like this will not, because most people agree with it on Twitch. Hassan is more popular than Asmongold. That's why. I mean, I think it's fair to say that he has a lot of European fans in general. I mean, the majority of his fans are European. And it's fair to assume that like he doesn't have as much real world motion, I guess, for his ideology, for the things that he says. I mean, his numbers look great on YouTube. That's undeniable. But I don't think he has any real world motion whatsoever. That's probably part of the reason why the stuff that he says doesn't get like that level of that level of attention. Yeah, Hassan got banned for saying Zionist animal or criticizing people cheering on the public execution of protesters by ICE. Why do you keep saying majority of his fans are Europeans? Did he do a poll or something? Yes. And not only did he do a poll personally, but also on top of that, anytime there is a fan of his in my chat, we look at their chat logs, and they're almost always either from Canada or from Europe. They are European right wingers LARPing as MAGA. Very interesting. Sounds a very scientific poll. Is that the level of intensity? The level of authority you place on like my own demographic polls that I run? Yeah, I mean, it's self-selected. Here you go. This is one of them. We caught one. You also have EU fans. American politics affects the world. Yeah, but the overwhelming majority of my fans are American. The majority of his fans are European. Yeah, the somewhat normies 22 to 35-year-olds who come to my bar have mentioned you or have heard of you, but I never in my life ever heard someone name check Asmongold. Isn't Asmon viewers split by country the same as yours? No. I do think the drama is contained to X. I haven't seen anything against the Cuba trip on TikTok, IG, or YouTube. There's some, but it's not even that. It's also on mainstream media. You know, Daily Mail wrote something. Look, this guy, Again, telltale sign of an Asmongold fan talking about me or my dog in the Asmongold chat. Unbelievable. How did you know you caught one? Immediately. He went, oh, is that a scientific study? Look, he's really obsessed with you. He wouldn't be if you didn't have much higher views. He's so insecure. Are you going to vote for Trump a third term now? Smile. He's just talking about me in that chat and then coming in here to watch me. And then he has the audacity to say, I'm the obsessed one. It's very strange the way that these guys behave. Like anytime there's an Asmongold viewer in my community, we check their chat logs in Asmongold's chat, okay? And they're always talking about me in that community. It's so strange. People of the UK would thank you, one of his chats. Turks aren't Arabs, man. I think he might be Turkish. Can I not love you both? No, man, no hate. Just saying that everyone says something on the internet. Hard to believe things easily anymore. Why are you backing down? Does your chat logs make it seem like you have equal appreciation for both myself and the exact inverse? She should come to Europe, haha. There it is. Hit dogs holler. That's the scientific study. No wonder Hassan left. He's while regular Turks are based. No one who isn't Turkish doesn't correct. No one who isn't Turkish will take the time out to correct someone and say Turks aren't Arabs, man. I think his fans' thing is if they keep claiming you're obsessed with Asman or even sexually harass you over it, that they'll feel emasculated, insecure, or embarrassed and stop calling him out. They're from the Gamergate group of haters. Funniest vindication ever. Yeah, we wouldn't know about all this if he didn't use the chirp when I was literally bringing him up. Now, I don't think he's European because he's Turkish, right? He's Turkish. Funniest Hassan Abi hater, please unban. Kaya Patriot 1776. Wait, that's awesome. That's a amazing PFP. Kaya is a patriot. Belki Edirne taraflarındadır. EU sayıları. Yok öyle olmuyor. Yok öyle olmuyor. Nah, he's probably a Turk living in Germany or some shit. But it doesn't really matter. My point has been proven, I think. Right? That's why I always say hogs come in all shapes and sizes. Feel me? There's hogs in Turkey. There's hogs in Japan. There's hogs in China. They exist all around. I need you guys to understand something, okay? Like, these are not our best and brightest. But I do need you to understand something. They are unbelievably oblivious. And that is the normie. That is the average American. Do you understand? Yeah, the U.S. is so powerful that it could destroy the entire Middle East and it would barely register for most Americans. Yet if you listen to geopolitics-pilled people, is constantly threatened by enemies so fearsome they will somehow destroy the American way of life unless the U.S. wreaks havoc halfway around the world in a place they've never even heard of. True. I forgot to mention this. I watched this last night. I think I watched this like around 3 a.m. And this is a nightmare, okay? The average American. Now, obviously, these aren't like the smartest Americans. Let's be real. Unbelievable, this video. We'll get to it in a second. Here's the Jesse Waters broadcast. I really, really wanted to show you this. They went and interviewed a bunch of spring breakers.
What college you guys go to?
UTC. FAU.
Sacred Heart University.
Ohio State.
Spring break 2026. What is the game plan?
Drinking, blackout with my rack out.
If my mom is watching, I'm sorry, Mom, but I've been getting pretty drunk almost every day.
Hook up with some girls, get with as many girls as we can, and not come back with an STD.
Wake out with one person each night, that's it.
So how many guys have you made out with this week?
I've been here for about 10 days. So 10.
What were their names?
I don't remember.
Name one. Name me one. Name me one. What is the craziest thing you've seen at spring break?
Not that crazy. I've seen people do like cocaine off of boobs. I saw a girl like black out on the street. That was pretty exciting. Sunday mimosa drag races.
You see that guy take his pants off in the middle of the club?
There's a lot of famous people down here.
Have you seen Johnny Belisario?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
What is the wildest thing you've done down here?
Got with somebody the first night that I came down here.
None of this stuff is worrisome, by the way. I don't really give a shit about this. They're young. They're 18, 20, whatever. They're having a good time. I've certainly been in this situation. Once you'll understand why the questions take a different turn when they start asking them about like political questions.
Listen, 2 days ago.
Stripping naked, getting into the water. You gotta say. What'd you do? You went something crazy.
On the strip?
Honestly. All right, on the strip?
No, when you had this.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's.
You'll see why we care about this in a second.
America is the most important to you.
What bikini I'm gonna wear next? Obesity? is terrible.
Ice. Not personally.
My goat. King.
Is terrible.
Ice. Not personally. I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks, to be honest. I'm thinking about Starbucks, what I'm gonna get for today.
The elevators don't work. You got 43 floors. The elevators don't work.
I could take this little glass of water, drop it in the magnets. That's the end of the elevator.
What have you heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do
Ooh, might have said that too quickly. She said we're going to war with Iraq. I mean, she ain't wrong. Like, she's not wrong. She's just wrong. She's right on accident. Like, technically, she's not wrong because the Iraqi militias have literally been forcing the American forces out of Iraqi soil. So I know she doesn't understand the difference between Iran and Iraq. Maybe she's super ahead of the curve. Yeah, what does she know? She's a foreign policy wonk.
you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out? Oh, with Trump.
Colombia, we got Maduro
War
out.
with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out? Oh, with Trump, but that done.
He's like trying to sue those people for making jokes about him.
600 times!
You must be happy.
I'm very happy.
The Ayatollah's dead.
I'm so. What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
I've never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found out about Chuck Norris yesterday. That was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran.
He's dead?
I need you guys to understand something, okay? Like, these are not our best and brightest, okay? If you haven't noticed, these are not exactly our best and brightest. Many of them are sloshed. But I do need you to understand something, okay? That Newsmax hit that you watched, or any number of different, like, Hassan is a hypocrite hit pieces that you see on your timeline, these people don't even consume that, okay? They are unbelievably oblivious. And that is the normie. That is the average American. Do you understand? That is the average American. Many of you are still in college. You know that these are the motherfuckers that are going to school with you. It's not necessarily the case that, like, the younger generation has nothing in their heads, right? Like, I'm not gonna do the, like, old man thing, okay? Every generation has these, empty brained people. But I do think a big chunk of Americans are like this because they get to be like this because they don't have to think about anything. Because American foreign policy is on autopilot. American domestic policy is pretty much on autopilot. American domestic policy is pretty much on autopilot. This is why I always say, and many others do as well, that even if you quote unquote don't do politics, politics will still do you. And maybe you might even recognize politics doing you when you get back to the Orlando airport or the Miami-Dade airport and the line is like 3 hours long and you're like, how did this happen? That's funny. He overestimated them. Interviewing 5 people, you're eating the Ganda? No, man. I already understand that this is not like how every single person is.
We killed him.
You did? You killed him?
Johnny.
Whoa. If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted, we all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him?
I'd blow him up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably wipe it out.
Drop a bomb, baby. Bomb the out of him.
I would bomb the out of him.
What have you heard?
Yeah, this also unironically is not a cool thing for the president. That the president has the same mental faculties of a blackout drunk 18-year-old who doesn't know what an Ayatollah is not exactly a funny moment, especially if you're at Fox News. Like, this is the regime propaganda network, and you're over here literally saying, yeah, the goddamn president is this stupid.
I would bomb the out of him.
What have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure.
I barely know what be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic?
Have you heard anything else?
No.
Nothing. I haven't heard.
Like, this is like the reason why I was saying this is blackpilling is for not because like I'm silly and I think every American is like this. I don't believe that at all. But like, think about this. Think about how impactful these incidents are for the country of Venezuela. Think about how impactful this decision was that was, taken alongside Israel to like the Ayatollah and decapitate the leadership of Iran. Like how impactful it's been for Iran, and it's ongoing. We're bombing their schools, we're bombing their hospitals right now. But from the American perspective, it's like nothing at all. We are so incredibly isolated from the consequences of our actions, right? That's how America gets to be this war machine. Because for most people, they're like, they only feel the pain when they're actually filling up for gas and they go, whoa, why is it like $9 a gallon? How the hell did this happen? America gets to be a undemocratic nation for this reason. That's why I was saying, like, oh, if they were to create a draft, oh my God, a lot of these guys would learn very quickly.
Nothing about Venezuela.
You know, honestly, I don't know, and I don't care.
Where is Venezuela?
I don't know. I'm drunk. I don't know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
No.
Go easy on the tequila.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show.
That's the guy who was eating the steak, remember? It was like in front of the vegan guy.
Oh, Jesse Waters. Do you know who I am?
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Hi, Johnny.
Ugh, gross. Living in the heart of empire is part of it, but we're also stupid as a dual problem. Yes. These people are in college, by the way. So they're already more... I need you to understand, these people are in college. They're on spring break, which means automatically, many of them, large majorities of them, are going to be Democratic Party voters and are infinitely better educated than the overwhelming majority of Americans. You understand that, right? Like, think about that. Think about how disastrous that is. You're saying educated in air quotes, but like, yeah, literally educated. They're getting a higher degree. Higher education. This is it. Like, it's unbelievable. And that's how the American government gets to kill whoever they want to kill, do whatever the they want to do. And there's not a thought between the ears of either of these individuals. And these are some of the better educated individuals in the United States of America. This is also part of the reason why I always say, like, look, China is going to eat our lunch money, steal our lunch money. There's no competition there. This is what happens when you don't care about education. When you don't give a about educating your population, because they're malleable, they're easier to dominate this way. So remember, like, we are in the margins here, right? We are in the margins. We do not represent the majority at all in the United States of America, still, even at this day.
And my car.
What is this? What the hell are they out there spraying? These people used to not vote, and our democracy survived on that basis.
Okay, so explain this. I wake up this morning and my car is completely covered in mud, like it rained mud or something. And I was thinking, oh, well, maybe someone peeled out next to my car or something like that. And look, I'm at the vape shop and her car's covered in it too. And she says she talked to all these people and everyone in my area woke up this morning and their cars were just covered in this.
Of course he was at the vape shop.
Whatever this is. It looks like mud, but whatever it rained last night is just mud rain or something. What are they putting in the clouds? What are they seeding the clouds with to make this? And it's on every vehicle around this whole area that I'm at.
Yes, he's never seen pollen residue. Yes.
What in the world is this?
Unbelievable. The point I'm trying to make is there's varying degrees of idiocy in this country. And even like the people who fancy themselves to be educated, even the ones that fancy themselves to be educated are still very stupid. They've gotten the wrong kind of education or propaganda that caused them to believe certain things like, oh my God, Cuba is a dangerous torture regime or something, right? Like, it's stuff like that. That was nasty, dude. Okay, calm down. Yeah, I burped. I engaged in a mouth fart. Okay. Regarding earlier, what the with this American attitude? Every foreign government is a brutal dictatorship regime who must be dealt with. Cuban voters passed a constitutional referendum that's far more liberalizing than what we have in the American government currently. Iran is a fully practicing and flourishing Jewish community and culture. These propagandists don't want people to actually look closely into these matters. Yeah, of course. Like, there's varying degrees of propaganda. Like, there are counters to everything that you just mentioned, right? But at the end of the day, The truth is very simple. Why do we with these countries? We shouldn't. We should not, right? They're not a threat to us. We literally cause them to make threats against us. And in Cuba's case, that's not even ever been a reality, right? And even in Iran's case, that's never really been a reality. Like, we constantly destabilize these other countries, we constantly with their shit. But like, why are we doing that? Who is this for? What's the purpose? That's precisely the reason why I think when Donald Trump was saying, like, I'm an isolationist, like, why should we be doing any of this stuff? It's not good for anybody. That was a salient message that a lot of Americans identified with. Dude, this is so desperate. Dude, this is so desperate. Oh my Lord. This is literally reminding me of Xi. Call me Xi. Oh my God, this is awesome.
War with Iran, there are signs that President Trump may be seeking a deal to end the fighting. A senior foreign ministry official in Iran tells CBS News it is reviewing points received from U.S. negotiators. Iran also launched more missile strikes at Israel and other U.S. allies overnight. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House for us this morning. Ed, good morning. Good to see you.
A new Gallup poll shows how American sympathies have shifted in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Another one, dude. Unbelievably bad. Unbelievably bad.
Vlad, good to see you. President Trump said from the beginning that the war would last about 4 weeks, and we're now in that 4th week. And with markets uneasy and the cost of gas climbing, the president appears to be trying to find a way out.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Touting the promise of a peace deal with Iran.
Major points of agreement, I would say almost all points of agreement.
President Trump insisted the U.S. is talking to what he called a, quote, top person.
We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader.
A senior Iranian foreign ministry official says Iran is reviewing points sent by the U.S. through a mediator, but no formal talks are underway. The president says the U.S. had in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations with Iran, so he's postponed strikes on Iranian power plants for 5 days, after earlier threatening an attack on Monday if it didn't fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon.
The president said both sides have 15 points of agreement. Iran hasn't committed to any deal publicly. But stocks surged on word of the talks, and oil prices fell 10%. And with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed, the president suggested a unique partnership to keep oil shipments safe.
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah, look, and there'll also be a form of
It's going to be a collaborative effort. Me and the Ayatollah, we're besties. I've long said that I embody the spirit of Ali. Ya Ali, I say, over and over again as I thump my chest.
Now, despite the president's attempts to start talks with Iran, more than 2,000 Marines and 3 more warships are headed to the region. And CBS News has learned this morning Pakistan and Turkey are among the countries trying to get the U.S. and Iran to keep.
Wallahi, they love me and the Ayatollah.
Day 25 of the war has brought both relief and confusion.
Trump got a gift? Yeah, it's a gifted sub. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today.
Relief that President Trump has not carried out his threat to hit all the power stations in Iran, and the Iranians, therefore, have not carried out their threat to reciprocate in kind. That would have taken the war to a whole new level. But it's brought some confusion because President Trump said that I'm suspending the threat for 5 days because I think I've got a deal. The Iranians have agreed to pretty well everything that I wanted. Well, most of the world is pretty skeptical about that because if you look at the sort of things that divide the United States and Iran, they're pretty big things. We can look at just 4 of them. First of all, the ballistic missile threat. The Iranians have got a lot of ballistic missiles. The Americans say they can't have any of them. Secondly, what is going to happen to the Strait of Hormuz? What will happen to it after some sort of peace deal? Everything's different there now. Thirdly, what about Iran's existing nuclear stocks? They're believed to have 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium somewhere. And fourthly, the broader issues around the region, which the Israelis are pushing, which will be very difficult to resolve, certainly within 4 or 5 days. Let's just look at them in a little bit more detail. So if we think, first of all, about the ballistic missile issue, the Iranians have always tested their missiles at 2,000 kilometers, and they did that so as to include Israel, but not really many other countries. But last weekend, they apparently threw 2 missiles towards Diego Garcia. Now, I'm skeptical as to whether they could have done that. One of them fell short, one was shot down en route. We don't know where it was shot down. I'm not certain that they've actually been able to extend their range from 2,000 to 4,000 kilometres. I remain to be convinced. The one missile that might have done that would be the Gado 110, which is a two-stage rocket. Maybe they managed to make one stage, the solid fuel stage, go a bit further with a very light warhead. I'm not sure about that. But Iranian ballistic missile capability is certainly quite impressive, and it will remain impressive unless they agree to get rid of all of it. They're very unlikely to do that. The second issue is the question of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Iranians have demonstrated, both to themselves and to the world, that they can restrict ships going through the straits. They haven't blocked them, but they've made them dangerous. And at the moment, what the Iranians are saying is that if you're a friendly country, your ships can go through. If you're a neutral country, they can go through if they pay us $2 million each time. And if you're a hostile country, they can't go through at all. So the Iranians have discovered that they can be toll keepers in the Strait of Hormuz. And that's an advantage which they will not give up easily in any negotiations. This is probably a pointer to the future. And the third issue, of course, is their nuclear capabilities. They demand the ability to be a civil nuclear power. But what does that mean in terms of creating a weapon? We don't know. That remains on the table. And fourthly, the issue of regional stability. The Israelis are determined to keep on taking on Hezbollah, to destroy them. They're determined to deal with Hamas. They're determined to deal with the militias, the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. And they're determined to neutralize, if necessary, the pro-Iranian Houthis in Yemen. So the broader regional context will remain a big, big problem. And that certainly won't be solved in 5 days of even intensive negotiations. And if all this comes to nothing by the weekend, then the Americans have got another military trick up their sleeve. The arrival of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit from Okinawa, joined by 2,500 troops from San Diego. So they'll have 5,000 or more Marines available to storm ashore somewhere within the whole Gulf region. They may or may not choose to use it. But the fact is that if this week's diplomacy doesn't really get anywhere, the Americans have another military trick up their sleeve. So as of now, we don't know whether this war will take a turn towards peace or turn towards a new military campaign. But we will know.
Philippines Margot says Mideast war may spur energy talks with China in disputed sea. What I tell you? What I tell you? What did I tell you? That's right, baby. American force projection capabilities are in the which is causing regional allies with security partnerships with the United States of America to reconsider dealing with the regional superpower, China. Okay? I told you. Now, who knows? I mean, look, I think the independence of the Philippines is, overstated. Didn't you call this literally yesterday? I've been calling this since day 3. When I saw American radar installations get blown to bits and Dubai get peppered with Shahed drones, that's when I said American security partnerships do not protect these countries at all, and every other country that is in the periphery of China is going to reconsider their position. No one wants to be a bullet sponge, okay? Especially when America is moving in this unpredictable, chaotic way that causes other large countries to take military action, potentially. Once America is so overextended that it reveals itself to be a paper tiger, a lot of these other countries that have American bases are going to reconsider what those bases mean for them up until this Iranian retaliation. An American base meant protection, right? They were wrong about it, but it doesn't matter. There was still this idea that you were going to be protected by the United States of America. You wouldn't be sovereign. You'd still be a dog to empire, but at the end of the day, you could do your own corrupt little thing, and have a nice life, have a decent, comfortable puppet life. Now the calculation is very different. As America hurries the THAAD interceptors away from South Korea, after causing so much instability for South Korea and a loss of billions of dollars of Chinese investment in South Korea, because in 2016 they put those THAAD interceptors there and China obviously retaliated. All of a sudden, those deals are meant for nothing at all. Those deals don't have any meaning whatsoever. So why did South Korea lose billions of dollars of Chinese investment for no reason? Now that you've took those THAAD missiles, THAAD interceptors away, is totally ridiculous. That's why I said that no matter what happens, America has lost this battle. And even if it ends up winning the war somehow, I think the age of American empire is coming to a close, right? There's no guarantee that America will win the war. But I will say that America's lost a much larger war of being able to force project around the world in the ways that it did for decades. The end of history period of time is coming to a close.
Can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others are speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people, they're not children.
Not like Vietnam or Iraq. The financial repercussions of Vietnam and Iraq were nowhere near as consequential as like shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, okay? The Iranian capabilities are specifically tailor-made for this incident. The backlash from Vietnam and Iraq were contained. They were regional, right? You had Laos, Cambodia, but that was contained. With Iraq, you had the MENA region and the instability that came after that. But again, that was somewhat contained. This war of choice against Iran has made this a global issue. A global issue.
Spoke to most of them, they sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime. Because the leaders are all very different than the ones that...
Yeah, Vietnam and surrounding countries weren't producing 20% of the world's oil and 35% of the world's fertilizer inputs when the U.S. attacked them. Exactly. It was a very different time. And even with like Iraq, you could say that Iraq was a major oil producer, but like the energy ministry was kept intact for this specific purpose. So like they could very quickly continue the extractive process with foreign capital. So they just like took over the state run refineries and exchanged ownership to and gave it to foreign hands while they kept fighting against all of the ascetic bands of militancies that grew out of the power vacuum that they caused, that the American government caused. Very different set of circumstances. Very different set of circumstances in Iraq versus Iran.
We started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean,
are the negotiations real or just market manipulation? Yes, it's market manipulation. The negotiations, as far as we understand, are not real at all. The Iranian side has kept repeatedly saying that the negotiations are fake. We're not negotiating with the Americans, and they're actually doing it for market manipulation. So Donald Trump is molesting the money, but also doing it a controlled station, right? Or at least trying to control the money to the best of his ability.
That's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone.
The only thing I can point to with this statement is the Financial Times reporting that came out, right, that stated that Iran says non-hostile ships can transit the Strait of Hormuz. So I guess that could be what they are referencing here, right? Like that could possibly be what the Iranians were willing to concede on, and that might have actually been something that Iran released on its own, and then Trump is actually personally taking credit for it, as though Iran did it for the United States of America. This could also be read as Iran repeatedly saying that as long as you trade on the Chinese yuan and pay a toll, then you can pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Like that might be just a reiteration of that. This might be a popular mindset in the Trump circle. I don't know if America will just pull out without taking control over the control of Hormuz. Yeah, General Mattis, Iran right now, if we declared victory, they would now say they own the strait. You'd see a tax for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. I can't identify a lot of options. Oh, my Lord. We're winning, baby. We're winning.
Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past Supreme Leader. And then the new Supreme Leader was racked up, at a minimum, racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can...
Israeli diplomat believes Trump is not talking to someone different. High-level commander of the IRGC, Ambassador Michael Oren tells Fox News he believes the U.S. is not talking to either Ghalibaf or Arakchi, that the administration is talking to someone high up in the IRGC command structure. Doubtful, but we'll see.
And this, without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye. I'd like to be able to do that, you know. But they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
What do you think was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been
Pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. It's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking.
Yeah, a lot of random accidents happening in the region. It's just so unfortunate that so many random, purely happenstance accidents keep materializing over and over again. And I just can't seem to place my finger on it. You know, we've lost 15 to 20 planes at this point. Many also need repairs now, shadow tankers that need repairs. USS Gerald Ford, now decommissioned, out of business for 14 months. It's the salty air of the sea. Yeah, it's a real suspicious moment. F-15s getting taken out by friendly fire incidents. F-35, an F-35, a pretty significant blow to American air superiority in its next-gen fighters. Running out of Iraq to Kurdish areas, yeah, that's not good either. Not gonna lie, if you think the Gerald R. Ford was hit, you're really dumb as I'm sorry. I don't know if the Gerald R. Ford was hit. I don't have enough evidence to suggest that, but according to the new reports that are coming out, the issues on Gerald R. Ford are far more consequential than what we previously thought they were, considering that it's going to be decommissioned for 14 months. Whether it's sabotage or, whether it's internal sabotage, mutiny, or direct hits from some kind of Iranian boat. I mean, both are still pretty bad incidents for, again, American military superiority.
Recently, 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting are the coolest cucumbers ever. Most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this, and not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world.
How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out, as a human, on a human level, and not as the President of the United States? How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated.
You said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy. And
And Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows if what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it, just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including it.
It's kind of strange to me that, like, we just carry this conversation over and over again, and everybody knows it's a lie. I guess with the exception of, like, some of the diehard Republican loyalists, like the cultists, most people know that this is bullshit, right? Especially because, like, Trump himself in the past, after the 12-day war, was like giving assurances that the nuclear weapon conversation was done, right? It's just, it's so strange that they're just constantly going back and forth on this bullshit. Everybody knows it's not the goal here at all. Like, who is this for? His base already believes them. Just come on, just stop repeating it, you know?
Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
Unexpectedly, they started bombing our bases when we were bombing them. So unexpected. Why would they do such a thing? Don't you know it's illegal? The one who once spoke of regime change and the fragmentation of Iran now hopes that someone in Iran will engage in dialogue with him, though this, too, is merely an attempt at deception. Israel's Channel 12 has now leaked what it claims is a U.S. 15-point document to end the war with Iran. Okay? We're getting back to situation monitoring. The reported mechanism is a 1-month ceasefire during which there will be negotiations over these terms. That alone is likely a non-starter for Tehran. Iran has been clear that it does not want another temporary pause that allows the U.S. and Israel to rearm. We'll look at the details in a second. Rebuild and return to the fight, as has already happened before. Iran has been clear that it does not want another temporary pause that allows the U.S. and Israel to rearm, rebuild, and return to the fight, as has already happened before. It is seeking a permanent settlement that allows it come out of economic isolation. Then there are the terms themselves. Much of this reads like a familiar maximalist wish list. No enrichment on Iranian soil, dismantling core nuclear infrastructure, abandoning regional alliance network. In other words, demands that Iran has consistently rejected before the war, and likely even more so now, given the leverage it believes it has gained. At the same time, there is a notable U.S. offer, the reported offer of full sanctions relief, including the removal of snapback threats. That suggests Washington may be signaling openness to a broader strategic trade-off. Oh my God. So there may be an outline of something workable here. But as an opening bid, much of this still looks fundamentally misaligned with what Iran would accept, and therefore unlikely to get serious traction in Tehran without significant revision. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, if this isn't simply holding space and time as America, draws up what remains of its sources, what remains of its forces, and continues to build up military troop presence so they can try and idiotically invade Iranian soil with no real logistical plan to do so, mind you. This is literally a bigger relief for the Iranian economy than what the Obama deal could have ever accomplished. This would mean that we treat Iran as a sovereign nation state, as an equal partner in the global oil trade. I mean, that's crazy. Biggest fell-off award for the anti-IR diaspora. Islamic Republic stays in place, led by the RGC, and the sanctions are taken away, but they'll still love Trump law. I mean, this is unironically something that is necessary. And Iran sacrificed a great deal to accomplish this, but they accomplished it through war. A war that they did not choose to have, but a war that they seemingly will end. I just don't think that Israel would ever allow this to happen. Removal of all sanctions on Iran, U.S. assistance in advancing and developing a civilian nuclear project, energy generation, removal of the threat of sanctions being reimposed. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework, enriched uranium to remain, but under supervision and agreed limits. Missile program to be addressed at a later stage with limits. See, like this is... Oh my God, they're doing the, oh my God, this is a white flag, dude. You know how Iran has the red flag, the death flag that they used to wave? And then they would do like a very restrained retaliatory strike that they agreed to ahead of time. This is literally Zelensky saying we'll have a referendum on Crimea 15 years down the line. Oh my God. Use of nuclear programs restricted to civilian defensive purposes only. Development of existing nuclear capabilities halted. No further expansion of enrichment capabilities. No production of weapons-grade nuclear material on Iranian soil. All enriched material to be handed over to the International Atomic Energy Agency within an agreed timeline. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow to be taken out of use, destroyed. International monitoring and verification mechanisms enforced. Gradual implementation tied to compliance. Additional regional security understandings between the parties. Are you implying Trump broke something and is going to put back together in a worse way and will inevitably say, look, I solved another war? From an American chauvinist perspective, yes. But from a global perspective, this is a tremendous thing. Okay? I've been very clear on this. I have said this over and over again. Okay? Sanctions relief was a must. How close to JCPOA is this? This is literally worse than the JCPOA for American... if this happens at all, and if this isn't just like a silly little fake out, and Israel will never allow this to happen regardless, but this is literally worse than the JCPOA. This is, from the American perspective, JCPOA did not offer this much. I guess one of the major differences here would be this is a better deal than what Iran was offered pre-war, which did not include sanctions relief. The Iranians are still going to say no. They would accept dismantling of their nuclear program for sanctions relief, but not an end to support the proxies or the missiles program, which is precisely the reason why even the missiles program, for the record, that was a key part of this, is not even being discussed now. They're just saying we'll do a framework for a deal in the future. Like, if we were to take this sincerely, okay, if we were to look at this as like a sincere... If this was like America genuinely saying, here, let's do this, please. This is nothing short of America coming on its hands and knees. Donald Trump literally getting on his hands and knees and begging Iran. Begging Iran. Holy... I mean, are you kidding me? I don't really see how Iran can win this war if it doesn't get sanctions relief, and I don't really see how it can get sanctions relief if it doesn't concede on at least 2 or 3 nuclear proxies missiles. There's obviously the whole... if they survive, they win thing. But like, of course, some people will call this copium or whatever. We can quibble about definitions, but I'm not sure how Saddam 91 was considered a win for Saddam. Iranian people's quality of life matters. Considering the Iranian state is responsible for them and them only is a genuine question people should answer. This shit isn't a pissing contest. There actually needs to be a theory of victory that ends with a higher quality of life for Iranians. Otherwise, we get protests and Israeli lawn mowing again a few months down the road. The initial U.S. offer is similar to what you imagine. Sanctions relief in exchange for cutting off the proxies, limiting the missiles, and ending the nuclear program. No, I think that's a more conservative read on this than what the deal is actually saying. What this deal is literally like the JCPOA, but worse for America. Bro, they're just proposing this on the chance that Iran rejects it. They'll accuse them of being the warmonger. It doesn't matter. This is not... Iran holds all the cards. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it. This, like, because remember, Iran's conditions were set ahead of time. America retreating from the region. Okay, no more military bases. America decoupling from Israel, which, by the way, that's a given if there's any deal making to be, if there's any deal making to take place. So much so that this was something that I think a lot of people didn't pay attention to. But Iran wanted to cut out Israel from the conversation so much that they literally said no to Russia negotiating with the United States. Many of you still are operating under the weird belief that Russia is actually an anti-Zionist country, not realizing that Vladimir Putin is a massive Zionist. Iran literally told Russia to f off. And their statement was, because Russia was like, "Oh, we'll deal with Iran. Like, we'll get to the table. We'll we'll create we'll create a negotiations plan for Iran." And Iran literally said, "No, we don't want Israel to be involved." That's very important. They didn't just say no to Russia. We want to do it our way with sovereignty and dignity. They said no to Russia. We don't want Israel's involvement in this. As in, they understand Russian partners to not be on the Iranian side, but on the Israeli side. Isn't like Russia agnostic about Israel? No, absolutely not. So, Russian is the third most spoken language in Israel. It's Hebrew, Arabic, and then Russian. Vladimir Putin has literally said that he sees Israel as another Russian country, okay? Numerous people from the USSR, both during the USSR and also certainly after the dissolution of the USSR, moved to Israel. Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Russian is the third most spoken language in the state of Israel, the fake state of Israel. Numerous Russian oligarchs use Israeli passports as an entry point into the global markets. While the USSR itself was formative in the development of the Zionist entity, arming the Zionist brigades, thinking that the nation that would form after would be one that would be Soviet aligned, they very quickly realized that that wasn't the case. But Vladimir Putin has always been super, super pro-Israel. Israel is in its hoe phase. Worth saying that it's not just people pretending for financial gain. There are a ton of Jews in the former Soviet Union, the Pale of the Settlement. Plus, the Soviets were able to evacuate more Jews than, say, Poland. Yeah, but it's not even about Judaism, especially considering that many of the Israeli Russians are not even Jews. And I mean literally, like, not even through, like, matrilineal. They have no heritage to Judaism, no ethnic trace of Judaism whatsoever. They're just Israeli citizens now. This was done in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, specifically to increase the Ashkenazi or the white population in Israel as well. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, if you want to think about it like that. What is this? Americans having bad take while in the comfort of their own homes. This specific one lives in the home that's infested with cockroaches and mice. Honestly, even with interceptions over my head, I'm living in a better environment. That's funny. Like, imagine having between all the people alive who haven't killed anyone, Asmongold is probably one of the worst. Like, imagine having a house filled with literal trash and thinking you're better than Muslims.
It's good like
what is this take? Okay, we'll look at the Asmongold take in a second. We haven't looked at any Asmongold takes in a minute. Now Witkoff is texting Word docs to them, hoping they'll respond. This is so embarrassing. The United States has sent a 15-point plan to end the war in the Middle East, according to two officials briefed on diplomacy. It was unclear how widely shared among Iranian officials and whether Iran was likely to accept it as a basis for negotiations. Dude, this is so desperate. Dude, this is so desperate. Oh my Lord. Like, even if this is a trick that America is trying to start the negotiations process or whatever, so they can like keep increasing troop presence in the region, so they can like eventually do the unthinkable, devastating version, the worst version of events, which is where American troops get slaughtered by Iranian rockets and whatnot in the Iranian mountainside. But this is literally reminding me of Xi, call me Xi, please call me. This is basically Trump doing this.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
No guerra. Oh my God, this is awesome. What is your thought on USA using more dollars in Iran in a few days than they have supported Ukraine in the last few years? Yeah, because Israel is the only country that matters. Why is it embarrassing? How would you have reached out to them? Oh God, these guys are so stupid. I'm begging you to watch the part where Pete puts his hand on the imaginary throttle and says, as long as hard as is necessary, in which Trump raises eyebrows,
as
Lamau.
viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This as viciously as possible from moment one. That throttle. As long as hard as is necessary to ensure.
Oh, Trump saw that. Trump saw that hand gesture and went, oh, interesting. Besh babacığım. If the United States makes a negotiated agreement with Iran, that the likely outcome will be obtaining detailed mapping and intelligence on its nuclear facilities via inspections, followed by revocation of the deal and reimposition of sanctions within a few years under a new administration and targeted attacks based on the intelligence gained during the inspection period. If this sounds overly cynical, it's exactly what happened last time. Yup. It might not even have to there might not even be leadership change for them to do this, for the record. It's nice to see the two most deceptive negotiators on earth being treated with the skepticism that they deserve. Yeah. The one who once spoke of regime change and the fragmentation of Iran now hopes that someone in Iran will engage in dialogue with him, though this, too, is merely an attempt at deception. Iranians are not biting on this, for the record. They're not biting on this at all. And they have no reason to, because they very clearly have the leverage. I'm sorry, but we are now the table, and thus now Turkey. Karachi is the Istanbul of Pakistan. No! This is true. Islamabad, New York City, the Islamabad of America. It's no longer Islamabad. It's Islamagud. Bruh. Turkey is no longer the table. That's what you get, Pakistan, for developing nukes at a time when people thought you wouldn't be able to. Okay? And then you did, and now you're the table. Even though, weirdly enough, you're also just like dominated by the CIA. I don't understand. Pakistan is the strangest country in the region. Like, literally, half owned by America, half owned by China. I don't even understand how that works. They've just pieced up the country. Has nuclear arms. And it's even funnier when you learn how Pakistan got nukes. I mean, yeah, that story is incredible. It's just literally one guy who memorized. One guy who memorized from the Netherlands. It was like, I'm going to give my life for Pakistan. Pakistan for the win. #1 country in the world. Anyway, I can't believe it. Asmin Goy at Asmin Gold suggests that Trump would look like an R word if the result of the U.S. war against Iran was simply the RGC being replaced by the RGC. If we wasted billions of dollars, tanked the stock market, increased the price of oil, got people killed, all to replace the RGC with the RGC. Hey, notice how he went from this war is so base, it's the most based war of all time, to finally, finally realizing 25 days later, maybe this war wasn't the best time.
And I think that, as I said, if we wasted billions of dollars, tanked the stock market, increased the price of oil, got people killed, all to replace the IRGC with the IRGC, this will be a colossal waste of everything.
Wait a minute. What? Who could have foreseen this? I mean, you don't even need to be, I'll be honest with you, okay? I studied this, okay? This is what I studied. This is literally my field of study, and I have 10 plus years of experience in commentary, specifically on American foreign policy and the entanglements that we get into and how it's not beneficial for the Americans. But you don't need to have that pedigree to look at the situation that was unfolding and not realize that this is going to be devastating. Like, it's so stupid. If he was a better grifter, he would have leaned into what Nick Fuentes was saying ahead of time, who clearly is a much smarter, much more intelligent person than this Roach is. But because he's just so lazy that everything he sees is like bot accounts, because everything he sees is bot accounts on Twitter, and he just like repeats the dumbest bot accounts. He's like, oh, this would be so dumb. Oh, this would be so dumb if like the situation that's currently unfolding is unfolding.
Will be dumb, a complete... He's going to look like an idiot. He's going to look like every time. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I wonder who the biggest R word is in that situation. The guy who very clearly is like engaging in this panicked action that has done all those things like destroy the global energy market, stuff like that. Or the dumbass who constantly repeats those takes as though they're based. Who's the dumbass here? Donald Trump or the guy who goes, yeah, based. This guy is so based over and over again.
Morning,
Giant, total failure.
Yeah. Let's see what Asmongold was saying last week.
Wars are not our wars. True. We need to be radically, tremendously happy this has happened. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
That's right. This is amazing. Every third world shithole that promotes these terrorist ideologies, death cult religion, is getting demolished. Oh, a school got bombed? It's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And number two, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America. Man, how about that?
You had dumbass on Twitter doubting your degree. What is this? He doesn't have a degree in international relations. He has a degree in poli-sci and communications. Not the same thing, Hassan. Wait, what? What the does this person think international relations is under? I mean, some schools it might be separate, but for most schools, it's under poli-sci. Oh my God. What a confident moron this is. 1/3 of the required classes to graduate with a poli-sci at Rutgers, with a poli-sci degree at Rutgers, include foreign and international politics. There's no way you aren't a Fed, Lamau. That's not a degree in international relations. That's not the point. An undergrad degree just gives you a base. It's the 10 years of experience reading and talking about it on top of that makes this area of expertise. CNN, Iran tells U.S. it will not negotiate with Witkoff or Kushner, but only J.D. Vance. Oh my God, shut up. No, there is no shot. No, come on, dude. Please tell me these Iranian boomers don't think J.D. Vance is actually anti-war. Jesus Christ, no shot. I believe it. I literally believe it. I believe that they are such boomers that they legitimately see the reports of J.D. Vance like being noticeably absent from the conversation and think like, oh, he must be like actually anti-war. I hope they're just trolling. God, the Ummah boomers, they literally, it takes nothing. It takes nothing for Muslim unks, Shia, Sunni, doesn't matter. It takes such little for a white man for them to go, oh my God, this guy will save us. I mean, clearly, I don't think that's it. I think they're trying to pull an insubordinate power play. They know they have the upper hand. They're playing with their food now. I mean, I get why they would say no to Witkoff and Kushner. Witkoff and Kushner has directly them over. There's a term for it in Israeli intelligence where someone is not like directly, I think it's called a helper, right? Murtaza Hussein wrote about this, where people like Witkoff and Kushner are seen as helpers, right? They're not directly under the payroll of the Israeli government, but, you know, they're sympathizers, right? Sayayim, I think so. This is Unk on Unk talking. Why are you believing CNN on this? It's true, I shouldn't. Iran are Democrat agents trying to torpedo Vance's presidential run. They're trying to exert their material sovereignty over the U.S. This will legitimize Vance in the eyes of the public, playing to both Trump and Vance's ego. New senior Iranian official Jalili accused the U.S. of deception amid talk of talks. Saeed Jalili, the supreme leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council and a member of Iran's Expediency Discernment Council, criticized the U.S. calls for dialogue, saying Washington previously pushed for regime change and Iran's fragmentation. Bro, they activated the 82nd and they're bringing 2 amphibious assault ships. These are the break glass and emergency forces. They're going to invade. That's what I think, too. I don't think they would be moving assets like this if they weren't invested in invading. I think they're stupid enough. I think they're literally, I think America and Israel, well, Israel will not be sending troops. Sorry. My mistake. For a second, I forgot. My mistake. America is going to be sending troops for Israel. Israel will not be sending troops. But America might be dumb enough to actually send troops to Iran and try to invade Iran militarily, which is incredibly stupid. A bit anti-Semitic to send Israeli troops. True. My mistake. Iranian representatives have left the Trump administration know it does not want to negotiate with Witkoff and Kushner and would prefer to engage with Vice President J.D. Vance, according to two regional sources. Listen, all I'm going to say is this. Judging by what I know of these guys in the Iranian leadership, I can totally see them being boomer-brained and assuming that J.D. Vance's silence is seen as like genuine opposition to the American and Israeli initiatives, which it's not. He is just he's better at reading the room, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna like actually take a more favorable position. But who knows? I don't trust CNN sources on the Iranian side. I trust drop site sources on the Iranian side. Interesting timing for this. Effective April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army is increasing the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 32 and eliminating waiver requirements for single conviction of possession of marijuana. Hell yeah. Now all those guys that were like putting on, those like fat veterans that were putting on their old gear to be like, oh, I can go in the war, can go enjoy. Wait, 42. Wait, hold on. Wait. No. Oh, hold on now. Oh no. Okay, a chatter asked me earlier, what would it take for you to move to China? Who knows? Me and my dad going to war, baby. Hope you like the lobster news, boy. Chat meetup in Tehran. Wait, Hassan, they're sending these people too? No, these guys are doing the domestic home front. They're fighting the real battle. When being born in New Jersey backfires, I have bone spurs, so it's fine. I have bone spurs, actually, so I won't be attending. I'm transgender and I have bone spurs. Yeah, turns out it's transgender for everybody. Oh, man. Wonderful things are happening in the world. Really, just awesome. So cool. Important for chatters that are about to be drafted. The 10 items guaranteed to clog a toilet. Yeah, the Pahlavis are also mad that Trump's 15-point plan is not looking too good. IRGC won't absurd. The conditions of the 15-point plan are literally better than the JCPOA if followed through on them. And also, Iran is never going to limit their missile capabilities, and most likely will never stop funding the IRGC, or never stop funding the proxies in general. So, good luck to America on this 15-point plan that they put out there with no assurances.
It has to be said that the Saudi government has issued a statement denying any of these claims. This is the fog of war. You will have leaks everywhere, confusing people, paving the way for the public opinion for the next step of the war. Just shortly after this article came out, another leak came out with another news organization saying that 3,000 more U.S. soldiers were on the way to this region. I think it's really to create this fog of war that happens during each and every conflict I covered. Probably the truth is somewhere in between.
And Hoda, Iran this Tuesday is continuing to attack Gulf states. Have you noticed any shift in the intensity or the targets of these attacks, Hoda?
Well, I have to say, I was listening to the press conference, the weekly press conference of the spokesman of the foreign minister here in Qatar, Majid al-Ansari, because we hadn't heard any alert for the good part of the last 2.5 to 3 days. And then he all of a sudden said that doesn't mean that there haven't been any attacks. Shortly after, the Ministry of Defense has clarified that today alone, for example, 9 ballistic missiles were intercepted here in Qatar. There seems to be maybe a shift that the attacks from Iran are now targeting specific areas away from the urban areas. You see that, for example, in Saudi Arabia, where most of the drones intercepted, or all of them, I would say, on this day, were towards the eastern region. That's home to most of the oil refineries and the most important oil installations in Saudi Arabia. And then you had another attack in Bahrain, where a UAE contractor who is of a Moroccan origin was killed, and several others were hurt. That again being a military target. So people here are a bit confused. Many would tell you maybe there's space for diplomacy, maybe something is happening behind the scenes. President Trump seems to say that. He just said it about 20 minutes ago or so while I was on standby to.
By the way, I'm noticing they're talking about 82nd Airborne, open source intel, by the way, another Israeli classic. 82nd Airborne, 75th Rangers, Delta, 160th SOAR, SEALs. The RGCs should start praying. Noticing that there's no IDF units mentioned in this. Have you guys noticed that? Because I've noticed that the IDF is not involved in this ground unit positioning. How strange. How strange. Why do you want to send the Jewish people from the only Jewish state and the only democracy in the Middle East into war? Are you us? Yeah, only Lebanon. Only Lebanon. Volkswagen is returning to the Nazi business. They can't escape their roots. German government supports the move also. Volkswagen to shift from cars to missile defense and deal with Israel's Iron Dome maker. Oh, God. I want to forget the existence of the state of Germany. Please, can we just have one day where I don't have to think about Germany? Please. I feel bad for the Germans that are stuck in Germany. God damn it, dude. It's just, let's not think about Germany. Please. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. Not the Sora app. Not my Sora. No, not my AI slop, dude. What the I've tried many times to understand the stock market, but I can't. Can you explain what this exactly means? What do you mean this is not real money? I want to know so I can fight my cynic liberal boyfriend on this. Stocks that are traded on the stock market are supposed to be traded on fundamentals, like market fundamentals. Like in the past, when a company had new technology, okay, their stock prices increased. They had a more valuable product. It doesn't work that way anymore. Everything is financial engineering. It's not anchored around anything but speculation. And given the market consolidation that has taken place in the stock market as well, where 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of earners in the country, the top 10% of wealth in this country, there's tremendous consolidation. So there's like markets move in a certain direction very quickly. It's not democratized at all. It's not like, $1, one vote. It's not a system like that. And because it's sometimes 3 companies owning, 70% of the gains, for example, and other times it's like, again, all of the money is in the hands of the wealthiest people. It's in their vested interest to keep up with this lie. Like one of the examples I used to use was the Tesla valuations, right? Tesla became such a behemoth with so many institutions closely tied to Tesla's success that anytime Elon Musk lied, right, and then was shown to be a liar over and over again, people just kind of went along with the lie because they had a vested interest in the Tesla stock prices going up because they'd bought into it. That's part of the reason why I always say the way the stock market works is if it's doing well, it's not doing well for you necessarily. You might think so because you have a 401k. This makes the average working class individual think that they have a stake in the stock market doing well. But it's not actually doing well for you at all. The gains you're making are marginal. It's inconsequential. But when it's doing poorly, that's when you actually suffer because you see job losses, right? You see scale backs in our productive output. The gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. Stocks are real money, as in you can cash it out at any time, but increasingly the value of companies is not actually based in their intrinsic value, profits, assets, innovation, etc., but based on hype. It always has been to an extent, but it's gotten worse, especially if 401ks take up a huge market shares and just sit there. The state has propped it up, and normal people are trading now. I don't necessarily think it's because of like retail traders that the stock market is so unbelievably busted. I don't think it's true at all. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it's the consolidation of ownership of most stocks in the hands of a select few institutional traders that has created this system. I think that it's actually the institutional traders as opposed to the retail traders that are the reason why the stocks are not reliable at all. I mean, they're not based around the fundamentals that they were supposed to theoretically be in. Stay in your lane, bro, stocky. I mean, again, this is not my forte at all. This is not my area of expertise at all. I don't even own stocks, as you guys know, famously. So I could be totally off base here, but this is just the way I see it. That's why I say money is fake. It's too stupid to understand it, but it just like feels so fake to me. The thing about retail traders is the institutional traders now follow their expectations of what retail traders will do, so it's kind of both at once. I think there is a vested interest in the stock market constantly being in a bull market. That's what it is. Whether retail traders are actually movers and shakers at all doesn't really matter. I think that it's more so that everyone involved in the stock market assumes that it's always going to grow. Okay, stock always goes up. And the government has actually done everything in its power to make sure that the stock market is always going up. And that's like what Donald Trump does. That's what Donald Trump's big thing is, right? He's the most responsive to market moves. If you want to take him out, just destroy the stock market. Now, the problem here, bro, you're right. The market is determined by the movements in it. If few people hold the most stocks and they can make it look however they want to, that's what I think is going on. I don't think it's like retail traders that are going, oh, Donald Trump on Truth Social said that, a deal is imminent. I think it's actually the institutional traders that control a large share of the stock market that go, oh, thank God. And the only reason why they do that is because they have a vested interest in the stock market stabilizing. A company like SpaceX has no reason to IPO at over $1 trillion, given its assets of like $50 billion total, but retail traders are extremely excited about it, so it'll likely be valued at 1.2 to 1.5 trillion. It's just one part of the puzzle, though. Yeah, retail is like 10% of stocks, is true. We're saying goodbye to the Sora app. To everyone who created with Sora, shared it, and built community around it, thank you. What you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. Oh, no. We'll share more soon, including timelines for the app and API and details on preserving your work, the Sora team. No! No, not the Sora app, not my Sora. Cause exit liquidity is always assured for these form of 401ks. The problem is backlash from said exit would make it so that the slush fund of 401ks would go away from the inevitable regulation Glass-Steagall 2.0 or worse, so everything must be propped up at all costs. No, not my AI slop, dude. What? You'll love this. This is what the companies are propping up the market are doing now. They're guaranteeing 17.5% returns for additional private equity investment. Very normal shit going on. Anthropic is offering equity, and OpenAI is offering the same plus 17.5%, and both are hemorrhaging cash. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum return of 17.5%, as well as early access to models not yet in public release. ChatGPT maker OpenAI is offering private equity firms a sweeter deal than a rival Anthropic, as both artificial intelligence companies court buyout firms that form joint ventures aimed at raising fresh capital and accelerating adoption of enterprise AI products, according to people familiar with the talks. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum of 17.5%, significantly higher than typical preferred instruments. Two people familiar said, this is a Ponzi scheme, right? Like this is just a Ponzi scheme. How can you guarantee that? By just what? The cash that you raise? And for the record, you can't remember, you can do this to poor people and you'll become very rich. But if you do this to rich people, as OpenAI is doing, virtually to every massive company out there, you're gonna go to jail eventually. I mean, this is going to destroy the entire economy. Like, Bernie Madoff went to prison because he fucked over rich people, okay? It's not because of poor people. Nobody gives a shit if you fuck over poor people. You make a lot of money. poor people. It's because OpenClaw, open source, is OpenAI's future desktop
This
agent, digital
gathering in
employee.
Beijing, hosted by internet giant Baidu, hundreds of people line up.
This does unironically feel like anytime China truly reveals like an open source, easy access competitor, what the American AI companies are presenting at this like high markup, it literally disrupts America's only profit center. Like the OpenClaw is some random German dude. OpenClaw is not Chinese. Oh shit, I thought it was Chinese. I was thinking of DeepSeek. This happened with DeepSeek. OpenClaw literally uses frontier models under the hood
To get OpenClaw onto their laptops and phones. The Austrian-designed AI agent is all the rage in China.
Events teaching people how to use OpenClaw, or raise a lobster, as Chinese people say, are popping up across the country. This one is a full house.
OpenClaw has become really hot.
China has already surpassed the US in adopting the open source software, which can run anything on a computer for you without you. You can tell it to search the web, buy
What the
plane tickets,
fuck?
even direct other bots. Wang Xiaoyan is using
Bro, what the is? Yo, are people stupid? This is like, in my opinion, this is the biggest L of China. They are so involved in the AI craze. Almost like that's an inherent massive vulnerability to commodity dependent economy. Someone can undercut your entire economy if there's another source for your primary commodity. Yeah, it's also funny because the primary commodity that we're talking about is not like anything real. And ironically, if it succeeds, it will have massive negative consequences. Because like we're talking about AI, right? If AI actually reaches true artificial intelligence, it will have insane consequences for the labor market. So even if it technically succeeded, it would still be devastating, which by the way, no real proof that it has, that we are anywhere near close to AGI regardless. Okay. I don't touch AI with a 10-foot pole. I just don't like it. I'm old. I hate it. I think it's bad. I think it's gross. I think it has horrible effects on our cognitive development in general. I think there's a major, you'll see in the future, if we have researchers at all, where you'll see papers popping up left and right about cognitive offloading and its dangers. Okay. The wealthy know this already. And that's precisely the reason why they send their children to schools where they, one, learn Mandarin. Okay. Just remember that. And two, don't allow their kids to be on their phones or do all this AI shit. Like we are the last generation. Millennials, ironically enough, and older Gen Z are the last generation that benefited from living in a world that wasn't entirely dominated by AI. AI was supposed to come after we achieve peace and stability. Instead, it's being thrust upon us at the lowest point in modern history. Well, AI is here, so what do we do to help resolve the cognitive reduction? We do away with it. But the reason why AI is all over is not even necessarily, I mean, it's partially to train the models, right? Like that obviously plays a big role. But the other reason why they're doing it, especially with generative AI, is not because they like hate non-binary queer artists, okay? One might think that is the reason, considering the massive impact that it has on they, thems, and the artwork that they produce for commission. But the real reason why they do generative AI is because they want people to get excited about it so they can justify all of these massive amounts of cash grabs that they're doing. They're fundraising like crazy. These things are literally burning more than they are capable of fundraising. But the reason why they're doing it is so that, you know, people are more excited about it. You generate hype and aura moments around it so you can justify getting billions and billions and billions of dollars. I think your negative bias towards AI is clouding your judgment on this. A ton of the scientists that work on this stuff are all saying the shit's getting weird and scary in terms of how quickly AI is developing. They do, however, echo the negative consequences and say the only way it won't be destructive to everyday life is if we move away from capitalism. I've said that. That's my argument. I don't have an issue with technological development, okay? The problem is what technological development does under capitalism. Technological developments cannot come at the cost of the existing labor force. It's supposed to alleviate the stress. It's supposed to alleviate the burden of the existing working class, not replace it. I've said that a million times. You know this. The problem, however, is that there's a lot of hype and aura moments, and it's actually unironically destroying what makes us human, which is, making art and shit like that. It was Stavros that said it best, right? We thought robots would do the menial tasks, and we would have time for ourselves to focus on art. We got a situation, on the other hand, where the robots are doing the art, and we're still doing the menial tasks. Would it affect Chinese labor as well? Yes, and it already is. But I have more confidence in the Chinese state as far as like protecting its labor force and protecting its citizens than I do in the American one. That's the difference. Everything that the Chinese government has done so far has been incredibly responsive to the needs of its working class. It's constantly obsessed with improving the Chinese people's material conditions, right? So I don't believe that, given their trajectory, given their development so far, that China is going to look at this and decide to like eviscerate its manufacturing capabilities. And they already are. They already are utilizing AI quite. They already are utilizing AI a lot more than even we are in some ways. It's replacing so many jobs in IT. They're trying to extract value anywhere with it. It's not working as intended at the moment, but we're still losing our jobs. It's crazy. China's electric vehicle fleet is estimated to have saved 1 million barrels, 1 million plus barrels per day since the oil crisis began. Wow, look at this. A government that makes long-term plans in the interest of its people instead of wildly jumping from the whims of lobby to lobby. The oil lobby made Trump slash U.S. EV subsidies, and as a result of the war, the Israel lobby made him launch will bite much harder. Yep. We're still paying out a French company. This was reported in the New York Times yesterday. I forgot to get to it. We're paying out a French company $1 billion to not put wind farms off the East Coast. Isn't that nuts? I talked to my friends working in Shenzhen recently and found that Chinese companies adopt AI at the same pace as big tech in the U.S., if not faster. However, in contrary to the U.S. companies who use AI to displace the jobs, none of my friends in Chinese company felt insecure about their position. Instead, they're saying it's lifting the weights off their shoulder. So I'll say this much. China has a similar crisis of overproduction in their graduates, right? There already is a real issue that Xi Jinping has also identified and said he seeks to address with respect to the youth unemployment. So this is already an issue in China. And if they were to play fast and loose with AI and focus on profit for some of these like valuable tech sector jobs, because I think China's play on AI is to, improve efficiency without actually like reducing the number of workers, because they have to have workers, right? So at most they'll I assume they'll reduce the burden without actually leading to massive job loss. So they already have a significant issue with youth unemployment, right? And they're very good at structuring their economy to address those needs, because they understand that this is, they have to be responsive. They have, at least in the last 15 of these 5-year plans, they've done, or 14 of these 5-year plans, they've done that. They've done just that. They say, this is our target, we're going to hit it, and then they do, right? And all of that has yielded tremendous Chinese prosperity. How do you reduce burden without cutting jobs? Companies won't keep redundancies around. That's where not operating within a capitalist system comes into play. You can punish companies for firing people instead of like reducing their work hours. That's it. And I don't know if they will do that. I mean, they could create jobs programs. The Chinese economy is not structured in the same way that the Western liberal capitalist economies are, right? There's an aspect of for-profit capitalism that's baked into the system itself, especially when it comes to light industries. However, the government makes these decisions ahead of time and does have a centrally planned focus on key sectors that they want to develop. And it's very obvious that part of that is AI, specifically because AI is a massive force for the American economy right now. And if they just offer a cheap competitive product or a free one, they can undercut the American singular resource, the singular commodity that is like the American economy is anchored around, and they can deliver a devastating blow. So I suspect that the Chinese AI initiatives are focused on undermining the American AI bubble, and maybe seek to burst it. That's what I think. Just as the Chinese focus on renewables, solar panels, and then the EV focus wasn't just to like create jobs, but also to electrify their grid and electrify all the other countries' grids to like move them away from their over reliance on the petrodollar and specifically fossil fuels. And part of that also happens to be a good thing for the world, for not only for these countries to like develop some semblance of sovereignty, at least away from the American-backed petrol giants, the petro capitalists, but it also is good because obviously it ends up putting a dent in our carbon output, our carbon production, significant dent if they were to fully focus on that. In the absence of like America completely destroying the Gulf states and their production, which China still relies on, obviously. And for the record, crippling the Chinese economy would mean crippling the global economy because it's the manufacturing hub for the entire planet with no alternative facilities that can keep up with the needs of the rest of the world. Even if their economic model is different, Chinese companies are extraordinarily focused on efficiency. Unless CCP changes their attitudes on welfare, I'm not sure what will happen with AI replacing jobs. Yeah, I mean, they are very anti-welfare. It's gross. And a lot of people don't even see that. Like, a lot of people don't even comprehend that is the argument, the narrative that they're presenting is that like they're all savages, nasty as. There is a coordinated Zionism right-wing push to attack Assad this morning, and it's true, and it's coming specifically because of the political reporting, because this is what they tune into. I'm on Fox now.
One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly as time has gone on.
Move over, Sophocles. 2 words: useful idiots. Okay, useful idiots to the regime. Pinkos to typical.
Yeah, he's wearing $1,500 Cartier sunglasses, okay? While the people cannot eat in Cuba, and if they speak out like this guy is, they'd be thrown in jail with no redress. This is absurd. And all these humanitarian radicals, Laura, are staying at 5-star hotels.
Humanitarian
while everyday
radicals.
Cubans are starving and enduring blackouts. Rather than making those glittery hearts, they should have spent the craft money on maybe feeding these people and shut their mouths. This is not what freedom looks like, what Cuba's offering their people. This is suppression and oppression, and it's gone on for decades
Raymond,
now. Time to wrap this up.
It reminds me, since we're in California, it reminds me of Gavin Newsom at the French Laundry during COVID, Nancy Pelosi at the hair salon during COVID. The rules never apply to them. They eat cake and they eat their lobster and the other people. Oh, Raymond, thank you for going to the airport for us. Great reporting.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for us tonight.
By the way, the hits are going to keep coming. The hits are going to keep coming. I know for a fact. Be on the lookout for a liberal hit pieces too. I think they want to nip this shit in the bud before it turns into another Gaza situation where mainstream media completely lost control over the narrative. And I think that is the unironic reason as to why they're so actively doing a full spectrum propaganda by belittling the stated purpose of the humanitarian aid convoy. What have they done compared to you and others similar in your position? They advocate for the blockade to continue. You're going to answer for those $1,500 Cartiers, though? No, I'm not. First of all, I don't think they were that much. Secondly, I didn't even buy them myself. I did put the transition lenses in it, though. Also, last but not least, it's utterly irrelevant. Like, what difference does it make how expensive my clothing is? Are you stupid? Is my drip causing Cubans to suffer, or is it the blockade? Also, you have no choice in what kind of hotel you can stay in. You have to stay in a fire. Like, that's the other, like, literally the only available hotels that can receive 600 people. There are not enough readily available random houses that people can stay in. There was like 600 people from all around the world that were coming in, and the American government restricts where you can stay. Most people don't know that, though, which is why to them it sounds so insane. It's one of those things. It's like with Israel, right? When Israel does something so heinous and people go, there's no way that's real. That's got to be anti-Semitic. And then you're like, oh my God, it is real. What? But what's hilarious about it, the situation, like the goal of this, at least from my perspective, is to bring awareness what the Cubans were going through, what the Cubans are still going through. But outside of that, it was to expose, it was to investigate and potentially bring awareness to and expose the complex nature of these blockades, the complex nature of like American sanctions and American blockades, and how it has disrupted daily Cuban existence for 60 years at this point. And a big part of that and unnecessary restrictions is ironically the restrictions on who or where Americans can and can't stay. Greg Gutfeld's meltdown about you was pretty funny. Greg Gutfeld also leaned into Commie Club Med, the 5-star revolution. Like, I don't think these people understand. This wasn't like a tropical getaway in an island. Okay. We were there for a very specific purpose. And obviously they understand what that specific goal was because they're actively choosing to undermine it, right?
Sunglasses. Why didn't these activists invite Cubans to stay in their hotel for the night? I'm sure a few did, but only after requesting hookers in Spanish.
Oh, gross.
You want a glimpse of a Yankee douchebag? Here's one.
Tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources, and the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels. In comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much, and experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
Now, nothing he said is true.
That's insane. I love that in most instances, it just doesn't even matter. Like what the words that are coming out of my mouth doesn't matter at all, right? Everything I said is correct. Everything I said is true. They'll just simply say, oh, you could stay at an Airbnb. How are you going to put 600 people in an Airbnb when the island doesn't even have a reliable energy grid? There aren't 600 different Airbnbs that you can assign for 600 people that are coming from all around the world. There aren't that many Airbnbs. It's so stupid.
But we got to replay that last part.
Experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
You couldn't have done that better if you scripted it. I bet he has a Grey Poupon suppository.
Like, I don't understand. I'm literally not even in the hotel here, for the record. I'm at a friend's house, okay? This was a local's home that I'm in, okay? And not only that, but like, yeah, Ryan Grimm made me a coffee. Are they saying it's because I'm drinking coffee like a gay guy? Like, what is this? Like... yeah, it's a tiny cup, man. I'm a massive guy. It's a Cuban coffee. What's the problem? This reminds me of enjoy your fancy burger, Mr. President. Yeah.
Hurry up his butthole. By the way, his glasses cost $1,400.
Yeah, broke boy. What's up? Yeah, I got swag. What are you going to do about it? Suck my...
times the average Cuban salary and 4 times what I pay my right.
Dumbass, anything that you wear is going to be like 3 times the average Cuban salary. It's a very poor island. We've kept it poor. That's the point. We've literally destroyed their economy through economic terrorism. It's ridiculous. You can make that argument for every single thing that every single person that is like visiting the island is wearing. It's so stupid.
Of course, they're also meeting with Communist Party officials because nothing screams grassroots rebellion like schmoozing with the government militants. I can't wait for the Yelp review. Not for the hotel, but for the government. 5 stars, very attentive dictatorship, great gulags, chilled shrimp. Could have been colder. But that's the left. They don't want to live under socialism. They just want to visit. Fly in, take pics, and leave before the lions, or in this case, reality, eats them. Hell, if they stayed longer, they'd find out that in Cuba, vegan means we can't afford meat.
Yeah, they're so gross, too. Like, the way they talk about the Cubans... the way they talk about these wonderful people, okay? Like there is like this very clear, like they're primal animals. They're going to eat them alive. Like it's insane, dude. They make it seem like the Cubans that we were connecting with, the Cubans that we were like hanging out with, were all like primal animals. Like they're all, just so angry. They're so angry that these disgusting Americans are running around. It's gross. And a lot of people don't even see that. Like a lot of people don't even comprehend that is the argument, the narrative that they're presenting is that like they're all savages, right? Nasty as they don't even like they literally deny personhood to the average Cuban person. They make it seem like if Cubans are participating in like a government funded festival or like a government run festival that like Kneecap is performing at for free, they say, oh, they duped them. They bribe them with cookies. It's nasty. You think these people don't experience joy in spite of the conditions they're subjected to, you animal?
Fact is, Cuba's been struggling with power and basic services for decades. You know, the stuff that happens when the government controls everything and produces nothing. But these activists can't admit that. So instead, they play Che at the Four Seasons.
Yeah, they couldn't spin this narrative for your China trip, which was actually a tourist trip. But when you deliver humanitarian aid to the country, they put an embargo, they have to give the spin. Exactly. When I visited China, that was literally just a tourist trip. Like there was no other like humanitarian aid component. Obviously, it'd be ridiculous to deliver humanitarian aid to China. China should deliver humanitarian aid to us. Right? Is it a good thing that they're covering you? This is the only time they're talking about Cuba? No, I think that's cope. I've seen a lot of like kind-hearted individuals, including those who participated in the flotilla, that there are a lot of kind-hearted people that think, you know, that this is somehow good. I think that's cope, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think we have to reframe the narrative. I think we have to reframe the message here. I'm not gonna lie, like they are very actively trying to dilute. It's not all publicity is good publicity. They're very clearly aware that the goal of this humanitarian aid mission was not only to deliver humanitarian aid in person, which is one of the only ways that you can do that, by the way, but also on top of that, to bring awareness, to bring awareness of the conditions that Cubans were facing. And instead of having that conversation, they're actively trying to have a different one, dramatizing the incident. I think they very clearly recognize that that they're about to lose the narrative war once again, especially considering that like you can freely travel to Cuba and see for yourself what we've done to the people there. And they don't want another Gaza on their hands, you know? They don't want another, well, they want another Gaza. They are creating the conditions for another Gaza, but they don't want the perspective to change. They don't want people's perception of our involvement in Cuba to change from like, oh, this is just like not a real sanctions regime at all or anything like that. But it's just simply a byproduct of like the dangers of communism, a warning sign. He didn't play your monologue about the doctors that can't get supplies for a reason. Of course, that's the whole point. That's the entire point. It's just every moment that you're having a conversation about like how silly, how stupid this humanitarian aid mission was. It's a tropical jungle trip. It's a med spa trip. It's not. It was not at all.
And they're so stupid, they convince themselves they're helping, but they aren't convincing anyone else, especially the Cubans.
Don't let the loser make you angry. Use your butt-felt jokes. The coverage is not good. It's destructive and relentless. They know this expedition can increase your revolutionary profile even more. I genuinely don't think they care about the flotilla. They ignored all the others. Yeah, I'm like a magnet for this kind of nonsense, unfortunately, because I have like such an active base of like psychotic haters that are constantly feeding like easy dunks. What is this? The New York Times PR department replied to me, there's no way to defend the ridiculous piece about Hassan, which somehow required 3 reporters so they point the coverage of political turmoil and economic crisis over 7 decades. The Times has reported on political turmoil and economic crisis in Cuba for 7 decades. This is one of the hundreds of stories from Cuba published this month. If you'd like to read more about U.S. policy, the denial of fuel and hardships, we covered it in detail. The question for the Times is why they're writing about a leftist streamer's choice of hotel, which incidentally wasn't his choice. He was a part of a delegation that booked one of the few allowed hotels that could accommodate a large group rather than a U.S. politician's silence. The PR department points out to other coverage of Cuba's crisis because they cannot answer my criticism and explain why they buried the lead and focused on something inconsequential and irrelevant. I had to postpone a surgery in Cuba for several years because we lacked the antiseptic medication to clean hospital beds that had staphylococcus, like staph infection. Is that what it is? The bloqueos just sucks. Did they add your comments to that article? Yeah, but it was a totally abbreviated version of it, which it's understandable. They're not going to put the whole thing in there. That makes, I mean, it was very wordy and very long. Obviously, they're not going to do that, but where is it? I mean, it said, yeah, here's a full quote for the New York Times piece on the Cuban aid mission. Obviously, it was too long for the piece, but I wanted you to see it. This is what they took away from it. Mr. Pike said in a statement that the attacks were meant to serve as a distraction for the work of activists and politicians to show how the U.S. government's treatment of Cuba had asphyxiated the island and to downplay how the Trump administration was engaging in yet another unjustifiable regime change effort in Cuba. My quote, on the other hand, was, deeply cynical people have made it their lives' work to sit around at the comfort of their homes and undermine the stated purpose of sending humanitarian aid while bringing awareness to the blockade that has caused tremendous torment to the Cuban people, who are some of the bravest and most resilient people I've ever had the honor of meeting. They framed every collaborative action with the Cuban people from an outright evil framework. All of this advances the Trump administration's goals of engaging in yet another unjustifiable regime change effort. We have asphyxiated this island with the hopes of ending its unlimited potential through a sequence of bureaucratic sanctions designed with the sinister purpose of remaining invisible for plausible deniability and to shift the blame back to redistributive policies. My goal was to investigate the hidden ways in which sanctions impact the daily lives of Cubans beyond the oil blockade that started with secondary sanctions in 2019 and reached its total blockade status recently. The things I learned from speaking to doctors, engineers, and ordinary Cubans shocked me to my core. I believe the goal of those who choose to belittle the work of the activists and politicians is to serve as a distraction in an effort to defend our government's responsibility and the collective punishment Cubans are experiencing. Need a dictionary real quick? Wait, what? It's the New York Times. They'll publish a whole quote, Lamau. No, I mean, of course they're not going to do that. I did use distraction. I did use the word distraction, and they did put the word distraction. I mean, it's not a bad abbreviation. I think it still gets the gist across. I think they could have been much less generous. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm too deep in the left, too well read. But if I read that edition, I would read it to me like a red hot signal flare that the U.S. is absolutely in the wrong here. Yeah. Take away the nice hotels and drip. Could they even criticize of your trip? I mean, they've done so much more than just like the drip anyway. Yeah. I mean, this was another moment that's supposed to be like a revelation for liberals. So funny how both the liberals and conservatives are united on absolutely clowning on Code Pink, Lamau. Yes, we know you guys are fascist sympathizers. We see it every day, says Mike from PA. But it's like, this is supposed to be a moment. All of these liberals that are aligning with the Republicans to justify Trump's policy of starvation and the war crime of collective punishment don't even think for a brief moment about what that says about their worldview. They're supposed to hate Donald Trump, right? Or at least they claim to hate Donald Trump, and yet they love when Donald Trump does shit like this. Unbelievable. We shall see. Anyway, 23 days, man. It's crazy. At some point, you got to wake up to the reality that like the Iranian missile barrages are not stopping, and they can't defend the country anymore. All right. Let's get to situation monitoring, which, I've done very little of for the past couple of days because I've been in Cuba. But the war effort's going really well, Noah. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's...
Victory's coming any day now.
Any day now. One of my favorite...
I've actually been I've been really excited to do my part because I live in Manhattan and I don't have a car, but I'm excited to be here in Los Angeles where I have a rental car and I can do my part to support the war effort by paying for $7 a gallon gas.
War bonds. It's our version of war bonds.
Oh wait, Jerry Baker. Sorry, he's not just the Wall Street Journal editor at large. He's the former editor of the entire paper.
Yeah.
He's like not like a.
Iranian media says there was no direct or indirect contact with Trump and claims he withdrew after threatening to attack West Asia energy facilities. The unsettling reality is that with this president, Americans in wartime are in an unprecedented position of having to suspect that the enemy's version of events is more likely to be true than our own. We have become Baghdad Bob. He has to say that because we were always Baghdad Bob. I'm sorry. There's never been a moment where we're not Baghdad Bob.
Sorry, you're telling me that the ex-editor of the paper who moderated presidential debates in 2016 for Business News might not be letting on all that he knows about the failures of media.
Been this. The only difference is Trump is so vulgar and so incompetent that there is no liberal patina that even the previous formation was able to slap on, right? It's totally fucking ridiculous. It's totally, this is what I wanted to show.
Oh, this is all I love.
This is the best.
I read this aloud to myself.
This is the best sequence of events. Friday's press gaggle, barely exaggerated. At 12:03 p.m., President Trump told reporters he wanted a ceasefire with Iran. At 12:05, he declared victory. At 12:07, he announced he was sending Marines. At 12:08, he said no boots on the ground.
How can you do that in 60 seconds?
At 12:11, he said he did not want a ceasefire. At 12:16, he declared victory again. At 12:17, he asked for a ceasefire. At 12:23, he told NATO they were cowards. At 12:29, he said Iran was begging for a ceasefire. At 12:31, he said everything was perfect. At 12:36, he said $500 oil was a good thing. At 12:37, he demanded Iran open the Hormuz. At 12:39, he said Hormuz was never closed. At 12:41, he said the U.S. was not at war with Iran. At 12:42, he declared victory in Iran. There's no... What are we doing? There's no way.
We're did you hear the next thing though? We've had some developments since this, where now it appears that we may jointly operate Hormuz.
Yeah.
Did you see the Dylan Saab?
Well, sorry, you're wrong. Pentagon weighs deployment of air troops to Iran.
God.
It's like we
were so close.
If you blink, you will literally see a role reversal. And my favorite thing, because as you might know, dirty commie and all, I have this principled stance that money is more fake. This is the fakest money has ever been. Okay? There's no world where the stock market is associated with any fundamentals whatsoever. We have never had money be so fake in our entire lives. Because while this guy is contradicting himself, sometimes in the same minute, sometimes in the same sentence, the stock market is leaning into whatever they want to hear, and they're going, "Oh no, it's great actually." Now all of a sudden, the markets are stabilizing.
Well, I do think it was really funny though that the market went back to taking a bit of a shit, and oil went back to increasing as soon as Iran said, "Hold up, hold a minute, we're not talking."
Yeah, look at this.
It's so good.
At 7:04 a.m. Eastern today, President Trump said the U.S. and Iran have had a productive discussion to end the Iran war. Okay, boom. At 7:10 a.m., S&P surged 240 points, adding $2 trillion to the market cap. 27 minutes later, Iran completely denied all of President Trump's claims and said there has been no contact with the U.S. At 8 a.m. Eastern, the S&P 500 had fallen 120 points, erasing $1 trillion in market cap. There is a $3 trillion swing market cap at 56 minutes just in the S&P 500.
Yeah, I love that. The S&P 500, famous for its volatility.
Yeah.
That's it's hard to convey just how, you know what you never see, you don't hear anybody say anymore?
What?
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we gotta
eviscerated.
we are in something,
Bro,
and we're not out of it, and it's not ending anytime soon.
When Francis Fukuyama is running around being like, countries need to develop nuclear sovereignty pronto, it's over, baby.
I do think that there is but this goes to something that you were getting at though about why it's these third way people, nobody listen. You got Jerry Baker at the Wall Street Journal saying we can't trust our president or whatever. It's just hard to convey how strange and surreal it is to have something this yes, this is what I was talking about. Which, by the way, look up somebody find the Iranian embassy in I think South Africa. They copied the tweet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Trump tells reporters that the Strait of Hormuz may be jointly controlled by me and the Ayatollah. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant, dude. Oh, my Lord. That's so good. Energy industry insider in Iran tells me the following, and it's stunning, says Shrita Parsi. Before the war, Iran produced just shy of 1.1 million barrels of oil per day and sold it at $65 per barrel minus $18 discount, i.e. $47. Today, it produces 1.5 million barrels per day and sells it at $110 with only $2 to $4 a discount. And this does not include petrochemical sales that not only have increased, but are now being sold as a larger set of customers compared to before the war. Moreover, Iran is receiving payments through new mechanisms that bypass the UAE, which were set up after the June war. In essence, and this is really important to understand, Trump and Israel's war has ended up delivering Iran de facto sanctions relief. And on top of that, they're now paying. They're making them pay tolls if they want to pass to Hormuz.
Well, and they're the way that they're making those tolls work. So, in the 1970s, one of the ways that America dealt with the oil shock in 73, 74, and then in 79, but especially in the earlier phase, was that America we left the gold standard earlier in the decade, but the biggest one of the biggest, most unheralded parts of that was that we recycled petrodollars by selling all of these governments crazy huge weapons. That was part of how we fixed all this. We used that geopolitical tumult and that circumstance to reweight the dollar and recreate, and help, restore a stronger dollar by having, these Arab governments spend and Iran at that time spend crazy amounts of money with us on F-6 on fighter jets and whatever. Now, like, Iran arguably is, trying to force a similar kind of thing, because not only have they, clearly they're in the money, as Trita Parsi tells it in some respect, but now they're also saying, no, the only way the oil goes is if you pay us in yuan.
Yes.
Meaning that they are trying to
destroy the petrodollar system.
Exactly. And, granted, the petrodollar system is it's a bit of an antiquated way of looking at it, just because it doesn't.
It's also one that I feel like they just kind of threw that out there for China.
It's
China
the image. It's about how it looks.
Yeah, China doesn't even on it. I don't think China is ready for being the domineering hegemonic.
They don't
power.
want it. They want to do nothing and win, and they will. But this
is the unironic do nothing win moment, though, because China is always doing things, right? I don't agree with the do nothing win principle when it comes to China, but this is absolutely a moment where they did nothing. They literally, objectively did nothing.
And they will probably be part of the diplomatic resolution.
Yeah. Well, they have to be.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Who's going to maintain stability?
Right now, the crazy thing is that supposedly the talks that they're claiming have been happening are in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Which is also
Islamabad.
But it's okay, so that's just a rehash of the Oman thing, where you're going to a third party.
I personally take offense to as a Turk, because we are normally the table. The fact that they're going to Islamabad instead of Turkey is unbelievable. We are the table. We are at the table.
You're under the table right now.
Yeah, we're under the table currently. Literally, the Iranians lasered one of our helicopters, which is there's two major military presence in Qatar, and it's America, obviously the biggest one, CENTCOM, and then Turkey. I don't know what they were doing, flying around their troops, and I believe Aselsan engineers in a helicopter. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, they shot down a Turkish helicopter. We're no longer at the table. It frustrates me. Turkey's an intermediary. Okay, never mind. We're still at the Hakan Fidan. We're still at the table. Never mind. Confirmed. Turkish source tells Al Monitor the U.S. is asking for talks.
Okay, but this is awesome, because now all the leaks are just, hey, look at all of our ideas for talks. We love talking. We love talking.
Yeah.
Dude, we love talking. Do not mind all these troops that we're massing.
Yeah.
Do not mind that we've killed literally every person that we've talked to.
Yeah.
Don't mind it.
Iran with Fidan. Yeah, no. Dude, look.
Duh.
Yeah. This is. Sorry, but Turkey is literally a principled
second largest standing army in NATO. Come on.
Yeah, and also literally has its own sovereign needs. Obviously, has its own regional goals, of course. And America sometimes lets them accomplish it, which regional goals basically just like Kurds. That's for the most part, that's what the regional goals are. But but outside of that, there is tensions boiling between Turkey and Israel, but it doesn't change the dynamic that Turkey does actually play. Turkey does play a major role in making sure that the Israeli energy grid stays stable. The pipelines from Azerbaijan go through Turkey, and the Turkish ports are how they deliver the oil and gas to Israel. That's 45% of Israel's entire energy grid. And there's never been a moment where Turkey has said, yeah, we're going to this down. Okay? Turks used to deny this, by the way. Ironically enough, now they say, "Oh, what can we do? We don't have any power." But they used to literally deny it.
Well, and it's there's obviously so much more about this than me, but to me it has always struck me that Turkey's policy is just a triangulation game. It's they know where their people are at on this issue. They know what the demands are of their current set of geopolitical alliances and strategy, and then there's also whatever set of policies are good to preserve the level of accumulation for the people that run the show. And so it's always finding like what is like, you know, like the 5-inch by 6-inch hole in which you can fit something that like meets all those needs.
Yeah. But I think the real test of like whether this is unsinkable aircraft carrier or Zog theory will be if Israel gets to wage war against Turkey and then like undermines the entire NATO allegiance altogether. Because like at that point it's like undeniable, right? Like it's just ridiculous that America would be like, yeah, you know what, this NATO stuff is too big.
I mean, NATO is. I mean, look, one of the. Okay, I'll throw this out there so that I can because this is actually like what I'm about to say is like real live stream fail material, which is just that I do think that it's like NATO is coming under an enormous amount of pressure, and simply because the fight is now happening in Iran, I think people have kind of lost sight of a bit about some of what makes NATO feel very fragile at this moment. Like the geopolitical origin of NATO, right? Like the basis of it was an alliance to combat the Soviet Union and to prevent the spread of communism there. And it came together in the years after World War II, at the beginning of the Cold War, and we were almost a century on. And does the strategic rationale that was the basis for the origin of NATO still hold? And I'm posing a question that like was very heavily theorized and discussed in the 1990s in particular. George Kennan had some interesting stuff to say about it as somebody who was one of the ideological inspirations for NATO and a Cold War ideologue who then by the 90s is like, this thing may have run its course. Well, that's a thing.
Breaking, Anadolu Agence says,
oh, this is awesome.
U.S. delegation coming to Pakistan in a day or two for possible talks, but Iran's still not ready due to mistrust. Pakistani Foreign Ministry sources tell Anadolu. Dude, imagine the pump fake. They go and they're not there.
I mean, the U.S. is doing that. That's what's happening. This is humiliating. So, please, Erdogan, come to Washington. We need a real government. We need a real government. We can't have these. We can't have these losers who show up to diplomacy meetings without knowing if the other people are even going, just because they know how they are.
I think they should mock Witkoff and just be like, yeah, we're coming, and then just not show up. And because like, what are they gonna do? They're like talking about blowing up the energy grid in Iran. Okay, Iran has said that they're retaliating.
All right, we'll do it back.
They keep King Von posting on a daily basis. They literally posted every single energy infrastructure that they will destroy in the entire region. And obviously a lot of people think, oh, well, this will collapse the GCC and it will have global impacts that are insanely damaging, but maybe like the entire world will come together and like oppose Iran. But the reality of the matter is, because of the way in which global capitalism works, it creates a massive security flaw. It's a fragile ecosystem when you have a country that's willing to not just like take the war back to the principal defenders, but directly to the centers of profit, directly to the centers of capital. Those are American banks, right? Those are American refineries at the end of the day. Like, yeah, it's Saudi Aramco, but like who put those things together? Who still benefits from it? These are still going to be American. These are still going to be American capital owners that are not benefiting from their investments getting blown up.
And even if we don't directly own this stuff anymore, or even if we're not directly a part of it, like, I don't know, who pays for Saudi Arabia's, who supplies them with their military technology, who supplies all of these people, like essentially the rudiments of state making, let's call it, like all of the things that you need to do to be able to administer power, administer government in the 21st century. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, none of those countries could do any of it were it not for the largesse of the United States, like coming, on the other side of the table. Like that is what the U.S. brings to the bargain.
Yeah. Also, a massive explosion heard in Tehran, along with air defenses. Like they're still being.
Oh yeah, great.
But I do love personally that Donald Trump went from, oh, we're gonna blow everything up, to this.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace. Just peace.
No war!
Forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No crazy.
No crazy war. No war. He went in a matter of like, 2 to 3 weeks, he went from yes war to no war, no crazy war, just peace, peace forever. They should immediately release Maduro, by the way, which is really up. But Netanyahu just spoke to Trump. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
I just spoke to President Trump.
Here, read it.
I spoke earlier today with President Trump. He believes there is a chance to leverage the military achievements of the war to get all of the objectives of the war through an agreement. Such an agreement will safeguard our interests.
I think these guys don't. I think he's first.
They're
of
all trying to find a way out, man. They're all trying. We're now getting like the We're getting the leaks from the Mossad saying that like the Mossad thought there was going to be an uprising. Like, oh no, this is cooked. They're done. They're trying to find the door.
They are so. And the reality is, Iran. Oh my God! Because they killed all the restraint guys. They killed all the restraint guys. So the rest are like, no, we have the.
Have you seen Jalali's post? The more hardliner guy from their government who's still both alive and on Twitter, who has been doing some pretty good posts today that I've been seeing.
No, they've been doing like they've been doing like cringe posting. The IRGC guy was like, Donald Trump, you are fired. Like it's Robert Pape is cursed to see his work vindicated over and over again.
All right, he wasn't the first guy to point out that air power never like wins. To be clear, like,
but but it's that and also the escalation ladder. He loves like he only posts the same thing, copy and paste every day. He's like, well, this is the escalation trap. Please read my book.
My book. No, I also look as somebody who has to hawk something. I'm never gonna knock somebody for that.
Yeah.
But I think that this is part of what's so goofy though now, where it's like what we're now witnessing, like what we are seeing right now. Like set Lebanon to the side for a moment. What we're seeing in Iran is like this insane, bizarre scramble. It's like the Israel and the U.S. are like, I don't. This for your audience is probably too old, but one of the best like jackass. Jackass sketches is Medicine Ball Dodgeball, and it's like the U.S. and Israel are trying to find the door in like a dark room where people are throwing medicine balls like dodgeballs. It's absurd.
The IRGC clip. Oh yeah, this was the clip.
Oh,
Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
You are fired.
Donald Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. That's hilarious.
Donald Trump's going like, we need to put. We're gonna bury him under the jail. We're gonna bury him under the reactor.
I just wanted to be one of the 88 clerics. Why can't I have a say? I've studied the Quran. I know the literature. I know it. I'm Shia in my heart and soul.
I do think that there is also it's so difficult because we're now like a solid decade into like Trump life, and there have been so many cycles of discourses about his health, his state of mind, how aware is he of what's going on. And I really do feel, not because I've seen like clips of Trump where he looks out of it or out of sorts, but just like, I don't think have we ever seen a policy, like, and this is like for Trump I'm talking about. For Donald Trump, have we ever seen something this crazy, this, discombobulated, this contradictory?
It's funny because, like, it's not even entirely his own fault. I mean, obviously, it mostly is his fault because he still very much has the capacity to make that phone call to be like, we're done here, right? It's over. And I don't know how much of the leverage they have. I'm certain that, like, reading the tea leaves here and looking at the Iranian response, if they were to like cut Israel out of the equation and were to like withdraw, which America simply doesn't do, with the exception of like with the Ansar Allah movement and stuff. But if they were to do that, if they were to give Iran assurances, like I'm certain that Iran would eventually say, all right, fine, pay us reparations, or, by unfreezing some of the assets that you have frozen for years and years. It would be a massive blow to American confidence and stuff. But like, it would, in my opinion, it would probably salvage like the remains of like the American empire at least for like another decade or two.
Had they gone in,
but if they go in gung ho, like if they continue to escalate and think that they could do boots on the ground military warfare with a country that has designed its entire defense around this exact scenario with a topography that looks the way it does, like a fortress on 3 sides with mountains, it's over. That's why they're quietly conceding. Well, not quietly, loudly conceding.
I mean, I do think that some of what's going on though is that like, and this is one of those things where it's like the Trump sloppiness and the incompetence really can't be dismissed or underplayed, because I do think that this is what we're like everything you said, ordinarily, if you were to get into a situation like this, you know, as a military leader, as a president, whatever, you have an idea of what your off ramps are. You have an idea of if X doesn't work out, then we will do Y. Or we will find a way to, you know, like Israel's very good at that, by the way, because Israel has chosen like, you know, very aggressive, very shocking, but fundamentally limited objectives as you know, that it seeks to accomplish to, you know, as part of its whole strategic vision. But like they find ways out when things start to not, when, you know, when the people start coming home in body bags, which is really the only like, you know, metabolic thing that keeps Israel from getting deeper involved. But like to me, this is where it's like, yeah, this is evidence of Trump had no plan to get out, and because there's no plan, he's in this like really it's a political trap. It's entirely a political trap, because as you say, there's no reason he can't just, you know, make the call and say we're done. It's that he has to come up with like a basis for political legitimacy to do that, and he's done so many different things, plus not having had the forethought. He doesn't have any way of accomplishing that. There is no political victory, even partial, that he can claim at this moment that we can yet see. And we're now entering week 3 or whatever of him trying to find simply that. I thought it was goofy. Can Iran give Trump a world peace award to end the war? I actually think that kind of logic is like where we are headed, because we're not going to see actual like things on the ground or like a major like a new treaty. I know that we are in week 4. I think that they had a week where they thought they could really win this thing, and we've been 3 weeks of like,
oh fuck,
of like, where do I go?
The reason why I brought this is a theory that is like maybe a little, you know, lib-brained of me, but like I truly think Donald Trump doesn't believe in the competence of his own intelligence community and his own like generals, and time again he is like, listen to Vladimir Putin or even Benjamin Netanyahu in this instance. Like he will just be like, his own generals will come up to him and be like, dude, we're going to run out of batteries. We're going to run out of defense systems. Like we don't have the procurement strategy to develop in a rush, just in time manufacturing system that we have, like develop in a rush, like all that are necessary for keeping up this defense. And if you do this, it's going to be devastating. Dan Cain literally came out and leaked it to the press ahead of time. Like, it's one of the biggest blows of the confidence of the American military is when your top general literally is like, this is not listening to me. I have to go and tell every outlet I possibly can that this is going to be a spectacular failure, with the hopes that there will be some pressure from reasonable minds.
There is like one stratum of this, or like one like area of this that we haven't brought up, which is like part of how this thing works and gets sustained. And that's like, I would say it's a combination of like the Israel lobby and their fellow travelers. So I'm thinking of like FDD, and I'm thinking of AIPAC, and I'm thinking of all these other organizations.
They talked about their objectives. It's literally copy paste from the FDD.
Yep.
FDD is a cutout for the Israeli government, by the way. For those of you who don't know, Foundation for Defense of Democracy. What's the Hebrew name of it initially? I think it's like.
I know they had to change the name because originally it was a Hebrew word, but they like.
I think it was a Hebrew word for truth.
Emet?
Yes, it was Emet. So FDD in 2001, when it was first launched, was called Emet. Okay, the Hebrew word for truth, and they had to like restructure it and make it more American because it was too Israeli coded. But it's never actually changed its design. Its purpose is literally to serve as Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal think tank in America, and yeah, it's unbelievable that the American government's official communique shows a direct copy paste from the Israeli mouthpiece in Washington D.C. Like, look,
I would also add
this level of infiltration is insane, dude.
I mean, and you know, it's like Infiltration is, to me, an accurate description from even if this was like some 24-year-old who's working for the Trump administration was told like, oh, we need to have this page up and running. Like, go get the fact sheet out.
Yeah.
Like, and this is their choice was to just copy and paste this. That tells you something. I think the other thing, somebody else has been sharing this, about how Trump believes Israeli intelligence. Like, one of the not so open or one of the not so like tight secrets of American foreign policy is that Israeli intelligence is garbage. Lawrence Wilkerson, the ex-Powell advisor, is like a very he's spoken very explicitly about this.
It didn't used to be.
Well, it's because it became, particularly since the Netanyahu era, like what it is it's intelligence at its worst for political purposes, meaning that it's intelligence that is made to support specific political objectives of the government.
Yes.
It's not like unvarnished political reporting.
It's
not sourcing. It's stuff that it's Iraq war stuff all over again.
Because the goal is not like in their minds like survival, in the same way that like the American defense industry no longer operates for a specific military purpose or a specific military objective. There's so much defense bloat because it's a capitalist invention. So they don't about like making the cheapest and the most resilient pieces of military equipment. The sophistication of it and the cost of it is no longer a consideration at all because it's just an unlimited slush fund, right? For all of the shareholders that constantly drop further and further profits. And that's why you see the F-35, which is supposed to be this like this beacon of American military superiority, get taken out by a K truck with a built air defense system on top of it in the mountains of Iran, and it's a massive blow to American air superiority. And
by the way,
anyone that can see it,
we're taking L's that we don't even know about yet. Like there's that ship that got hit that they're saying there was like a laundry fire, I think, the Gerald Ford. And then, there's never been all of a sudden, I don't know if you guys have known about this, but there's a lot of the F-15, which has had one of the most immaculate combat records in like 40, 50 years of service. And then all of a sudden, we've been losing F-15s. Oh, yeah. And then there was that F-35 that went down.
Yeah.
A plane that, by the way, is going to cost billions to replace.
$2 trillion in R&D that is supposed to be the peak of American ingenuity, right? Is now being combat tested in real time and in a record pace has lost its air superiority against defenses. And people are coping so hard that they're like, oh, this doesn't actually put a real dent in like American superiority.
By the way, what Maz Hussein is pointing out right now, by the way, here is really important because there was one opinion column in Al Jazeera a few days ago, last week, that was just getting passed around over and over. Like Ben Smith from Semaphore, a lot of people with, frankly, like a lot more sympathy than they should have for the Gulf countries or Gulf governments.
Well, they do
were
conferences
sharing it.
out
Yeah,
there.
exactly. But they're like, oh, this is
So
really
do
interesting.
And I went to the Pearl of the Gulf. Okay. I feel bad for Qatar. Maybe Iran should stop. That's what I think. That's right.
Yeah, that easy.
Yeah, it was that easy for me.
So like there was this article in Al Jazeera and it was all about how like it was the bear case for Iran essentially. It was saying that like, look, Iran is actually in a weak position. All of these launchers have been destroyed. How do we know they're destroyed? Because they're not launching missiles. And that was like the most salient factual claim in that piece. And it was like a very like now we're seeing no, Iran's capacity hasn't been diminished at all.
Yeah. It's like this is the thing
I mean,
that
not
I
at
want.
all, but you know what I mean.
This is the thing that I want. Yeah, it's not been treated in the way that it's presented, right?
Exactly. That's my point.
And that's the thing that I want to ask people that like are constantly like reading the recycled Cope machine from people who are like American military superiority is awesome. We're like, how do you cope with that reality that like a 34-year-old dickhead that has no like insider information has been openly saying that this is a spectacular boondoggle from day one? I have literally been able to pinpoint and call out, alongside many people in the OSINT side of things that aren't so hoorah about American military superiority. How do you make sense of that reality where people from the outside can have more sober assessment about America's capabilities and, more importantly, its limitations than these people that are on the inside that have been basically telling themselves and anyone who will listen lies over and over and over again. There have been people, there were people initially that would come into my chat and be like, you're just coping. You're just sad that your best friend, the Ayatollah, got, you can't get that sweet IRGC money any longer. And I was like, dude, I'm just telling you what's going to happen tomorrow. And when it happens tomorrow, you're going to come up with a new cope. And they've been doing that now for 23 days. When will it end?
That's pretty good. DUI hires.
Yeah, DUI hires. Exactly.
I haven't heard that one before.
Like 23 days, man. It's crazy. At some point, you got to wake up to the reality that like the Iranian missile barrages are not stopping. And unironically, the Israeli defenses are actually diminished in the process. And they can't defend the country anymore. Okay.
I mean, this is to me like what this really reminds me of is the like what's happening now reminds me of like what a lot of people when Reagan got elected, what they thought he was going to get into, and then they were kind of pleasantly surprised that he just decided to do proxy wars. There's
by the way, yeah. Oh, sorry to stop you, but hype train incoming. Piker Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. They wanted like Reagan to be the one who would like, you know, like, or they didn't want it. They thought Reagan would be the one to do all this or whatever. And it ended up being like a 40-year head start, but the 40-year, you know, like lag, I guess. But to me, the thing that like is a part of what jumps out is that like all of this reminds me of like it's the same language, the same rhetoric, the same patterns of thought as all the people who after America got washed in Vietnam were like, let's fucking get out there, let's do it again. You know, let's you know, saddle back up. Because I just don't know how you look at something like this and be like, you know what, we'll fix this if we just throw a bunch of ground troops into the equation.
Yeah, U.S. Navy nuclear aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford might be out of action for 14 months.
Bro, Jason Tatum wasn't even out that long. Jason Tatum, like you see NBA players like every night like lose like tendons and they're back on the court quicker than this.
Well, he's this $13 billion piece of expensive machinery is constantly in a. I don't know what it is. I don't know like. There's two working theories here, right? Obviously, one is that Iran was like peppering it somehow, and then the other one is like mutiny.
Yeah,
I think it could be mutiny.
So mutiny is in Blowback season 5. Yeah, 5. Yeah, the one about Cambodia and Vietnam. I have a good interview with people who are part of like essentially like a race riot on a ship, the Kitty Hawk, and that was one of a number of incidents. And we mentioned this briefly in that season, but like one of the reasons why, there's a really great book by the author David Courtwright that also talks about this. Like essentially in 1972, during the period of time when Nixon finally is like really forced to like end the war, essentially, part of what's going on is all of these mutinies and riots on Navy ships, on aircraft carriers, the USS Constellation, the Kitty Hawk. And they're, you know, these were very scandalous big events at the time that have been kind of, you know, memory hold a bit. But part of what was so astonishing was that like troop readiness and morale was was one of the biggest reasons why the, you know, military ended up, or the U.S. was forced to exit the Vietnam War. So the idea that
buddy was like a commonplace practice.
I mean, you would read stories about like troops, you know, who were in Cambodia who would frag their officers. Who were sending them to do pointless or stupid missions that they didn't agree with. I mean, you know, granted, there was a draft, and a draft existing, like that's why we had an anti-war movement. We had an anti-war movement because we had a draft.
Like that's the funniest thing when people are like, "Well, we should bring back the draft."
Oh, sorry, why aren't people doing anti-war politics so good? What we did in Vietnam.
The people that are in defense of this administration's actions, claiming that we should do a draft, are the funniest people to me because you don't understand what you are suggesting. The only way that the American war machine continues is when it constantly feeds self-selecting individuals who are volunteering, not knowing what they're going to get into in real, you know, if we're being honest, they just don't fully comprehend. They just think like, oh, I'll just be on a ship for a little bit and then, you know, I'll get a comms degree and hopefully I can get a job and have my college paid for. But like, that is the system that has forced Americans or caused Americans to decouple entirely from foreign policy. If there was a draft initiated tomorrow, all of a sudden it would become a very different reality. Every single 18 to 25-year-old would be losing their minds. You would see a real anti-war movement.
Counterpoint, mild counterpoint. Gen Z, soon Gen Alpha, you know, like generations of people whom we think of as like indoor kids.
Yeah.
They're on the computer a lot. I think a lot of them want to see the world. And we know that they're not going to be able to get good jobs that would allow them to travel. So I actually think, you know, kind of almost like dialectically, they are the generation that if there is going to be a generation drafted to fight some psycho war, it would be like the iPad babies.
I think it's going to be
the first
hard.
iPad babies.
I disagree. I think it's going to be very hard to sell them on the idea that
they don't have to be sold. They don't have to consent. My point.
No, I know, but like I'm saying that they're not gonna go and die for Israel. I don't think. But
no, I think that they're gonna. No, obviously, I think what's end up gonna happen. If there will never be a draft, it's not a viable option. It's political. This country, but like the idea of committing ground troops in this moment, I think would have a very comparable effect. I think that if they were actually sending and preparing for like a meaningful ground presence with American troops that is, you know, beyond being stationed at any of our bases or patrolling the seas or whatever in this moment, then like you would quickly start to see some 1970s style shit, even though we don't have a draft, because that's how unpopular this bullshit is.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if they would frag their officers, but I think you'll see, you know, minor sabotage in the way that you're seeing currently. Like all of a sudden the toilets don't flush, and then they find out that there's like just t-shirts being dumped into the bathrooms. Who the puts a t-shirt in the toilet? I mean, I know some of these guys are stupid, but that made me think like this got to be deliberate.
Well, there's now, I mean, I think one of the things that we're starting to see, because there really are not many press institutions that have like ties with like the military. Meaning that like there aren't a ton of reporters who write for huge general audiences and who are also like, you know, really plugged into what the most, you know, creative minds and free thinking individuals, let's say, with those people in either the officer corps or among the general infantry. And that's not because like reporters today like love war that much more. It's just because of like the military's gotten that much better at keeping its personnel away from the press, and the press has, you know, been conditioned to not actually you know, ask these kinds of questions. So I think that like the extent to which like, you know, we are seeing this sort of dissension among the troops, it's just not communicated publicly, and they can hide a lot of it. They're hiding a lot of it really successfully, I have to imagine.
If you buy what CENTCOM is selling, this is the most accident-prone the U.S. military has been in its entire history. The F-15 entered service 60 years ago and has never been down during a war. Now 5 of them have been down by malfunction and friendly fire in 2 weeks. On March 5th, the IDF claimed to have destroyed 300 Iranian missile launchers. So over the next 2+ weeks of fighting, they only destroyed or disabled 30 launchers. None of it makes sense, especially because they were leaning too hard into either plugging some holes, which they probably successfully did, right? Like the entry points into where these tunnel systems are. And that caused a momentary pause in the volleys that were being launched. Or Iran was actually, you know, moving in a different direction and trying to make sure that this was a war of attrition and they could continue doing this for as long as possible. And that's why they were taking pot shots with the cluster munitions that they keep opening up on top of the Israeli airspace, because you only, as I kept repeatedly explaining, you only do that when your goal is to just like frustrate Israeli society. You're not doing that for any sort of like specific military purpose beyond, you know, pissing off Israeli society, crippling the Israeli economy, forcing them into bomb shelters, because those are not interceptable or interceptable missiles.
This goes to an argument also that Dylan Saba has put forward. He wrote for Jewish Currents in 2023 that I think is still one of the like most powerful interventions I've ever read on anything related to these issues, which was about how Iron Dome is an offensive weapon. And the idea is that Israel's defensive capabilities have been so aggressively beefed up so as to inoculate Israelis from what in any other context would be viewed as like the reasonable costs incurred for fighting a regional war.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
There is now, and I think in this situation, Iran has finally figured out that, like, we have taken, I mean, their leaders have arrived at the decision, forced really, that, like, there's no more respecting that. You have to flood the zone and test the limits of this system. And they've tested it, and they found that actually, like, Israeli leaders are now having to prepare their I mean, a family of mine has heard this as well. Like, Israeli leaders are trying to prime the population for the idea that they may not have to, because, like, all of the, Israelis running to the shelter and stuff before, like when Hezbollah would send a rocket, or when, Islamic Jihad or Hamas would send a rocket from Gaza and it would, land in a field in Beersheba. I mean, you were talking about, like, almost what was for Israeli leaders, as they saw it, like the perfect level of suffering that they could experience, because it reminded the population of the danger, but it was not enough to actually, like, destroy and disrupt their quality of life over the course of, like year, 2 years, whatever. And having lived in Beersheba, having lived in the south in the Israeli South myself, and at a time when that was the case, like, it was very obvious that that was the function.
Yeah, that's why when you interview regular folks, ordinary Israeli society, they just have, like, a totally insane attitude about waging war with Iran, because from their perspective, there's no cost. There's some costs, there's minor nuisances, and I suspect that might change eventually, but I don't know, because, like, part of me also thinks that, like, just as we saw with October 7th, they're insane.
They're insane, but they have, like, there's a limit, not a limit to how crazy they are, but, like, insanity can be checked by reality and certain, like, how crazy are you willing to be when your bank account is zero, that kind of, or when it goes to zero and you can't feed yourself. Like, there's a certain kind of degree to, there's a certain element of this to me where, like, part of what we still have not seen yet is the real stress test applied, not just to, like, Israelis, like everyday Israelis and their everyday happiness and their joy, with bombs and missiles falling on them. It's instead about the question of, like, can the Israeli society, can the Israeli polity survive intact in any recognizable form were this war to continue and their economy were to become devastated? Because Israel is not Iran. Israel is a tiny country, and it has a lot of
tiny country
and
size of New Jersey.
Meaning, though, what happens when a lot of those people who have dual citizenship in other countries and have been for the past number of years, even before October, this is a story I've told many times. A very, very influential and well-known Israeli journalist reached out to me. This is well before October 7th, because I had said, on Twitter, I said something like, I had informally heard that there were many people who had been, who were leaving Israel because prior to October 7th, the radical government was making a bunch of Israeli libs start to feel, nervous and sketchy. And so if you had a German passport, an American passport, people were starting to move assets. And I'd said, I threw some cold water on that. I was like, I haven't seen the numbers. I haven't seen the statistics. And then this guy out of nowhere, somebody who I don't have a connection to, saw my comment and was just like, I just want to let you know, I think you're wrong. And that was prior to October 7th. I would be fascinated if, I would be so curious how, if the conditions in Israel were actually made that much more damaging, if they were that much more destructive to the average Israeli life, what might happen for all of the people who are in Israel who don't necessarily want to stay there. And I think that that's where, again, like, we've really not seen, and what I'm describing may be a situation that just, like, is not really plausible, because Israel would move so aggressively to prevent any circumstance like that from happening in real time. But I think that, like, what I'm really trying to point out is that we've not even seen Israel get tested to that point, and what Iran has been doing in terms of how it is stretching the limits of Israeli defenses is suggesting that, well, maybe we are going to see if that can happen. Maybe we're going to see if that possibility can be breached.
Yeah. Now let's look at another exit ramp for the world's least loyal man, who has always thrown everybody else under the bus. Perhaps this could be a first inclination of who might be in the crosshairs. Let's take a look.
I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last.
I don't know if he'll throw Pete under the bus here. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, that sounds like he's giving Pete a pat on the head, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and I'm sure, Pete has got a nice heart on having gotten that pat on the head.
Yeah. Iran's main demand is communicated to the mediators. If Trump fires Hexit, all bets are off. Moin Rabbani is joking there.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah. Breaking. The Speaker of Iran's parliament, who some claim has been negotiated with the U.S., says no negotiations have taken place, and the President Trump is claiming otherwise to manipulate the markets. It is crazy that, because it's no longer a non-state actor in the same way that, we very quickly did away with the Iraqi government, right? In the immediate invasion, and we were fighting against a not like a fully fleshed out state in the Taliban in Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, but Iran is a state actor; it's a sovereign state. So you can't, especially with social media, you can't really undermine their position as much as you could, dominate the airwaves when you're talking about Israel versus Hamas.
Yeah,
talking about Israel versus Hezbollah. You have dudes with 8 PhDs on. The interpretation of Quran from a Western capitalist framework, who are just coming out and posting on social media and also doing interviews in English with American news outlets. All of a sudden, I think that plays a major role in, it delivers a major blow to whatever the American goals of propaganda are, right? Because then mainstream media will cover it. All right, let's hear what Scales' new reporting looks like. Senior Iranian official tells Drop Site News, Jeremy Scale and Mortaza Hussein, there aren't any negotiations taking place. The Iranian side has simply communicated its conditions to the U.S. And even that has been done indirectly, adding that the U.S. messages have also only been passed through intermediary countries.
Debated how to even deal with this, and they literally ghosted Steve Witkoff. They did not respond to him. When we reported that last week, the White House went nuts. They denounced Drop Site News, accusing us of engaging.
Yeah, they said Drop Site News is a terrorist outlet.
In America Last behavior, said we were abhorrent, and then they went and they spun a story to Axios saying that it was actually the Iranians that had been begging President Trump to speak. And so, this kind of played out over the past few days. And what Iranian sources were telling me, Daniel, is that through a series of intermediary countries, including Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, and also some Gulf countries, there have been a series of messages passed on to the Iranians by the United States where, according to Iranian officials, these third-party intermediaries have said that the U.S. wants to wrap up this war. And that happens while publicly Trump is saying, we're going to bomb Iran's electrical and power infrastructure, which, by the way, would be a war crime if they did that in a sweeping manner. Iran then said, hey, let us tell you what we can do. We can hit not only in Israel, but we can hit in all throughout the Gulf. And this would cause just catastrophic shock to the global economy, which we can talk about later. But the most breaking stuff I have for you is that Trump today posts on Truth Social that there's been this breakthrough, that he's pausing his threat to bomb the Iranian electrical grid and other energy infrastructure because there have been these talks going on between the United States and Iran. And Trump implies that he has some secret squirrel that he's talking to in Iran, and he doesn't want to name who it is because he doesn't want that person to be killed. It's unclear, does he mean by Israel or by the Iranians, But what I'm told is that there have been no negotiations, direct negotiations with the United States, and that what the Iranian officials are telling me is that every time a third country comes to Iran and they say the United States wants to talk, Iran says, let us explain to you our conditions. And in short, what the Iranians are saying is that they will not agree to the kind of ceasefire that took place last June after the so-called 12-day war, because the Iranians view that as having been a gimmick to buy the United States and Israel time to rearm, to reposition, and then come back in with this full-blown war that they launched on February 28th. So they're saying they won't go for just a ceasefire that doesn't have conditions attached to it. They also want any cessation of the war not only to apply to Iran, but to apply to two other fronts of battle, as the Iranians see it, Iraq as well as Lebanon, where the Israelis are increasingly engaged in ground operations.
Iraq has also been a spectacular failure that's like not getting a lot of attention in this media cycle because there's so much devastation taking place everywhere. But they had to literally do a tactical retreat, a ceasefire with the Iraqi ground forces, the Shia forces in Iraq, to literally withdraw their troops. Did you see that part?
Yep. And well, it's, I mean, part of
like
what's
Iraq has been trying to democratically force the American troops to leave for years now.
And Iraq has like been this, you know, it's like essentially since the end of the Iraq war, because Iraq is this kind of like desiccated country, it's been a place where a lot of different militia groups and a lot of other like non-state political and military forces, you know, drive events on the ground. And, you know, the U.S. viewed it as essentially like it went from being its own place and its own war to then becoming like a kind of like soft proxy battleground against Iran. And now, I mean, we'll see. I haven't read anything in depth about like the total, you know, how Washington takes the total situation.
U.S. forces are now limited to the Kurdistan region, according to the Iraqi resistance, and they moved many of their troops into Jordan, I think. So this is devastating for again, American military superiority, American might, American force projection capabilities. Like it's unbelievable. Things are stable now that the Americans left. We only had like 3 hours per day. American and NATO forces asked the Iraqi government for a temporary 24-hour ceasefire with the Iraqi resistance factions to facilitate their withdrawal from Victory Base in Baghdad, according to spokesperson for Saraya Avliya, Aldam Abu Mahdi Al-Jafari. Al-Jafari said that most resistance factions that received the Iraqi government's request agreed to the truce on the condition that popular mobilization sites from the holy city of Samarra to Karbala would not be targeted. But if you return to sin, we will return to punishment. Beast mode.
That is pretty hard.
Beast mode. By the way, this has reverberations across the entire world. The reason why I say this is because the American military presence as a force projection capability is everywhere all at once, right? All of a sudden, this changes the calculation. All of a sudden, this changes the calculation in the Philippines, for example. This changes the calculation of like how well America could safeguard the bulwark against communism in South Korea, right? This changes the domestic considerations in South Korea for the South Korean government. All of a sudden, they're more willing to bargain as equal partners with the DPRK. If the Filipino government is also smart enough to recognize that reality, they have a very different opinion about getting into a bilateral security commitment with China in the South China Sea. They're the only country there's a holdout in the Asian cooperative structure that has refused to leftist cope Lamau. Oh my God. American troops are shitting in their diapers. NATO also evacuated. Wait, what? Leftist cope Lamau? It's weird that I can't tell if you're like making a joke or if you're being serious. But like, as I was saying, the Philippines are the only country in the Asian system that has not engaged with China. Okay, they're the only country in that system that is a holdout, right? What do they do? Do they continue? Do they have a real belief that America will defend them if it's no longer Iran, but now we're talking about China? It's just not going to work.
Very heavy bombing. Hezbollah, which Israel had said was wiped out, has been launching dozens upon dozens of rockets every single day into Israel. So they want those two countries also to be party to this ceasefire deal. They're also saying that they want reparations paid by the United States, and they want Israel to pay, but they don't want Israel to pay directly. They want that to happen through the United States because they don't want to take anything directly from Israel. But the other thing, and this is, I think very relevant, and many people, I know you've made this point before, and I've heard other smart analysts make it, that because of the way the United States and Israel have lied about the negotiations, have used it as a veneer or a cover to then wage these wars, the Iranian position has hardened. And what Iran is saying now is that there will be no discussion on its ballistic missile program, that if there is a ceasefire, Iran is going to move rapidly to continue its ballistic missile program, recognizing that it's its only deterrent against the United States and against Israel. They're also saying, and they wouldn't go into more detail on this, that they're in the process of developing a new doctrine on the nuclear question. They didn't say, oh, we're going to go and we want to enrich uranium to make nuclear weapons. But what they're saying to me is that that because of the U.S. and Israel targeting their nuclear infrastructure, because they blew up the negotiations where the Iranians had put terms on the table that went beyond the Obama-era deal, they're saying now that they're having discussions about developing a new nuclear doctrine, potentially in partnership with Russia and China.
Well, more concrete decolonization accomplished by Iran and its allies in 3 weeks than most post-colonial studies academics have managed to afford.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that UC Santa Cruz professors don't carry guns, but
that's a ridiculous comparison.
But but it is like fair to say that Iran is,
and not just there,
Iran is doing something like that.
Yeah, it's not just there; it's Sudan as well. The disruption.
Oh yeah.
The disruption of the United Arab Emirates has delivered a devastating blow to the rapid support forces and their activities in Sudan, where the Sudanese population have been able to successfully rise up and actually push out the RSF from all of these towns that they genocided and took over. It's crazy because now you have the UAE is way too focused on defending the United Arab Emirates, obviously. It's crazy.
I mean, it is one of the things I don't know how it'll result, because right before all this happened, the UAE and Saudi were like experiencing quite a rift, like a split over what was going on in Yemen and over the fact that Saudi wasn't so pleased with what the Emirates had been cooking up in Africa. I mean, I wonder what'll happen assuming that the Gulf kingdoms don't all fall into sand in the next few years. I am curious to see if those sort of deeper tensions between them resume.
I just don't understand how these two dynamics are going to play out. How do they think this is sustainable? I know that there's a lot of wish casting in the stock market where they're like, oh, he said the right words, now we're stable again, right? The market moves in that way where it's almost like it's an unspoken secret that as long as they get anything out of Trump that sounds remotely positive, they'll lean into that heavily because you have to constantly have a bull market. But it's totally fake. At some point, the bubble's going to burst.
I mean, I think some of it is that the Financial Times had a passage that everybody was sharing, it was passing around recently, that was sort of teasing out what the chain of effects could be. So it could be that it's if you end up if there's something that jeopardizes the amount of capital that can be pushed into AI investment, then all of a sudden those companies that are all investing in AI are going to be in a race to be the survivor and one of the few companies that can take it. And so we'll see that bubble deflate some. And if that bubble deflates some and the values of those companies go down, then people, the thought is that there's a bunch of correlated investments and assets have. I mean, the price of Bitcoin has more or less correlated with the price of Nvidia stock, I think. So the idea is that if the AI crash happens, that'll end up taking crypto down with it. And if crypto, it's and then you can imagine how it all plays out in that way. It's just not I'm with you, man. I have no idea how you do a war like this and then keep all of that going.
This is the segment. The FT now reporting that even without the energy shocks, there's a pretty good chance that the closure of Hormuz will pop the AI bubble that will lead to a stock market crash. The longer the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the deeper the fall will be. 1/5 of the world's oil and LNG shipped through the waterway. If the conflict lingers, trip prices will steepen as manufacturers ration and compete for tighter supplies. Eventually, production could seize up. In the U.S., elevated energy costs would make present and future data centers less viable. One thing that is clear to me from looking at the events, there is always a chain reaction, and that's because we have, through American military dominance, through American imperialism, designed a global system that is actually infinitely more fragile than we thought it was. When you don't have to do an or strike directly at the heart of empire to be able to make the empire suffer. Because the empire is everywhere. And when the empire is everywhere, when capitalism is everywhere, you can actually strike the profit centers that are, closest to you in your immediate vicinity. And when that happens, all of a sudden, everybody's screaming. The markets are screaming. This to me is the greatest indication that the previous way of waging war is totally gone.
The one thing I will say is that in this chain, this looks like a very neat linear chain of events, right? But there's a reason that they have to qualify it with stuff like could, and that's not just because obviously they're responsible journalists. They're not making predictions that you can't, they're not writing checks they can't cash. But I do think that, for example, the question about elevated energy costs, when that passage was getting passed around, I saw some people note that there's not necessarily a way to, we don't know what energy costs are necessarily going to do in the U.S. because also the U.S. paradoxically, as a specific country, is partly one of the beneficiaries of this war because of the demand because we are a fossil fuel exporter and people need fossil fuels.
And on top of that, and I brought this up in the beginning, I'm not the biggest I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the biggest understander of how heavy crude versus that sweet light shale works, right? Obviously, that's what we have through fracking. But we now sit on top of the world's largest heavy crude supply. And the thing is, even if we were to build the refineries up to become almost one of the largest exporters around the planet of oil in general, I think that is a part of that calculation because previously, as long as the Gulf states were intact, it would disrupt the profitability of the American exporters if we just started refining heavy crude from Venezuela. The price of the barrel will go down too much, and then the smaller oil businesses in Texas and places like that would actually collapse.
Correct.
Now, however, with the price going up, there's a massive need for it. Now, do we actually reroute all of the infrastructure to come to the United States of America and we become the sole exporter to China and all the Asian markets? Because, we have LNG, we now have massive amounts of supply that we can, We now have massive amounts of supply that would create stability, in the energy markets, as long as they're rerouted from the United States of America. This creates a tremendous upper hand for the United States of America against China. This creates leverage because China can no longer, if the Gulf blows up, if they escalate so much that Iran just says, they blow up the entire Gulf, okay? And it's no longer workable for the next decade, okay? All of a sudden, China has to rely on oil from Russia more and more, and also the United States of America.
Correct.
And then you now can go toe-to-toe with the Chinese export controls. If China ever turns back and says, we're no longer giving you any rare earth minerals, then America can say, we are no longer allowing you to get oil from us.
I think one other thing that is a part of this is that there is there's been a lot of people I know who've wondered if that was perhaps the point, that if the actual goal of all of this conflict was to essentially reassert the U.S. monopoly on the distribution of oil, which arguably was one of the great strategic advantages that it possessed for its side of its share of the globe during the global Cold War. I don't know. This is where we're in the territory of this is just pure speculation. I did want to respond, though, to clarify something I said, because I was seeing a bunch of this in chat. When I was talking about the crypto stuff correlated with AI, my point was not that AI is dependent on crypto or draws a bunch of revenue from it. It was about the correlation of investment, that lots and lots of people who have built wealth in the last few years from investments in crypto also have made money from playing in the stock market as well. And so part of what I was just trying to illustrate is not that I think that stuff is it's the most vital piece of the economy ever, but it's just to illustrate how far reaching this stuff can be and how exactly economic calamity could pick up steam pretty quickly. That was all.
This is complete nonsense, by the way. It requires you to believe that there's a huge amount of unsold Iranian oil, 140 million barrels, according to Besson, just sitting in tankers at sea waiting for buyers. Almost by definition, when the oil's in a tanker, it's because it already has a buyer. Oil in a tanker in the shipping part of the process would be absurd to ship something without a buyer. All the more given how expensive a tanker voyage is these days. Also, the very notion that Iran would be selling oil when it couldn't access the money defies logic. Why on earth would they do that? They've been selling oil almost exclusively to China precisely because China is one of the very few countries both willing and able to pay them despite the U.S. banking sanctions. And therein also lies Besson's key contradiction. It makes zero sense to lift sanctions on Iranian oil and at the same time have banking sanctions remain in place. It means that you can freely buy the oil but not pay for it. So it's still an impossible transaction. This, by the way, was confirmed by Iran's oil ministry, who said that Besson's statements on the subject were a psychological game by the U.S. Treasury Department aimed solely at ingraining hope into buyers and controlling market psychology, when the reality is that Iran currently has virtually no oil in tankers at sea and no surplus to supply the international markets. This is after Scott Bessant said that he's jujitsuing the Iranians. The decision to lift the sanctions is actually good.
Scott should go back to decorating homes with his husband.
Multiple countries are now actively working to mediate a deal between the U.S. and Iran as impacts of the war reverberate across the world, 5 sources told us.
Oh my God, this is now we're getting into the territory of just like, it's just about like part of what annoys me, at least with this like framing. I'm sure that these reporters are doing their, they're doing their job, but it's just like, is it like that countries are trying to do this? Is it that countries like being in the press as being associated with moves toward diplomacy? Or is it, as Jeremy Scahill put it in a way that I think is way more convincing, the U.S. is using every country in the Rolodex that it can think of to try and communicate messages to Iran. And they're doing that, by the way, as we saw with that other report, by they're showing up to Pakistan to talk, to do diplomacy without even knowing whether the Iranians are going to be there.
Yeah, no, it's it also goes along with like last week's reporting on Marco Rubio's ambition to try to get like